The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. It's been a crazy week in European cricket. Really not much cricket to speak of, but we are back today. The sun is out and we are ready. Group G on the way, and it's a fast 10 matches, 5 overs each to decide who stays and who goes here. We're only 2 days away from the start of Championship Week as well. Great to be back. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League, and it starts right now.
Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket, as we are ready to get back on the park here. It's Group G action. Look, I know you might have lost track of what's been happening because there really hasn't been a lot happening on the field as far as cricket's gone, but a lot has happened as far as efforts to get this field playable. We've had unprecedented kind of rains, once in a generation kind of rains here over the last week, and that's meant we've only actually played 1 day out of the last 7 playing days. And yeah, you got a feel for obviously some of the teams that have qualified for this tournament. Group E was decided using a power over tiebreaker on Monday. We had play on Wednesday in Group F. It was only 8 5-over matches essentially that decided that group. Group G should have started yesterday, but it didn't because of the rain we had the day before. And so anyway, ready to go. If you're not aware, this is a 5-over day. So we have all 10 Group G matches. They will be played. The weather's good. More about that in a second. Roma CC versus Beveren in match number 1. The champions of Italy and the champions of Belgium. And there's some people there that I'm so excited to see go head-to-head, especially in this format. Look at Tarakel listed to open the batting. This man is a man mountain. You've got Jamshed Khan up there, German international. Same with Zakil in at 3. But Roma CC, they've got a lot of quality in their side as well. Come to that in a moment. 5 overs aside all day today, which means a 2-over power play. Bowlers are limited to just the 1 over. Let's talk weather. Maybe before weather, we'll talk the percentages. And 64, 36, I don't know. I think it's a bit more of a lottery than that in the 5-over format. There's Assad and there's Charles, who are leading the sides out. And Roma CC can bank on them for a good kit. They've gone in their traditional red shirts with the blue trousers. I like that. And I love the deep blue of their Beveren that you'll see in a second as well, as they come out to the middle. Both these two teams have ECL experience. Both were part of the 2023 tournament. Roma CC won every game in their group before losing the final to Sporting Alphas. And their only loss in ECL cricket. And Beveren actually in that same tournament, they did qualify for Championship Week. Didn't really have the week that they wanted in that Championship Week. Weren't able to make the 4, but they did make it all the way to the big dance, the Championship Week back in 2023. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I want to say Andrew Ryan has left us. He does send his regards to everybody. The last we heard of him, unfortunately, was 2 days ago during the Group F matches. And of course, we didn't have a final day. And that is the voice of Corey Ruckers, who is with me. And Corey, you've come off your few days off your mini break. I've got to say, you actually haven't missed much as far as on the field action. But before we get going, I think we do need to acknowledge the efforts of everyone that worked so hard to get this field in a position for us to play any cricket at all.
Yeah, well done to everyone. Good to be back here. I had a bit of a 5-day holiday, and I had to admit, this morning getting back into work mode, I started catching up on all the videos, and some of the rain around this region, incredible. So well done to everyone to get it up and going. And Vin, I was just looking at these 5 teams.
How good.
I called this, before this, the rain at the start, this for me was the group of death. I think, honestly, there's 4 or 5 teams that could easily go through. And now that it's 5 overs, it's chaos.
Yeah.
With Beveren, with Hadzijal and Jamshed Khan,
yeah,
they have a good few games they go through.
We're looking at, obviously, weather permitting, and we hope it does. We will go to a regular 10-over format for finals day tomorrow. But the idea with these 5-over matches is that everyone gets to play everyone. It's the fairest way to do it rather than having half the games washed out. What else can I tell you? Plenty of sunshine at the moment. 13 degrees, expecting 17. It's the best wet day we've had in a while. And look, two teams we actually know pretty well on the network. Can't wait to get going here. It's going to be Achinta Natandige to get going. Tarakel, the lefty at the other end. Here we go with Group G, and it's going to start with a whack from Tarakel. And that one's going to go for 4 runs. We're up, and we are racing here in Group G.
Well, Hatzidullah Tarakel, he's built like a Greek god. He's a massive human. He hits it a long way. Does a bit of part-time male modelling in his spare time. But I tell you, when he gets going, with him and Jamshed Khan at the crease, this 5-over format suits these two perfectly. Roma CC, I think I would have fancied them as favourites in a 10-over game, but I truly think in a 5-over game, I think it favours Beveren just.
Yeah, it's going to be gripping viewing. Don't go anywhere. There you go. Switches to over the wicket straight away. And now another whip, same direction. Slightly different angle of approach from the bowler, but 4 runs. Where you see the outfield, I wouldn't say it's lightning fast, but it's running okay.
Yeah, it's running okay. Look, there's obviously going to be some tricky areas for bowlers and fielders out there. Credit once again that we've been able to get these games on, because I was lucky enough to have a bit of a break and go on the outskirts of Andalusia regions. I've been away, but rumour has it, around Cardamom, this region specifically, it has just poured.
Well, more about that in a second. Come back ball, doesn't materialise for that D-gate. Well, before you went on your little mini break, we were talking about the Kartama Halo. It seemed that it was raining everywhere but here. But you know what they say, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And I think it did overcorrect. And yeah, ground absolutely copped it. Slower ball, gutsy stuff from that D-gate, gets the dot ball.
How do you call a 5-over game, Vin? Do you
call it fast?
Do you think that it's genuine? It just makes it pretty much a coin flip for most of these teams?
Yeah, well, it's definitely an evener. I think any time you go down in overs, you know, the depth, if you like, probably one biggest difference in European cricket is depth within teams. So once you only necessarily have to rely on 4 or 5 batters, if that. Walks at this one. This will test the outfield. And once again, it runs away pretty nicely for Tarakel. Remember, it's 2-over power play. 12 on the board so far.
12 on the board, and I don't reckon he's got one out the middle just yet, the big man. And he starts to get going with Jamshed Khan at the other end. This is a very dangerous opening pair. But you're right, Vinny, the depth probably doesn't get tested. So let's talk about the Mediterranean Vikings, who have rocked up with Taranjeet Singh and Musa Ahmed. All of a sudden, their tournament is alive.
Yeah, Romanian Dutch internationals, respectively. There you go. 2 balls to go in his match. Beats him again with what looked like a slightly off-speed delivery. Roma CC, of course, they've hosted many European cricket series there, the Roma Cricket Ground.
Yes, 1 over per bowler, isn't it?
1 over per bowler.
It might be the greatest format to make your career go 10 years longer.
They're definitely bowling more balls in warm-up than they are in the game, for sure.
Well, what's the optimum amount of a warm-up you're meant to do for 6 deliveries?
I think the warm-up should just think about bowling one. Last ball, the first over. He gets it slightly wrong. Off the end of the bat. Fielder comes around to the left. And he's thrown it back. He may have pulled this off. I got a sneaky feeling he might have stepped on the rope here.
What a bit of fielding out there.
That's an amazing bit of work. Let's have a look.
That might be Krishan. Yeah, it's going to be 6. But what an effort from him. Look, we know he's an exceptional fielder. That was almost incredible. Top work. And look at the splash as he lands.
Yeah, you're right. These teams, they've been itching to get out of there. They probably would play in a lake if you offered it, because they just want to get out there, do their thing. End of the first over. It's going to be 6 to finish. It's 18 without loss after 1. What a start.
What a catch.
This is where we're at. We have the last full 10-over game we actually got was the Group D final, Nomads versus Pakokere Badalona, and that was a week ago. It was over a week ago now. Since then, we saw Voorburg win, VCC from the Netherlands, in a power over tiebreaker. And then we saw Farmers. I mean, Farmers, I suppose you couldn't really argue that. Watch the splash down here. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. She wet.
But it was a great effort.
This is an interesting battle. 2 Team Europe players, ex-players going up against each other here.
Yeah, true. Both part of the Western Shield squad in 2024.
Krishan's a very crafty bowler. He actually just got back from Hong Kong. He's been playing in the 50-over cricket for Italy as well. He bowls offies, he bowls leggies. He's got a bit of everything.
You know, he actually bowled really fast as well. First one just misses the mark. Jamshed Khan, German international, of course. Yeah, I mean, if you actually think out with Krishan, if he... probably not the conditions, and he's kind of calculated the spin as a better option, but he can really bowl quite fast as well. Great location there from Krishan.
He's done really well recently in 50 over cricket. Great to see him back on the ECN network, but look out for his batting a little bit as well, but he is a weapon in the
Would
field.
you say, I mean, obviously you're the Spanish national coach, the Spain-Italy rivalry is quite a good one because of where you're both at the rankings?
I think that in Europe, all these teams find a team that you've got a bit of a rivalry. We've somehow created a rivalry with Germany.
Yeah.
Don't really know how, because it rained. All of a sudden, we've become enemies. But all these teams around Europe, I know Finland and Estonia have a healthy rivalry, and obviously the Portuguese up against Croatia have a healthy rivalry. So yeah, it happens.
Spain-Croatia rivalry, one of the classics.
Oh, bowl.
So that's kind of like the overspinner. Very clever.
He's a crafty
Because
player.
if you assume that's a leggy, it's a wide.
Well, that's the wrong end. Or no,
Yeah.
it's not the wrong end, sorry. It's the overspinner, and he gets it to bounce a lot.
A little bit of wrong in it. It's going to be stumped. And really, Krishan's given Jamshed a working over there. I think Jamshed thinks it's time to hit out or get out. So it's a game that's so short can be won in individual battles, and certainly the Italians get the better of that one. Beveren lose their first wickets, and the Belgians are 19 for 1.
Well, he's a high-class player, and we're just giving him the big raps, and you can see why. He's come in with a ball that's probably a little bit wet, and he's landed it on a dime, but he's got it to get a bit of purchase off this deck, and good bit of keeping there from the evergreen young man behind the stumps. How old is he these days?
Oh, he never ages, so I don't know. But Sujith Rulagadagi, who's the captain.
Is Sajith captain, is he?
Yeah,
Good
he's
to
captain
see.
and the keeper. He's been captain here before, back in 2024. Well, actually, he's got a birthday coming up. But for for one more week, he's in his 40s. But he actually turns 50 on the 23rd of March.
Oh, good to hear.
But he's in such great shape. I mean, really, when he's 90, he should probably still finish that stumping off. It's about as easy as it gets for a keeper. The Jamshed just committing to the plan, trying to get to it on the full, but Kalagamagate coming out nicely here. Same as Zakil, the new batter. 2 balls to go on this power play. He's getting that rip, isn't he?
Hey, he's getting bounced. I think that's the biggest thing Beveren aren't expecting at the moment. He's getting a lot of overspin on top of the ball, and it is really bouncing here.
Side spin on this.
And
Just get
purchase.
some of the line. Zakil with his trademark little attempted slam to mid-wicket, but that's a masterful over from Krishan Kalagamagate. That's potentially player of the match stuff, isn't it?
It's just, just about to ask you, 20 for 1 up 2. If they go on and win this after an 18-run first over and they win and chase it comfortably, is that a man of the match over?
Yeah, depending on what happens with the other players, but you'd have to say he's a big favourite right now. 20 for 1 after 2, and that is the end of the power play. Just say a quick hello to all of our fans out there as well. I know it's going to be a fast and furious format, so maybe not as much time to chit-chat as we normally have, but I know they've been really patient as well. I think, obviously, we're pretty much always on the air, so when we're not for a few days, it's pretty jarring. So hello to Gary Wheeler, who's out there. Hello to Lance, who's watching from Isle of Man. We've got Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. I've loved his content he's been putting out as well. Kroom in the UK as well. Steve McVeigh, everybody else. Okay, sticking with spin. And it's going to start with a ball that's going right back to the line and over the line. Maximov for the kill. This is Prathuvi Samaraga who comes out. First one just carries the fielder.
Well, happy birthday to Sabah Zakil, who gets his first 6-way. He can really be a hit-and-miss cricketer. If he gets going, Vin, he gets hot. He gets real hot, and he can go bang, bang, bang. But on other occasions, he can play and miss a lot. So what Zakil will rock up today?
He had an unbelievable ECC. First time we ever were here at the Carlton Oval back in 2021. Right off the end of the bat, really.
This will test the outfield.
That's actually one of the good uses of foot fielding from Rahat, who rolls at Mac, rugby league style. Yeah, look, it's one thing about Roma CC, they are typically a spin-heavy lineup. And they've calculated that they think there's value with quality spin. Sometimes we'll see them bowl even 8 overs of spin.
Well, this end as well, it does get a little bit more purchase compared to the other end. It sounds weird because we're on artificial, but it truly does.
Just up this time. Zakil make all the pace. I don't think we'll see 8 overs of spin from the today because they're 5-over games. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go 4 overs. So they bowled Nuttendige the pace, and I think we might just see spin for the rest of it.
Really?
That's what I would guess.
I think you can get away with it at this end. I don't know if you could do that in championship week.
A big but, though. You've got Bilal Khan there, who the big left armour.
Billy the Kid.
Yeah, you've got Billy the Kid.
Nah, he's bowling one. He's bowling one.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they don't go to him. But I think it just depends what's working. A lot of options. Tarakel has gone a bit quiet because he hasn't been able to face lately. Gets beaten there.
Well, these teams obviously coming out of their winter slumber a little bit, and it just goes to show lining up a spinner after not hitting for a while is never easy.
Takes this on. Does he carry the field? He does. Only just. Maximo. A couple of those teasers so far. Maybe these decide the game as well. Bit of a 51-metre job, but it does the job for Tarakel.
I still don't think Tarakel's got one out the meat of that bat, but he's 24 off 8. That's the old 52-metre 6. Doesn't matter if it's only a metre or two over the rope. Still 6 runs. Last ball of the third, Vin.
Well, that's pretty much straight up in the air. Fielder goes back and takes a very well-judged catch. That's Achitha Napandige that goes back. He's having a look through the sun as well. Had the sunnies on. I think they came to good use. So Tarakel gets them off to a good start, but Roma CC, I think they have worked their way back on top here. That's the end of the third over as well. 35 for 2.
Yeah, 35 for 2. Spin doing the trick. Tarakel, good little innings, but never got in full flight, it feels. And that's a good catch. Running back overhead, Vinny. You've been sitting at the hotel for a day or two. Good safe catch.
Yeah, disappointment, but for Beveren, they'll send another hitter to the crease. Hey, let's welcome you to the comedy box here. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. And yes, we are back on the park in European cricket after just one day out of the last 7. So, yeah, I want to say big thanks to everyone for all their patience over the last week. And we're thrilled to be back. And let's just hope for good weather from here on in. And, yeah, don't take your eyes off the screen today. It's going to be a big day. Let's go back to the action. Up in the air and gone. So, again, they go with more spin. And this time, I think it's actually Melinda Siriwardana who is going to bowl, and he's going to get a wicket with the very first ball.
Well, there you go, spin to win. I think they're reading the room quite well here, Roma CC. The first over went for 18, and these Beveren players are a lot more known to facing pace. In Belgium, Vinny, it is known actually, so I was involved with Belgium for a while. There is a lot of quick bowlers in Belgium. There's a lot of pace, but there isn't that much quality spin.
That's probably a good point.
Playing spin is a completely different sort of game, and right now, at the moment, Beveren are finding the spinners hard to contain.
Well, just a bit more about Melinda Siriwardana, who just came on and got a wicket with his first ball. He's guys played 5 test matches for Sri Lanka and 27 ODIs, 22 T20Is. He's a guy, you know, he's got 250s in test cricket. He's got 11 test wickets. So obviously there was some talk of Dustin Shanaka he was named in the squad, couldn't make it, but Siriwardana, it's obviously made an immediate impact here. All right, this is up in the air as well, and that's going to be dropped. Well, Siriwardana would have been on a hat-trick. First up, that looks like that's Bilal Khan out there. It made the ground, actually got 2 hands to it, but just spilt it.
Do you think that the test match left arm off spinner has ever played 5-over cricket before, Vinny? Would this be a...
Very much doubt it.
How many 5-over games could you get in a 45 then? No.
How many?
450 overs in a test?
Yeah, well, that would be 45 games.
Yeah, 45 games. Nice.
Oh, this one is pretty close. In fact, it's gone. Just slid on. It's going to be a golden duck for Malangzai and Siriwardana. Again, continuing the spin to win theme. Check this one out here on the replay. It comes in. Does it hit him in line?
Well, they did it sort of spin just too much to miss the off stump. It was close. It was a confident appeal. Another loose-looking stroke.
Just kind of comes in. You just got to decide the impact here. If the umpire feels that's hitting in line, I think it's got a pretty good case. It goes on with the arm. Umpire had a good look. Thought it was hitting in line with off stump, so Malangzai is going to have to go. LBW, Siriwardana with a double strike. You know what they say in 5-over cricket? It all happens in the 4th. It's 36 for 4.
I'm loving this array of different spinners doing a job. Yes, here Radana played for Sri Lanka, 5 tests, 27 ODIs, 22 T20s. Obviously played a very good level of cricket around the world, and yeah, great to have him here on the network.
This time he gets swatted away.
Does that mean he's eligible for Team Europe because he played for Roma CC? Yes.
You might be seeing him playing for Asian 11 maybe.
No.
You might have a hard case with that one. Quick one right off the end of the bat, straight down the fielder's throat, and that's going to be out as well. So Tiwadana with 3 wickets in his first 5 balls, and there's been a drop catch in there as well. It's 37 for 5.
Look, you've got 2 left-arm offies in operation here, and they're bowling a good heavy length on about that 4th stump, almost like a test match line. But the Beveren batters have forgotten about the offside, Vinny. They are trying to hit everything through deep mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and it's costing them. Just have to remember they can go over the offside with the spin. But what a turnaround this is from Roma CC. If they are to win this group, Vin, I'm going to pose you the question, can you bowl spin at the other end when it's flatter? That's the only thing.
First, they got to get there. Remember Roma CC? They won every game but the final last time here at the ECL.
Sporting Alphas.
Yeah. By the way, Kalagamage's player of the match credentials, 1 for 2. Well, now, Tiwadana's got 3 for 2. So he's seeing raised yet. But anyway, anything's chaseable, anything's defendable, I think, in 5-over cricket from what we've seen. All right. This hit is Mohamed Noman. That will take 1, and we'll have to settle for 1. End of the 4th over, and the score is 38 for 5. Let me give you the over by overs here. So 18 off the first, 2 off the second, 15 off the third, and just 3 off the 4th.
I'm just looking up a little bit more about Tiwadana. His last couple of test wickets, he got Alex Hales twice in the test and got James Vince out as well. I think he got Bairstow as well. So pretty good last test. That was in Chesterley Street in 2016. Good to have him on the network.
I see Bairstow staying in his crease long enough to be able to be dismissed in a regular fashion.
Oh, that didn't take long, did it?
Anyway. Look, they are going to go back to pace. They're going to go to Bilal Khan, Billy the Kid. The guy we've seen at different times, based in Malta originally. Now he's moved to Italy. And yeah, we've seen him taking the part for Roma CC.
Vin, I was on my little break for a few days, but you did get in, I think you said 8 5-over games on one of the days. What was the par score roughly on those days?
I can tell you exactly, but it was, if I had to guess, I'd say it was around 65, 70. I'll come give you an exact answer in a moment. Right now, last overtime, strap yourselves in. Rolling cutter first up, whipped with the wrists down to long off. Yeah, so the group you talk about is Group F. And Group F had an average run rate of 14, so 70 was a pass score.
Okay, 70. Well, they need a big over to get there.
You know what these games are like. You know, sometimes you have a good couple of overs, you can defend even 30-something. Well bowled again, full wide, and Ahmedzai misses out.
It sounds like a funny thing, but obviously we know the bowlers' run-ups aren't ideal. But does that for Roma CC, who have an array of spinners, actually work slightly in their favour?
I think
because
so.
They're coming off a short run.
I think so. I mean, obviously, field's as good as it's going to get. So yeah, I do think it's an advantage to have spinners with us, as long as they're good spinners. Now the big swing and a miss here.
Hello to Raja Sarklane in the chat.
Hi Raja, how you going?
Good,
nice to see you.
Good Belgian boy.
Yeah, it's great. Again, to all of our viewers, great to see the conversation flowing thick and fast. And makes us very, very happy that we're back. But
yeah, it must have been a weird sort of week for the
so
viewers
weird.
because just no ECN cricket at all.
Yeah, 1 day out of 7. We'll try and make up for it as best as we can. Bilal only conceded 1 off his first 3 balls. It's a rolling cutter. He hits this and he hits it very well. There's those magical Belgian wrists there. Belgian ball's back, baby. Ahmedzai goes Maximo.
Such a Belgian type of shot. It's not pretty in the textbook, but it's mighty effective. It's a half volley, but look at the wrist snap. Bang, that's almost tape ball style,
Yep.
6 runs.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, Corey. I think it's a beautiful looking shot.
I just think
Anyone that can whip their wrists at that velocity.
I just think this has been a complete sort of mismatch for the Belgian batters who don't face too much spin in Belgium. They face a lot of pace bowling, and that's why the score's 45 for 5. They're going to end up on a score under par, but they do need 2 more boundaries.
Bilal, so he goes back to pace on here. Does, but it's picked up and what a crossbar challenge. Maximo. That is unbelievable. This has hit the archway and bounced off about another 40 metres. Watch this.
Well, the giant inflatable archway almost popped. Here it comes. Bang!
Bang. It actually hit the European cricket ball on the archway.
You should win a prize if you nail that.
100%.
Crossbar challenge completed.
That's a long way over the boundary structure as well. 50's up. Bilal's gone for 13. The first over of pace went for 18. This has gone for 13. Last ball coming up. Ahmedzai Can he triple down? We'll try up in the air. Should be caught. Slightly awkward one for Fernando. Goes down. They'll get two, I think. Barring incident. Oh, now they might get three. They're going to force it. The bowlers end. Should be out. Will be out. But, yeah, you've got to give credit to the Belgians. They keep running till they run out. So it'll be 2 and run out, and Beveren will finish at 53 for 6 off the 5.
Well done, you'd have to say, to Roma, who've bowled pretty well. But that dropped catch is 2 free runs on the board.
There's one short on this run. I don't know which one it is.
Oh.
So actually it'll only be 1 and out. So I don't know if we've got that.
Okay, yeah, just seen the umpire signal, so it's going to be 1 and run out in the end. So that would mean 52 for 6, Vinny?
52 for 6. Yeah, no doubt this is out, but there must have been one of the runs.
That's good umpiring to spot it.
Yeah, I mean, that's frustrating, though, when you basically run 2.7, but you only get 1 run for it. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Beveren, 52 for 6 off the 5, just confirming there's 1 short signalled for not touching the bat correctly in that last ball. Before the run out, chaos. It's everything you'd hope for in a 5-over game. We had some big hits. We had 6 wickets fall, and really no shortage of action. Some great catches, some spectacular fielding too, Corey. Take us through all the action of the first 5 overs of the day.
I've seen the future, and I think 5-over cricket is the future. We don't need T10s anymore, Vinny, but sure, let's have a quick look at the highlights. And, well, Beveren, who have come with a pretty power-packed batting lineup, the champions of Belgium once again. They've had a very successful sort of 5 to 7 years in Belgium, and they got off to a great start. Tarakel, the man mountain, got 18 off the first over. This is Krishan, had a deep square leg, trying his best to save 6 runs. But it was the spin that came on and really halted play. Clever bowling from that man that we just saw sprawling over the boundary line. It was all the spinners that really choked this innings. A couple of powerful shots in between, but realistically, they just never really got in full flow after the first over. Krishan took 1 for 2, 3 for 3 for Melinda. And Samarage also 1 for 15, so it was all 6 wickets fell to spin. The fielding overall was pretty good from Roma CC in the conditions, considering how soft it is underfoot. I just feel like it was a little bit of a mismatch for Beveren with their style of playing. They enjoy the pace on the ball, but they didn't get much of it. They got a lot of spin, and these Roma CC bowlers are very crafty indeed. Another safe catch there at deep mid-wicket as the Beveren batting lineup tried their best to get going and get their score up to something that might be defendable. You'd have to imagine they're probably 20 under par at this stage. That was the crossbar challenge completed. That went a long way. And these last few moments, dropped catch, 1 short, 1 run, 1 run out, all sort of happening. It's 5 over. It's going to be fast. It's going to be a little bit of chaos today. But I do like that Beveren were trying to run no matter what on the last ball of their quick innings. So we'll have a quick look at the scorecard. Also, it is a little bit different, obviously, 5-over cricket. You don't have any time to get yourself in. It is just about going out there and trying to hit 6s from ball 1. Have a look at that scorecard once she's ready, and it is 24 off 9 for Tarakel. Batted pretty well, but didn't really get one out the middle of the bat. Jamshid Khan, I know, will come back strongly. Sabah Zakil also 10 off 6, not at full flight. Amadai's 14 off 6 down there. That does help. Only the 1 extra gets them to 52 for 6, but you'd have to think going at only 10 and over. Yes, the conditions are tricky, but 10 and over in this format probably is about 20 under par. We'll have a look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? And Roma CC showing they've got a fair bit of variety. Left arm seamer, right arm seamer, 2 left arm off spinners and a right arm leggy, all combined pretty well. The first over, though, went for 18, but it was the spin brigade in the middle who ended up taking 5 wickets between them. Did a fantastic job. An economy of 2 there for Krishan and Melinda, the test match player. An economy of 3. Sensational work. 3 for 3. Pretty good way to announce yourself in this competition. So we're at the halfway stage of our first match in Group G. It's been a tricky old week. We've been waiting for some cricket, and finally it's here. The sun is shining. 52 for 6 after 5. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval here in the beautiful Andalusia region of southern Spain. It's time for the second half of match 1 of Group G. This is the final group, final of 7 groups. Of course, the 7 group winners will do battle over 5 days of cricket starting on Monday in Championship Week. Right now, Roma CC are coming out to chase 53 for victory. All matches today are 5-over matches. You can see the openers are making their way to the crease. One thing about Roma CC, very well. They love the short format. Very spin heavy as we saw in that first innings. Beveren, they'll never take a backward step. They're in a really aggressive outfit, as you expect from any Belgian side. Belgium, their national team, made it to the final of the Euros of Cricket back in 2021 and really put down a marker about the way the game's played. And so, 52 doesn't look like a lot on the board, but if Beveren can create and take opportunities, build a bit of pressure, you never know your luck. Maybe it is enough. Tarakel, part-time cricketer, part-time male model, is going to open with some left arm over. Marage, very experienced guy as well, has played first-class cricket in Sri Lanka. Zain Ali, Italian national player at the other end, so almost ready to go. 53 for victory. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo Koirukas joins me for the second half.
Yeah, good to be back, Vinny. 5 overs, 53 needed. Here we go.
Let's roll. Oh, it's a kind of standing sweep first up, dot ball.
Vinny, genuine question. Do you think 5 overs is the future? I'm all for it now. I'm hooked.
There's a very kind of regular pattern of just basically halving cricket formats. Or just reducing to 60 to 50 to 20 to 10. Slow ball first up. Second up, I suppose, from Tarakel. Yeah, I mean, look, it's furious.
Would you go, if 5 overs became a thing, would you say 8-a-side, though?
I mean, 5-over format is famously, the Hong Kong Sixers. I think it's
great event.
But in the past, it was 5 overs. And
have you watched the Hong Kong Sixers?
I used to love.
It's a great event.
Hong Kong Sixers. It was in the wilderness for a few years.
Mm.
It was back late last year. Bold here. Zain Ali will just knock it away for a single. I know there is some talk, and hasn't been organised yet, but that maybe one day we would do European cricket sixes. And it would really suit team or places where maybe they can't have a full European cricket series because of player numbers and team numbers. Would you be down for something like that?
Oh, absolutely. I like the invention, how we sort of come up with different ideas and invent different things and give it a go.
If it works, it works. People watch it. People like it. Slow ball again. He's pounded it. Slight over pitch error from Tarakel. Marage, well, one pronunciation of his name rhymes with damage, but marriage basically puts it out of the ground.
Marage might not be the biggest of humans, but that was sent into the bleachers. Nice shot. Tarakel gets that slow ball wrong, and just a steadying boundary here for Roma.
Dinitu is such an interesting opening batter. Normally finds a way to get out early, but not after a couple of good shots. This got so high, and it's almost pulled off there by Malingzai, who's running back towards the sight screen. Fraction of luck there for the Italians. Everyone was after this one.
Great pitches, isn't it, Vinny? Top effort from these two on your screen, but just couldn't rein it in, and they'll only get a long single.
One thing is these players are all like caged lions, aren't they? They've been stuck in the hotel for a couple of days now, and they just can't wait to get out there. They know how short format this is. They're going to give absolutely everything they got.
Got a feel for the last couple of groups. They've just run into some horrific weather and probably haven't had the time they would have enjoyed at Cartama Oval if the sun was shining, obviously, but we're back now, and I think the next 2 days or 3 days are pretty clear, Vinny, and then maybe one day next week's a little bit hairy again.
Well, let's hope that it doesn't materialise. Zain Ali on strike, and he slaps it. Oh, he's a big human. Zain Ali, power on power here. Maximo over the 10s.
Gee, Willikers, that was big. Zane Ali comes in and smokes one. So both batters got one out the bleachers, and that cleared the dugouts easily.
Just came across at the right moment, didn't he? With those hands. End of the first, 15 without loss. They're not too dissimilar to the first over of the first innings. 12 matches since the Golden Ball. Of course, we had one. One of the games we had, one of the 8 was a Golden Ball game that we were able to hold in the last week. But
yeah. And what happened on that Golden Ball win?
It was won by the fielding side. But again, it was kind of reminded me a little bit of the first Golden Ball we had on opening day of Group A, because the Wolfendanger Optimists basically had to bowl. I think they had about 6 or 7 to defend the last over. You had to be perfect, and the last over bowler, Asghar Ali Khan, he got it pretty much perfect. Bowled 6 pretty much spot on Yorkers. They couldn't get him away. Then he did the same on the Golden Ball. So yeah, credit. And yeah, it was their first ever match on ECN, and it was a Golden Ball match, a bit like Peel and St John's of Isle of Man. Okay, so this is Kankel who's going to bowl over number 2. It's going to be wild first up. Keeper does pretty well to get a half a glove, and it's not enough. Really in a 5 over contest, that really hurts. It's 5 for 3.
Oh, that hurts big time. I haven't seen this young man before. Seemed to have some decent pace, but got the line all wrong, and that's a nightmare for a keeper. That's 5 free runs.
Not easy to get purchased for a dive either when you're keeping on this surface. Just quickly, Bob, who's one of our regular viewers, he said he just had a granddaughter born yesterday. Doesn't have a name yet, so we're just going to call it Baby Pook. Bob Pook. Who's,
congratulations, Bob.
Congratulations, Bob, to you and your whole family. Kankel gets it closer, but he's whipped away, and this will take some testing as well. Fielder does well. Keep it to a long single.
Yeah, Sabah Zakil out there, his birthday. Testing out that shoulder he's had some issues with. Good to see Khalid Ahmadi in the chat. Good morning, Khalid. He's another very good bowler, obviously in Belgium. Used to play for Beveren, was here for Team Europe recently.
Wayne said T10's where it's at. The T5 stuff is meh.
Nah, I like T5. It's F5, by the way. Fast 5.
Yeah, 5 over Fiesta, we call it sometimes.
Yeah, F5.
F5.
5 gets F.
Formula 5. Are there any trademarks that we're breaching there?
We patent it.
Got pretty deep pockets.
Well, if we do 10 games a day, when can we get it to 3 overs?
Are you just trying to calculate your per match rate doubled?
Cha-ching, Vinny.
I know the way that you think.
Yeah.
Right.
I like this.
I think you need a pay cut. Shot. Really good shot. Almost like a no-look whip from Zane Ali, and that's large. Maximal. 6 more.
Well, I think these two are enjoying the pace on the ball. This is when Roma CC brought in the spinners, but that is a remarkable shot. Just hands, wrist, almost like the Spice Man from the Windies. That's a beautiful shot.
Oh, it was pretty as a picture, wasn't it? Again, the Belgians, I think they will give you pretty pace-heavy 5 overs here.
Belgium's style, after working there for a while, is pace on pace on pace. And when I sort of went there, he said, look, we have to find some left-arm off-spinners. He had Marida Ekrami, Nimish Mehta. I think you got to find to have spin in every format. But they're sort of just built on this consistent, we want to hit big sixes and we want to bowl as quick as possible. It just doesn't always work.
Yeah, I think just the ability to have that variation.
You've got to have variation in your attack.
It's got to be quality, whatever you're going to. Whatever you do, you've got to do it well. 25 off 21 required for Roma CC. Another outswinger this time. He's going to lift it up out of the park again. Quite an extraordinary shot. It was against the natural movement. It's a roofer for Zane Ali, making his presence felt at the top of the order.
Well, Vin, we might be on for the early finish in a 5-over game. That's a lovely shot again. And I think someone just needs to talk to the young fella coming around the wicket. I'm not too sure on that tactic. He's just bowling it into the wheelhouse, and this over has exploded. 19 off it in the very first 4 deliveries.
Couple to come then in this power play.
Oh!
It's another bomb from Zane Ali. He's loving that round the wicket. Kankel, he's basically gone for half the runs in this over, and the over's not even done yet. 40 already on the board.
Someone just needs to talk to the young fella. Coming around the wicket and bowling half volleys isn't the answer, and a player of Zane Ali's class isn't going to miss out. And these aren't little sixes, Vin. These are big bombs to start the day.
I mean, how much would Zane Ali benefit of being in the full Italian setup with some of the players he's playing with, first class and test players? You can see it's rubbing off. Last ball, the over. And he won't go for the run here. He's happy just to watch it. So Kankel goes for 25 in the second. It's 40 without loss.
In such a truncated small group where everyone's playing 2 5-over games today before final stage tomorrow, Vinny, is
4
there
5-over games. Everyone will play 4 or 5.
Okay, yeah.
Yep,
So
very good.
do you think that the net run rates today will eventually decide something?
Could be because we have no bonus points in play,
Yes.
so you're slightly more likely to be tied.
Yep.
You're basically how many wins you get.
So everyone's got 4
with.
games today.
Yep. We play all 10 matches as if Corey's brain's ticking over.
I've just come back from a 5-day holiday.
Okay, do you want me to break it down for you? So normally you play 4 10-over matches in 2 days, but now you can play 4 5-over matches in 1 day. All right, up and over the top from Moraga. That's going to run away for 4. So, yeah, margins matter, I think, for sure. Beveren obviously getting a bit of a pasting here, but they want to try and make this last as long as possible.
Well, if they can chase this in the next 2 or 3 balls, and it does come to net run rate later this evening, yeah, this is a really emphatic statement from Roma CC. They've almost played the perfect game.
Good variation, but it's going to be floating just wide. I like this. We've got a couple of anniversaries here. Looks like we've got Dave B has been a member for 22 months. So he's got his anniversary there. And he's saying, hey, my ECN family. And then Wayne has coincidentally got his 28 months. And he said, oh, 22 months, that's cute. Oh, I love the byplay. But no, if you want to get involved in the conversation, come on, you can talk to us. We'll talk back to you. ECN European Cricket Network. A lot of talk about Championship Week as well, and maybe some of the players that we're likely to see.
Yeah, it should be good. I just hope the weather stays good. We just need more cricket.
Steps and hits, and he's hit the ball so clean. There's something that the Belgians are missing. Look how far that's gone as well onto the football pitch. Maximo scores a tie here. We're only halfway through the allotted 5.
This format just gets me. I love this format, Vinny. We're on for the early crow here, and there's only 1 run to go. Now, what time did this game start?
Are you like thinking about, that little ticker with LeBron James, how much money he's making every second? Trying to work out what you're making.
It started at 10:30 a.m., yes?
Game's gone for 38 minutes so
This
far.
is the future, people. I'll commentate any 5-over cricket for the rest of my life. This could be the last ball, Vinny.
That will be it. Finishes with a 6. Maximo Ali with 37 off 9. Yeah, I wonder what they do as far as the player of the match there. I still think you've got to give it to one of the bowlers, probably Cyril Wadana. But Supercomputer looks like it's had a bit of an issue. But I can tell you, this game is over. And Roma CC, they win it in 2.4 overs with all 10 wickets in hand. A pretty dominant performance from the Italian champions.
Well, in a 5-over game, I would have assumed that it would be pretty much close, neck and neck the whole time. But this is a shellacking, Vinny, to start this group. Well done to Roma CC as 2 very good teams come up again. And looking forward to this because Marlo with Jeremy Martins in that team, Najam Shazad, that's a very strong team. Mediterranean Vikings, that top 4 all can play, I think, in 5-over cricket, it suits them.
Yeah, definitely. And don't forget Charles Packard. Remember the name. Last ECL, he was able to hit 32 off and over to win. And Louis Bruce, a young all-rounder in there as well. So plenty of action to come. That game's starting in 20 minutes' time. So we won't have too many 20-minute breaks today, but we do, courtesy of this breaknet opening partnership for Roma CC. For Beveren, okay, tough pill to swallow first up, but they've got another clash against the Vikings coming up in match 4. Then they play Indies from Guernsey in match 6 and Marlo in Portugal match 9. This one, thinking you'll miss it. Just 2.5 overs, or 2.4 overs to be correct, required. And yeah, looks like they've given the player of the match to Zayn Ali.
Yeah, so I think if a bowler takes 3 for 3 in a 5-over game, that should stand out a little bit more. But I can understand Zayn Ali 37-9, but 3 for 3? It's almost
Let's just say they both played very well, and I don't think they're too worried about it. Roma CC romping to victory, 58 off just 16 balls. Probably didn't help to have the minimo in there, the 5 wides. Moraga was able to hit a 4 and a 6, and here's the 13 as well. But 6 big bombs. He actually hits 36 out of his 37 runs in 6s, Zayn Ali. And he is adjudged the player of the match. Bowling-wise, obviously not a very happy time in the 2.4 overs. Tarakel with an okay first over going for 14, but then Kunkel got taken down. And Opmanzai really didn't have too many to play with by the time he was brought into action. We will take a break and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes time to take you into the next clash. It should be a pretty exciting day here. It will be Marlo taking on the Mediterranean Vikings when we return to the Khartoum Oval for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol. It's great to have your company for the 5th edition of the European Cricket League, first played in 2019 in Spain. It was won by VOC Rotterdam of the Netherlands. Since then we had a second edition in 2022, won by Pakake Badalona from Spain. 2023 was won by Dreux. An amazing story from French cricket. And then last year Hornchurch lifted the trophy here at the Cartama Oval. Will it be a repeat win from Hornchurch, or will it be one of the other 6 sides that have qualified for Championship Week? We will find out, and next week is actually the finals day. Right now, though, it is Group G, and we're into match 2. It's a 5-over format today. Marlo versus the Mediterranean Vikings. Vikings winning the toss, electing to bowl. Have a look at some of those names in there. Mentioned some of the Vikings before. For Marlo, though, Jeremy Martins, okay, played for Team Europe and has played a lot for Portugal recently. He's in there. 3's very clever bowler and batter. Got a good mix, I think, of pace and spin options there, captained by the evergreen Mian Shahid. Marlo, given a 53% chance here. Well, this is too close to call for me. I don't really see a clear favourite, especially with all games today being 5 overs. It does kind of make it a bit of a lottery, and I don't think you can read too much into those percentages. Welcoming back all of our viewers on European Cricket Network, and also, of course, all of our international broadcast partners. We're so happy to be on Fox Sports Australia and their streaming service KO, as well as Willow TV in the USA, ATN in Canada, Star Times in Africa, SSC in the Middle East and Saudi Arabia, Sportsmax in the Caribbean, Sports Deutschland in Germany, Streamster in Austria, and Swiss Sport TV. Not forgetting, of course, all of our fantastic and loyal viewers on Fancode in the Indian subcontinent. So don't forget, 5-over match here with a 2-over power play. So really interested to see how these two teams approach. I think you know they're going to be aggressive. But 2-over power play and 1 over per bowler. That's a nice look at the Vikings coming onto the field. And another chance to see a couple of uniforms as well. It's, I know that both teams will be keen to make a good first impression. So, looking pretty cool. Gotta say, I quite like that. The purple number for the Vikings. And you'll probably see a few names that are pretty familiar in there. Lorne Burns, of course, with his leg spin. Manav Nayak had a bit of a breakout taste of international cricket recently as well. There's Taranjit Singh, the Romanian international as well. So, yeah, it's a very interesting looking team. They've spent a bit of time down at Europa Point, of course. Not a huge competition down there as far as the amount of teams, but yeah, definitely very competitive. And one thing I do like about the setup is that they do tend to have teams kind of redistributed every year, so it keeps it quite interesting as far as who is it. There's no real dynasties down there too much, but yeah, welcoming all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from. It looks like this is going to be Avinash Pai to get us going. So everyone settle in. The 5-over format. Getting out of here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me for the first ball is Corey Ruckus.
Yeah, good to be back. 5 overs. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Start with it. Hits him it off. Well, this could have been out. Won't be out. Ball never hit the stumps. Bowler did. That'll be one run to get us going.
Yeah, Avanesh Pai, he got to the stumps pretty quickly. Louis Bruce with the throw back, but it was a bit of a half volley. And in the end, that's an opportunity missed early in this one, Vin.
It certainly is.
Vinny, just looking at the lineups for this, I think the Mediterranean Vikings, we're going to see a lot of spin. Taranjeet Singh, Lorne Burns, Manav Nayak. We could potentially see 4 to 5 overs of spin again.
Yeah,
so
something we have seen in this region be quite popular. A bit of a crossover with a few of these players playing for Costa del Sol as well. And
it's a good end to
yeah,
bowl
one
spin
team, I
from.
think they actually once bowled 10 overs of spin.
There you go.
Adnan faces up. And he should be gone first ball. Simple catch, offered and taken. Manav Nayak does the job at point. Avinash Pai with a good start with the ball. A scrambled single, then a wicket. It's 1 for 1.
Well, there you go. Spin to win so far today. Another ball popping on a batsman, and he cloths it straight to Manav Nayak at short cover point. So I think we're going to see a lot of spin from a couple of these teams, and so far it's working.
Yeah, it sure is. It's a bit of an overhit there. Well, look, if you can't get going and get out of the way, I think it's just one of those days, isn't it? You've got to be unselfish. You've got to be looking, especially in the power play. You get 12 power play balls, and Adnan goes for a golden duck.
Well,
here
Jeremy comes. Yeah, so Jeremy Martin's just played for Team Europe. Seriously good guy and talented cricketer. Bowls a couple at the top and power hitter. But we used him against spin often. We would throw, as soon as we saw a spinner, he would go, and he was very good at hitting sixes early innings. Probably missed out on the big score that he would have liked. I know we got one against the English, British and Irish Knights in the very first match.
Yeah.
But if he bats 10, 15 balls, he'll make 50 easy.
Okie dokie. Well, here he is.
Good player.
Jeremy's a very good all-rounder. Batting 3 for Marlo. And straight away he gets a miss hit. This could be out as well, and it will be out. Well, almost a carbon copy this time. Manav Nayak had to run back a little bit. He takes the catch. Avinash Pai's on a hat trick. Well, Marlo, 1 for 2.
And there's the old commentator's curse. He smacked everything against spin a couple of weeks ago. This time he cloths it again. Manav Nayak, one thing we need to touch on about young Manav, he's probably got the best fielder in this group. He's probably one of the best fielders in the whole competition. He's electric over the inner ring, and he takes his second catch, 2 in 2. We're on for a hat trick, and Marlo in early trouble here.
They are. It's still any cricket to be played. We haven't had a hat-trick all the way since Group A on the 26th of February. It's Abdurrahman Ahmedzai, a brilliant Group A final. That's one thing, when we have had finals, I know the last couple of groups missed out. We've had 4 finals. They've all been brilliant games.
It's been a while since we've had some full days of cricket. Thankfully, the sun's shining. Hat-trick time, though, Vin. Can Avinash get one early?
Well, A-Pai might want to be bowling A-Pai here. He's got the rock Ahmedzai at the other end.
Early pressure for Marlo, who have been known to capitulate at this ground.
Bad memories of 2022. Hat-trick ball. And the rock will belt it, but straight out to Lorne Burns. No hat-trick. We'll say that's
Lorne.
Yeah, that's Lorne. Popular player.
Interesting club choice, Lorne.
Hey. Once you start paying him 7 figures.
No, Lorne's a quality guy. Good cricketer too. Look out for his leg spin, and been working hard on his batting lately, Lorne. Looking forward to seeing if he can clear the ropes.
Good for relations as well, to have diplomatic. Oh, that's a good shot. Or is it? It's going to drop short. Oh, it's an amazing catch. That is Burns down there. Off the bat, I actually thought it was travelling, but it really didn't go too far. By the way, hit by Samad Javid, who's out there, but Ahmedzai at the other end. The only player to ever face a golden ball in a final was in the ECS Portugal last year. What do you think of the old, I like the old purple and black.
I don't mind the old purple and black. Yeah, it's good. Bit of Fremantle Dockers about it.
Slightly.
Slightly.
Oh, dropped. Won't be a run. Kicks the turf in disgust, but still, hey, you'll take it. 2 for 3 for Avi and Marlo. 3 runs, 2 wickets off the first over.
Well, he smoked that, but Pai got up and made sure he parried it. Maybe disappointed he couldn't hold on to it, but I think he actually saved 4. So, very, very good over. And I reckon it's going to be more spin as we have a look at our 2025 calendar. And yeah, it's going to be a long year, Vinny. Plenty of cricket coming up. Obviously, we're off to Portugal next, Spain, Madrid for the very first time, Italy, Bologna in the next couple of series.
I know that you'll be joining me some of Madrid. Looking forward to that. First time we've been to Madrid.
Well, it looks like Lorne Burns will come on now. Also, we've got to talk about Musa Ahmed in this lineup. He'll bowl a bit as well. He's very similar to Shariz, so they could potentially go 5 overs of hybrid spin here.
I actually think have you got Taranjit Singh, who's also an off spinner?
Manav.
You got Whelan, who bowls spin in there as well. Lateen's the leg spinner.
Well,
Louis Bruce, medium pace.
Here comes Lorne Burns, Spanish international.
Javed faces up. And hammers it first up, going and gone. Maximo! Marlo tripled their score off the first ball of the second.
Well, interesting time to bring Lorne on, only because there's a left-hander at the crease. Might have been an option just to read the room a little bit and go someone else and just wait till he's got 2 righties to bowl at. Never easy to be a leg spinner against a left-handed batter in the top order.
Well, that's hit very, very hard. No one stopping that. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, nice shot from Javed. You seen much of him before?
Yeah, we've seen a bit. Some of Javed. I mean, Marlo, they've got a team we know really well. In fact, we saw them quite recently in the night series in Portugal. They'll be part of our ECS as well. When we get there, you saw it on our calendar, it's our next event. Actually starts in a week today. But I will say it has been broken into a Challenger division and a Premier division for the first time. Takes this on, and Javed likes the matchup here. Maximal, 6 marks.
Well, matchups mean a lot in cricket, and I just think they've got this one wrong, the Vikings. Lorne's a very talented right-arm leggy, but bowling to left-handers is a different art, and he hasn't put his wrong in there yet, so it's spinning into the arc and good batting.
Yeah, credit to Javed, who's kind of sucked up all the pressure. This one gets hit back. It might have been a catch, you know. It gets put down.
It was hit pretty hard, I should say. Back to Burns. Be happy to get away with the dot ball.
Wrong, I think. Oh, what a shot. He's reversed it. He's found the gap, and that's going to be 4 more. 4 más.
Lovely shot from Javed. You sure you've seen a bit of Javed, Vinny? Because that is beautiful batting. Osama Javed. Lovely striking straight, and then pulls out the reverse Malachi. He gets 4 for it.
That's actually a brilliant shot. I think it was the wrong hit, but because he swept it, kind of neutralized it. There's a little sound, and it's been given. So, has to go. No real protest from the batter, so Burns gets his man in the end, despite the overgoing magical 20 off it, but it does finish with a wicket. Marlo, 23 for 3.
Yeah, big wicket as well, because this man was looking good. Little edge, he gets the line a bit wider that time. A good safe catch from the keeper, Hillman. He isn't going to drop that. So a wicket goes, and that might just stem a few nerves for the Vikings. Danger man back to the sheds.
Yeah, good innings from Osama Javed. Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen him, but he hasn't been around too long on ECN. He played in the night series.
Some really nice shots in there.
In 2024.
He'd be disappointed to get out now because he was looking pretty good, but in the end, it does give an opportunity to someone else.
Actually, it wasn't the night series, it was the day series, I think. It has a higher score of 96 not out versus Ronan. But, yeah, it was a classy innings, especially that reverse, the way he executed that.
Oh, it's going to be Manav Nayak now, who we saw not long ago in Portugal in the sort of development tour, the A series, and he did fantastic, didn't he, Vinny?
Yeah, he sure did. Breakout story.
A very talented young man, Manav Nayak.
Okay. Field goes back into the third. It's a fraction short. Hit, fielder drops it, and it's going to go for 4. Probably over-attacked that one, Burns. Just burst through the fingers. Ends up trickling over the boundary rope.
I should have caught that. It was a bit of a drag down from Manav, just obviously building into his work. Lorne made quick ground, but burst through. Just goes to show. Got to set those feet. And a handy 4 runs for the Rock Zayab.
Rock's not a guy you really want to be dropping either. Tosses this one up. Well, that's in the Manav zone, actually, but it's going to be a Bermuda triangle. It's Good hustle as well. Get through for 2 runs.
Yeah, 2 more to the total.
Hello to Charlie Hunt as well. Nice to see you, Charlie. Might be able to get a bit of Charlie on one of the English series this year. I know a few people miss Charlie. Nish as well. Now he's UK based. We'll be able to get Nish on as well. Goes very wide. But it would have been a wide. Instead, it's pretty much straight up in the air, and it's gone. Louis Bruce isn't going to drop that. So Zaib, he chases something he should have left alone. Nayak takes the gamble to throw it a bit wider, and Zaib takes the bait. It's 29 for 4.
Yeah, very clever bowling, just putting that one a little bit wider. And obviously the Rock Zaib had one thing in his head. He just wanted to flap at it straight. Couldn't get it, and a nice catch. And I think that's Musa Ahmed out there at deep mid-off who holds on to it. No, sorry, it's Louis Bruce. My apologies.
Yeah,
Musa's at deep mid-on.
They do look very similar. It's, yeah, Louis Owen. He's someone you could have bowl the 5th, but I just think spin's working. You stick with it. You've got so many spin options.
Good catch, Louis Bruce.
Spin's been working today. This Vikings team, you look at Taranjeet Singh, Musa, Lorne, Manav. That top 4, Louis Bruce.
That's got about 7 spinners.
5 over cricket suits the Vikings.
New batter is Najam Shazad.
Avanesh Pai in the batting lineup as well.
Yeah,
Oh.
I know you like him.
The Vikings
I know you don't want to like him, but I know you do.
not allowed by law Vinny to like them.
I know you're a sweet team.
Who are they representing?
Let's go, Marlo.
One of the 33 nations.
Very good.
Shazad faces up. Big swing and a miss. This one will swing. It's been a bit too far. Manav probably doesn't mind, 1 or 2 wides and over if just because he thinks the batters might chase it. It's better than giving him a hit me raw. This is hit though. It's hit very well. Just plays it on length. Maximal. Najam Shazad away.
Well, Najam Shazad's known for hitting big sixes, and you do have to wonder. I know in a 10-over game he comes out at 5 or 6, but I just sort of feel in a 5-over game you could almost open him and just say, have it, enjoy yourself, big man, because he is a 6 or get out type of player.
Yeah, obviously Adnan opener. He went first ball. Martins came out number 3. He went first ball. Jaffa was in for a while. That's a really good shot. Use of the wrist there, and that's feed for the fan zone. Maximal. Thanks, Mars.
Yeah, really good batting from Najam. He skips outside off. Manav sees it, so he goes to target the stumps, but Najam's wrists and hands are quick enough to get through. So back-to-back sixes. That stems it a bit for Marlo, who haven't broken away just yet, but the run rate's not too bad.
So, to be honest, wickets don't matter as long as the runs keep flowing. Hank's gone for 19 in this over despite picking up that 1 wicket.
Oh, I think they need 80 here. I think they're going to want 80 against this batting lineup.
Still pretty close to 50-50 contest. Hack to Shazad. See what the youngster goes to here. Back to plan A, and he gets dispatched for 6 more. Maximal! Make that 25 off the over, end of 3. And Marlo from Portugal are 48 for 4.
Yeah, 48 for 4. He fetched that from well outside off stump. It's actually a really good shot. Now,
is that one of those ones where you say you tip your hat to the batter and say, look, I got it where I wanted it? You just had the answer.
Yeah, I just think there's certain cricketers that when you bowl spin to, Najam Shazad's one you don't bowl spin to, you go seam on. But welcome up to the Dream Cube.
Welcome.
Good to be back with some cricket.
Shout out again, people have been messaging me all the time. I know Nick Partridge is watching and his brother Ash. Hello guys, hopefully you're well. And let's just say, Nick's someone I do remember. He messaged me. He was my first ever batting partner when I was 9 years old. And we would, they bat for 4 overs each. He was the master of blocking 5 and getting 1 off the 6. I faced 2 balls in the season. That's all I remember.
In the season? In the season?
It felt like it. Before they start, now in junior cricket, they're like, okay, swap ends.
Do they?
Sometimes.
That's why it's all soft these days. If you can hog the strike, hog the strike.
What do you think of 5 over cricket, though?
Huge fan. Double the energy, double the fun, double the pay.
At least I faced 2 balls in the season. Some of these guys, they play all year and don't get a bat sometimes. Anyway, let's get back to the action. There's 2 overs left. They are going to go to some pace on for the first time now with Louis Bruce in the 4th, in the air and gone. Well, easy as you like. It's a 3rd catch for Manav Nayak. Just seems to be a bit of a ball magnet at the moment. So that's going to be a first baller for Amandeep Singh. It's straight to cover. It's 48 for 5.
I believe that's a world record, Vinny. That's the most catches by an outfielder in a 5-over contest. Three'd be up there.
I feel like it might have happened before.
Where? Well, where does 5 over cricket?
Well, if you remember back in 2022, we had 2 days of 5 over cricket when we had similar circumstances this year. Championship week was reduced to only 3 days, so 2 days of 5 over games.
Vinny, I'm just looking at this Vikings lineup and just seeing where they're all listed. Musa to open, Taranjeet Singh 2, Burns 3, Mana 4, Ian Latin 5, Charles Packard 6, Louis Bruce 7 now. I tell you right, there could be a
You're on him, aren't you?
I think the Viking. I like the.
Yeah, you are obviously non-traditional in that you actively cheer for certain teams.
I think the Vikings have got a very good team.
You're on him. All right, he's hard to.
Oh!
That first one called a wide.
Louis Bruce just turned into Brett Lee for a ball. That took right off. Look where the keeper takes this.
Get the ball to,
Yeah, but look where the keeper takes it.
Still on the way up. It's pretty. It's a cross seamer. I think that's why it takes off.
Oh, it's like a tennis ball bounce.
A bit unlucky on the wide call, maybe. Thought maybe it got a bit of the line. Umpire disagreed. Now it's a little bit of a manipulated uppercut, and that's going to do the job. Maximo! What a way for Hardeep Singh to get off the mark.
Just feel like we're in a really good game of cricket at the moment. These two teams throwing punches at each other, and credit to Marlo, even though they've lost a few wickets, they haven't stemmed their tide. They're still ticking along. It's going to be a good game. This group, this was for me before the tournament. I said Group G is the group of death. And because it's 5 over day, it's even harder to call.
It's a quick death. This time.
Good length.
Pretty good with his line here as well, even though he got uppercut for 6.
I went on a trip the other day actually to see the Vikings area. And
hey,
it's beautiful.
Vikings.
Left the EU for a while.
Did you?
Fish and chips.
You didn't get up the rock though, did you?
Lucky I got out, to be fair.
Prize that you in. That's well bowled from Louis Bruce. So again, I think variety is a spice of life as well. Okay, to be fair, a couple of overs spin did get whacked. Bruce has come on, done a good job, but his over's not finished yet either.
The one good thing about this Marlo innings, and this is going to sound crazy, 3 golden ducks. No one's chewed 5 dot balls and got a duck.
Well bowled once again. He's got the line absolutely right here. Hardeep with a big stare down of the umpire, hoping for a wide call, but it's never a wide. Remember, ball has to be completely outside the tram line for it to be a wide, and that was.
Oh, it's a tight one. He is getting it
straight over it.
Yeah, I just like the Vikings mix in this team, and them and Roma, and then still think Beveren are going to show us more, and don't count out this Marlo team.
Backing up both ends, please.
One of
Wheels
the best
behind me,
bowling
please.
and fielding units we've seen at the Cardiff
Yeah,
Oval.
Indies as
When
well.
you get it right.
Do you think it's fair to say group of death? Pretty even.
Wide open.
Yeah.
Wide open. 4 overs down in this one. Marlo, 56 for 5. What a good over from Bruce, only conceding 8.
Very good over. I'm just showing that there can be a bit of pace. And look, I called it early. I know this Vikings team like the back of my hand. Vinny, Musa Ahmed to bowl one now. So they're a crafty team, the Vikings.
Okay, I mean, the fact they've got heaps of options that they haven't had to use.
What were the odds, do you reckon, of Musa Ahmed ever representing the Mediterranean Vikings 5 years ago?
Probably low. But isn't it great to make these connections in European cricket? It's really why European cricket was started. One of the reasons, for sure, was to create more of a community across national borders.
Now, if not, people haven't seen Musa Ahmed's bowling. I will give you a little insight. Similar to Shariz. He's got that front-on delivery. He can bowl a leg. He can bowl an off. He's quick. There's a lot of similarities. There you go.
Jams the first one in there. Bowl 6 of those, he'll be doing all right.
Yeah, I'd say Shariz obviously is more known for his bowling. He can bowl a genuine leggy and whatnot. But Musa's crafty, and Musa in top class or in the Netherlands will come out, roll a couple every now and then.
Does he like bowling? Well,
I think everyone likes bowling.
I've seen him bowl occasionally, yeah. Tries to hit that block goal, but he just misses. It's a good shot from Shazam. Maximo, 6 carreras.
What a shot that is. It's not the worst ball you'll ever see. Pretty wide of the off stump, but maybe just the wrong length. Half volley-ish, and almost tape ball styled over deep mid-off.
Just give me anything to work with. That's a really good example of just missing your spot. First one was right in the block hole. Next one was maybe half a yard short.
Well, Shazad, 24 off 4 is pretty good going, Vinny.
It is pretty good. No real room to improve that strike rate.
Proper innings. I think they'll learn throughout the day, Marlo, that the more balls Najam Shazad faces, the better chances they have of getting through.
Especially if he's hitting him like this. he's overdone it the other way. This will be caught.
Oh, it's been called no ball already. So it's going to be just a no ball.
Yeah, called on the field. I mean, it did look like it came out pretty high.
Let's have a closer look. Oh, I tell you what, that's close.
I look, the umpire will call it based on what he sees. If they're in doubt, they normally call it.
And they didn't have time to run. You can't be stumped off a no ball.
Wait for the umpire to give it. Nope, everyone's paying attention. So, because that's a free hit, you can't be stumped.
Great keeping, great work from Musa.
Hillman's a very, very good keeper. We've seen him on the network before, very tidy. Probably, and that's an example, little thing on a free hit. No need to keep up, really. You could go back.
You could go back.
Block a bit more area.
Very good ball for the free hit. He hit that tram line perfectly. You just see what he's trying to do here. He wants to land the wide Yorker. They've got the field set for it. It's a very deepish backward point.
Hits this pretty hard as well, but Taranjit Singh has taken an absolute bullet there. Running to his left. That might have even gone for a 6, you know, but the Romanian, well, certainly making a few new friends of his teammates there. That was clean as a whistle. It wasn't a Maximo. It is gone, and just like that, it is 64 for 6.
He's not Romanian today, Vinny. He's a Mediterranean Viking. What a catch that is. He goes with that wide sort of delivery. Doesn't get the Yorker. Najam tape balls it. But this is a seriously good catch.
Yeah.
I think that goes for 6 if he doesn't catch it.
That was a real palm buster for Taran. Yeah, he still recovers to be able to give the high fives out as well. But hey, good innings from Shazad. Impact innings. 4 6s in his 24. 64 for 6. 2 balls to go.
Yeah, big 2 deliveries. It sort of feels like another 6 here maybe gets them to par. 2 good deliveries from Musa Ahmed doesn't. The field changes again, so obviously the lefty on strike. They've got the sort of the umbrella field, the straight man. So 6 fielders on the offside and a very straight umbrella field, almost the Chris Munoz Mills field.
Spot right there. Tortuga. Sawa comes out. Probably just faced that 1 ball. Back to Hardeep.
I think we're going to see Shariz Ahmed next week as well, I'm hearing. Rumours for the Nomads.
Sounds like we'll be playing against each other then.
Imagine that. Plenty going on.
Plenty going on. Just nice to have some sunshine, be out in the park. The way nature intended.
Sunshine is man of the match today.
In Spain, the way nature intended it. Okay, last ball coming up. And I think it's good. So Musa gets this right. Hardeep will continue his teapot exhibition, but this one definitely good. It literally bounced on the line. So perfect execution from Musa. Remember, the ball has to be outside the tram line completely to be called a wide. That's a very, very good call from the Sheriff. And Marlo, not too far off par, maybe a little bit under, but 65 for 6, their final score off the 5.
Yeah, interesting game. I think the Vikings have executed really well with their array of spinners and Louis Bruce's sort of leg cutters. Marlo didn't get into full flight, but look out for their bowling. Jeremy Martins might be the key. Najam Shazad with the ball. Obviously, we'll see a bit of spin also from Amandeep Singh. These are the highlights. Manav Nayak started his fielding week pretty well with 2 catches in the first as Avanesh Pai removed some very dangerous batsmen, Vinny.
Yeah, he sure did. We saw the Vikings. Predictably, we thought they'd go pretty spin heavy. They did that. But I think, whoever you bowl, you got to bowl well. And you look at Louis Bruce coming on in the 4th over. This afterburn's got a little bit of treatment, though. Yeah, quite interestingly, and pretty rarely in this format, all 5 bowlers used getting the wickets. So they actually had Pai with 2 in the first over, then there was a wicket in each of the subsequent overs. But look, Portugal, yeah, it's definitely enough to defend if they can get early wickets that they can restrict. It's close to knowing who's going to win this first game. There's a 3rd catch for Manav Nayak there. Louis Bruce with his first delivery breaking through. Hardeep was able to get that one away, but he couldn't really do too much with the rest of the balls that he faced. We saw an absolute bullet catch here, didn't we, from Taranjit Singh. I wonder whether they'll bat him. He's listed to open at least.
He's got to open.
Yeah, Musa and Taran are the listed openers. But I suppose we'll see the score for Marlo. 65 for 6, the target. 66 for the Vikings to get on the board with a win in their first ECL match here in the 2025 European Cricket League. Looking at the scorecard, Well, it was Najam Shazar that actually leads the scoring. 24 runs. Every single run he scored was a 6. As Javid with 22 showed a bit of his class, didn't he? Apart from that, no one else able to reach double figures. Bowling-wise, as I said, everybody took a wicket. 2 for 3. Pai could say he was the best of the bowlers, but Bruce only conceding 8. Musa Ahmed only conceding 9 in the last over. Very, very good effort. We'll take a break. Back soon here, live from Spain. This is the European Cricket League, and we're back with the second innings very, very shortly.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to Spain and our coverage of European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. A word there for our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. It's a fantastic initiative. What we need to do is to scan that QR code, and it's just a matter of a couple of clicks and you can make a real difference to someone who is struggling with hunger. 5 overs per side, all matches today, which means a 2-over power play with only 2 outfielders allowed during that period. Then, of course, the regular 5 outfielders are allowed. 1 over per bowler maximum. There's the Vikings bench. I'm going to say, quite like the purple and black combination. Looks like when they're going to get going, Sama Javid opened the batting. He'll open the bowling as well for Marlo. 66 the target. Marlo scored 65 for 6. Splashes of colour on the Cardamom Oval. Nice to see. Here we go. This is the first one. Someone just kind of rolled in, slow left arm. Good take there, actually. But Roshan Singh is a pretty good keeper behind the stumps. Look at it in slow motion. Finish out of him. Mr. Maximo joining me once again. Here's Koi Ruckus.
Look at that bounce today for the spinners. The spinners are getting it to go. That's an arm ball, and the keeper's taking it above chest height.
Good take, actually.
Spin to win today. It is taking off.
Roshan did really want to switch his hands around there to take that.
Silly question. Real silly. I know it's an artificial. We've had covers on it. But is it bouncing more than usual? It seems like it's getting a lot.
Get the geologists onto it. It's a pretty good shot, though. This is going to pitch just inside. Cuatro carreras. Tara misses the first, doesn't miss the second.
This is a very dangerous opening pair. If Singh and Ahmed get going, arguably you could say it's probably the best opening pair in Group G. They're both extremely explosive, but they're both good hitters over the offside. So they won't look to go sort of cowboy style. They'll just play the ball on merit.
That one's lifted up in the air, hanging a long time. Could he get there? He won't. In fact, it'll go all the way. Maximo says Carreras, your classic 51-metre job.
Love a 51-metre job. It's really clever batting. There's a deep mid-on, so he just opens up a little bit to make sure he gets it over the offside. And he gets it the 51-metre plink, 6 runs.
I think he was a little bit nervous, though, because it did go very high. He wasn't sure if it was going to make it all the way. I suppose if you run back and catch that full speed, it's hard to know how you're pulling up in time. You probably have to hand it off.
I'm liking this Vikings team.
Yeah, I know you like it a lot.
I'm on them.
Make Corey an offer. This is attempted pull. Fielder comes around just down to his grasp. Maximo, 6 more. Good effort down there from Shazad, who's an outstanding outfielder. But he couldn't do anything about it.
Well, he's gone the arm ball again. I actually just think he needs to try spin one past the edge. Good batting from Taranjeet Singh, who gets the 52-metre 6 this time. And this is a great start for the Purple Vikings.
A bit flatter this time. Miss hit, but went the rate required, basically 13 and over. Obviously, they've won this over. Still a ball to go. We're going to have first look at Musa Ahmed. Very, very classy left-hander. I mean, he's a guy, you know, he's played in South Africa against bowlers like Rabada.
He made a 70 at the Wanderers versus Rabada, Nyoke. They had Jansen. They had the main guys, and he whacked it around. He's a clever cricketer. Musa Ahmed's a thinking cricketer, though. You won't see him just slog. He'll try and pick his ball and hit the gaps. So obviously these two add a lot to this Vikings lineup.
Let's pull the first over.
As you sort of see with there, if it's not in his zone, he'll just drop and run. He's a clever cricketer, and the Vikings take an early lead in this one. You'd have to say 18 for none after 1.
And Musa Ahmed also, he's won the ECC with the Netherlands 11 back in 22. He has 2 ECN centuries.
He's class.
He's proper cricketer, isn't he?
He's played here a lot, and he's a good man. Good to have him back on the network.
13 matches since a golden ball. 13. It's a bit of a superstitious number for us, isn't it? It has some crazy things happen when we see the 13, match 13.
Look, it's sort of a faded 13, a bit scary. I think we're getting a golden ball in this group, guaranteed. I put my commentary career on the line that in this group we get a golden ball because these teams are even, Vinny, even.
So if there's no golden ball, you're basically saying you're not going to come in tomorrow or ever again.
No, after Group G.
Your commentary.
Tomorrow I'll be here tomorrow, Group G still.
Okay.
And then
pay for your own flight out of here? Or?
Don't mind. There's a certain supporter base I'd rather avoid anyway. Anyway, let's get back to it, Vin. Singh.
Hardeep Singh.
He's a good bowler.
Over number 2. Last over the power play. Short. Big space on the pull.
Singh, obviously, I believe, played at the ECC last year for Portugal. He's a strong bowler. He bowled at he was at the development tour. Ridiculous. He doesn't need to develop. He's a ready-made cricketer, but he hits the deck hard. He can also hit a long ball with the bat. So if he has a good couple of days, he'll get Marlo close.
Let's see what he goes to here. First one was shortish outside off. Slightly fuller. Slight miss hit though. This is catchable. Said Meiser will take it. So it's one part of the puzzle for Marlo. The dangerous Musa Ahmed just not timing up the pull against Hardeep. He's the first to fall in the second over. The Vikings 18 for 1.
Well, that's what you sort of see. When you hit the deck hard with decent pace, those cross bat shots become a lot more difficult if it goes up, if it goes down, if the bat skews. And a good example there, he maybe rolled his fingers a little bit, but he got the length right. So Musa Ahmed will go for a duck, and this game still alive. Very important catch, good catch under the sunny sky of Cardamom today.
Yeah, well judged. We've seen some pretty good catching under the high ball. I actually remember a high ball going down so far today. Musa, disappointment for him, but hey, that's the modern ECN cricketer. He'll probably get 3 more hits today as he departs. It's 18 for 1.
Well, here comes Lorne Burns at number 3. I think they could have gone with Latin, only because he just gets on with everything. But Lorne's also a bit more of a touch cricketer. He's been working on his power game, I think, for 3 years now. So let's see. When he does get going, he's pretty crafty. He loves a ramp. He runs a golf academy out in Soto Grande. He's a thinking cricketer as well.
Hardy. The early wicket.
Oh, Lorne!
Burns can get on with it as well as he puts this one into the fan zone. Maximal!
Well, he's been working extremely hard, Lorne, for a long period of time now of getting some more power into his game and clearing the ropes. And that shot there is a statement. Nice shot from Burns.
See the fan zone? That's the group of fans. I'm going to call them the rabble from the Rock. They've made the trip down the Mediterranean motorway and they're going to make their presence felt today. Oh. Might have interrupted play there. The crowd getting a little bit too noisy. Will be the one for the over.
Yeah, and that's important. Good work from the umpires. They had to get that in because it means that he can't go short again. And these are small things that go a long way for a pace bowler. If he gets away with that,
does Lorne feel he can anticipating a front foot shot here? He won't get one.
Well, that's really lifted. This pitch today has some bounce. I think they might just check the height to make sure that's not over shoulder. So he uses the one for the over. That's probably a no ball. He's on his tippy toes.
Yeah, I think you've got to give that, if I'm honest. When it passes the line, he's jumping. No ball called.
So that's why the previous call was so important, because it just means the bowler has to go a bit fuller. Margins,
wasn't it? It's probably maybe a ball circumference too.
I know Lorne has been putting away his ramp earlier in his innings, but this time you have the immunity cloak.
Steps across, takes an outside off stump guard. He's eyeing off the leg side. I think he wants to...
He's ramping this.
Yeah.
I just think this is a freebie. If it deflects off the stumps, it's 4.
Yeah. No risk shot.
Nah.
I didn't get one that we could ramp really. It'll be caught, but it won't matter. Martin, keep it to a single. It's actually pretty good bowling. I think the bowler knew he wanted to ramp, so that's the perfect ball, really. It was slow outside off. I reckon Lorne actually changed his mind there, tried to hit down the ground, didn't really get it.
Good contest this. Some very good cricketers right now.
Good brains at play.
Well, Jeremy Martin still has an over, and he's extremely talented with the ball, so this is very much game on. Oh, no.
Ball called for front foot this time.
Game over.
And that's going to be Maximal. 7 up time.
Well, I said it was game on because it was 40 off 20, but now it's 33 off 20, Vinny, and he's got the front foot all wrong there. It's a slow ball, it's picked, and that's 6.
Let's have a look at it side on.
Yep.
Yeah. Geez, that hurts, doesn't it? Really hurts. 7 off a ball that theoretically didn't even exist.
Wow, that swings it massive. 40 off 20 on the first day of a tournament is still game on, but 33 off 20, not so sure.
Against these avoidable errors. One thing, there's always going to be a sense of to and fro, but if you're making unforced errors like that, that's really costly. We saw the Minimo in the previous game, Beveren. Second over, just 5 runs for free. There's 7 runs for free. Taran with a free hit. Misses, so I think it's out of jail
Wasn't
for now.
there a bit of a free hit in the Western
Free
Shield?
hit
It was like
checks.
no one could hit the free
I think
hits.
free hit strike rates were well below just.
Well, we've seen 2
not
misses
free
here
hits.
as well.
Yeah,
That's a good length.
heavy length, bit of inseam.
Some seriously good carry today. That ball zipping through.
Pray for more sunshine. Last ball of the power play. Whippage from Taran, who'll retain the strike. Hardie, a bit of an everything all at once over. Takes 1 for 16, and the Vikings after 2, 34 for 1.
I just sort of feel like they should go to Jeremy Muns this over and see if he can bowl one of those amazing overs he did in the Western Shield and bring it right back. But looks like they're going to try a little bit of spin first. Mediterranean Vikings in complete control of this game at the moment.
A few questions coming in. Firstly, I want to say a quick hello to Phil G, who actually will be picking up the commentary from next weekend. He'll be starting off Portugal, the ECS, and I know he did the night series recently as well. So he loved watching Hardeep bowl with some scary pace during that night series earlier in the year. Hello to Blaze Cook. Nice to see you, Blaze. Hopefully you're well. And Wayne as well. Patient Charambira is in there. We're seeing some of him during championship.
Boy,
week
didn't
as well.
VTC play well in their group. And Vorberg, I thought they played really well.
Flawless through their first 3 balls. They didn't score off their last 3. A little bit of the old National Geographic. Okay, this is Amandeep who's going to come in, and he's going to take a wicket straight away. So Taran goes. Could be some twists and turns left in this one yet. Taran right off the end of the bat there. He finds the fielder. And a fairly simple catch is taken. So Vikings have lost both openers now. The third over, it's 34 for 2. Nice catch by Jeremy Martin.
Yeah, Vinny, another wicket falls to spin outside the power play today. It's just been a running theme. Maybe it's the extra bounce, maybe it's not. But Taranjeet Singh goes for a quick fire 24 off 9. Good innings from Taranjeet. Looking forward to watching him bat a few more times today.
Yeah, Taran certainly looked on song, didn't he? Just one miss hit, and that's the name of the game, I suppose. New batter, Ian Latin, comes to the crease, and play we know pretty well on the network. No matter who you're representing and what country or club you're representing, it's always a thrill to come here to the Cardamom Oval and to return. If you've been before, you know, it's not something you get to experience very often, so you obviously want to make the most of it. And the team coming in a kind of pressure situation here. Required rate, just over 11. Fake charge there, stayed at home.
Yeah, a bit of itchy feet there from Latin.
Wasn't sure if he was coming or going there, was he? Just drifted a little bit outside the wide line.
Yeah, quite a lot of drift for the right arm off spinner. Another ball that the keepers are actually taking it around about that nipple chest height today, Vinny. So I just don't think I've seen this much carry from the spinners at one end before. I think that's why maybe we're seeing so many wickets fall and a lot of cloth shots.
All right, the team. Oh, genuine bouncer.
Oh, that's a
this
good
time.
option. That's got to be the one for the over at least.
That's rapid. I've seen him, he does go to this sometimes. Exactly the easiest one for the keeper.
Oh, that's tough to face. That was rapid. Great work from the keeper to get a paw on it.
I mean, it's borderline wide. Maybe just grazing the top of the helmet if he's standing.
That was quick.
Came from nowhere, didn't it? That's how he does it. That's it. You've got that in the back of your mind as well. If there's one coming in, it's gone off
Look,
the off spinner.
Players just haven't lined up spin today. So far, it's an early taste of the day for Group G, but the wicket just maybe playing a few goosebumps to this batting lineup.
This one, more of a stock ball, and it's going to be thumped into the fence. Maximo! Burns finally got one that's a bit more of a regulation speed, and he finds the gap.
Good shot from Burns, deep in the box. He gets one he can work with, and well, the Spanish national's got 2 sixes now.
Played a really good innings for the Calpe Giants last year in that game. Packard ended up finishing off with 3 sixes in the last 3 balls to win it. Vaughan batting 3. Into that, he's gone. Well, it's kind of like half of the fielders thought it was obviously out and half had no idea. But Burns is going to have to walk, and Amandeep crafty bowling again. He gets his man, 6 and out. And the Vikings are 42 for 3.
Yeah, it looks like one of those away sort of drifting deliveries again. Good take from the keeper. It was loopy, and there was a noise. Now, they went up pretty confidently straight away. They knew it was out. Burns disappointed, and this game is still very much alive.
Yeah, Burns. It's 13 closer. I don't know. This game still, for me, it's hanging in the balance. Both teams believe it's very winnable. Manav Nayak comes out to bat it. Look, his batting was a real story when we saw him playing in Portugal.
Yeah, just recently Manav Nayak played in the sort of Spain development team, and he batted beautifully. And he's a really good cutter of the ball, good manipulator over the pocket, sort of point and cover. Comes out in a situation where it is starting to get a bit tense out there.
Known for his big hitting, more of a work ball. Case in point here. It's very quick between the wickets. Oh, gee, that's very close. Oh, I got a feeling direct hits are always interesting. Just touch and go, Latine in jeopardy.
Well, Latine maybe just took a little bit to get out the blocks. Great fielding. This is tight. Oh, it's very close.
That's out, I reckon.
He's gone. Wow, can you believe it? It's obvious there. So Latine will be run out for a duck. This game swings a bit. Latine, we know, can hit the big ball, and they've still got an over from Jeremy Martins.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Latine to swallow. Had to be a perfect piece of fielding. It was. Absolutely perfect.
Let's have a closer look. Latine, he's watching there.
I think he did everything right there. I mean, he didn't really hesitate.
Just a good bit of fielding.
Yeah. I mean, look at it. Runs around to his non-preferred side. Said Meissen is the man. You see, Latini's backing up. He puts the head down. He runs pretty much a straight line, but just beaten by an outstanding bit of work. So, unfortunately for Latini, won't score in this one. It's 42 for 4.
Well, this is why this game's very much alive. And imagine if they didn't bowl that no-ball 6, they'd be ahead. But Jeremy Martins is going to come out and bowl now. And Jeremy is very, very clever. He's got a hidden slower ball. Charles Packard joins Manav. And we found it for Team Europe in that. First few days, no one could hit him, and then they started to figure it out a little bit. For a club cricketers, to play him first up is not easy.
So 2 overs remaining. That's the end of 3, 42 for 4. There were 3 wickets in that over. Just have a look at this one more time. Perfect bit of fielding. Great images captured by our crew at 2 Circles as well. Doing a magnificent job. Keeping the equipment dry.
Love this field
All
he's
right,
got
what
as
happens
well.
in the 4th?
Great field. He's got the deep back with third, short third up for a fly slip. It's a good field.
Packard, his first hit in the ECL since that fateful day in the group finals last year where he took 32 against Oslo CK to win that game for the Calpe Giants. Here he is for the Vikings.
I've got a gigantic tingle, Vin. This is the game. I knew it. This is on here.
Well, I wouldn't mind another golden ball. Nayak, the other end. It's up to Packard to do most of the heavy hitting here, even though he hasn't faced a ball yet.
Well, Manav's very clever at finding forwards, and I don't count him out just yet, but Packard's probably got the power. 22 off 11 in normal circumstances, you'd say the batting team gets there, but I just think this pitch is giving a little bit more bounce to the bowlers today. They've got Najam Shazad will probably bowl the last, so game on.
Maybe Meissen. Slow ball, picks it, hits it, but this is going to hold up. It's a single. It's always a win for the fielding side at the moment if the ball stays on the park.
I think he's got one of the better slower balls in Europe. It's really well hidden, as this is what's coming up next.
Quick look up. Yeah.
Independence.
We'll see about the start time. This is meant to start 10 minutes, maybe a little bit later than that. Nathan Letitia leads Indies from Guernsey. Good to see them on the park again. Watch out for Will Peatfield. He's got an ECL hat trick in there. Roma CC, they got off to a great start this morning. Just to get funky, but this is out.
It's just heavy length bowling with a change of pace, and he's very, very clever, Martins. Good start to his spell.
And I'm a fan of Manav, but do you think
That's his shot, though.
batting him as in this situation, in this format, ahead of someone like a Louis Bruce?
Avanesh Pai.
Yeah.
That's probably the one I'm very surprised that he's down at number 9.
Oh, jeez, almost caught another run out here.
Oh, it was almost a bat sort of jam as well. I reckon direct hit there is in a lot of trouble.
I love Manav, but I don't think situationally, I think there might be better options. Even at this stage, I think you're getting to a stage where you need 2.5 a ball.
I had a good chat with Martins at the end of the Team Europe Western Shield, and he said, I just bowled to pros on a 50-metre boundary. So for him to do that, opening the bowl and then come to this against club, his confidence is high as well. So I reckon you're right. Maybe you have to go someone that hasn't seen much of him that can hit a longer ball.
This is an up and under job, and straight to the field. It's
Oh!
dropped. Well, I mean, the catching today's been very good. Manav, very quick between the wickets. He's going to come back for 2.
Imagine dropping a sitter and then just throwing it to deep mid-wicket in anger. That's shocking fielding, Vinny.
Try and throw back to the bowler, but I mean, they should have dropped in the first place. Take his eye for the last moment here.
Oh, so lazy. And then in frustration, he throws it away and gives another one, and Packard's back on strike. Huge error. That can decide a game, Vinny. That would have been 20 off 7 with a new batter on strike, but now it's 18 off 7. If Packard hits this for 6, game back on.
Let's see. Last ball, the 4th. Won't get it. Have to settle for 1. As Martins does what he's in the team to do. Keeps it very quiet. Just 7 off the over. And Vikings 49 for 4. 17 required off this last over. Let's see who gets it.
I know you mentioned Myson, but there's no way Najam Shazad's not bowling this. He's the captain. He likes to lead from the front.
He's not actually the captain.
He's not captain?
No.
He's captain of Portugal. Same thing.
Mian Shahid is the captain.
Oh.
You know Mian. He's a brilliant
I want the
character.
golden duck king.
No, well, not anymore.
Nah, Najam's bowling this. There's no way anyone else is. Now, I've still got a tingle.
I think you need 6 hitters at the crease.
So would you say maybe bring out Avanesh Pai,
I wouldn't
retire Manav?
I wouldn't retire him this ball, but if he's on strike, I would. If he's there and they can hustle the 2 or whatever, then
That's
fine.
a good call.
But just, I think you've got to look at someone that's looking to clear the boundary, not just work it.
Good game of cricket. 17 off 6.
Yeah. 3 boundaries win. Find a way to get 3 boundaries out of 6.
Hey, Packard's done it before.
Packard, he's been here. Never has to buy a drink in his home country ever again.
It's a perfect delivery.
I'd make the switch now. Maybe Manav will look to ramp.
He's got 1 ball, actually. I still, back in the young phase, I've seen him do some pretty special things. He's got 1 ball. If it doesn't get out the middle and that were a dot ball, make the change, try something.
Doesn't really get it. Just 1 run. So now, history repeating here. 15 off 4. Well, we've seen Packard go 18 off 3 though.
What did Packard do a few years ago? What was it 27 off the last?
It was 32 off the last.
Wow. So look, he's done it before. 15. If he hits
when
one,
you said that you would throw this office chairs out the window if he did it, and I said no, you won't. All right, badly need a boundary. Get another miss hit. Jeez, they've really dried these boundaries up, haven't they?
They've just bowled cutters into the deck with the odd seam up ball, and the Vikings have capitulated here.
I'm just a little bit surprised they haven't made a tactical switch here, because Manav 3 off 5. Even I think my calculation would be anyone cold is probably going to come out with more belief that they can hit a 6.
Well, a minimum of 1 keeps the game alive. You know, the problem is as well, this is a good change. They've put fine leg back because he does like that ramp, but now that's brought point up. Now, can he give himself room and splice it over backward point?
Will need to. Needs to score to keep the game alive.
Well,
this hit.
Packard needs to go bang, bang for a golden ball.
Well, here we are. Once again, Charles Packard.
Come on,
2
Packard.
6s and we get a golden ball.
This is an amazing comeback from Marlo.
Just completely dried up the boundaries. That's the story. I mean, we haven't had a boundary now for 12 deliveries.
Wow. Considering there's only
And
30 balls in the game.
Well,
come on, Packard. Get one out the screws.
Right, Maximo a bust now for the Vikings.
Oh!
Where's that far? Yes! It's gone for 6. No way.
Well, they're going
Maximo.
to have to check this because this decides the game, basically, but I'm pretty sure that went for 6. That's a game on all of a sudden again. Unlucky for Najam, but that is 6, and we're 1-6 away from a golden ball.
Packard. Oh, well. Now, I feel like all the pressure's somehow gone back onto the bowler here, Shazad.
Well, not really. They can't lose from this ball.
Well, yeah, but I mean, all you had to do last ball was avoid a 6. If we do get a 6 here, we're talking golden ball.
It was a top edge. I mean, can't do much, but 6 for a golden ball.
That's the universe's way of telling you it's not your over, perhaps.
I told you one's going to happen, Vinny. I said it
All
30
right,
minutes
remember,
ago.
This is a 6. We go to golden ball 73. Here we go, Packard. 6 to tie and force the game into overtime. Here we go. Oh, it's wide.
Oh, well, 6 wins it now.
Maybe.
A 6 wins it now.
Yeah,
This is massive.
yeah.
A 6 will win it.
Takes the golden ball off the table for now.
Well, that's a huge error. The one thing you don't ball is bowler wide because now you can lose.
Maybe you hoped you would chase it.
No.
I don't think you bowler wide on purpose.
Vinny, that's a big error. If this goes for 6, they made 13
All
off
right.
2 to win.
Put the golden ball away for now, Vikings. Can Packard have lightning strike twice, 12 months after he hit the last 3 balls for 6 at the Cartama Oval in ECL 24 to send the Norwegians packing?
Jeez, Najam's just put himself under intense pressure with that wide. Huge pressure now. Packard gets one out the screws, they win. They've stolen it back.
All right, 1 Maximo away. Last ball, 6 to win it. He's missed, so it'll be a win for Marlo first up. And the margin of victory will be 5 runs. What a game, 65-60 in the end. 2 games down, still 8 to go.
Boy, oh boy, 5 over cricket is the future. Sign me up. Well done to Marlo, who held their nerve there because it did look like the Vikings were going to go to a comprehensive victory, but a couple of very good overs over number 4, 5 and 6 just strangled the chase. They struggled to get it away. All of a sudden, a top edge 6 and a wide threw the game back open, but in the end, Marlo hold their nerve.
But I think they need to look at how they managed that chase, Vikings. I think they might have made some tactical errors along the way. This one's coming up, though, Roma CC. We're off to a very good start this morning with a big win over Beveren, the Belgians. We get our first look at Indies of Guernsey. First look this year. Team we know pretty well, though. It's their 3rd time that we've seen them at the Cartama Oval for the ECL. Let's rock into these highlights. By the way, that start time will be in 10 minutes' time, 10 minutes later than the listed time because that game ran a little bit over. Well, time to slither into action as match 2 got going with Marlo scoring 65, Vikings needing 66. Probably needed a little bit more out of their openers though, didn't they? If they were to be competitive here. Musarama just mistimed that pull. He was well caught down there. That was Mysam taking the catch. Moose gone for only 1. Taranjeet Singh played some nice shots, as joined by Lorne Burns, who was able to hit a couple of 6s of his own, but just a case that the boundaries dried up, I think, particularly after these couple of wickets. There's also some really important pieces of fielding. I think this was the 6 from Burns, but then we saw he had a little nick behind, so he had to go. And then probably for me, a big flashpoint was this direct hit run out. Very next ball, Manav pushes it away. Latine does everything right, but just can't quite get home. Middle stump tilted back. Excellent work once again, Mysam in the field. And then really, yeah, the boundaries completely dried up from that point. We'd only have that top edge 6 as the boundary. That's the only boundary in the last 14 balls of the game. So if you go pretty much half the innings without doing more than that, I think it's really tough to win. And Marlo, in the end, they close out what we always thought would be a close game, and it certainly shaped up that way. Marlo, the winners by 5 runs. Look at the scorecard. Taranjeet Singh with 24 up front. Burns with 13, including a couple of bombs. Packard with 12, including that back 6. But yeah, Manav Naik, they're 4 off 6. Obviously, precipitated the run out of Latin as well. And yeah, in the end, case of what might have been for the Vikings. But Marlo hold their nerve, and the Portuguese champs are off to a winning start. Bowling wise, I think got to give credit to the bowlers that came on in pressure situations. I think Amandeep got a really good over there, 2 for 7. Kept it very, very interesting, didn't he? And varied. Martins as well was so cool under pressure, none for 7. Shazad, despite going for that 6, didn't do a lot wrong in that last over as Marlo get the W. We'll take a break back in just about 5 minutes or so to take you into the next one. Independent CC of Guernsey to take on Roma CC, the Italian champs. We return to the Cartama Oval. Live from Spain, you're watching the European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. And it's great to have you with us once again for the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. These are champion clubs from all around the continent. They are meeting in a fast-paced 4-week format. Doesn't get too much faster paced than 5-over cricket, which is what we have today due to yesterday being lost due to the wet outfield, which I've got to say is only playable because of the hard work of so many people that have gone through incredible conditions to allow today to happen. Independent CC of Guernsey back for their third tilt at a European Cricket League. Good names in there to watch. Watch out for Tom Nightingale. He's listed to open. Nathan Letitia is actually a very, very talented player. Just watching some of his stroke play is quite amazing. Will Peatfield with some seam bowling in there. Legale down the bottom also bowl a heavy ball. Roma CC though, Zayn Ali looked in some kind of form. They're going to go really spin heavy. I think we saw that earlier. They've got Siri Wardana there listed at 3. His guys played 5 test matches for Sri Lanka. I just think that Roma CC are desperate to get back and actually go all the way this time. It's 2 years since they narrowly missed out on Championship Week. They won every single game in their group, but then were pipped in the final. Independent CC, like I said, they've been here twice before, and they've been competitive both those occasions, but never quite been able to make it to the big dance. 5 overs aside, just confirming that's the plan with all the matches today. And okay, Indies, big underdogs again in a 5-over game. I'm not so sure that much of a difference between the two teams. Yeah, Indies are certainly a team that we have seen doing some very good things. When they've got it right here, particularly with the ball and their defensive pressure, they've been very, very good. I suppose quite a few were playing for Guernsey, the national team, in the Euros of cricket last year. Guernsey had a bit of a disappointing tournament, which didn't happen for them. Roma CC, a real opportunity to go 2 out of 2 here. Good to see Aaron here as part of our umpiring crews on the right. And you got the Sheriff on the left, Charles Croucher, as the iconic ECL anthem is played, especially crafted for the European Cricket League in its first edition back in 2019. So Roma CC will follow in their, I don't quite call that colour of, it's like a fiery red, isn't it? And the bright blue. It's a little bit of a nod to Italy, their home nation as well, with the Azzurri kind of blue. But here's Indies, who are coming out in a bit more of a red number than the predominantly black we've seen before in their ECL kit. So yeah, 2 over power play, 1 over per bowler. This group, I think it's clear by now, it is wide open with these 5 teams. There's no real kind of minnow in this group. And although there's some very good teams, there's no one that you'd say it's a shoe-in for them to win it either. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to how this day goes. And of course the plan is to have a full finals day tomorrow, but you know what it's been like with the weather so far. There's every chance the weather could come back at any time, and the standings might be very, very important. And let's be honest, this is kind of what happened in Group F, where we had 5-over cricket that saw Farmers go through undefeated, and when finals day couldn't be played, they were declared the group champions. Well, welcome back to all of our viewers, and especially everyone watching on one of our international broadcast partners. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo with you. Corey will be back with me very shortly. Rico Full isn't too far away as well. Pretty much a game every hour at the moment, although we'll say just a little bit behind, 10 minutes behind at the moment. We'll do our best to get back on schedule. Obviously, it's a crazy day when you have 10 matches in a day. And D-Gate is going to bowl the first ball. Tom Nightingale, Zach Damerel at the crease. It's a good one, first up for the Chintha. Probably see, I think the plan would be pace first, pace last, and the 3 spinners in the middle. That's what they did before. Roma CC, although there's a bit of flexibility about maybe whether you use Bilal Khan, the big lefty, in the 4th or the 5th, depending on how the opposition are tackling the spin. Goes short ball, but nice shot by Nightingale. Didn't get it quite out of the middle, but gets the hand through it. Cuatro carreras. Indies are away. A walk there maybe caused the bowler to drop his length slightly. Good swing. Well, hits the stumps. This will be gone. Oh, not too far away. Now they might get an overthrow, even though the batter ran through about 15 metres. They'll get through for one of the longest 2s as far as distance covered. Just got a feeling that if this hits, it's out. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, I think so. Wardana. Fielder. Again, guys, played 5 test matches. I think he may become a first test cricketer playing the European Cricket League. Straight up in the air, but how far? Right, keeper wants it. Rilagadagi will take it. Very well judged catch. That was up in the air, was swirling around Sujith. The man who turns 50 in a couple of weeks' time. You wouldn't know it. He's very light in his feet. And it's funny that the overthrow actually creates a wicket the next ball, and it will be 6 for 1. Very, very good catch. Just never gave up on this Rilagadagi. Pretty much a hanging leading edge, and just had to make that slight adjustment last moment. Really couldn't do it much better than that, and then make sure he protects the ball, impacts the ground with his body. So disappointment early for Nightingale, as he's caught behind the wicket for 6. That is the score so far, 6 for 1. Pretty standard here, Mr. Maximo joining me once again for another 5 over fiesta is Corey Ruckers.
Yeah, fast 5 and fast action. That was a very good catch, Vinny. I was just walking up the steps of the commentary tube, got a great angle of it. It's not easy there where the footing is for the keeper, and he made it look easy. Top work. Stokes out at 3.
Getting the ball to talk a bit, isn't he, that Vigo? So a little bit of late outswing there. Like I say, the crowd is a bumper crowd today. I think everyone's been hanging out for some cricket.
I saw a farmer's jacket out there as well, and well, I made myself a quick tea. And
you'd look good in one of the farmer's blazers. That's very you.
I think I'm on the farmers. I'm
like
farmers.
A movie where you get sent to finishing school and hilarity ensues. The off stump. Stokes is a good player. Misses out the first 2. And the score 6 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, so pretty good over. Bit of pace running through there. Have a look at our previous editions. And let's actually focus on the runners-up, Vin.
Yeah, okay.
Let's have some runners-up. SG Findorf, they got to the final. None for 222, killed them off. Tunbridge Wells, they had a chance, but Packard Care got over the line.
Pretty good game, that.
Hornchurch chasing 130. You fancied them, but the wicket in the first over of Hankins got through the trophy over Hornchurch. And Old Victorians last year, Irfan took out the 2 big guns early, and that was it.
Good memory.
I tell you
what. Of course, remember that ACL 19 final because you were playing in it.
Yeah, well.
Must have had sore hands from clapping all the 6s.
I had a very sunny forehead from watching Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd enjoy themselves at the beautiful Lamunga Club. Billy the Kid.
Okay. Zach Damerel. Down leg side. First one will be called a wide. Interesting they're going back-to-back pace here, maybe feeling that the pace went so well they're going to stick with it.
Yeah, great to see some fans that have rolled their way out. I think after everyone's been cooped inside for a few days, you just want to be out here.
No doubt about that. Billy the Kid. Again, is known for moving the new ball. You see, he gets a hint of outswing. Again, not easy for batters to come out after basically not being able to practice at all since they've gotten here.
Are you surprised to see that Roma CC have already made a change and decided to not go to spin for the second, or do you think that's a matchup thing? Left-hander at the crease and they think, hold on, let's hold back.
Yeah, possibly that, and also the fact that Nutdiga's over went so well. They feel that maybe you stick with it. Wants to get funky. It's a really good shot, actually. Just kind of swings onto the middle of the bat of Zach Damerel, who takes 4 runs.
You got to love a ramp. When you play it well, it goes. And yeah, if a batsman shows a bowler that as well, it also helps his arsenal, because now Billy the Kid might try and change one up, dig one in, and you set yourself up for that. So really clever batting. And look, we haven't spoken about Independence a lot. I like the other 4 teams. I still fancy this Guernsey-based side. They've got some very recognisable names, and it only takes a couple of good moments. They could win a few games today.
Yeah, and I was talking just before you came back about Guernsey and their disappointing ECC campaign last year that saw them relegated.
They were robbed, Vinny.
To the Challenger division. Tell me more. This is a very good ball, because you're just not sure, is it going to shape out, is it going to hold his line? I think he's got a bit of a smile on his face here, Zach Damerel, because look at this, little bit of wobble seamage, and goes, it's a very good roll.
Absolute seed in a 5-over game, the old fishing. Damerel didn't have too much sort of
Does
thoughts
he go
about
to
that
Funky
one.
Town again here, maybe?
Yeah, why not?
He backs away, but that wasn't a good option, because Bill hangs it outside off and can't reach it.
Guernsey were robbed at the ECC.
Tell me more how they were robbed.
They won a game, and they were knocked out and relegated when Romania lost all 4 and made through. For me, I think any win overrides 4 bonus point losses. That's me, but I sit on the controversial fence more often.
Can't expect one performance to get you through. Consistency against
I'd
4
rather
games.
1 win than 4 losses.
Big swing and a miss.
It's a big year for Guernsey cricket as well. Obviously, they are playing the Netherlands and Scotland this year. They made it through their qualifier, so some of these players probably itching to get a hit, who definitely play in the national team as well.
Good location there for Bilal. Yeah, let's stay optimistic. Let's take a leaf out of the Wolfendanger Optimists playbook. Stay optimistic. Big season ahead. Season of opportunity. A lot is unwritten.
There you go.
Nice ball of what's been a good over from Bilal. May have been a wide, but he got spooked by the last couple. Just be one. What a good over from Billy the Kid. Just 6 off that, and Indy's yet to fire. 2 over power play down. They're 12 for 1. Now what do you go to?
Well, here come the spinners, Vinny, out the bullpen. We have a look at the early table. Marlo with a sneaky victory over the Vikings. They were behind for a long time in that game. Roma CC smashed Beveren, but I do think Beveren will come back strong today.
It's such a hard group to pick. Honestly, you could put them in any order, and it's not out of the...
It's the genuine group of death. This is. I think all these teams are more even. I think in every other group you had 1 or 2 teams that you knew were a bit behind the 8 ball. Not this group.
It already was probably such an unpredictable group when it was 10 over cricket, and now it's 5. It's just kind of supersized it. Kalugamaga is going to come on. And, you know, the thing is, he bowled pretty much exclusively leg spin earlier. But if he wants, he can just switch to off spin because he's got left-handed. Let's see what he goes to here first up. Ball to Zach Damerel. Goes the leg spinner, not that it ever landed, and Damerel tried to get Funkalicious straight away.
He went for the reverse Malachi, premeditated shot. That's okay, but once it's a full toss, he would have wished he had his time back.
Sort of hit it. Wrong it actually. Again, didn't bounce.
Same ball. They're just struggling here just to get the ball away, and you mentioned it's winter period. They're coming off some indoor training, and you've been sitting at the hotel for a day and a half. It takes some time.
How long can you leave Zach Damerel out there? We're pretty much halfway point of the innings. He's 6 off 8.
I'd be tempted to get Letitia in. Letitia is very dangerous with the bat. You got Ollie Nightingale still listed as well. Maybe give Damerel 1 or 2 more balls.
Stokes has only faced 2. And he will hit thick outside edge really, but that will just dance away towards the backward point boundary. Badly needed boundary for the Guernsey side.
Yeah, nice shot. He gets that one away for 4, and maybe that gets them ticking. Love our side on camera. Krishan's obviously played some very high-level cricket around the traps recently in Hong Kong with the Italian side.
You ever been to Hong Kong?
No, and I'm probably banned from there. I think Macau would get me.
So many countries they won't have you. Guernsey, I'm pretty sure, you know, you've done pretty well because I think at one stage, I think you've mended a few fences now, but both Jersey and Guernsey weren't going to let you in.
No, I'm back.
They don't unite over much. That's pretty well hit though by Stokes. Classy shot. Another crossbar challenge completed. That time off the giant scoreboard cube. 6 runs.
Stokes is a classy cricketer, and you can see it there. Slow, wide delivery, and he pumps it for 6 over cover. Got a question from Brooke Ball, who's watching in Karratha. Hello, Brooke.
Hello, Brooke.
What does the XS mean on the screen?
Yeah, it stands for expected score.
Some people in Karratha just aren't as
Are there?
up to speed.
I mean, it's 50. Most people in Karratha can count up to 50.
Well, Brooke Ball's different. He might not be able to.
Okay.
Hello,
You might
Brooke.
need a few friends if you want to go fingers and toes. Maybe not that many. Anyway, Kalagumagate. Comeback ball. Oh, nice uppercut here. Does the fielder get there? He does not. Great effort, though. I've seen these guys throwing themselves around. That's Charles Fernando. We haven't seen too much of Charles yet, but he's a very, very talented player. He can't stop the boundary on that occasion.
Good shot. Uppercut. You called it. Just went with the spin, and they probably could change their field. If he's going to bowl this line, bring your deep backward square up and have a third back on the offside.
Getting plenty of revs on these. That's kind of a half-leggy, half-overspin. It goes for 16 in the over, though. It's 28 for 1 after 3. That gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for European cricket. Corey Ruckers is here. Rico Full is over there somewhere. He'll be in for me during the next game. We have games pretty much starting every single hour at the moment. And also, to the Rhino, we really, really miss Rhino because we didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to Rhino because he got washed out. But anyway, Rhino, thanks for your contributions, and he said he'll be watching.
Yeah, we're going to miss number 4. He's been a fantastic addition, Rhino, and we'll see him again probably in 6 months.
As far as commentator rankings go, that's probably not a conversation that you want to have. But,
Live on air.
No, honestly, we've really had a ball with Rhino, and yeah, hopefully we'll see him back at the Carlton Oval again soon. And maybe for European Cricket Series cricket during the year as well. I know it's a plan for him to. I know we have a series up in Finland, and his partner's finished, so it'll be a good opportunity for him to get up there.
Here comes our test cricketer, and enjoyed watching him bowl a little bit earlier. Malanda Sirawadana, 3 for 3 in the first
How
game.
many test matches did you play?
You know that game, test match, with the fielders that had their legs stuck?
That's a
Probably
great
1,000.
They always had to iron the layout, though. All right. Funky Town, and look at that. That's a good catch. Good take kind of stuff.
Great to have the test cricketer on the network.
That game, Test cricket, which was, did you ever find when it got crushed, it was impossible to flatten?
No, I didn't.
Oh, he just gets a little bit outside leg stump, though, and that actually goes pretty close to taking out the Microlino. Maximo! So, yeah, Cyril Wadana, obviously very, very good player. So, look forward to seeing him with the bat as well. Bit worried about the Microlino here, our official mobility partner. That was very close to taking it out. We know there's a net there. We don't know if their net will work.
His last match, ODI match, was against Australia a couple of years ago. Aaron Finch made 153 in that one.
They play cricket in Australia.
Oh!
6 runs as Stokes just lights this one up. Look at that crowd. I'm happy to see so many people turning out here on a Saturday, although they had to be careful there. Stokes goes big. Maximal 6 runs.
Well, welcome to the inferno of 5-over cricket. I don't care how much test cricket you played. Bowling here isn't easy. And, yeah.
Oh, it's the thing. It's don't matter who you are. You're going to have moments where it's not going your way.
Talking about his bowling, but in test with the bat, he averaged 33, but in first-class cricket, he averaged 39, so he can wield a willow.
2 test 50s. All right, it's kind of a hanging top edge. Can anyone get here? That's out of the ground. Maximo Stokes to 32.
Well, Stokes is the best batsman in Guernsey cricket. Happy to say that. He's done really well with the national team, his club team now with Independence. So if he's there by the end and can face a few more deliveries, they might get up to something competitive.
I bet they wish it was 4th of July, Independence Day, and maybe they would be all the way. Oh, this is up in the air and gone. So that will be the classic 6 and out. Once again, Corey puts the kibosh on one of the key batters As Stokes departs for 32, it's 47 for 1.
Yeah, 47 for 2 now, Vin. And Stokes, he has to go, put the kibosh on him, but he played a pretty good innings. And if they can get 20 off the last, they'll still end up with around 67. Yeah, very good catch in the end. He's such a good keeper. So the wicket goes. It means Letitia will come out at number 4. 6 balls remaining in this 5-over sort of flash cricket, really. It's fast, it's furious. Obviously, the rain has affected the region, so no T10 matches today.
Okay, Suwadana pulls up with the wicket in the end. 1 for 19. Last over coming up.
Well, it looks like they're going to end with a little bit of pace here, Vinny. It's going to be Charles Fernando. I don't think the keepers realise, because Fernando gets it through.
Well,
if he stands up, I'll be impressed.
Are they arguing about who's actually bowling? I mean,
no, I think it's because of the left-hander there. They've decided.
I mean, Rilligadug is brilliant up to the stumps, but
Standing up's brave.
all right, here we go. Last over.
Yeah.
This one almost breaks his thumb. And that'll be a bye over to the right-hander. Oh, no, it's pardon me, because look who it is. It's Nathan Letitia.
So who didn't they bowl in this one? They didn't go to Samarage. They didn't have Marage bowl either. They've got a lot of left arm off spin.
They got about eight bowls. 9. Rahat actually bowls a bit of right arm off spin as well.
I like that they're Roma are obviously going to some of their other bowling options though in this game.
They have confidence in their kind of entire bowling lineup. All right. Letitia, but he's always ambidextrous actually. The way that he can hit reverses.
Message in the chat from Vukasic. Hope you're doing well, Vukasic. About our favourite kit so far in Group G.
Good question. Hey Zach, nice to see you.
After an early look, Roma CC was good, but I'm all over the Mediterranean Vikings. Purple's my favourite colour.
Oh, there's a lot.
Up the
There's
Vikings.
a lot I like. The Roma CC is very good. I'll give you one. That I really liked. The Farmers one we'll see in the kind of the old camo look.
Good bumper, good height. The Farmers look, you like it?
Yeah, I like the Farmers.
Do they have overalls?
Don't know. It's a great concept though. Oh, end of the bat and caught. Well, that's a weird dismissal. Damerel just could never get anything going. Hit 1-4 in his 7, chewed up 2 overs, and so it'll be 49 for 3.
So they're just going to check the catch to make sure it carried. The umpires have asked him to hold. Let's have a closer look. It looked clean. Yeah, that's out. Yeah, that's out. So no issues there. Damerel will go back, and great work from our partner. 2 circles, Vinny.
Damerel, he runs off a bit quicker than he batted, unfortunately, in this one, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And it's 49 for 3.
Yeah, they're going to fall on a score under par, but don't count them out just yet. Can they get 2 late boundaries? Here's a man I think should be batting up the order. Every time I see him, he does something pretty good at the crease, and that's Nightingale.
All right, Fernando, 1 for 1. Oh, tries to get funky. The third is back, and we'll make the stop. Probably get 2 here. He's happy to save the boundary. That'll bring up the 50 for Indies with 1 ball remaining.
Probably should say it is Ollie Nightingale, not Tom. But yeah, he's a clever batsman. We've seen him play some really important knocks at this venue. So I'd like to see later today maybe him batting at 3. Or
probably more than one ball conversation. But we are going to Jersey for an ECS. I know that sometimes we get a bit liberal with who can play. Do you think that some of the Guernsey players might make the swim?
Just feel like Jersey and Guernsey could start World War III if we let that happen.
Dangerous. Anyway, last ball coming up.
Ow.
Slower ball. Keeper has got back now. They'll only get 1 here. Don't necessarily think it was off the bat. Leg bye is signalled. So Indies 52 for 3. It looks a little bit unders, doesn't it? But hey, you never know. But just credit to Roma CC. I think it's showing again. They've got a lot of good options. And Roma CC, they'll be chasing 53 for victory, and coincidentally, it's exactly the target that they chased down earlier on that occasion. They only took 2.4 overs to pick it up, but we know that the Guernsey side have good bowling, good fielding, and it's nice to see some handiwork off the field as well. As match 3, second match for the Romans. Indies, their first taste of battle, and it was hard going, wasn't it, early?
Yeah, it was difficult work. Obviously, they've got plenty of different bowling combinations, and they used it this time, did Roma CC. That was a really good catch from Sajith. There were some funky shots in there as well, a couple of rounds, a couple of reverse Malachis, but realistically, Independence just didn't get going in this innings. It was clever bowling from the bowling group. It was Stokes, the only batter that sort of got in, played some nice sweep shots to our Test International, but ended up losing his wicket. This was another good catch from Sajith, who's honestly one of the better keepers you'll see for a man almost 50.
Doesn't age. He's got the whatever him and Muhammad Aslam, the Greek captain, are having. That was so weird. It was right off the end of the bat. Ended up kind of just nestling straight to the fielder. It was Moraga that took the catch. Dameril 7 off 12. We talked about it earlier. We've seen some innings that had 2 or 3 golden ducks. It doesn't really hurt you as much as something like a 7 off 12. No one really had too much time to get going. 32 for Stokes. Looked good while he was there, but you can see there the other 19 balls, only 16 runs scored, and so it was just really tough going. And also, I think you got to give credit to Roma CC. Kept the pressure on. They're just kind of 2 wides in the 5 overs, and Roma CC I think would be odds on to be 2 out of 2. Indy, so they'll have a crack and see if they can defend this.
Yeah, having a look at that bowling scorecard, very good economies from 3 of the bowlers there, and that really can win you a game. And an economy of 6, 6 and 3. Fernando at the bottom, the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 3, bowling the 5th. Well done to him. 52 for 3. It'll be interesting too. I will bring you back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We're at the halfway stage between independents from Guernsey taking on Roma CC from Italy. It's a 5-over fiesta sort of day. We've had a lot of rain in the area in the last week. We lost 4 or 5 days full of cricket. So we've decided to jam-pack the schedule. These teams need to play each other a couple of times. And it is 5-over cricket all day, 10 live games. And looking forward to seeing how the independents of Guernsey try and defend a score in the low 50s. Not going to be easy. We think the par should be around 75 on a day like this. It is obviously that 5 overs per side, so it's a 2-over power play, 1 over permitted per bowler in this shortened match. No bonus points on offer, obviously, as well. But just thankful the sun is shining in this beautiful region of Andalusia in Spain. We had a horrific amount of rain, really. We lost a lot of days of cricket. But thankfully, the sun's shining today, and the next few days do look a lot more promising on the forecast. Big warm welcome back to everyone around the world, wherever you're watching from. Hope you're ready for the second half of this game. 10 games today, so we're really racing through them. Looks like it's going to be Petefield, the right arm seamer. Gets it to wobble a little bit. He'll be bowling ball number 1 to Marage. Start with a dot ball, really to defend a score against this Roma CC team. You're going to have to be almost perfect. 53 is not many. And you see the supercomputer saying 95% favourites to Roma CC at the moment. Another short delivery as Petefield kisses the hollowed turf of Cardamar. And he slipped over there in his run-up. I think it's just pointing to the bowler's run-up, just a little bit, maybe carrying a bit of mud and some softness to the crease. So obviously, credit to these players who are getting on with it. We know the conditions aren't perfect, but they've come a long way and they all want to play. Looked like he's decided to shorten his run up a couple of yards here. Another heavy length delivery.
Good Shen.
Zayn Ali miscues one on the leg side for a single. One thing about this independence team from Guernsey, they won't give up. Got a lot of fire in that dressing room. They've earned their way here, obviously winning their domestic competition. They'll be itching to make a statement today. Oh, that's a shot. That's a shot and a half. Short, wide. Marage says, thank you very much. And that's 6 runs. When this man's on, he plays some delightful strokes. This Roma CC's had a good day so far. As a welcome back, Vinny Sandu.
The old back foot punch into another dimension.
I used to dream about shots like that. You're in a dream, a short ball outside off, and you cut it for 6.
Such a good... It wasn't even a big swing of the bat. It's pure timing, Marage. He's a really fun player to watch. I mean, there's sometimes, I'd like to know what his highest score is actually. Sometimes you just thought he's on for 100. So many games in ECS as well.
He's a stylish player to watch.
Petefield has an ECL hat-trick actually. Right now, he might have a wicket, and he does, as I've done the old kibosh on Marage.
Welcome.
Classic 6-and-out staff. Petefield with the breakthrough. Roman CC 8 for 1.
Oh, welcome to the kibosh group. We've been putting the commentator's curse on a few players today, and well, Marage gets out there, a little bit of a shorter ball outside off. He goes for a cross bat sort of pull and pulls it straight to deep mid-on.
Yeah, couldn't have picked him out any better. Matty Stokes takes the catch. So I often say this, anything's chaseable, anything's defendable in 5-over cricket. If you just win a couple of overs up front, suddenly that 52 maybe looks a bit more like a 70-something.
Well, I'm excited, and not for Marage, who goes for 7 or 4, because the new man coming to the crease is someone we haven't seen with the bat before, but we know he's got a pretty good cricket resume.
That's an impactful innings from Dinadu. Does hit a 6, pretty good looking one at that.
Here's your guy, Vinny.
So speaking of resumes, what would your resume be if you
I really
come
like
to me for a job? Sell yourself.
ChatGPT.
Oh, really?
Just type in a couple things about yourself and they'll write the whole resume.
Is that right?
Unbelievable.
Would you be a bit of an embellisher on a resume? Would you say you'd speak several different languages and things like that?
Many years experience that weren't there, Vinny.
Curious, I want to know more. Don't make me go through your agent. Okay, so Petefield actually still has the ball to go on this over. Siwadana, Sri Lankan Test cricketer. He's going to just miss the first ball for 4. So he's had 2 pretty good starts. Got a wicket first ball he bowled on ECN. Now he's got a boundary first ball that he bats. First over goes for 12. It's 12 for 1.
I wonder what the mind of a Test cricketer's thinking. 5 years ago, you're bowling to Aaron Finch and Johnny Bairstow in Test cricket, ODI cricket. 5 years later, you're in Spain on an artificial playing 5 overs.
It's a conversation we've had several times lately, especially with the Western Shield. Anyway, 14 matches since the Golden Ball. It's exactly 1 group ago. Now we had a Golden Ball in Group F. I think the best training you can do, if I'm honest, if you're a high-level professional cricketer or former professional cricketer, the best training you can do is actually just watch some games.
You
Not
think
necessarily skill-based, because you already have the skills, but watch the games, and you'll probably, for example, realise shot selection is so important in this game.
Are you trying to sell the viewership there, or
Everyone should watch ECN at least
once in their life?
at least 8 hours a day.
How would you keep
part of a healthy diet?
How do you keep the viewers? How would you keep every viewer?
We used to think it would be to hire more engaging commentators. Your resume certainly said that you were fit for the bill.
You've got 5 days
I'd
of
like to go
pent-up
check out your
energy.
resume, actually. I have no problem commentating long stints in any conditions.
I've just come off a
How did
5-day
that-
holiday, and
how
this
did
is
that
how I'm
come
getting
about?
treated, Vinny.
Fair enough, too. Anyway, here's Zain Ali's Kieran Legale.
Oh!
He's putting the good old-fashioned slower bouncer, or maybe it was just slow. I'm not sure, but I can tell you it is a boundary.
Well, it is the slower bouncer. It just gets stuck in his hand or something goes wrong and Ali pumps it.
Hardest thing about this was waiting for it, wasn't it?
It's actually a good shot. He really had to adjust.
Zain beasted them this morning, player of the match. The Bowlers Union, I think, have still put in an official protest that he got player of the match in match 1, but you certainly couldn't fault the way he batted. Let's see, Kieran with the comeback ball. Oh, it's a tough take for the keeper. That's going to be 5 wides. Really
I got
big
one for you.
task for Zach Damrell down the leg side.
In a 5-over game,
Yeah.
unless it's a spinner, there is 0.0% worth having a keeper up to the stumps. Even if they're charging, they're losing balance, you might get a stumps, but wickets aren't massive. I just think there's no reason. I've seen it twice now. Keeper up to the stumps, 5 wides. Put them back. I can't see the
I hear what you're
worth.
saying.
Not in a 5-over game.
I think it depends on how accurate the bowling is, though.
Well,
So not very accurate.
there you go. It's given 7 runs.
Yeah, well, it's a good point. I mean, one thing I will say is you're always, well, good keepers at least, it's not about who you could keep up to, it's whether it's strategically the best option. So there's a list of pros and cons to each.
I just
being up and
don't
back.
see the worth in it. If you get the stumping, great, but it's 5 overs. Every team's got 8 bats. Yeah, I'm not sold on it. I think that 5 wides kills you.
Siwadana. He's going to unleash on this. Up in the air. No outfielder back. So they just have to watch it fly over the fence. Maximo. Stace Mast, Roma CC. The old instant replay of game 1 about this fixture right now.
Yeah, nice shot. Some high-class players have played on the network. I mean, it's too many now to talk about. Paul Sterling's played on the network, but I think for this man, Melinda, he came up, he got 3 for 3, and with the first 2 balls, he's watched. He knows what to expect.
I think also a pretty well-drilled unit, Roma CC. Just with the, I get what you're saying about the keeping up. You'd probably think twice. I suppose I've had some times where, you might have been able to stump somebody early before they get going. If there is, a big draw card in the other team, it is a way to get good players out, even down the leg side. But it's are the odds there to do it? Maybe not, because also you're costing yourself caught behinds, kind of regulation caught behinds that probably go around you if you're up.
Just doesn't make sense in 5 overs.
So now he's in good form. And this is another launched 100-metre 6. Maximo! He is in some kind of form. Oh, there's Denham, part of the Roma CC squad, one of our favourite
With AI
players.
and everything coming into this world, if we could somehow track the distance of a ball So that's 100 metres, right?
Yeah.
If someone hits 100 metres, do you start rewarding 8?
I don't know, but they don't need encouragement to hit.
No, but that's just fun.
Yeah.
Because that's 100 metres, and it just feels like it should be worth more.
Imagine how hard everyone's going to swing if they think that.
Well, Nabi swings pretty hard. That was always good to watch.
Yeah, that's true. Sova's gone magical. Slow ball. He waits, he hits, and he'll get 4. Great effort out there. I think that's Ollie Nightingale. He hurls himself to his left, but 4 more. And really, this game could be over even quicker than the 2.4 overs required to chase the same target in game 1.
Well, when the table came up before, Roma CC had a net run rate of 11.1. If they can chase this in the next
Not really going down, is it?
Oh, boy. They've been good today.
They go late. Trying to avoid going supersonic. He will.
I do feel, though, as 2 overs complete, 41 for 1 win, that Roma CC need to eat a loss somewhere. They can't go undefeated through to the final again.
It's a myth, though, isn't it?
No, it's not a myth. If you don't lose a game in the group and then get to a final undefeated, bad things can happen.
Yeah, I don't know how true that is. You can play every game trying to win. But that's a look at the table. You mentioned that net run rate of plus 11. Doubt it'll stay that high the rest of the day. Quick look at what's coming up, and depending on how this is going, maybe we will start almost on time as the Vikings will be back to take on Beveren. Another interesting game. They're all interesting games, aren't they? Big Canis in there for the Vikings as well. And that match is listed to start in around about 12 minutes, but we'll keep you up to date with the start time. Beveren obviously losing their first game, as well as the Vikings losing their first game. No one wants to slip 0-2. Okay, so now I think you know the game's gone if you're Indies, but you're just trying to make it last as long as possible, try and protect that net run rate a little bit. As we start the over with a single.
So Nightingale's been trying the old Secunda Raza style of bowling. Samuel Narayan, hand behind the back, a little bit of mystery spin.
No mystery about where that's going. 6, Maximal, and with that, Roma CC just 1 hit away.
Well, he got every piece of that right out the meat of the bat, and Roma CC are romping home to another victory. Nice shot, good swing of the bat, doesn't try overhit it, and it sailed over the rope. When's our next game start, Vinny?
I don't have an official one yet. I've got a feeling it might just be 5 minutes behind. Well, somehow this game's still going.
No.
Could be out here.
I'm not.
Interesting.
I think that's going to be a direct hit, but he might have taken the bails off with his hand.
I actually think he's deflected the ball onto the stumps. It's my instinct. I don't think anyone really knows what's happening
no one's
here.
appealed.
They have appealed. Let's have a look. Is the hand near the stump? That's out. I think you see pretty clearly the ball hits the stumps and his hand's nowhere near it.
Yeah. I think that's going to be given out, and I don't think he knows it.
Well, he never hits the stumps with his hand. So, yeah. I mean, assuming there is an appeal here.
Yeah, he's been given out, yeah. I think he just thought he hit the stumps because no one really went up.
I think it's also a game situation.
Maybe.
Yeah. So, I don't think I'll matter too much in the washout.
Anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah, so a little run out at the end gives someone else an opportunity.
If that's the worst luck Zayn Ali has today, it's probably a good time to have it because he's really got him home and hosed. Okay. 5 runs to win. Zayn Ali out for the first time today.
Yeah, tough way to get out, but that just shows you've got to still run on the middle of this wicket. It's just a bit slippery on the sides there, and that cost him his wicket.
Learn a lesson. Samarage comes out to the non-strikers. Then Siriwadana can finish this off. And he will. So that's going to go over the trees. We won't be getting that one back for a while. And it's literally instant replay of the first game. They chased down the target in 2.4 overs. And Roma CC are flying at 2-0 here. Roma CC will see them taking on Marlo in match 7. Then they'll finish against the Vikings. But right now they look like the team to beat. So Well done to Roma CC Indies. Okay, at least the good thing for them, they still have 3 matches to play. They play Marlo in match 5, they play Beveren in match 6, and they'll play the Vikings in match number 8.
Have to say, 5 over cricket and Roma CC. It's like peanut butter and jam, Vinny. It's perfect.
This is what's coming up. And once again, don't have an exact starting time of that game. It is meant to start in around about 7 minutes time. I think it might just be a 5-minute delay. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening. Beveren winning the toss and bowling, so they'll be on the chase there. That means the Vikings will get a chance to put a score on the board. Their strong opening pair of Musa Ahmed and Taranjeet Singh. Let's have a look at the scorecards, or the highlights, I should say. And yeah, this is a brilliant shot from Mirage. I said he was looking untouchable, and then around about 20 seconds later, he mishit this pull down the ground, and Stokes was able to take the catch. But there wasn't too many highlights in there, as Gale, he went first ball, kind of slow bouncer, backfiring, had some control issues there. A 29 run over really kind of broke the back of Indies. And then we had this slightly unusual one. Don't run off the pitch. Zayn Ali finds out the hard way. It's a little sneaky little touch from the bowler onto the stumps. The run out was given, but this game wasn't too much longer for this world. Very next ball, Siriwadana put it out of the facility to bring up another win for Roma CC, coincidentally, with 14 balls to spare, just like their first win. Yeah, confirming start time, 5 minutes delayed the next game, so we're back in around about 10 to take you into that one. Looking at this scorecard, Siriwadana has been in some pretty hot form. 23 not out of 6 for him. Zayn Ali 17 for he was run out on a slip. And Mirage with a nice looking back foot punch for 6 before he fell the next ball. So Mirage did walk out to the middle, but watched the only ball he saw disappear. 1 for 12, Petefield, a decent start, but LA was expensive, and Nightingale came on when really the result was already beyond doubt. And once again, we saw extras be a bit of an issue. There was a 5 wides and 2 wides in there, which didn't help the cause at all. We'll take a break then. Quick changeover, not going too far. The Vikings will be looking to plunder, batting first after being sent in match number 4. Can Beveren strike back? 2 teams searching for a win. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and Corey Ruckers. Rico Full in for me when we return in just a few minutes to the Cardiff Oval for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Cardamar Oval. It's 5-over cricket today. The weather gods are finally smiling on this beautiful ground in the Andalusia region of Spain. And that does mean Group G has begun after the outfield wasn't deemed fit for play yesterday. There is 10 5-over games today. We've already been through a couple of them. And this is the next one coming up. Mediterranean Vikings up against Beveren. Both teams have had a loss so far. We look at that Vikings lineup. And it's a different look lineup when you've got the names like Musa Nadeem, Ahmed Taranjeet Singh, Lorne Burns, Manav Nayak, Ian Lattin, Charles Packer, 6 dangerous top 6. Beveren this morning didn't play as well as they would have liked. They got found out by the spin of Roma. But this is going to be very similar because that Vikings lineup have a lot of spin. We saw them bowl 4 overs of a spin earlier today. So these two teams desperately don't want to go 0-2, and I'm picturing this to be quite an even contest. I think it might go right down to the wire. Looking forward to it, as it is 5 overs, fast cricket, a fiesta of cricket, Vinny Sandhu has been calling it. And I'm going to welcome a man who's been watching patiently from the sidelines. He'll be on for the rest of the day as well. Rico Full, this will be a good game.
Yes, it will be. Muy buenas tardes, mi familia. Hello and welcome, and you can see what the win predictor is saying, 52% to 48%. It's the Goldilocks zone, we like to call this. And yeah, this could go either way. I think there'll be a cracking match. I think that the Mediterranean Vikings, they'll be disappointed that they didn't get a win in that last match. They were taking on Marlo and restricting Marlo to 65. They were well on course, but finished 5 runs short. So they're looking to bounce back. They're led by a young man that you know very well, Manav Nayak. And I was there in Porto, the start of our 2025 season, and I think he was a star performer for you on that day. Yeah,
Manav Nayak's a talented cricketer, as the officials will make their way out to the middle. And there's Beveren in the background, led by Hakeem Kaskar. He's been the captain of Beveren for a few years. Jamshed Khan into that lineup as well as their wildcard. But yeah, there's a lot of good names on these lists, Rico. This genuinely feels like a 50-50, and because both teams have had a loss earlier today, this is a massive match.
I don't know what you feel, but with all the matches being 5 over a side, I think every match today is 50-50. Any one of these two teams, if a batter clicks, if a bowler bowls a superb over, it can make a difference in the match. So, you know, I think that's what's going to be exciting about today. I think there's going to be, you know, there could be a few surprises, maybe a few upsets, depending on what your thoughts are about certain teams. It could go either way, and this certainly is one of them. Beveren, of course, they did lose their first match to Roma, who are looking very good. So you're looking at two teams that have played one and lost one. So this is a big match, really. You don't want to lose 2 in a day where you're playing 4 matches. Of course, tomorrow is the final day for this Group G. And I know you've said this before. I know Vinny's talked about it. I mentioned it. We've often said this, the Group of Death.
Yeah, I think it is the Group of Death, and the 5-over permutations actually make it even closer to call. So should be a good game. The big question mark for me in this one, Rico, can Beveren handle the spin later? Because they got found out against spin earlier.
Yeah.
But for now, they've got the ball. They'll be looking to try and maintain the run rate, keep Vikings around that 65-70 region. And I think this is going to be a bit of a humdinger.
Yeah, Hadu Salah Tarakel is going to start with the ball. He batted well. The only batter really to click in their earlier match. Let's see how he starts. He's going to have to be at his best against what we know can be a hard-hitting side. Some of the things didn't quite click for them in the last match. I mean, that run out of Ian Lattin, which was superb. But here we go. This Musa, he's at the non-striker's end. First ball coming up to Taranjeet Singh. And Taranjeet puts it up in the air. Fielder is chasing it, but can't stop it. It's going to be 4 runs to start. Taranjeet, what a player. And I know that the Romanians around the world will be saying, Dadin Butch. Taranjeet, Dadin Butch. And he can certainly shake it. Shake, rattle and roll for the start.
Feels like a video game, Rico, where that's in the future and players are playing for all the different teams now. If you had told me 5 years ago Taranjeet Singh and Musa Ahmed would be opening together for the Mediterranean Vikings, I don't think I would have believed
You're right,
it.
fantasy cricket. In comes Tarakal again. This time he goes too wide, I believe, outside the off, and the umpire feels the same. Good afternoon to our umpires, the men in black. That's umpire Aaron and Charles. Aaron, actually, I'm glad to see that Aaron has come out looking spick and span, because there he is there, Aaron. He, like me and a lot of people at the ground yesterday who were working hard getting things prepared for today. Well, yesterday was Holly. More on that after this delivery. Slow ball, well bowled. Gonna have to hurry on here. Oh, that probably would have been close. We'll have a look at that again while I talk. But yeah, yesterday was the Festival of Holi, which is a big Hindu celebration. It's all about the Festival of Colour, when many years back, a good would defeat evil in a battle, and it was celebrated with Holi. And yeah, we had a bit of colour here, thanks to Vasu Saini. Also, of course, plays for the Romanian side. And yeah, we all had a bit of blue about us. We all looked like Smurfs, we did. So I know there's a big clean-up operation happening there with a lot of our viewers watching via fan code. They certainly did get involved in the celebration. And I hope all the colours have come off your clothes and your skins. And you can see that Aaron, he's come up all right. He was worried that he wasn't going to get that colour off his face, you know.
I haven't been able to experience the occasion, but it'll happen one day.
It's a wonderful festival, it really is. And another, you know, countries all over Europe do celebrate it now as well. So let us know on the chat if you had some Holi celebrations. Well, this one could be a celebration of a 4. It will be 4 carreras as Musa Ahmed gets off the mark with 4 runs as well.
Yeah, confidence building stroke for Musa. He missed out in the last game, but that's T10 cricket. I don't think he'll overthink it too much. Just goes inside out, over cover, and that outfield, we know it took a lot of rain, but it's not too slow. If you get it out the middle of the bat, it'll still go to the boundary.
Yeah, it certainly will do. All right. What's the reply going to be from Tarakal? Well, he goes. That's a good delivery, really. Rolls the fingers on this, and he outfoxes Musa. I wasn't expecting that. Good delivery, good comeback. Want to say hello to people watching via Willow TV in the USA, Fox Australia, and ATN in Canada, Star Times in Africa, and Sportsmax in the Caribbean. And of course, I know we have a lot of Swiss support from Swiss Sport TV, and they're looking forward to the Nomads coming back, returning here on Monday.
What a story that is.
Week.
That was our last full game day of actual cricket.
And well bowled again, good comeback. And what I noticed, the matches that I was watching from the sidelines, Corey, pace-off seems to be working today.
Yeah, pace-off doing the trick as the first over's 10 for none. There's another ball. That pitches and actually goes away, and it's almost that tennis ball bounce today. And I think all these teams watching are noting cutters and spinners is working as we have a look at our upcoming events in the next little period. Obviously, we're off to Portugal for ECS, ECIs and T20Is. Madrid for the first time. Rico, a bit of Italy, Bologna, love Bologna, France and Malta, the Spring Series.
Yeah, Bologna, new ground I hear in Bologna as well.
Okay.
Be talking a bit more to Prabhath, who will be arriving soon. Prabhath, of course, is him and Lorena in charge of things there in Italia. It's going to be a little bit too wide. Well, even the wicketkeeper can't stop that. Nur Mamand taking a full stretch dive and couldn't get there. And hello also to those watching via Sports Deutschland and Streamster in Austria. Lovely to have you all with us, as well as SSC in the Middle East and Saudi Arabia. Wasn't it great that European cricket has been shown around the world? The stars of Europe coming together to perform on the big stage.
More eyeballs, the better, because there's some serious talent around Europe. Ooh, he's bowled the outie to the right-handed Singh, and then he's gone the in-swinger, or out-swinger to the left-hander. So obviously he's got a good wrist position, just needs to control the swing now.
Yeah, that seems to be the issue here for Manzai. Just needs to, maybe this one's going to be straight down the middle. Let's have a look. And, well, it is pretty straight, and it gets clothed by the batter.
Just shows you this pitch today. Look, it sounded silly because it's an artificial, but I don't know if it's because it's been so wet or covers underneath, but batters aren't lining it up like we used to. It just seems a bit tennis ball bounce today.
Yeah, I heard you say that a little bit earlier. Of course, we are from the lake end as well, which usually does offer a little bit more bounce. We notice that more with the slower bowlers. So, yeah, it is. That shorter length delivery gets the extra bounce. Now, that one there, probably Musa plays once again for a little bit more extra bounce, but this time it sort of behaves itself and goes through as you would expect.
It's funny, isn't it? It takes one ball to maybe balloon up or bounce more, and that can throw a batter off his game. So good comeback from Omenzai.
Now he goes short, and well, is it a bit of bat and lid on this, or is it just bat? The umpires seem to be, yeah, they're giving it leg bias, so no bat on there at all. So maybe it's the shoulder, but it certainly was the sound. I think it might have got a bit of the helmet, you know. Yeah, it does. It's right on the beak. I can see now Charles, the umpire, is checking with the batter, and I'm pretty sure that they may even have the medic come out to just do a quick check. I know that Charles is doing a little bit of the old concussion test there, and he seems to be satisfied. The medic might still, no, I think the medic is probably being turned away. Oh. Yep. Oh, all together now. Oh, we always love it when the medic goes out.
Isn't that disappointing? She was ready, had the magic can, magic spray ready to go, but it's been turned down. So Moose is okay. Just shows you this pitch at the moment isn't so easy to line up.
And sneaks through as well. You can see that. Charles, the sheriff, he had to really sort of do a little bit of matrix bending himself to make sure that ball does catch with the line, but he's spot on, it does. And this is turning out, I mean, he started a bit wayward, wide and wide, but then after that, there's nothing come off the bat. It's just been leg by, so. Just having a bit of this again. Yeah, no issues there at all. Oh, well, if he got hold of that, that was going all the way to a different galaxy. He was going for a big one there, but just clever bowling.
Just that two-pace sort of wicket. Bowlers running with the seam up and then rolling their fingers across the next one. And that dressing room, I think, just feeling the pinch a little bit now. This is a very slow start. It's only a 2-over power play, Rico.
Yeah. We'll have a quick look at the tables after this one. It's another one that gets by. What a good finish to the over. In fact, I mean, only the 4 runs coming from it and all of those extras. Nothing off the bat there from Omenzai. And we've said this before, in these 5-over matches, an over like that can make all the difference.
Oh, absolutely. The supercomputer saying it's still 50-50, but a power play of only 14. I feel like Beveren are ahead. We look at the table, Rico, and well, look at the net run rate for Roma CC, 10.6 at the top. Pretty impressive, but these two teams need a win.
They've chased on both occasions with 14 balls to go.
Perfect.
Looking the business, aren't they? Looking the business.
Omenzai is going to come and bowl over number 3.
Got to get going here. Have the Vikings, and they know it. And that's going to be dropped. And, oh, well, not only is it dropped, but it also gets shoved over the line for 4 runs. They might just check this to make sure that it does bounce before. I think it does, but that's an opportunity. He's there just for that, and he lets himself and his side down there, Corey.
Oh, it should be a dot ball. You got to catch that, and Belgium's batting and bowling can always be exciting watch, but the fielding lets them down.
And the next one up in the air. This also could be catchable. It will be, but no mistakes. Hakeem Kassar holds on to it. So many times we're used to seeing the ball being dropped and then getting punished, and that was what Musa was trying to do there. But he just gets caught on the boundary, doesn't go the extra mileage he had to. Nice catch taken there by the captain, Hakeem. And Musa Ahmed will have to go for 8 of 9 deliveries.
Yeah, Musa just never got into his sort of flow, did he? He struggled a little bit on this wicket today, and he'll go for 8 off 9. So strike rate below 100, especially in 5 overs, can kill you. But I think maybe it's a blessing in disguise for the Vikings. Both openers haven't clicked. Lorne Burns comes out at 3. He hit some impressive 6s earlier today, Rico. And Lorne's, I think, with the bat still a bit of an underrated batter. We know how good he is with the ball, but when he goes with bat, he can really go.
One thing I like about Lorne, and I, being in Spain for almost 20 odd years now, so I know about a lot of these players. And Lorne, he's exciting because he's got the funky shots. Like right now, he's eyeing up the area, the vacant area, fine leg. And it wouldn't surprise me if he does try and play that little dinky scoop shot. Let's see. He starts by just clipping this off the pads for a single, gets off the mark. It's interesting though, isn't it? I mean, one thing though I wouldn't say about Lorne, I mean, you've seen more of him than me lately. I wouldn't say he's an out, and he's not one of those batters that gonna smash his first ball for 6, I don't think.
No, it's just not.
But I do believe they've got batters that can do that.
Yeah, I still think they're trying to find what's their best batting lineup, the Vikings.
All right, that's a miscue. This should be another. Fielder gets underneath it. And Harisula Tarakel takes an easy catch. And that's the end of Taranjit Singh. So both the openers failing to fire here for the Vikings. Taranjit goes for a disappointing 5 of 6.
Yeah, very interesting, isn't it? The two very vaunted openers, Taranjit Singh and Musa Ahmed, just haven't got going in this game. And you don't often get the double click the other way. Both openers struggling, both striking under 100. And this is good for Beveren, who we know earlier didn't bat so well, but if they're going to chase something under 50, they'll be very confident.
Yeah, it's interesting who they go with here now. Now, it looks like it's Ian Latin. And the reason I'm confident it's him is just from his arms, because he's got massive. I know you're a man who likes a man who's got big biceps. I mean, you've let that known before. But Ian Latin, he was unlucky to be run out last time. Let's see how he goes here.
Do have my favourites, Rico.
Good length that's being bowled. Only will get the single. Ahmed's eye, what good over this is so far. 6 from it, and the 2 wickets with the ball to go.
Yeah, they're in complete control at the moment. Good response from Beveren. There hasn't been a boundary or a 6 in the inning, just yet. No 6s. Unbelievable.
That's the shot. That's what I'm talking about. And the Lorne Burns does not let me down. I told you, he's that sort of player. He's got a little bit of class. He's got a little bit of finesse. And he just helps that away. And I'll tell you who else has got a bit of class and a bit of finesse. That's your commentators, Rico Full here. And I'm here with Corey. Welcome to the commentary box. And looking forward to a very good day of cricket and action, Pat. I think we're going to see a frenzy of action here today.
Yeah, it's 5-over cricket. It's a little bit different, but because we expected this to be the group of death anyway, it has just gelled everyone even closer. We saw there the openers struggled, and that puts Beveren far ahead in this game. But I still like the Vikings bowling like Rico. They have a lot of spin, and so far spin's been good today.
It's worked a treat. And that's hit firmly, but should be fielded pretty well. I suppose the thing is, I mean, we've seen, haven't we, in the 10-over format, teams have had a bad power play. They may have lost 2, some of the 3 wickets, but there's time to come back. In this 5-over format, if you have 2 bad overs, is there time to come back?
Not really. It's tough. It is tough. He might ramp again here because of the field. Still no fine legs. Still no 45.
He's going to have to run hard here, but the fielder doesn't pick it up clean. Ahmed's eye there. If you got a hold of that clean, you got the throw in. I think Latin once again would have struggled to get to the danger end.
I'm very surprised he didn't lap that ball just because of the field set. But anyway, he gets the single. Latin now back on strike. But when Latin goes, we've seen him hit some of the biggest bombs you'll ever see.
Yeah. Not this time. Oh, there's going to be a crazy run out here. And Lorne Burns will be the bat who's going to have to go. You can see what Lorne Burns was thinking. He wants to get something off everything. But Ian Latin, got to say, he was a little bit on the back foot when he plays that. He wasn't in the position to sprint off straight away. I don't think the single is on here.
I think he's just going straight away on the hit, and Latin never wanted it, never left his crease. Easy run out for the birthday ball, Sabazakil. Good to see Sabazakil bowling again. I know he's had a lot of issues with his shoulders in the last few years, so good to see him bowling. But right now, the Vikings still haven't cleared the rope once. It's just 4 fours in this innings, and if they don't get that big over, Rico, I think that might be 0-2.
Yeah, they need it. That's disappointing for Burns. He played a good shot for a boundary, and then he has to go. Well, he goes up and over. That's more like it. Gets a little bit of width, and that will go all the way. Bole, manos. Arriba, Vitro. Eso es 6 carreras. That's what they're after.
Oh, it was a very wide delivery. Almost the flamingo style shot. Nice batting. Maybe that can ignite the innings. That's the first Maximo.
Well, there's nice to see Mr. Riley there, who's father of Jamie Riley. That is going to go all the way as well. And that's the muscle power from Ian Latin as he muscles that for a big 6 more. Sabazakil started the over well. First 3 balls, 2 dots and a wicket. But the next 2 have gone boom, shakalagya, 2 sixes.
Much needed. Much needed. If he can go another boundary here, get it to 44 with 1 to go.
And it's going to be boom, shaka, boom, boom, boom. 3 in a row. We do it the Calypso style here. Shaka, shaka, shaka. That's the over you were talking about, Corey.
Yeah, they needed it, and that's why I don't think he took the risk of running the single, backed himself to clear the rope. So That over there, those 3 sixes really, maybe just breathe some more life into this game. If they take 15 off this, set them 60, still think 60's under par, but Beveren didn't bat very well against spin earlier.
That's true, and we know that there is going to be plenty of spin coming their way. It's turn of the captain to turn his arm over. Hakeem Kassar, and bowling to Charles Packard, facing his first ball. And he slices it up in the air. They've left that part of the ground uncovered, and that's going to go all the way and clear the boundary ropes as well. So after not hitting a 6 at all in the innings, they've now hit the last 4 balls for 6.
Yeah, quite remarkable, isn't it? They went 21 deliveries, couldn't clear the ropes, and in the last 4, they've hit 4 sixes. So a good counter punch. This game's opening back up.
Short, and that one also will go to the boundary. There's going to be 4 more. So 6 and 4, and Charles Packard hungry for more. It's just a pity that he couldn't find this rhythm in the last match, because we know he was a batter that can do it. He can hit boundaries for fun. Just wasn't able to do it against that tight match against Marlo, where they went down by 5 runs. But he can get these teams to a good score here. It's well bowled, good delivery, takes the pace off, short of a length, and that's that bounce, which we've talked about this a lot, that batters just haven't been able to adjust to and play.
Well, it's just one thing for Beveren. It's such a Belgian sort of thing. Just no spin in their lineup. And when you don't have a spinner, you're relying on very similar bowlers. It's a good comeback from Kaskar, and this should be run out. Easy work, and it will. And that's not the worst idea either. Ladin gets himself back on strike. Good work from the wicketkeeper Moment, who just rolls it back to Kaskar. And it will be, more importantly, a dot ball.
Yeah, it's a dot ball. Packard, he'll go for 10 or 4 deliveries, I suppose, in terms of what we saw in the earlier strike rate, particularly from the 2 openers, Taranjit and Musa. It's good, and I like the way that Latin this time decides that he's got to get to the other end and face maybe the last 2 deliveries here and try and get them maybe to a score in the 60s. Something like 64 would be ideal for them, I think. They've got something to bowl at. Shot. Lovely shot. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande. Eso es. 6 carreras.
You just have to think, I don't think that Latin can be at 4 in a 5-over game. He needs to face as many balls as possible. It's a lovely shot again. And his little innings here, he's getting them up to a score they'll believe is defendable. Last ball time, Rico.
Yeah, score on 60. And this. Right, got to run hard. Got to run hard. Difficult pick up for the fielder.
Oh, he's missed it.
Oh, he's fluffed it. Oh, can you believe it? That's pressure. Pressure on the fielder. And Jamshad Khan, well, that's a big error from the German international player. He knew that the pressure was on, but look, he just gets this completely wrong. Oh, that's shocking. Really is shocking. You won't want to have a look at that again. A valuable 4 runs at the end of the innings in Latin. Well batted from him. 30 of just 8 deliveries helps the Vikings get to a score of 64.
Write that down, Rico, because
Yeah.
that probably would have been 1 and run out. So that would have been 61 on the board. 64, if it goes down to the wire, they might remember that misfield. We'll have a very quick look at the highlights. And it was a sedate start, wasn't it, Rico? They just struggled to get the ball off the square. The 2 openers that we know traditionally hit a lot of big balls, but fair enough to Beveren. They bowled really well in the first few.
I think they bowled well. They bowled well. They created pressure on the openers, who knew that they had to try and find a way to get the boundaries, which they were unable to do so. And that resulted in a succession of quick wickets. The openers went within a couple of balls of each other. Taran going for 5. Musa went for 8 before that. Then there was, of course, the run out of Burns. You can see Burns here. He's taken off before the bowlers actually bowled it. I don't really think there's a run there, but you can see why Latin stuck around, because he knew that the big shots were to come.
Yeah, and he really did click. They got on a bit of a run, actually. In the last 9 deliveries of the game, Rico, they ended up hitting 7 boundaries. So they got on a bit of a run late. Yes, there was a run out, but this was very clever. It got Latin back on strike, and then he would go on and hit another 6 and another 4. But this misfield, in 5-over cricket, we know how tight it can be. The misfield off the last ball, could that be the moment that changes the game?
It's a big moment, because I think you're right. I think if he picks his up clean, he gets the throw in. All right, they may have got the 2. It may have been just the 1, but definitely would not have been 4. So an extra 2 or 3 runs there, which could make a big difference in this game. And I think I was thinking earlier that I think a score in around 60, 65 is probably what's going to be pretty fast. So the Vikings after, remember, they were 24 for 2 at the 3 over mark. The last 2 overs go for 40. 2 magical overs to finish. Ian Latin, well bad, he scores 30, and it scores 30 pretty quickly, just of 8 deliveries. Quick look at the bowlers there, Corey. I think we both agree that the opening bowlers, the first 2 bowlers, bowled very well indeed, kept it nice and tidy. That was Tarakel and also Otmanzai. He was incredible, just the 3 runs coming from ease. Amin Ahmadzai also 2 for 10. But then Sabir Zakil, after a good start, remember his last 3 balls went for 18, and then Hakim Kassar, the captain, gave for 20 as well.
Yeah, so 64 for 4. It's quick, it's fiery, it's 5 over action today. We'll be back in a little around 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Welcome back, viewers, and take time to click the QR code for our charity partners, share the meal, and maybe together as a family we can do our bit to help assist in global hunger around the world. Just reminding everybody that today all the matches that you see, 10 of them, 3 already completed. This is the 4th, will all be 5 over matches. So basically, in a nutshell, day 1 of this group yesterday, which was abandoned, all those matches plus the matches that would have been here on day 2 are going to be combined together in 5 over per side matches. So we'll be right where we should be for the start of finals day tomorrow. That also does mean that today that we will be saying goodbye to one of the teams, the team that finished bottom of the standings at the end of today, day 2 of the group, will be eliminated. We also will know which 2 teams, so the top 2 teams, will have the double chance. Welcome back, and it's a nice time for some of the teams to have a break. That's the Roma. Made a perfect start with 2 wins out of 2. That Bilal Khan was just having a little beverage there. Maybe getting a hot drink inside of him as they'll be ready to do battle again in a short moment time. So we're going to see plenty of cricket, plenty of action today as well. So ready to go. And the Vikings, the team from the Rock, have got the runs on the board. Can they defend them? So 65 is the target for the German champ. The German? Well, there's the man from Germany, but not the German champions, of course. The champions from Belgium, Beveren, are needing 65 for victory against the Mediterranean Vikings. And I know that you sampled a fair bit of Mediterranean delight. You've had a bit of time off.
Yeah.
We'll talk a bit more about that after this ball.
Good to be back. Oh, gee, that has taken off. I think that's hit the keeper in the helmet.
There was a sound there that's definitely caught a bit of lid. I mean, it's not much pace on the ball, but still, it's a doctor start. Watch this take off. Wow, right on the lid.
There is some serious bounce in this wicket today. I love it how the keepers don't get a concussion check. They just get told to get on with it. But that flushed him.
Tarakal. He's works that one away. That might even go all the way, you know. We'll have to do a check on this. The fielders haven't signalled anything. I think this could be 6.
Yeah, it looked like 6 on the screen. We'll have a closer look. But that extra bounce, the ball is flying behind point today. Yeah, he throws his hands, a little bit of width on offer, and I don't see the ball. I think they'll try and get the replay up again, but it's been signalled 4 actually. Well,
here, do we get anything better here?
Where is it?
Let's have a look. Let's see if we can find.
Maybe
yeah,
just.
It is 4. Just bounces before. Back to the action. And, well, this one should be stopped on the boundary. It will be. It's Mon Burns out there patrolling that straight boundary. It's just got one man who's pretty straight here. Evan Pye makes a change in the field. Look at the field here. I wonder if we can have a look at the field at one point as well. Here's Avanish to have a ball. And that's gone a long way. Oh, that is a monster strike, a brutal hit. Jamshad Khan. Remember this guy, it wasn't that long ago where he held the record for the fastest T10 century. I think he did it in 23 balls, of course. That has since been beaten. I think it sits at 20 at the moment. That was huge.
Yeah, that was big. He missed out this morning, Rico, but he won't miss out again. When Jamshad Khan goes, he hits such a big ball. Played for Team Europe 2 years ago, and exciting to have him back on the network.
And now he's going outside the offside, and this also will go all the way. There's going to be 6 more runs. 6 queridas más.
Yeah, so another 6. We have a look here at Avanesh Pai. Really trying to fire them in, isn't he? You can see always trying to put a fair few revs on it.
Yeah, that's been hit well though out on the offside. It's going to be 6 more runs. Avanesh, well that ball, I can tell you that ball has landed in a lot of wet stuff. I know that when the ground was cleared, of course a lot of water taken off the ground, but the outfield, or outside the ground, still very wet. Gets played away. This time it's going to be a long chase for the fielder, who doesn't make the mistake that Jamshad, of course, himself. Remember, he was the guilty man that gave away that boundary at the end. So he probably feels that he's got to score a few runs here.
Yeah, he might have made up for it already. 18 for none after 1. So 4 overs left in this game. I love 5-over cricket, Rico. This is my future. Finally, I found it. Looks like Louis Bruce will bowl over number 2 with his sort of rolling leg cutters. It just feels that the Beveren are on track, but you know they can implode.
Yeah, we know this. I mean, one thing, we were talking about this a little bit off here, because we know Belgium ball existed and many years ago that they would go out there and they play one way, and they were successful. The way they play is to not look at how many runs you need to score in a power play, how many runs you need to score at the halfway point, where you need to be at. They go by how many 6s you have to win, you have to hit to win the match. Haven't been that successful of late. So let's see how they go here. Bruce, he's going to get carved away here. That also going the aerial route. There's going to be 6 more. So he's got it as mass. I'm liking this shot from Jamshad because he's not throwing the bat at it. It's actually, he waits for it and he knows what he's doing. He strokes it away. He opens the blade of the bat. And he knows it's going to go aerial. There's nobody there. It's going to go all the way. And he does. 6 more.
Just those late wrists, again, snapping at the right point. And this is a very good start for Beveren this time.
Louis Bruce. Goes straight. That's in the air. Oh, what a catch this would be. Burns, eyeing it up. And he's going to get lucky. Oh, he takes a huge sigh of relief as that ball comes out of his hands. But fortunately for him and for the Vikings, it ends up safely back in him. Jamshad Khan, the dangerous Jamshad, will go for 19 of just 5 deliveries. That went to the moon and back. What a catch that is.
That had some serious snow on it, and well, he holds on to it in the end. There was a stage there where it bobbles out of his hands. It might have even kissed him on the top of the head. Let's have a closer look. Gets his hands up, gets into a good position, tracking back, off the head. I don't think it touched the head, actually. Just a hand catch, and you can see a big sigh of relief there for Lorne Burns.
Yeah, massive moment. What a catch for Lorne Burns nu. Idane catch the fallen in a game-changing moment. That could be a game-changing moment. They get a wicket, and well, they'll feel, and they've shown this before. They get one, they can get another.
Good innings from Jamshad Khan. 5 overs, 19 off 5. You take that. Yeah. He set it up, and now it's up to somebody else, and it's the birthday boy, Zakil at 3.
Well, it's going to be a wide. It's a good, slower delivery, but it gets the radar wrong, and it does Louis Bruce. Nice to see Louis. I mean, Louis Bruce, of course, I've seen him play a lot of cricket. Very talented player. A young man as well. A good cricketer, though. Just 19 years, I think he's to be celebrating his 20th birthday pretty soon. Gets this one through with a bit of pace. He's got over 1,300 runs, on the network, and he's picked up 43 wickets before the start of today as well. So very useful player. In fact, the Vikings, I can see why you like them. They've got some serious players, all have got very good credentials on the network.
Yeah, they're a good team. They're definitely a good team, and if they can just get a few more runs in this tournament, they'll go close. He's still got Manav Nayak, Taranjeet Singh to bowl, Lorne Burns to bowl. Got a lot of bowling options as well.
That's the cutter. It gets worked away, though. I don't think that's exactly where the batter was hoping that was going to go. But Zakil does find the boundary rope as it slices off the bat, goes in the gap, 4 runs.
Zakil, I don't think he even knows where it's going most of the time. He swings so hard, and it can go over point, it can go over cover, sometimes it can go over mid-on. It is definitely interesting to watch.
Backing up.
Probably looked like he was setting off to play that on the onside. It goes on the offside, but he gets a single. Glorious sunshine here today. The difference the sun makes, Corey.
Yeah,
the difference the sun makes.
We had a couple of days around the neighbouring areas. We did Caminto del Rey and all that. And we were very lucky that day to get a couple of hours of sun to do it. But it has been an interesting period checking out all the sites in the rain.
Yeah. So where else did you venture to?
Obviously went down to Marbella, a town called Alora up the road. Very nice. Ronda, gorgeous town as well.
Ronda's beautiful, yeah.
Checked out all the neighbouring towns, and obviously Malaga City for a few days as well. A little bit of pil-pil prawns.
Cannot go wrong with Malaga, and yeah, the pil-pil prawns. You gotta love them. Plays this too early, the batter. It's one of those delivery you've got to really try and put away. Maybe a little bit of extra pace there from Bruce, but not a bad over. 12 come off it, and at the end of 2, Beveren, 34-1.
Yeah, it's getting tight. 35 off 18, but 9 wickets in hand. You would expect the batting team to do it. We have a look at the table so far. It's only a sample piece so far, but only 4 games, and it will determine who gets knocked out. Yeah. So whoever loses this, Rico, goes 0-2, and they might only have 2 games left in the comp.
That's right, and a big game coming up, of course, straight after this one, match number 5, where Marlo, who got that win, close win against the Vikings, take on the Independents, who went down to Roma. And the other thing about the loss for the Independents, and of course the earlier one that Roma inflicted on their opponents, is that Roma got a very good net run rate, but the teams that went down to them, they've got a pretty negative one, so they've got to try and bring the net rate back up as well, because we do believe that on a day like today, net run rate could be key. Doesn't get it out the middle, but still, he gets enough power to get 4 runs there. He turns that into a full toss. So the first one here from Musa Ahmed doesn't quite go to plan. A different look about Musa. He's got slightly longer hair. He's got the old sort of It's kind of the Alice band thing going on there with his hair, isn't it?
Oh, Nathan Bracken look, actually. I am surprised they went to Musa for this one. I would have thought they'd go to a slower spinner, as Beveren struggled against the slow spin this morning, but they've gone with Musa, who does try and fire in some wide Yorkers.
Get some bat on it, they will take the single. That's the key thing also, isn't it? You don't want any dot balls at this point, so whatever you can get, you take.
Yeah, I think the left-handed Tarakel's actually meant that they haven't felt like they can go to Manav or Lawn just yet. So, interesting part of this game right now. Beveren are in control, you'd say, but you add a wicket or two, a dot or two, and maybe they get a bit twitchy.
You've also got the pace of Kenroy Nestor in the side. He can certainly bowl with a bit, similar to a bit of Louis Bruce. So Bruce went pretty well. So whether they call him or not, we'll have to see. That is a glorious shot. That, folks, is the Andalusian shot of the day. That was just beautiful. Clinical timing, clinical placement. What a shot.
Belted. One bounce, two bounce, almost a one bounce, four, and it was all on the ground. What a shot. Again, he goes for another cover drive. This time it should be mopped up from Lorne Burns. And just holding on here, the Vikings. They need a wicket. They need a couple of good deliveries.
Yeah, they need to, you're absolutely right. They need to win an over and start to once again apply the pressure on the champions of Belgium. Beveren. Oh, birthday boy. And, well, he'll take a slice of that. That's 6. Thank you very much, says Sabah Zakil. Feliz cumpleaños. And he'd like to be celebrating with a win in this match, that's for sure. It was just a hit-me ball, though, I've got to say, Corey. It was in the slot, and he puts it away. Yeah,
one thing about Sabah Zakil, he's a strong boy, so when he does get it out in the middle of the bat, it's always going for 6. Bit of a slap that time, but 6 more to the total.
Bit fuller, but it goes the distance and more. Well, if you could give 12, you give 12 for that one. That's gone a long way. That is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 runs.
Yeah, that 6 and 6, you'd have to imagine, kills this game off. 13 off 12 with 9 wickets in hand, and have to fall over their own feet to lose from here. And you have to wonder, they held back Lorne, they held back Manav, and maybe it's a little bit too late. I think Hatsidullah Tarakel, the left-handed being there, just scared them off. But sometimes, even if the lefty's there, I think you've got to back your main bowlers.
You've got to go with your plan and your main bowlers. I agree with that. I mean, the game to Burns here now. I think they probably feel that you've got to try and take the pace off and try and, get Beveren, who are well in control here, needing just 13 of 12 deliveries. But you've got to force an error. You've got to force a mistake. And maybe that mistake will come off the bowling of Burns.
I understand they didn't want to bowl leg spinner to the left-hander, but the thing is, most leggies have a wrong in anyway. They can. I know Lorne does. He can run in and bowl one and spin it the other way if he wants. So I think the Vikings have missed a trick in this one. And right now it's going to take pretty much a miracle to come back from this. 13 of 12, 9 wickets in hand. Beveren should be registering their first win.
They should be, but if they lose a wicket here, maybe off this first delivery, a little bit of pressure can be applied. That's what you're looking to do here. And let's see if they can apply that pressure. Oh, that is only just missed the pegs. They nearly got exactly what they wanted. A big hoik here from Tarakel. He's lucky still to be there.
It's the regular leg spinner, and it bounces over middle and leg. And on another day, that just kisses the bails, but the bounce in the wicket, taking it over the top. I think Tarakel wants to finish this in 2 blows, Rico.
And that's one of them. That's going to go all the way. It's pushed slightly wider. I think Lorne Burns felt that Tarakel was going to come down the track, so he does push it wider. But Tarakel, credit to him, reads it well, and he demolishes it. Good hit. And that's going to be, it's a misfield. It will be a single. So a little bit of a misfield there. Gets another single.
So 6 to go, Rico. And credit to Beveren, who have responded pretty well.
They bowled a really good first 3 overs, and now the batting seems to have found a bit of form.
Just checking the field here now to the right-hander. Sabazakil, he'll want to be out there and save a victory on his birthday, that's for sure. And he goes for it, and we'll get it. Oh, what a lovely moment that is for Sabazakil. Hits the 6 that wins them the match, and it is the Vikings that will go down in the first 2 that they play, and Beveren get a very, very important victory under their belt.
Yeah, important victory, and they've outplayed the Vikings completely there. They bowled better, they batted better, and in the end, the Vikings have a good team on paper, but just don't think they've found their way just yet of how to play together. Whereas Beveren have played a lot of cricket together in the last 6-7 years. They've been very dominant in Belgium, and that was a good performance.
Yeah, it was a good performance. They seem to have it under control. I suppose it helps when you restrict a team to just 24 of the first 3 overs. I think in a short format like this, the first 2 overs, the power play is so key. You want to really, what are you saying in the power play? What are you looking to get to after that first 12 deliveries?
You should see a 3. You need to see a 3 in front. It's 30, 31, 32, but you need to get your team flying. We'll have a quick look at the highlights. And, well, it was Jamshed Khan. He got going straight away, Rico. And we know when the Belgian champion, the German champion playing for the Belgian club gets going, he's a very, very dangerous player. His cameo at the start sort of set them on the right path, didn't it? I think it was a quick fire, 19 off 5, and this was the moment he was caught by Lorne Burns. Good catch in the end, but big sigh of relief.
It was a big sigh of relief. That was the first wicket. They needed that one quite badly, but really they needed a few more to follow up, and that over, though, from Musa just did not go to plan. 22 came from it, and then they did take a gamble, I think, to go with Burns to say, right, okay, we need a wicket, we need a couple. If Burns could get a breakthrough for us, we could stay in the match. But it wasn't to be, as it was the birthday boy, yep, Sabazakil. Feliz cumpleaños to him, who celebrates with a 6 to finish the match and get a win. And a well-deserved win, you have to say, for Beveren. And they do that quite comfortably again with 8 balls to go. Let's quick look there at the scorecard. 28 then from Sabazakil. Well batted. Good to see him coming back. I know a few years ago he had a couple of nasty injuries. He's been through some surgery on his shoulder. Nice to see him back and playing at this level. On the bowling front, you just, I think they just got it maybe a little bit wrong with the routine that they went with. I think you heard Corey saying that perhaps they shied away from going to Burns because he had a left-hander out there, but I think you've got to back your bowler to be able to bowl a left or right, especially at this level. And by the time he did come on, I think the match was already done and dusted. So it's quick and fast. That's the action that we're seeing here today. So we're going to take a break. You can see there on your screens, thanks to Rado, our official timekeeper. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time to talk you through the match between Marlo and the Independents. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello viewers, and welcome back to the beautiful region of Andalusia here in Spain, and that of course is the Field of Dreams, the Cartama Oval. It's lovely to have you with us on finally a nice sunny day on the Costa del Sol, and we are ready to go. Once again, a big shout out to everybody that was here over the last few days where the cricket wasn't happening, but I can tell you one thing, there were still many MVPs, and those were the guys and girls that were out there in the middle and mopping up water and forking the ground and making it playable. So a huge thank you to the ground staff, to all the helpers, to everyone who was here from ECN, the umpires. It was an immense team effort to get play fit for today. So well done, everybody. You were the stars over the last few days while the rain was hammering it down. But of course now the sun is out, the cricket starts with a frenzy of cricket today with 10 matches. Marlo are taking on the Independents. Independents played one, lost one. They went down to Roma CC when the 52 that they scored was chased down with 14 balls to go by Roma. And Marlo, they got a good win, a surprise win actually, against the Vikings, who we saw just go down there. It looks like the Vikings were going to chase that 66, but fell 5 short. 67 to 33% in favour of Marlo. That's what the win predictor is saying, but I stick by what I said in that last match. I feel that every match today is going to start a 50-50 because I think 5 over smash, it can go either way. Just to remind you, 2 overs is the power play, and of course you've got to use 5 bowlers. So we're ready to go. I know that the umpires will be keen to lead the players out for another battle out there in the middle. On a day back in 1877 is the first day of Test cricket. That's when Test cricket began. 1877, the match between Australia and England at the MCG was only subsequently awarded Test status and was originally billed as All England versus a combined New South Wales on Victoria 11. Australia's Charles Bannerman, who was born in Kent actually, faced the first ball from Alfred Shaw, scored the first run of Test cricket off the next ball and was the first 100 as well. He went on to score 165 runs, which was actually 67% of the score that was scored, 245, which still stands as a record today, 130 years later. Charles Bannerman. So back in 1877 was the first day of Test cricket, which was, of course, on this day back in 1877. So a little bit of history there for you. I'm Rico Fon, and joining me in the commentary box after a well-earned break is Vinny Sanders.
Yeah, I got to say, I had a little bite of lunch. Obviously, a pretty hectic day here. Yeah, that first test, it's interesting some of the points you made there. It's probably almost 150 years now. It's 148. And the other thing about Charles Bannerman, he was also the first batter in Test cricket to ever retire hurt.
That's right.
How his innings ended.
His innings ended after he retired. And did you know that the Centurion Test, after 100 tests,
1977,
and you know what the winning margin was?
45 runs.
45 runs, exactly the same. Yeah.
And do you know, this is breaking news.
Yeah.
They're going to have a 150th anniversary test at the MCG under lights. They just announced, I think, in the last week, 2027. So exactly 2 years today.
Yeah, amazing stuff, huh?
And imagine if it's another 45. Well, how's the pressure, though? Although it's not the 200th anniversary, it's 150. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Jeremy Martins.
Yeah, Martins is going to get us going here.
Didn't he bowl well in the last match?
Use him up front here. When he was playing for Europe, he did bowl the first one pretty often. Nightingale faces up. Here we go, match 5. Starts with a slash, and with the pace of Martins, that's going to fly. Let's have a look at this one, actually, see if it's 4 or 6.
Yeah, let's have a look. So I get the feeling it might have bounced just before, but the cameras, thanks to 2 circles, will tell us the story. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you get to see the old divot, don't you? The French Open style. So that'll be 4 runs.
You definitely do.
I've got to say the players, they're so thrilled. They know the outfield obviously isn't ideal, but they know it's the best it's going to get, and they're just so desperate to get out there and play some cricket.
So Tom Nightingale off the mark with a streaky 4, you would say. Might be a slower delivery here from Jeremy Martins. He disguises that very cleverly. And there it is, the slow, short delivery. And you can see that Tom Nightingale, he's pretty disappointed that he hasn't put this to the boundary. It was the slow delivery. It wasn't well directed, and well, it needed to be put away. Nightingale out there with Matthew Stokes, who's his partner.
There's some awesome colour combinations going on. When they say that blue and green should never be seen without a colour in between, well, you've got the colour in between here. You've got the kind of splashes of reddish, pinkish in there. Oh, that's a good shot. Really good shot. Kind of gets on the front foot, still able to pull it away. Nightingale goes maximal, the first of the game.
Yeah, well, that was a good shot, and playing it off that front foot as well. When Martins goes quicker, but look at that. It's the Hollywood shot, and comes down the wicket and crunches it for a big 6 on the leg side.
Yeah, I wonder if someone comes down to you. Do you want to drop it short, or is that kind of playing into the trap a little bit? Oh, this is a very clever operator.
I wonder if you can see when his ball lands when it's thrown back. It just tells you a little bit about how soft the ground is. We'll have to go to the ankles of Jeremy Martins, but maybe we'll save that for a bit later. Oh, here it is. Is it here?
There we go. Here's the
it
bounce.
just plugs. Watch this. Tells you a story, folks. Tells you the story.
Another slower ball. This time looks like the rolling cutter fielder. Can't get there for more. That's a much better start for Indies than last game, where they failed to launch in the first couple, but Nightingale doing a good job. Again, it's another one of these slower balls. He's got a variety of slower balls, Jeremy Martins. He's also got a good knuckler that he can bowl. But that time, went to the boundary.
Yeah, nicely played away. Of course, got a lot of good players in the side. Nathan Letizia, Tom Nightingale, all going to be pretty key as well. William Peatfield, he was great with the ball last time we've seen him here, as well as someone like Jack Brown.
Good defending team. Wow, the old jump cuts on here, and that is well put away by Nightingale. Maximal as he takes the first one, magical.
Yeah, Manos arriba from the arbitro. That goes the distance, a little bit too short. And you can see as soon as he bowls that, Martins is having a look back at his footing. Maybe he does feel that he slips a little bit there, but I mean, he has played. It's not their first match, so he knows what it's about. I just think he's trying to go in this one. He's a little bit more pace on and trying to go just a little bit fuller. And that was the one for the over as well. That's been signalled there by umpire Asad Ali. So anything else over the shoulder will be called a no ball.
He goes off speed here again. Last ball, the over. Down the ground nicely. Again, it still tests the outfield. The outfield passes the test. So Nightingale takes 24 off the first. And Indies do get the start they hope for this time. 24 without loss.
That's a beautiful shot. It really is. I mean, you know, I think it's probably one of the most pleasing shots to see in the game. Just hit beautifully along the deck, straight past the bowler. 4 runs. This is what it comes down to. Well, one will say goodbye to today, one team. The other 4 will battle to see who's going to be up in lights as the Group G representatives.
What a really interesting championship week we have. We've got Warchurch obviously defending champions. I think they'll be hot favourites. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But if you had to say who's your second favourite, I don't think there's any way to tell.
Yeah.
And of course we still have one team to enter tomorrow night.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would have seen by now. I caught a glimpse of the post yesterday that, of course, Dan Lincoln will be returning to the Cardamom Oval, playing for Hornchurch.
Yeah, no big bird. Oh, interesting. Here's Hardeep Singh over 2. Well bowled first up. Just outswings a little bit. It's thrown over the tram line, and a bit of relief.
Hardeep Singh, if he gets it right, every ball, he is such a dangerous bowler. He's got pace, he gets the ball to bounce a lot, but, and there's the big but, a couple of times and over, he gets it wrong and he gets punished.
Well, the big butts don't lie. This is pulled away. It's going to fly. Maximo! Is that Corey over there that's just done the fielding? Well, let's get a load of this. He's not meant to be running in the good clothes. He's in a very muddy section of the spectator area. Let's check it out.
He's done well to stay on his feet there, Corey.
Kept it in front of him.
I think he beats Burns to it. Oh, Burns gets burnt
We maybe need some new
by
shoes
the ruckus.
from Grizzly Bear Sports. He almost took his own head off with the rope there that's holding up the arch. We had a crossbar challenge earlier. Hit the arch and bounced off about 40 metres earlier on. Now, Rutgers, luckily the wardrobe was unharmed on that occasion. That's well bowled, pitches up, out swinger, gets past Stokes, who batted pretty well earlier on today.
He did, yeah, you're absolutely right. He was the only batter really who made any significant score in that loss to Roma. He scored 32 of 11, so he's had a hit out there. He's shown some good form, some good promise. Up against Singh though, Hardy, who's at the moment finding the fuller delivery working better for him. He's pushing.
Ball has been swinging today, I will say that.
Yeah,
Ball
mate.
has been swinging.
A change there in the field when he's pushed extra cover back and brought the short cover
I think
round.
He wants to bowl the same ball, and he's just protecting the drive. He does bowl the same ball. Drive's attempted, drive's missed.
Yeah, and I think that's a pretty good field. You've got third back on the boundary pretty wide, and he gives himself some protection out there. Extra cover. I mean, you could take a gamble, extra cover, or even the point can go back. But yeah, that's the way to go. I wonder if he tries just something slower here now. The thing is, though, when he does try it, sometimes he can get it wrong. He can bowl the old
I'll
no
stick to
baller.
what's working. It's a little bit shorter, and that's going to go for a wide. The movement. Stokes.
You can hear them saying, "Goiny, goiny." Don't worry, keep it
Yeah,
there.
it's not a bad spot to miss. The umpire says this just misses the tram line. It's pretty close to going over. Umpire's call.
Nice to see it, Roshan Singh behind the stumps. He's
Doing a good job.
looking, good keeper he is, good hands.
This is the straighter one. It gets kind of a bit crampy on the batter. Can't get it away. So just bring themselves back into the game this over through Hardeep Singh.
Yeah, can he finish it off though? I mean, if he doesn't go for a boundary here, it's a good finish. So many times we've seen bowlers just get it wrong in that last ball. Maybe, no ball or something that gets pinged for a 7-up. He doesn't want to do that here. He wants to finish well. Some more changes in the field now.
Yeah,
Long on goes back.
Single-digit overs are gold dust in this format. And this one could be out. Straight down the throat of Shazad. And he takes it. So reward for Hardeep. Stokes never really got going in that innings. Ends up going for a runnable 6. Marlo square the ledger in the second over. Indies of Guernsey are 31 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled. Really good over there. I mean, you heard me say that Hardeep Singh can sometimes get it wrong. And as soon as I said that, he bowled that short ball, which got pinged for a big 6. But he came back superbly. Wide. But he gets I think he gets rewarded for sticking to his lines outside the off stump. There was the wide, but he has to re-bowl it. And on this occasion, the extra ball, well, it treats him to a wicket, and a big wicket, that of Stokes.
Yeah, Stokes disappointed, but that's the name of the game. It's the top order bats. They get 4 hits today, so it's pretty rare to click in all 4.
Nightingale still there, and it looks like we're going to see a little bit of change perhaps in the pace here. So Usama Javid going to bowl over
Yeah, he's a
number
good
3.
player. We haven't seen too much of an ECN, but was left arm spin. Opening the batting before. This first one's a fraction short, but it's not going to work out too well for Marlo as it sails over the ropes. Maximal says Carreras.
Yeah, too short. And when you've got the power of Tom Nightingale behind the bat, the chances of a fielder catching it is slim. 6 runs to start, so pressure on the bowler. Javid straight away.
Oh, fraction short. Jumps all over it. Does Nightingale. Maximal. That one was even bigger.
Well, good Nightingale to that Grizzly as it disappears over the tents. And it's still going. I think that was just clobbered. Gets the line wrong. He's got to come back here. He's got to have a look at his field. He's got to try and go a little bit fuller and a bit wider here to Nightingale.
Yeah, I think maybe try and at least draw him forward, maybe into an error. But it's very, very tough in this format. That one is a little bit fuller, but it's a very good adjustment from Nightingale. That bounces over the road. Whoa, be careful, be careful. Lord Burns. Well, Corey, he's not too happy. I think he's hunting a catch out there. We almost lost Lorne Burns to the quicksand
Check this out on the replay.
Well, this is like I've been watching some of the old winter sports on the telly lately. And when you don't get the landing quite right, it looks a little bit like that. Well, Corey and Long Burns, they're probably discussing Burns' fielding there. Corey says, nah, I'm not taking no excuses.
Well, that gives you an idea of what this field was like and how much it's improved, because I think it looked a bit like this for a couple of days. Nightingale, 42 off 9. Wants to go for everything right now, but now he's just going to have to go. An excellent catch taken out there by Amandeep Singh. So that could be a big one in the context of this game, because Tom Nightingale had 42 of the 49 runs scored to that point, but he picks out the fielder. Amandeep doesn't miss out, and Indies are 49 for 2.
Yeah, he does go wider here, so he takes and eliminates a shot on the onside, but still struck pretty well. But that's a good catch from Amandeep Singh. He's a serious player. Wouldn't surprise me if we see him bowling the next over. I think he's somebody who's very talented. We don't probably speak enough of him because there's so many good players out there in Portugal, but he can make a big difference today. But Tom Nightingale, he certainly has made a difference. Superb strike rate, 42 of just 10 deliveries.
Brilliant innings. I mean, in the end, you just hit the ball hard and hope for the best. I mean, I don't think it was a bad shot. I think he was just hoping that was away from the fielder, and if it was 4 or 6 waiting to happen. But yeah, Amandeep, not an easy catch when they hit that hard and that flat. You've got to have soft hands. It's what you get taught, but you've got to have hard enough hands to withstand the impact of the ball, and I think that's where Amandeep did pretty well there. Here's captain Nathan Letitia, who is coming out. 2 balls left in the third. He misses the first one.
It's a dot ball, so good comeback. Remember, first 3 balls were smashed for huge Maximo, so he's come back with a wicket and a dot.
Just dropped in the block hole. Sissy just jam it out. He'll be off the mark, retain the strike. End of 3. The 50's up for Independent CC. They are 50 for 2.
Yeah, no, 19 of that one. And yeah, it is Amandeep Singh who's going to be bowling the next. One thing about Amandeep Singh is that we welcome you into our commentary position. Ricky Full here. Nice to be back with you here today and
Nice
talking cricket in the sunshine. Amandeep Singh is so deceptive. Watch out for the bouncer.
Yeah.
Watch out for the bouncer.
Threw it in earlier as well, but look, very wide open group. Obviously Vikings playing a bit of catch up here.
Yep.
And remember, we've seen Marlo win a game. We haven't seen Indies win a game yet. So if Indies fall behind and suddenly you're kind of focusing on 2 teams, maybe playing for survival. Remember, only 4 teams go through to tomorrow. Let's go back to the action now. Over 4, and it is Amandeep, as you said. He's going to bowl the 4th. We haven't had a chance to commentate today. I think it's the only game we're doing together. I was originally meant to have today off, but I definitely didn't want to miss out, so I've come in. But I'll be hopping off for a bit of a half day, and I'll be back for the second half of finals day tomorrow.
Well, enjoy your half
Leave
day.
you with Corey. Hopefully he hasn't fallen over in the mud by the time he comes back to replace me.
Yeah, I mean, he is the shortest of all the commentators, so if we're going to lose anybody, it will be him first.
You'll hate that.
On the keeper, on the lid.
Bowler's on. Well,
who want to be a keeper? First he gets smacked on the lid, and then the throw comes steaming back at him. And I think Rushan Singh, I think they should go out and just check him here.
It's actually come off the glove.
Has it? Nah. The sound was definitely helmeted.
No, it was. It's glove to helmet, but it's deflected. I don't know if we got this one again. Here, look at this little touch. Bang. Or it's the arm, actually.
Oh, yeah.
It's arm to head. And Rushan now is going to get the 20 questions. Here comes the medic.
Yeah, come on. Let's have the medic on. Because she was turned away earlier, you know.
I don't know why sometimes they're getting... Yeah, I think they're talking about...
I think the scorers are saying, what is it? Is it a run? You can see Assad saying it's a run, but I think we clearly saw that it's a difficult one for the umpire, that it come off the arm.
Yeah, leg by has been signalled now.
Yeah.
Even though it's off the arm. Another one of those strange things about cricket. All right, Roshan's going to get the 20 questions. Let's have a look one more time, you see. I thought it was glove when I first saw the replay, but it clearly comes off the arm. And that's why keepers wear helmets. And this is why I think batters should wear helmets, even if they're facing spinners, because it's still not a nasty one. There you go. Move your eyes, move your nose. And then I think no, Spanish and Portuguese are pretty close together, so I think there shouldn't be too much of a language barrier here.
Yeah, I like it when the medic's coming out with the headband.
Seems a nice, easily paced concussion test this time. Double thumbs up. Dr. Assad has said, yep. Yeah, well done. And
Yeah, well done.
Magic Spray wasn't used on that occasion. But look, expected score 72. I kind of end up around 70 as my par.
You know, I've got an idea. Instead of taking the Magic Spray out, they should just take a spray can and put a little psst where the ball hit the lid.
I have seen Magic Spray administered
Can
through several
inspect
layers
it
of
later.
clothing before. All right, so Letitia will get the strike back. And he tries to launch, doesn't really get it. Fielder coming in quickly, can't get there. Keeps it in front, does Najam Shazad, but just a single.
Yeah, I don't think we were going to see Najam Shazad dive forward for this one. He's a very good cricketer, but that's one part of Najam I've never seen him diving forward. Mind you, he's a big guy, and I think if he hit that deck, we might have to dig him out of the ground.
Right. Just with a wide, as long as it doesn't hit anything on the way through. Roshan as well to block it. We've saw first ECC. Najam took an amazing left-handed catch, but without diving, just took it on the run. It's one of the catches of the tournament. Damerel. Didn't really get going this morning. We saw him opening up. He's batting 3 here. Okay, to be fair, hasn't actually had too much to do yet. Be off the mark there. It's a good kind of litmus test for Marlo. I mean, Marlo, right now, they're slight favourites to go 2-0 and in a really good position. I don't think you can really miss out on the finals. So they should be looking at the top 2 if they can have 2 wins here. There's that bounce up. This time he waits on the top edges. Fielder camps under it and takes the catch. So you called it. You mentioned Amandeep's bouncer. It's a surprise tactic. Actually think Letitia was kind of sweating on it a little bit, but he top edges it. And nice catch is pulled down in the outfield. So it's the 3rd wicket down. It's 55 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he does well there because this time he holds it back for the last delivery, doesn't he? So he says, no, I'm not going to shade you earlier. It's still one more to go, actually, because there was the wide in there. So he holds it back. So the batter probably knowing that it's coming at some point, but you don't know when, finds it in, tucks him up, doesn't really get it cleanly, and he's going to have to make his way back. So Amandeep Singh picking up a wicket. Well done to him.
Yeah, nice catch by Muhammad Adnan out there. Made it look very easy. So the Indies just being held back a little bit. We had those 3 sixes on the trot at the start of the 3rd over. We haven't had another boundary since. Oh, that could be buys or wide. It's going to be called wide. So it's going to be a minimo. Roshan, again, he's up to the stumps. It's that quicker ball again. Now, does it miss the line or is it over? Umpire's not sure. Roshan just almost wears another one on the lid. Luckily, he doesn't. But unluckily for the Portuguese fans, it's going to be 5 wides.
I kind of like it. Is the double bluff. He just bowls a short one. He bowls another. He only just misses the line. I think it's a fair call from the umpire.
But I would even go one further and say, should Roshan even be up to the stumps to Amandeep if he's going to unleash these bounces?
Yeah.
I mean, what's you're cool for a stumping? That's about it.
Yeah, that sort of...
You know, that one just went straight over his melon. I don't like this one, but umpire doesn't detect anything. That'll be the end of the over. Pretty good one from Amandeep. And despite the 5 wides, he only goes for 9 in the over, and the score 60 for 3. Let's have a look. Did you pick up anything here? Oh, might have been, you know. It's very hard to tell. Umpire wasn't sure.
Well, you can see that Roshan, he's liked it straight away. But
Definitely a lot of moving parts, maybe a noise in there, but umpire wasn't sure there was a clear edge. So 60 on the board. Very interesting game. It's not too far from 50-50.
Big over this. I think if you get into the 70s, you feel that you should have done enough maybe to go on and win the match. I think 60s is going to be, we've talked about par. I think you get into the 70s, I think you're talking about maybe having the upper hand. And they've got Saeed Maisam to deal with. So interesting to go with Saeed and not with the Najam.
Yeah, he's known as a pretty good death bowler, though. So let's see if he gets it right here. Oh, gee, another edge onto the head. Oh, it's a good day to be a helmet. Bring back the medic.
But this one, I heard 3 sounds. It was almost like...
Watch this.
What has happened?
Bang. It's a proper leading edge into his head. It might have gone for 6 if his head wasn't in there. Watch this. Bang. Douche.
Oh.
Grilled cheese. And surely you got to get a check after that.
I think that was traveling. Yeah, you got to get the medic out there again. I think that was clonked pretty.
He's going to get the Dr.
pretty
Assad
firmly.
mini check. saying, do you know where you are? Do you know who you are?
I'm surprised they haven't called the medic out for that one. I think that was harder than the one that hit the keeper.
Absolutely slammed into his grill. I'm not joking. If that hit his head, it might have been 1 bounce 4.
I'm with you. Or maybe even going all the way.
All right. Funky Town, and Nightingale is the mayor of it. He jumps across and just helps it on its way to deep fine leg. Maximal 6 carreras.
Well, we've been waiting for the sun, and we've been waiting for the sexy cricket, and we've got it now. Sunsea Sand and sexy cricket. That's well played. Clever shot. Nobody there. And it was the right ball for it. So Saeed is going to have to think about what he delivers up here to Ollie Nightingale, who starts. Opens his account with 6.
When Myson was part of the Death Bros, which was basically the late innings combination with Adnan Gondal, he bowled a lot of Yorkers. I think that's what you need to be looking to do at this stage. There's too much length on that one. Tries a slower ball, helped out to the boundary and taken. So Nightingale goes 6 and outside Myson. Change of pace, works a treat, and Indies are 67 for 4.
Yeah, simple catch taken once again there on the boundary by Najam. Didn't really have to move too much for that, but yeah, well done. He does go for a fuller delivery, not quite the Yorker, but deceptive pace. Ollie Nightingale does get bad onto it, but no power, no timing, simple catch taken. So 67 for 4. New batter will have to come out and swing the bat with 3 balls to go in the inning.
Funny old one. I don't think he picked the slow ball straight away. If he had his time over, he probably just hit through the offside. It was there for him and lost his shape. Myson with the late wicket, 67 for 4. Quick hello, Jacob Stewart's watching from Estonia. Tere to you, Jacob, and all the whole Stewart family. And hello to Paul McHales, who wants to see my gold jacket back. We'll just wait. Hopefully we're on the park long enough to be able to see it. On the kind of orange number. Bit of nod to the Dutch, I suppose, that one Group E.
Bit of peach about it. I think it's more of a peach than orange, actually. I like it. It's good colour.
Here's Will Peatfield coming in, and he's thinking about sending it over the ropes. 3 to come. He will get some of it, and Najam is going to have to watch it. It goes all the way. Maximal. Not perfectly judged, I suppose. Myson again, it's kind of slot length. I just don't think you can get away with it that often. And Peatfield, credit to him. He comes out and sends his first ball over for 6.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's one of those overs. It goes for 13. There's still 2 balls to go. I mean, if he gets another a decent couple of balls in here, you think, okay, fair play. But yeah, I'm surprised that Shazad's not bowling this over, I've got to say.
I understand also you want to try and give Myson an over. Big swing and miss. They're going to run, and they're going to get away with it. Roshan can't hit.
Yeah, he goes for the 4 sort of overarm throw, misses them. I think a quick underarm back even to the bowler could have been successful at the bowler's end, but
I think he threw his glove off, literally, as he threw the ball. Okay, last ball coming up. Zach Damerol does get the strike back. Can he lift him up to 80? This game's not too far from the 50-50. Seatbelts on, remain calm. Here's the last ball.
Oh, no, it's not.
No, it's not. And they're going to get 2 for free and a free hit. So Will Peatfield will get another chance. Weissham's got it horribly wrong.
Oh dear, they'll go back and look at these moments. I mean, that delivery there, remember there was the 5 wides from Amandeep Singh. I mean, the extras. So now, whatever happens, it could finish with 80.
Damerol gets anything on that, that's going for 4 or 6 as well. And they're probably lucky it was only a scrambled by.
11 extras already, and that's too many. In the 5 overs, that's too many.
Okie dokie. So here's the real last ball. We think Peatfield just stand still and deliver. If I was him, here we go. He just gets a bat on it. Will that go for 4? Running away. It gets there. So 80 will be the score. It's a non-standard 6 to finish with the 2 extras and the 4 off the stick. Indies 80 for 4 off the 5. Marlo kind of shooting themselves in the foot at times, but they are still in the game. They've got some powerful batters. But we also know the Indies, historically, they're a pretty good defending team. What an opportunity for their bowlers to go out and defend this score.
Yeah, and I think Peatfield is probably going to be one of those bowlers to try and get them their first victory and bounce back up against Marlo. Marlo have got a win under their belt, so they'll feel confident that they can still go out there and do something. I think someone like Jeremy Martins will be quite key this time. Remember, he wasn't able to get any runs in the last match, but he's too good a player to fail on too many occasions. But there was 2 very good overs in there. One from Hardeep Singh and one also from Amardeep Singh. But the other overs, Martins went for 21, Javed for 19, and Mysam there right at the end, again for 20. And that's why the independents, I feel, have got them. So I said 70 would be good, but they get to 80.
Yeah, and as far as Mysam on the last over, I can understand. I just don't think he executed that well, and that's how you know. He is very good at that skill normally. Just a couple getting away, maybe inflating the score by 6 or 8. A little bit of the old ring-a-ding-ding about this innings as well. Arushan made good position, then basically had the ball hit him in the face, and we saw another one late in the piece. Some good, solid high catching, though. I think that's been the feature of today. We haven't seen too many high balls drop. Of course, the odd one. That was the old round 2. And ref didn't bother coming in to stop the fight. Instead, Ollie Nightingale got a little bit creative, hitting 6 there. And then they went to Mysam in the last over. Did pick up a wicket off this off-speed delivery, but he was also hit for 2 6s and a 4. Also delivered a beamer, which wasn't too pleasant. That was the 4 that finished things off. So I think if you score 80 first, you're pretty happy. I think it's probably 8 to 10 over par, but you also know that if you don't perform with the ball, that the opposition can certainly chase it down. 42 to Tom Nightingale. Thought he batted really well. 5 6s, 3 4s in his innings. A late 10 for Petefield was a nice little cameo. I suppose the difference here for Indies compared to some of the other players today, they didn't have too many people chewing up too many balls. I think they had guys at times that were able to find the boundaries. In fact, we saw 4 4s and we saw 8 6s in that innings. Wickets for Hardeep Singh, I thought bowled really well. Osama Javed, Amardeep Singh inside Mysam also picking up wickets. I think Amardeep deserves some special praise as well. I think he's been very, very effective. And actually 5 of those runs were off a minimo. We will take a break. 81 will be the target for Marlo to go 2-0 in ECL 25, 3 years after their last trip to the Khartoum Oval. Or will it be the 3-time ECL representatives, Independent CC of Guernsey, that'll get the win here in match 5. We'll take a break. Back very, very shortly for the next exciting innings here in the Group G part of the European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of European cricket, and we are deep into the third week. In fact, the third weekend now, as we're back on the park with some fast and furious F5 action. Because of no play yesterday, all 10 matches in Group G are getting played, but they are getting played as 5-over contests. As we get ready for the players to come back onto the field, you are watching Independent CC of Guernsey coming out to defend 80 against the Portuguese champions Marlo. As the ECL anthem rings out once again around this very, very special cricket ground. We are honoured to bring you the action. Vinny Sanders here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. Probably a handful over par, but certainly a game still in the balance here in match 5.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for a big run chase here, aren't you? I mean, you've got to be going over 16 and over, a fraction over 16 and over, so the power play is crucial. I think you're looking to get to the 40 mark in the first 2 overs. If you do that, then I think you're in with a shout. So you've got to go big. You've got nothing to lose here, and the one benefit that, of course, Marlo have in their favour, they did win their first match, so probably more pressure on the Independents, the champion from Guernsey, to perform here. But still, Marlo, they'll relish the opportunity. And when you look at their side, they have got some big hitters there. I mean, Najam Shazad, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if you go with him opening right up. Why not? He was smashing the ball so well in the earlier match, and he scored 24 with just 7 deliveries. You know, he's a big hitter. Usama Javid also played well, 22 quick runs, 8 deliveries. So they've got big hitters, and I feel that Jeremy Martins could come good in this one as well. But it will be Javid who will face the first ball. So he's hoping to get something good going there with his batting partner. It's Mohamed Adnan. He's at the non-strikers end.
And then coming off a goal in the last game, Usama Javid, like I said, only had played 4 matches on ECN prior to this ECL, but remember, he scored a big 90 not out against Ronan in the European Cricket Series last year. Just look at the way he carried himself earlier. Looks a very, very class player. Will Pete Field, with that ECL hat-trick, is going to open up.
It's a Rhino lookalike for me, isn't he, Pete Field?
Okay.
You reckon a bit of Rhino about Pete Field there?
Don't mind it. Don't mind that comparison. A few Rhino lookalikes, don't we?
So we're just waiting for Rado, our official timekeeper, to give us the heads up. And the umpires will say, let's play that. Azhar Ali. It's his end that the action starts from.
Okay, 81 to win. And we're away. And we're not away if you're a Portuguese fan. First one comes through without being hit.
Swing and a miss, and straight away you can see Mohamed Adnan saying, should be hitting that over there. And he's quite right as well. Trying to get that past that backward point. They have got a sweeper out on the offside. Nobody back at third.
This is the mark here. Extras were a bit of a factor in that first innings, weren't they?
11 extras were given away. Of course, there was the 5 wides. There was a couple of no balls in there as well.
That's good. That's the rabble from the rock. I've been calling that section of the crowd.
Yeah.
They're pretty vocal.
A young bodder in there. They are very vocal.
I mean, I suppose from a ground atmosphere point of view, you'd hope the Vikings find a way through. Takes on the pull, doesn't really get it, and a very good catch. So Javid goes without scoring. That's actually a huge wicket in the context of this game. It's Ollie Nightingale having a pretty good game, who takes it, judges it perfectly to his right. Marlo lose their first wicket without a run off the bat. It's 1 for 1.
Yeah, and it's going to be a... Weather's been pretty kind to the Ducks of late, and that's going to be a duck for Usama Javid, who's not able to find the good form that he showed in the earlier match. So he's going to go. Thing is, though, he hasn't chewed up too many deliveries, so that's the only positive about that. It's a 2-ball duck.
Got an interesting kind of scenario here where if Marlo would lose this, then you'd have Indies on 1 win, you'd have Marlo on 1 win. You've got the Vikings without a win, but we know that the Vikings and Indies play in game 8, which sounds far away, but it probably isn't really that far away. So you just started, and you've got Beveren obviously on 1 win as well. So it's it's a pretty of a chaotic group, as you'd imagine, though, in this format. Jeremy Martins comes out to bat at 3. Again, he's coming off a golden duck. We'll make sure it won't happen twice as he tucks one away to get away.
Yeah, I think that's a shot of a man who's on a pair, isn't it? Okay, just work this one away, get a run, and feel that pressure coming off.
Corey's been in extra jinxing mood today, and he went into great detail about how Martins was used specifically against spinners and his ability to hit 6s early in his innings. And against the spinner, he basically got caught first ball today. Adnan, he's on a golden. And he might have a king pair here. Thanks for coming. It's another wicket. Peatfield with a double strike. Adnan once again will walk off with the golden Derek, duck not included. And Marlo at 2 for 2.
Oh dear, yeah, it's a golden pair. It's not one that you want to be proud of. Well, I suppose to say the same thing, he's not wasted any time out there. He goes for a first baller. And yeah, it's one that you got to go after, but I think it's just clever variations, minor variations from William Peatfield, just slightly slower. You feel the batter feeling, he's got to go after it. It's in the sort of kind of the slot. If he gets it good, it goes to the boundary. He doesn't get it good, and the catch gets taken. So another one bites the dust, and Adnan gets caught again. Ollie Nightingale doing the catching.
Yeah, excellent catch. That's what I meant about this Indies side, when they get it right with the ball in the field, they're a very professional unit. Peatfield, yeah, he only gets 6 balls, and he's got wickets off 2 of them. Still 2 to go. Amir Zaib, the Rock, comes out to bat, and he's going to whack the Rock out of the ground first ball. Maximal. Mentioned earlier, he's the only player to ever face a golden ball in a final in the ECS Portugal last year. That happened. It was a crazy game. It was pretty dark at the time. He just loves to play from the crease, doesn't he? Leans back and puts it over the fence.
Yeah, puts it away. And what did he do in the golden ball? Didn't he not hit that?
He hit it for 6. Yep. Hit a 6 to tie the game and create a golden ball. And yeah, and he whacked it out of the ground. Wild celebrations and good atmosphere that day. Certainly a lot of animation around the ground. We'll be back at the SCG soon, the Santarame Cricket Ground. That's a great over from Will Peatfield first up, 2 for 8. And Marlo 8 for 2. After 1, 16 matches since the golden ball. Corey said that he would stake his commentary career, that there will be a golden ball today. So,
well, the last one we had was on the day that we were having 10 matches, of course. And we have to remain optimistic. Yeah. And it was the optimist that gave us that golden ball.
I mean, how does the expression go? If you don't come in tomorrow, don't bother coming in Monday. Corey just sees that as a long weekend. But anyway, no, I'm going to leave you on the early shift tomorrow. Like I said, I'm more than happy coming in on my day off for this, because we waited a long time to get on. Anyway, Adam Hayward gets the ball. Pretty good one first up. A little bit of a way bend to Martins. And misses out.
At the moment, going exactly the way that the Independents would want this. That rate required now is almost at the 20 mark. That's at 19.
It just goes up so quickly, doesn't it? So that 80 now basically is playing a lot like a 95 kind of score.
No ball called here.
I wonder if there's a little nick on that as well.
So no ball called, and called by the umpire, and so I think this is
Check
foot fault.
Had to be. Let's have a look at this one as well. Was there an edge on it? It's hard to tell. I thought I heard a little noise, but I mean, yeah, tight, but I think it is a no ball. That's where it lands. Lands on the line. All right, free hit. Well, this golden opportunity for Marlo to get something going here. Martins faces up. And he's going to hit it. He's going to hit it for 6. Maximal. Maybe that's the blow that gets Jeremy started. Don't count out the Portuguese just yet.
Yeah, it's a big moment, isn't it? Gets that one away, and then all of a sudden you think, okay, sometimes a little thing like that, a no ball. I mean, the only thing is at least it wasn't hit to the boundary. Any runs, additional runs came from it. It's just the one from the no ball, but still, it can change the momentum.
with the perceived movement there of Hayward, slightly right to left, like this. Now he's hit it nowhere. Yeah, a little bit worried that might go on back onto the stumps. It's very unpredictable what that Grizzly was going to do.
Well, we heard the yep from Zahib, and then that's why Martins goes, and then it's no.
Oh, well. I like this as well from Wayne in the comment section. Thinks that Will Peatfield is a bit of a Carl Pilkington lookalike.
Oh,
Do you know
really?
who Carl Pilkington is? Go look him up. One of my favourite podcasts of about a decade ago. Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant. Fair. That's in the air and gone. Couldn't have picked him out any better. Martins just cannot get going. Did hit the 1-6, but that's pretty much all he does. Hayward once again. A little bit of an away bender and a simple catch taken at cover. So a third wicket's fallen now. Martin's out for 7, 15 for 3.
Yeah, got to be careful here, I think, Marlo. I mean, I'm not prepared to say that this match has probably already got away from them, but if they keep losing wickets and not keeping the scoreboard ticking, their net run rate is going to take a serious hit here. The net run rate could end up being so crucial today.
100% is it's quite likely we'll have a tie on points/wins. Nathan Letitia didn't have to move, just the way he likes it. Yeah, it's the third wicket down. It's 15 for 3.
All right, Najam Shazad now comes out. And we know
these are the two. These are the two you want out there, I think, in this game situation. Yeah, they're made for 6 hitting. But, you know, credit to Indies. They haven't really given Marlo a lot to hit so far. Hayward, good job of this over. Basically eats the ball. They didn't want to go after it. Checked his shot. It's a very good result for the Indies.
Good, gentle applause there. It's like we're sitting somewhere in a cricket field somewhere in the UK, and you know, it's a gentle applause of appreciation for the bowler there for just a single. They don't mind singles at all.
Well, Amir Zaib isn't thinking about singles. I'm sure of that. Last ball, the over. Tries to slam it into outer space, and Hayward only goes for 8 in the second end of the power play as well. Marlo, long way behind at the moment, 16 for 3.
Yeah, going at 8, which is not enough. They need to now be going at over 20. So that's why I feel that this game could be getting away from Marlo pretty quickly. They've still got very good batters to come. In fact, you've still got the likes of Hardeep Singh. We know he can smash it. You've still got Amandeep Singh, another guy who scored a lot of runs. I mean, talk about the runs these guys have scored. We've just seen Najam Shazad go out there now. He's coming up to 2,500 runs on the network, and he's also got 96 wickets to his name before the start of today, so he'll be on 100 wickets.
Quick look at the table. I'll give you a tip. Just look at the wins column, because the wins is basically how it's going to be ordered. Wins and net run rate, because don't think we're going to have any abandoned games. Fingers crossed.
You shouldn't have said that.
Shouldn't have said that out loud. But yeah, just look at the wins. So if you don't get a win, then you're kind of guaranteed to be last. But yeah, if at least one, you might be in the game, depending on how the other teams go. Letitia with the ball. On. The slowest run-up we've seen today. And it's the first genuine slip we've seen. I mean, when you're trying to carry something like Letitia to the crease, you know, there's going to be a point where, that was a genuine slip as well. He's wearing ice skates or what?
It goes back to Mark. That would be in the back of his head.
All right. Let's hope for better this time. Still a bit of a slip, but straight up in the air. Keeper's called for it, and he's dropped it.
Never.
Well,
never.
Zach Damerel, you would not have thought he'd put that down. Let's just think about that as a bit of a flashpoint in this game. If these two start unloading the sixes, then that could come back to bite.
Wow, I cannot believe it. And that's Najam Shazad who's been dropped. It was an absolute dolly.
Oh, he's gone down again here. Letitia, I mean, the results are okay because he hasn't been hit out of the ground yet. Well, thinking of 2, hesitation. Oh, the throw came back into the snail's pace, and they'll get there.
Yeah, that's not good cricket there, actually, from the Independence Day. There was never 2 there, and the batters only took it because it was a bad throw, which was going to the wrong end.
All right, Letitia's got the yips a bit with standing up. All right, end of the bat, in the air. Is the fielder getting there? Almost. It's good effort running back with the flight. Zaib living dangerously. Hey, quick. shout out hello to Emma and to Kitty. Of course, Trip watching as well from Virginia in the USA. Great to have you with us. We've got viewers all around the world. This is a good effort, though, from Hayward, who's having a good 5 minutes. That would have been a worldie if we'd been able to get there. Well, that's more like it. That's what we expect from Shazad. Strong bottom hand, lifts it up and down to the ground. Maximal. Marlo just kind of slowly fading away, but a flurry of sixes could bring this game back to life.
Yeah, well, Zach Damrell will feel that one. I still can't believe you put him down. That's one of those that it's so easy. You don't think about it, next thing you know, it's dropped.
Goes again this time. I don't think he's going to get it all the way. This should be taken. It will be taken. So the drop only really cost him 6. That's Will Petefield, who lopes around the deep cover region to get Shazad for 8. And Tissier, well, once he's decided to stay on his feet, he's had good results. That's a 4th wicket down now, 27 for 4.
Yeah, even though you've got to say, they've had a fair bit of luck as well, Marlo, with the ball going in the air, dropping just outside the hands of the fielders. The catch is going down, but still, they've not been able to capitalise. Can somebody get going? It's not going to be Najam Shazad this time. He departs with just 8 of 4 deliveries. Who's going to get going for them? Somebody's got to. Let's see who's come out there now. Looks like it's they're going with Asim Sawa.
Yeah, can hit a long ball. We've seen that before. Left-hander. Yeah, I will say with the keeping catch, you should expect to catch that every time. But it is always, no matter when you're running with the flight of the ball, because the ball's kind of going forward and you're going forward, it's not the usual angle. Normally the ball's coming towards you, whereas that's one where you have to go and chase it. Having said that, no real excuse, I think, for Damrell would be the first to put his hand up and say it was a bit of a goober. Last ball, the 3rd. Shorter, missed, and yeah, it's the old outside high strike from Letitia, who somehow got out of that over 1 for 11. Still not quite sure how. End of the 3rd, 27 for 4.
So it looks like they're going to finish well short here, but how much? This is all about damage limitation now for me, for Marlo. How close can they get? Because the net run rate is something that could really hurt them a bit later on, and I think the batters know that. I mean, Zahib hasn't really got going 9 or 5. And Sawa just faces that one ball.
So coming up is match number 6 with Indies taking on Beveren. Only time a team goes back-to-back today. It's Indies. And we kind of saw that work pretty well for Farmers when we had the same format the other day. Expected to start this game in 7 minutes. That won't happen. It'll be a bit of a delay, but we'll let you know when we have an updated start time. Here's Legale. A bit of a shocker earlier. Let's see if he can come back strongly. He does. Almost takes the outside edge, almost takes out the off stump. I know that Kieran's got a few fans in the comment section as well. I've seen piping up.
Yeah, good start. It's a bit of a. I think this is what we're seeing here from Marlo. The approach. You can understand it, I suppose, when you're needing so many runs per over, but they're swinging wild. And thing is, they're not always clearing the ropes. And this is another opportunity, and another one that's taken. Matthew Stokes holds on to the catch, and that's the end now of Amir Zahib. So no batter as yet has got past double figures.
Yeah, the rock sinks here. And Stokes, a very good fielder. He's very, very comfortable under that. This is what I mean about it's a more natural catching angle when the ball's coming towards you rather than you having to chase it. Made that look very, very easy. Had a bit of moral support there next to him. But yeah, Marlo, I mean, given it's 5-over game, it's a different situation, but there was one game in the ECL when they were last year in 2022 that they got absolutely sizzled by Pakai Care. I think they bowled out for 33 or something like that. Not saying that's the situation here, but I think you're right. You've just got to get as close as you can get. They do have a win. They'll be around the mark. I mean, Vikings, the real team right now, which are looking over their shoulders.
Yeah.
Because they'll be the only team without a win after this, assuming Indies hold on here. And they should. Having said that, Amardeep Singh, decent player, coming to the crease at number 7. Hits his first one pretty well. Oh, a lot of cooks down there. Floods. Nice little slide in front from Donaldson. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, Donaldson takes control of the situation. This is his mine. And if there's one thing that you can do on this field, is slide.
It was looking like something out of the Kama Sutra there if that had gone wrong, but luckily they didn't make contact. Sawa goes over the offside. Does this carry? It does. It drops the rare drop from Indies. That's Tom Nightingale out there. As if you have to drop one. Maybe this isn't the worst time given the game situation. Still, they set high standards. They'll be disappointed. Galley with the cross seamer there, I think. And did everything but catch it. Maybe just didn't judge the flight of the ball.
Yeah, you'd expect Tom Nightingale to hold on to that. So a little bit of luck there for Azim Sawa. So once again, Marlo, they've had some chances, they've had opportunities not taken, but they haven't been able to capitalise.
It's the old Rihanna field, the umbrella. They got all 5 outfielders straight and just basically challenging batters to hit over the top of them. Obviously, that hasn't really happened too often in this innings. Marlo going down, but as we said, margins matter. Today, all teams will play 4 matches. Galley really good over this. And it's going to end with him getting slammed out of the ground. Maximo! Sawa with the power. Having said that, still a brilliant over for Indies. There's only 9 in total are conceded. That was a wicket as well. And after 4 overs, I should say, the score is 36 for 5.
Yeah, the wickets keep falling. That's been the problem. It was 2 fell in the first over, and every over there has been a wicket, including that one. But 9 come from a good hit there from Sawa after himself being dropped on 0. But can he make it count? They only got this 6 balls to go here. I mean, at the moment, the margin is 45 runs. That's the difference. I mean, can they get 15 off this one? Take it down to 30. That's, I think, what you've got to try and do. And it's going to be Amardeep Singh who's going to try and rattle off a couple of boundaries.
Sean Donaldson, the bowler. Last over. He reaches and he hits. Maximo. It's a gentle kind of off break.
Nice.
I think Sean challenges the batter to go fetch it. The batter says, I'm up to the challenge, and he puts it away.
Yeah, well, so was Alistair Priddle there. Good work from him as this one bounces into the road, and Ali makes a good stop there in where the officials are.
That one is going, and that one's gone. Maximo. 6 mas. Oh, well.
I was ready.
I'm glad it was over 36 required, because the way Donaldson started, basically, he's going shopping, as Corey would say. Going shopping for a wicket at the moment. He's had some pretty aggressive returns.
Well, you can smile about it because you know that even if it's all 6s of the over, as long as you don't start bowling any no balls, you're okay.
Update on the start time. We will start 15 minutes behind the scheduled start time, which is pretty much 15 minutes from now. So the start time is 2:45 GMT, which is 3:45 in Central Europe, and it is 8:15 p.m. in India.
Well, it might be even longer if Ollie Nightingale doesn't let go of the ball. He is giving it a good shine. I don't think putting a shine on the ball is really what Sean Donaldson needs, but let's see.
Has to go faster. Kind of works, I guess. Down to the ground for just a single. Good question from Josh Dowling. Hello, Josh. Good to see you, by the way. And Rico, where are the Ducks? Still no Derek.
Still no Derek.
You're wearing a nice little duck pin.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to bring him out. I'm finding
there's some talk that Derek might have gone into witness protection and might have had some reconstructive beak surgery. Bowled it. And Donaldson this time, he'll get it. He quite likes it. I mean, I was a bit surprised the bail travelled so far, but it's eliciting a cross-bat swipe, essentially.
Yeah.
Bang. See you later.
It's one of those lovely moments, isn't it, when, I mean, Donaldson's probably having a bowl here. I think the captain, Nathan Letizia, says, go on, have a bowl. We can't lose. And he says, all right then. And he gets a wicket. That's a lovely moment. It's one that he'll treasure. We often say that European cricket, it makes players' dreams come true. And Donaldson, he's got a wicket to his name here. And that's going to be the end of Sawa. So was dropped on 0. Not able to capitalise. Hardeep Singh coming in now. Now, this is a guy that can crunch it. I tell you what, he plays a no-looky shot, which is awesome. I'd love to see him play one of those here now. But this guy's got power. He really has. He's a serious hitter. And coming in here at number 8.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look. As this is pretty much straight backwards. Oh, 2 fielders coming together. I don't think anyone fancied a collision there. Just looking at the top 6 for Marlo in this game, I think they end up scoring 31 off 24. So if you combine 4 overs, it's basically 4 overs for 31, and how are you going to chase 81? You're not.
Yeah.
All right, this is lifted up, and that probably travels as well. It does. Maximo 6 carreras, but this game is in the books. Donaldson goes for 20, but he does pick up a wicket in that last over. Indies with their first win of ECL 25. The final score in match 5, Independence CC 80, Marlo 56. The margin of victory is 24 runs.
Yeah, and you know that over 20 come from it is probably a good thing for Marlo, because they do take the deficit down to under 30. It becomes 24 runs in the end, so I think they've done well. There's good damage limitation there, so some good hitting there towards the end from Amandeep Singh, who's 21 not out of the 6 deliveries, so he does help them in a way. Independence, though, they are smiling, and they want to carry on being smiling, because they take on Beveren. This could be a big match.
This is what you need to know, that Roma CC with 2 wins, but after that, Beveren, as well as Indies who are playing next, as well as Marlo, are all on 1 win. So it's basically, wins will decide it today, and of course we'll have net run rate to split if required. But Marlo, just a failure to launch really of their innings. We had both the openers gone without scoring. Martins stayed 6 balls for 7, only really hit 1 ball well. And when your top order fails so badly in such a short game, you're pretty much out of it before you can say cheese. In the end, they actually did pretty well to make 56 look for a while. It might not even be that many.
Yeah, I mean, they're just stuck to their plans. And, when you've got the runs on the board, then you can set a good, simple plan. And you mentioned it about the field, the umbrella field. We call it the Rihanna, when everybody was sort of behind the ball, just encouraging batters to hit down the ground. And when you've got runs to play with, you can do that. And the bowlers, they did the right thing, just got the ball up there, weren't trying to do too much more with it. And you've got to keep credit to all the bowlers. Every bowler bowled brilliantly well. And Donaldson, I think, you expect him to go for a few, but he picks up a wicket as well and going for 20 runs, but that important wicket. And there it is there. That puts the ball up there and gets the ball on the stumps. Thank you very much. And that's the way to do it. So that was the stumps shattered there of Asim Sawa. And handshakes all around, but you can see the smiles are on the faces of Independence. They knew that was a huge match for them. And actually say, Vinny, that really keeps things very interesting, especially going into this next match.
Yeah, they didn't hit a single 4 in that innings. They did hit 7 6s, but wasn't enough to challenge. And again, extra's pretty important in that there weren't too many of them in the second half, not helping out Marlo too much at all. 21 not out down the stretch from Amandeep Singh, but really it was an almost impossible equation by the time he even made it to the crease. Bowling-wise, well, yeah, second time today we've seen all 5 bowlers getting amongst the wickets, but I think it's good team effort. I think especially in the first 4, which pretty much put the game to bed. Good return to form for KLG, Kieran Lagali, with a very tight 1 for 9 in the 4th. But I mean, Pete Field was brilliant early, wasn't he? 2 for 8. Hayward chipped in with a wicket. Letitia had some issues with his landing, but still a decent over, 1 for 11. Donaldson, of course, with a bit of a highlight late in the piece. We'll take a break. Back in just a few minutes. Just repeating that the next game will start in around about 10 to 12 minutes time. It's a clock on your screen right there. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Rico, you're going to step out for a little bit, but you'll be back a bit later. Corey Ruxton will be with me when we return in moments time right here in Spain. You're watching the European Cricket League.
European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello, welcome back to the Cartama Oval and our coverage of the European Cricket League. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, as we are at the halfway point of Group G, group stage. And coming up, we have match number 6. Now, this was meant to start in 4 minutes. I have been told that there's a slight extension of 5 minutes. So we'll have a little bit more time to chat before we get going. Just a quick one here. It is Indies going back-to-back in this game. This time they're in this match, they're taking on Beveren of Belgium. Beveren came good in the last match that they played. You can see here that we have about a 7-minute until the first ball. But hey, we might as well, while we're here, tell you a little bit about what's happening in the European Cricket League. Starting with this game, of course, with Indies going back-to-back. Only time we'll see a team actually do this today. So you can see Jack Brown comes into the lineup. And for Beveren, it looks like they've gone unchanged here. For these two teams, obviously they're both on 1 win apiece. And Indies actually after the last game are 1-1 as well. So obviously just that one change for Indies with Ryan Harris out of the side. And Beveren, like I said, they are going unchanged. And a story so far for both these two teams as well, with the 1-1 at this stage. We saw Beveren a bit disappointing in the first game against Roma CC of Italy. They made 52 and that was chased down pretty easily by the Romans in 2.4 overs. Then they recovered to chase down 65 in just 3.4 against the Mediterranean Vikings. Supercomputer says this is pretty close. Indies, we just saw them sweep aside Marlo, but earlier in the day, they actually had almost a carbon copy loss to Roma CC, copying what the Belgian side Beveren did earlier on. So hey, while we've got this extra few minutes, why don't we go to the comment section? If you do want to ask me anything, now is a great time to do so. I know a few people are just kind of wondering where we're at in this tournament. This is Group G, so it's the last of the 7 groups. And 35 clubs are part of this European Cricket League. So Darmstadt CC qualified from Group A, a very entertaining group final over Dreux, the 2023 champions. Hornchurch, of course, won Group B over their English rivals, Northern CC. Skanderborg, the Stingrays, won in Group C. Again, another great game. Zurich Nomads, first time we've seen a Swiss team in Championship Week, and then Vorberg in an unprecedented power over. And then Farmers, who didn't even get to play a finals day. One guy that's been out of action for a little while, but he's back today with the vengeance. Corey Rutgers joining me nice and early for this match number 6.
I thought I'd get back nice and early for the early crow. Sorry, it's a bit lunch around. Purple Pepper has been delivering once again. But no,
be honest with what you've just eaten. Is it a bar of chocolate that's been sitting in the rain for a couple of days?
No, Purple Pepper offered me a nice beef dish with some carrot and baby potatoes, and then I've come into a little bit of chocky in the afternoon. So I'm ready for this one as we have a look at the previous edition's winners. And look, 3 teams out of those 4 winners definitely deserved it. Drew, Pack Care and VOC Rotterdam, as they were the reigning champions.
We're going to steer away from controversy, but what I will say is that we have 2 English sides in this year's ECL, 2 Jersey sides from this ECL. And that's because there were 2 auto qualification spots in the format last year. We also know European Cricket League formats changed a few times. In fact, there was only 8 teams back in 2019.
Vinny, while we've got a little bit of a delay till this game starts, let's talk a little bit of World Cricket News. Did you catch much of the Champions Trophy?
I caught bits and pieces of it. Yeah, I didn't catch that much, obviously, being here. But we obviously we follow cricket's going on around the world. We're heading around Europe as well. These are the upcoming events with Portugal to start on Saturday. Did you know that we're 1 week away from the start of the European Cricket Series? Portugal, for the first time, will have a Challenger and a Premier Division. And then also we'll have Norway touring Portugal. So I think it's the first time we've seen Norway in T10 cricket on the network outside the Cardiff Oval. And also it's the first time that the the first time the Portuguese women's side will play T20 international cricket. So that's pretty exciting that we'll be documenting that.
I think that recently in Europe, especially all these federations and teams that are recognised by the ICC, there's been a big push probably in the last 3 years to get your women's side up and running. I know Spain, 3 years ago, it was non-existent.
Yeah.
They only played their first T20s, I think, versus the Isle of Man women in a November series in 2022. So the development's great. It's really important to get the women at the top level similar to the men, and every European country now is getting their women's to debut in this period.
Yeah, and the incentives are there to do so. I know also is to go to Madrid for the first time. Very excited to do that. And we do a little bit of that together.
Yeah, I think I'm on Madrid for a couple of days, which are looking forward to seeing a different venue. And it's good to just show that there's not just Barcelona cricket. I think we've got Valencia and Alicante on the fixture list as well. So if we end up showing the other regions, I mean, one day we need to get out to Ibiza and the islands.
I think it's a natural thing to do. And I know that also we know France is on the calendar. What is you quite like France? You obviously are a real romantic. I bet you'd love maybe a trip to the city of love at some point.
Yeah, I'd like to get down to Toulouse or Nice. I've actually been watching a little bit of the F1 series lately, and they're in Monaco, and I think maybe we could find a cricket ground out there.
You think so?
Imagine
I heard
that.
there are some pretty nice cricket grounds in France. Private grounds.
I looked up last night, actually, a few nights ago, if there was a Monaco national cricket team. They don't have it yet, but it's daring to be built.
You think you're going to be lured away from Spain, it's going to be big bucks.
Oh, it's Monaco. I'm going to Monaco, Vinny.
Got a feel for Group E and Group F teams, obviously, having limited ability, or in case of Group E, no ability to get on the field for a regular match. But there's still the possibility of qualifying again. This is our whole season program. Again, there's a couple of things that might change around, but we like to keep you up to date with what's happening. If you do want to listen to us more often, I don't know, a few people would like to do that, but if you would like to do that, you can just subscribe to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and we bring you the cricket. I think it's a 48-week season this year, including something like over 3 months of cricket here from the Cardiff Oval, the home of European cricket. All right, we're ready to go. Assad and Aaron, the A-team, heading out there, and followed by Beveren, who won the toss in this one, have elected to bowl, so Indies will have to set the pace. And Beveren, despite a bit of a shaky start, they certainly turned things around the last time we saw them on the park against the Mediterranean Vikings.
Yeah, Beveren are a very good team and a successful team, Vinny. They've been dominating the Belgian cricket scene probably in the last 5-6 years. They had to have won 80% of the trophies, so Beveren deserved their place. And Independence, I think we saw the best of him in the last game. Interesting game to call. Good to see in the chat, Trip Columba, Ashikula Saeed as well.
Yeah,
so
I saw that. Hi, Ash.
So he'll be watching on. And Beveren, they've had a winning formula for a while, but at Kardama, they've been a bit hit and miss.
Yeah.
They'll be hoping in this game, if they can win this and go 2-1, then you can really build on that. If you lose this and you're 1-2, it's a long way back.
Well, I just said, if you're looking at the table, there's only two numbers to watch, and that's basically wins and net run rate. Because if you're tied on wins, you're tied on points today. That's how it's going to work out. And we've got a situation now where exactly halfway through the day, everyone played 2 matches. You've got Roma CC with 2 wins. You've got Vikings without a win. But you've got the other 3 teams all on 1 win. And 2 of them doing battle here in Indies and Beveren. In the male model, Tarakel to get us going.
Yeah, he's a talented cricketer, Hatsidullah Tarakel. He'll open the batting, he'll open the bowling, he'll bowl a heavy length, he'll smack sixes. He's a nice sort of sportsman just to watch, a natural athlete.
I think I'd be a bit dazzled if he's running into me.
He's beautiful.
Throws me the blue steel look halfway through the run. It'll put anyone off. All right, Tom Nightingale out there with Matty Stokes. Lights, camera, action. Here we go with match 6. And it's going to start with a miss-hit pull. This should be out. It's going to be dropped. Oh, he just went fingers up there. Sabers a kill. Normally a sure pair of hands, but that just bounced off his fingers into his shoulder. And a huge let off first up for Nightingale.
Oh, it's clever bowling. He starts with the cutter first. Not many players do that. It goes straight to sub as a kill, but the fielding standards, and this is what can happen for Belgian sides. They can bat, they can bowl, but the fielding hurts them.
It didn't actually run there. And now this is going to be a boundary. So, oh, well, not the start the Belgians wanted in this match, which is pretty close to a 50-50 proposition. Indy's off the mark.
Well, Indies came back really well in that last game versus Marlo. Another win here almost gives them a foot in the door for tomorrow. I just feel like in this group, Vinny, it's going to come down to net run rate tonight as to who might get knocked out. I'm still backing the Vikings to win at least one today.
They'd be disappointed they haven't picked up a win so far. It's the cutter again. Complete miss hit. This surely is going to be taken. It will be. So the drop costs them 4 in the end. I think Sabazakil breathes a big sigh of relief as well. As Tarakel breaks through, and Indy's a 4 for 1.
Yeah, Sabazakil will be the most relieved man on that field because he dropped him 2 balls earlier. This time, easy catch, and it's that cutter again. The ball stopping in the wicket. Clever bowling from the tall left armour.
Ahmed Ahmedzai with a simple catch. So an early strike for the Belgians. They'll be covering their blushes a little bit. I'm just having a look in the comment section. A few people are wondering why no Barcelona this year. But I suppose, you know, it's at that time now. We've been to Barcelona so many times looking for some other
Groundhog Day.
Some other venues to showcase and try and spread the game within Spain, which is quite a big country as well.
In Spain, it's not just one venue there. There's plenty of venues. I know we take our T20 cricket to La Manga and Dead Springs, but the regions have a lot of cricket. I still think we need to get to the islands one day.
I think it's a good idea. Also, I've got a question from Trip. Have I ever been to Lake Bled in Ljubljana in Slovenia? Looks like a beautiful place. I'll come back to that because it kind of takes me back to Group F. First, here's Zach Damerel. Hasn't had a good time so far with the bat. Jumps across, we'll get it wide. So in Group F, I realised there were 4 countries involved. I'd never been to any of them because it was Jersey, had 2 teams. Then you had Turkey, I'd only ever been to the airport. Then we had Slovenia. And then there was one more.
Interesting, Vinny.
Oh, Luxembourg, of course.
You've never been to Luxembourg?
I've been to Luxembourg. So it's so weird for me that we had...
Very rare for you.
Hadn't been any. I knew all the players, obviously. Most of them have played on ECN, but in other places, for example, I know that Slovenian club Ljubljana, they play in ECS Croatia typically.
Top over again from Tarakel. He's had a good day with the ball.
To get creative again. This time Damerel will get it and he'll get the boundary.
Well, not easy to play that ramp shot earlier in innings when you're not batting at full flow. We know he struggled a little bit today, but you mentioned it earlier, Vin. 4 games, 4 opportunities with the bat. It only takes 1 out of 4, and then it feels like you've had a good day.
Yeah, that's actually true. That's actually true.
Batting's very much like that. 1 out of, if you can make a good score 1 out
Just
of 4,
remind,
you're pretty happy.
So I think your body needs constant reminding, positive feedback that actually you can do it. Damerel. This time, he's beaten upstairs. So Taraka with a brilliant first over, really. Had a catch dropped, had a catch taken. Went for a couple of 4s all up. I think the Belgians are pretty happy with that. It's 9 for 1 after 1.
When you look at what Tarakel has to offer, doesn't it amaze you that he doesn't play in ECC for Belgium?
Yeah.
He's a seriously good T10 cricketer.
Well, just need to knock the door down, I suppose. Another quick look at the calendar. Name somewhere on there you're excited to see ECN going to this year.
England, Hornchurch.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Well, I know the plan is that might be a bit of a regular on the calendar.
Excuse me.
I know that you're going to get a good look at them in finals week, of course, coming up. I quite like the Belgian shirts as well here. They've got the Belgian flag motif. You can see it here on Ahmedzai. Checks the shot first up, Matty Stokes.
Stokes is a good player. If he can face majority of the remaining balls, they might get up to a good score. I thought they played a perfect game versus Marlo a few moments ago. And sometimes when you have a good win, we found with Team Europe at the Western Shield, we had the back-to-back, and if we won, it was great because we're like, let's just keep going.
Yeah,
we're in that
on a
flow.
roll here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Stokes, yeah, very, very good player, but he had a bit of an off game with the bat in the last, which can happen.
He's a good player.
Checks the shot here, so I'll certainly be happy with the way he started this over.
Yeah, it's a nice start from Beveren, who were short of a gallop this morning, it looked, versus Roma, and they responded well. They smacked the Vikings, and they're looking to go 2 in a row.
Now, this is my last game. I'm going to leave you the Rico for the rest of the day. Leave you in control of the car. In the air. Oh, and he's misjudged it. It's gone over his head for 6. Maximo. Sahib Zada out there. He zigged when he needed to zag, and that one carries the rope.
Yeah, he just got a little bit too eager. He came running in, and if he had stayed on the rope, he takes that catch. So that's 2 moments early, and this is very sort of Belgian ball. They can bowl, they can hit sixes, but that fielding standard has to stay up.
Damrell, maybe that's the shot in the arm he needed. Gets us off the end of the bat, but won't really get out of the infield. Damrell kind of moved around a bit. He's batted in 3 in the last couple of games. Nathan Letitia listed to come in next. Ollie Nightingale at 5. Will Petefield batted 6 last game. Got a couple of boundaries away. Just no time in this format. Fraction short. That one needed to be put away, and it is Maximo for Matty Stokes.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. 5 overs, 10 overs, 20, 50 test match. You bowl a short ball there on a small boundary. It's going to get hit for 6. And just gets this one all wrong. Easy shot for Stokes to open up his account and get him going.
Ball really flies to that boundary. The field's a circle, but anything behind the wicket is actually slightly less than 50 metres from actually your hitting position. Now he's going to go uppercut. No one back in the outfield. This one will pitch just inside and go for 4 more. Salmanzai had a good start to the over, but just copped a bit towards the end. He'll end up going for 18 in that one, and at the end of 2 overs, it's 27 for 1.
Yeah, good batting. Just going square of the wicket, not trying to play, sort of baseball it straight. Don't always have to play that cross bat straight, flat hit. So Stokes 11 off 3, 27 off 2. Independence building nicely into this.
Yeah, it is 43%, a little bit behind the game at the moment. Beveren, obviously, they do have, in addition to their squad with Jamshed Khan in the German international, and a guy who's played for Team Europe as well.
Yeah, Jamshed Khan, when he gets going, his strike rate has to be one of the best on the network. So he's a very good addition to this Beveren lineup. Looks like Ahmedzai is going to come in with some sort of slingy right arm fast bowling.
Into the power play, so 5 outfielders back now.
He lopes up. It's only a little stutter step, a bit of a Fred Flintstone, but it's all shoulder.
It's a bit of a heave, isn't it?
All shoulder. Look at this. Oh.
That's exactly the sound he makes, I think, as well. He's yorked himself there that time, Zach Damrell. Now, fraction short, turns on it, gets it out of the ground. Maximo sees carreras. The crowd goes wild.
Yeah, the crowd goes bonkers there as Independence get another short ball to work with. And, well, when it's short, it's high risk. You can beat the bat and you get the dot, but any bit of willow usually sails for 6.
Side with a comeback ball. Cross seamer grip. Whippage, only a single. So would you say, based on what you've seen so far, obviously we've seen each team play 2 games, this is the 3rd for these 2 teams. Roma CC top of the table, or do you think they're a clear favourite based on what you've seen so far?
I just don't feel like there's going to be a clear favourite in the group. I think that when it gets to 10 over cricket, the game changes again. In 5 overs, it's very even, but still, we've only seen a small sample size of them.
Takes it on, but the fielder's there and takes the catch. It's captain Hakeem Kaksa there. So Stokes doesn't waste too much time while he's there. Quick fire 11, but Ahmedzai gets him. And we're pretty much halfway through this 5 overs. Indies lose the 2nd wicket. It's 34 for 2.
Yeah, 34 for 2. Good catch from the skipper out there at deep mid-off. And, well, Stokes, it was in his half. He'll be disappointed he spliced that one. He would have fancied his chances of getting it over the rope for 6. So an important wicket and, more importantly, a dot ball.
Yeah, true. That's a pretty handy cricket. He's very versatile. If required, he can do a job with the gloves. He can bowl a bit and bats pretty well. Stokes just found the outfielder there. This is going to be the skipper, Nathan Letitia, coming into the crease.
Yeah, Letitia coming out number 4. It's taking his time to get to the crease, just looking at the clock. And
the umpires will give you a verbal kind of 20 seconds, 10 seconds. If you're not ready by the time they say 0, you're giving up 5 runs.
I'm going to time the next one just to see.
Okay. Sure, that's something you'll remember to do.
Yep.
Corey's got the watch out, everyone.
Yeah, the new watch has a stopwatch feature.
That's in the air. It's found the gap though, and it's going to be 4. It's one of those ones where both the fielders might have made it, but they weren't sure if they were closer than the other fielder. In the end, it threads the needle and goes to the boundary.
Yeah, maybe some self-preservation in the end. It thread the needle perfectly. That was Tarakel and Jamshed Khan. And
To be honest, even if one of them called for it, I still think it might have gone
Probably
for
not,
4.
but it's an awkward one because you don't know where you are compared to the other fielder, so you never really know whether to go for it or not. Full toss this time. Well, this one will find Jamshed. That'll be the end of 3, as this game hangs very much in the balance. Indy's 39 for 2. After 3 gives us a chance to welcome you into the box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Me sound here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Rutgers with me. Group G. Group G for G. We've got no idea which way this is going to go.
Yeah,
Creative.
Pretty good segue there, Vin. Yeah, it is going to be an interesting group. Group of death for most of us. Rico was saying it before as well. 5 over cricket today. We're going to lose a very good team in a few hours.
True.
Still sort of feel for the teams in the previous groups. They didn't get to play as much as they would have liked, but it's just the nature of the beast this year.
Maybe it's Group G for G. We're happy to be playing some cricket after the week we've had. We had only 1 day's play, and even that wasn't a full day's play out of the last 7. Back to the action, though. All happens in the 4th, as they say in the classic. Zakhil's back. And he's had persistent shoulder injuries that have hampered him over the last couple of years. A little bit surprised to see him back bowling, but
it's his birthday today. Maybe
happy birthday.
Thought maybe I could get the arm. I actually saw him in the crowd during my break. We had a nice little chat. Used to coach Sabah Zakil. He's a very talented boy, but super to see him bowling because he really had issues.
Insana, right?
Insana, yeah.
Because he plays this game in a bit of a crazy manner.
Sabah Zakil is one of those guys. He could rock up and hit 100 of 20 balls, or it could look pretty ugly, but that's just the way he is. And he's got a lot of energy.
He's a very enthusiastic cricketer, though, and he's one of those players that when he does well, you always feel really happy for him.
Yeah.
Especially, and I know he's gone through with some of the injuries and all this in the last couple of years. Right now, he's going to get lit up because that's a bit of a slot length. Letitia puts him into where the trophy will be around this time next week. That's Lorne Burns doing the fielding. Speaking of that, we saw your fielding attempt earlier. We also saw that Lorne almost went about 3 feet deep in the mud. How are you meant to be looking after your players?
Yeah, there was a brief moment where I thought they could have hit the highlight reel. I'm surprised Lorne Burns didn't fumble that one. He hasn't caught cleanly lately.
All right, comeback ball for Zakhil. Not a bad one. Tended Yorker, like full toss. And down the ground for 1.
Big game this for both these teams. You're 1-1.
Second win, you're home scot-free.
Yeah, if you lose this, you've got a little monkey on your back.
1 win might not be enough for a team to make the finals. It might be, but it might not be. Both these teams on 1 win heading into this.
Oh!
And he's fielded that with the old...
Well, that's Insana.
La Bamba. Do you know what they call it? That's what they call sneakers.
There he is.
Bamba. This would have hit the middle stump. The funny thing is, I don't think he needed to field this because the stumps would have fielded it for him.
Tell you right now, I'm not.
Why he's even standing there, I've got no idea.
He's now taking it off because it's the aftershock of pain.
The shoe's off, everybody. Oh, no.
Well, what's going on there? They put his ankle back in.
Oh, what's going on there?
Oh, he's gone. And this is Insana. He's a fun player to watch, but...
I don't know. That's not a qualified medical maneuver. He just basically put all his body weight on the shoe, on the foot.
When it first hit him, he got on with it, and I thought, no way, but this could be a broken foot. Oh, that hurts.
He runs after it, so he's not...
No, but it's the aftershock. It's the aftershock.
Look here, that's where, I mean, all the podiatrists out there, I mean, it looks like something out of the Greco-Roman wrestling. Here comes Tyrone with the magic spray. Oh, this day's had everything. Maybe when it comes to feet, you got to go to the ref, and here everyone gathers round. Let's see if Sabah can take it on.
Oh, there's not much spray in that can left.
Oh, well.
Vinny, that would have hurt a lot.
What hurt more? The ball hitting you, or then your teammate coming and basically giving you deep tissue into the foot that just got smashed by the grizzly?
There's bone pieces just floating in that foot
Where's
right
the
now.
medic? Medic's at lunch. Don't know what's happening now. Are the medics now refereeing? All right, shoes on.
Well,
Check
we'll
the
know in a
double
moment.
knot.
I like that it took a bit of time for him to
still want
realise.
to know whose idea it was to come in and press down on it. It's clearly, this is the myth that gets me. Look at this. He tries to then fight him off. He says, no, I know what I'm doing. I don't know if he did know what he was doing. All right, Zakhil's back. And he can maybe take something here. It'll only be a single low full toss.
Well, that sums up Insana a bit.
He's fielded it middle stump to middle stump. Shoes off. Oh, well, in that, over. He only goes for 10. I'd probably not field him, but of course he'll field anyway. Why not? It's 49 for 2.
Of course he'll go to the hot spot of deep mid-off. I always find it funny when these hard grizzly balls get whacked back at a bowler, you naturally stick your leg out or try to get something on it. But how we don't get more broken legs and broken ankles, this ball is rock
I knew
hard.
when he went to chase the ball that he didn't have like a broken ankle, because you don't do that. But then it was a real show. Here's Cuxa. Attempted reverse from Damerel first up. What an interesting game.
Yeah,
I still want to know how Tyrone ended up with the magic
How
spray.
did Tyrone get on the field first?
Nice little cameo. Maybe the medic's halfway through a sandwich. Bocadillo, something like that. Bold. Didn't judge the pace that at all, Damerel.
Damerel's just had a bit of a hit and miss day. He's faced 14 deliveries for 20, and in a 5-over game, probably not enough.
Hello to Iggy. Nice to see you in the comment section. Iggy, hope you're well. Thanks for tuning in. Cucks up with a bit of it. Oh, he could be out. Oh, he doesn't get there now.
How many players are getting badged today, by the way?
Yeah, well, that one actually, that was edged into the head. Now, is Tyrone going to come out and do the concussion test now?
Oh, I don't know.
It was a slower ball, but it's right off the badge.
Well,
no one seems to care.
It seems like we decide when we want to do the test. Not a guarantee.
Yep. He's okay, folks. 50's up. Oh, I love European cricket. You know, I just don't see this stuff anywhere else. I mean, have you ever seen a teammate attack another teammate's bare foot?
It feels like if you get hit in the head, concussion test. But if you get any bit of bat into the head, you do not
Top
get
edge
one.
in your head? In fact, if you go to the hospital and your head's been opened up, if you're top edge, they just send you home. Oh, that one isn't coming back. Maximo! Damerel puts it up and into the jungle. Hanging in their middle road kind of score. 57 now with the ball to come.
Yeah, just hanging in there. That was a pretty crucial 6. Can he get one more out the bleachers? And 63 potentially plays. Not going to be easy against this Beveren lineup.
Damerel. I suppose time will tell if this is a good knock or not. But again, we know that the Guernsey clubs are a pretty disciplined bowling and fielding side. They catch well. Different style, I suppose, of cricket they play. But that's kind of one of the nice things, is the culture clash that we get in European cricket. The format invites it. Last ball, the 5th. The last ball of the innings. Has to reach for it, finds the fielder, gets caught. So that's Mohamed Noman that will take the catch. Damerel falls off the last ball for 27. Indies 57 off the 5.
Yeah, I think that's a fair reflection on the supercomputer. 70% out of Beveren, 30% to the Indies. And I think Beveren bowled a lot of cutters into the pitch in that 5-over little period, which is proving to be quite effective. Damerel tried to get going, didn't really. 27 off 17 in a 5-over game. Yeah, just not up to the mark you'd like to be.
Yeah, it seems a bit under, but we know Beveren are the ultimate kind of Jekyll and Hyde batting lineup. And who knows, they could be rolled out 30, they could make 100 for none. You just never, ever know. Let's go back. Got to say, let's not forget how good Tarakel's first over was. 1 for 9, had a drop catch in there as well. That one wasn't dropped though. Ahmed Ahmedzai with a nice take, a regulation take, to be fair. And yeah, no one really got going on a big heater, although there were no kind of terrible overs either. The first over went for 9, the last over went for 8. The 3 in the middle went for 40. So you kind of, it's an underwhelming target, but you would say that if Guernsey bowl and field well, maybe it's enough. This is where it all broke loose. The shoe came off. There was an aggressive massage attempted. I don't think Aaron really knew how to deal with that as the standing umpire. I didn't know whether he had to step in like a boxing referee or an MMA referee. Tyrone, for some reason, had the magic spray. His shoelaces were undone. He was a big tripping risk. It's, well, it's all the chaos you'd want, and that was only 5 overs of European cricket.
Just 5 overs of the best, Vinny. There was a couple of late flurries, but that last ball picking up a wicket, another dot ball for me. Beveren have just started to figure out how to bowl on this wicket. At 57 for 3, they are ahead.
Yeah, they're ahead, but they've still got to go get him. Beveren 58, the target required in 5 overs. Look at the scorecard. Damerel went off the last ball, 27 off 17. But I mean, this format, you kind of do want your your top order batters, your set batters going 200 plus. His strike rate was a shade under 160. Stokes with 11 before he was caught, and Leticia with 14 not out off the 6 balls he faced. Bowling wise, I think Tarakel deserves a lot of credit. His first over was a very good one. Kaksa finished very well with 1 for 8. And Amatai picked up the other wicket in there. Zakil with an interesting over in the 4th. We say it all happens in the 4th. But really, look at the runs. Only 10 were scored. We will take a break. When we're back in a few minutes, it's going to be time for one of these two teams to register their second win of the day, and the win that probably makes them safe as far as qualification of the finals tomorrow. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you very, very shortly for the exciting conclusion of Group G Match 6 here, live from Spain. You're watching the European Cricket League.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello European cricket fans, and welcome back to the Kartsma Oval. We are thick into the Group G action, really hitting the spot here in the 5th edition of the European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of European Cricket, with 33 nations represented in this edition. This is the last group before we hit Championship Week. Starts in less than 48 hours time. The Guernsey champions, Independence CC, are coming out to defend 57, and they scored off their 5 overs. Remember, it's all 5 over cricket today, catching up after yesterday was abandoned due to the state of the outfield. To say so far the field played pretty well, given the amount of rain that's fallen on it over the last week or so. As well, Petefield. There's a few people that are fans of the Will Petefield variety. He's going to come in and get going. 58 to win for Beveren. Swing and a miss first up. Heavy kind of length from Will. He was given the Carl Pilkington look-alike from Wayne earlier. Or somebody we have seen quite a bit of the network. I mentioned also he does have an ECL hat-trick. Tarakel, the male model, opening up. Jamshid Khan at the other end. Slow ball, almost takes out the leg stick. Big sound to him, Mr. Maximo. Coy Ruckers joins me for the exciting chase in match 6.
Yeah, looking forward to this, Vinny. And Tarakel today with the bat hasn't been as effective as I think he would have liked. Just missed a few. I've seen him really go berserk before. When he's on, it's great to watch. So a bit of pressure early in his innings.
This one he hasn't really got, but there's no outfield up, and it'll still go all the way. Maximo Tarakel gets his team off the mark.
Strong boy. He got that nowhere near the middle of the bat, but that high bat lift, and he holds the bat at the very top, almost like Adam Gilchrist style.
And so he lost his grip actually when he made contact. It shows you rear was nowhere near the middle, but he still carried. The fielder back there might have been interesting, but there wasn't. So 6 runs to the total. On the walk this time, he gets more of it, and that is power. Maximo.
Great fielding from mid-wicket there as it sailed miles above his head.
Well, you were talking about Test Match, the board game. He looked like one of the fielders then,
Yes.
didn't he? If you remember that one. And that's where the balls ended up. There's Danny, I think, over there.
Danny's having a hard time. It's a little bit slippery in those bushes, and this grizzly ball is flying around. That was a beautiful shot, Vinny.
He's found the ball, which is a pretty good effort. Would they be thinking, okay, 58, 10 sixes in 30 balls? They would think that would be a good target.
But just going hard at everything.
They don't need to be told
so
twice.
it is going to be a lot of dot balls and sixes. You're correct.
That's the 6. Thanks for coming. Maximo, third one of the over. And Tarakel, well, he's painting a very pretty picture at the moment for Belgian fans.
You don't get many players that are a triple threat. Opening bowler, opening bat, male model. It's the holy grail.
Yeah, Maxi Hornberg had 2 of those things covered, but
Maxi Horn had one of those things. Male model, couldn't do anything else. Hello, Maxi, if you're watching.
Sure he is. Tarakel.
That is a big blow.
A bit surprised he's staying around the wicket to him here. Been bottom-handed out of the ground 3 times. But 4th time's the charm. End of the over. 3 sixes, 3 dots. It's 18 without loss.
That's a very Belgian ball, isn't it? 40 off 24, 10 and over, 9 wickets in hand. You'd expect they chase this pretty easily now. Have to wait and see. I've enjoyed this 5-over fiesta sort of cricket, Vinny. I think there's something here we can work with in the future.
Slamming through the game.
Just add one
matches.
more, one over, and then call it the sixes.
Really?
Yep.
5's nice. I like that you have to use 5 bowlers and retains the integrity of bowling 20% maximum of the overs. Whereas if you have a 6-over game and someone can bowl 2, if you've got a gun bowler, really, it means you're facing a third of the innings to that one bowler. Anyway, Jamshid Khan, he will face up for the first time. Hayward bowled pretty well before, but he does bowl kind of predictable little outies. Jamshid, let's see how he approaches him. He's going to hit him flat bat down the ground, and he's going to get him over the fence. Maximo! 4 sixes out of 7 balls. That's what we've had so far.
Oh, you're right. Maybe others trying to do it in sixes. And yeah, Jamshid Khan, he doesn't get a ball in his half. He just lopes across outside the off and flat bats it.
So front on there. So front on.
Yeah.
That's a very unusual technique.
Who's the South African bowler? Hayward.
Nanty Hayward.
That's it.
Yeah. Bleach blonde. I will say, I'd like to be called wide, but I just wonder about trying to flat bat over long on when you've got a guy bowling slide out swing and you've got no deep cover, no long long off. I'd love to see Jamshed maybe keep his shape a little bit more because he's good enough to do that. Get that front shoulder in play a little bit. Not run across and do the opposite.
Yeah, I just think Jamshed Khan sometimes, you're right, wants to bang everything straight.
It's not really playing the ball bold, it's playing the ball that he hopes is coming.
But I guess the good thing for them is they're not chasing a massive total and they're in complete control now, 98% chance. So 4 big sixes in the first 7 balls of this game.
Did you ever do any male modelling?
Yeah.
A couple of catalogues, would we be able to find it?
Target.
I wouldn't mind, Kroom, if you are watching, maybe do an AI picture of Corey's male modelling career.
That should be illegal. You're not allowed to do that if you are watching.
Well, law's still catching up with advances
Still many
in
years.
technology.
I've been told I'm looking the best I've ever looked.
Keep talking to yourself.
Oh,
Well, that's not a bad shot. He's just pounded that through cover. He's an offside threat as well, Tarakel. Beveren off to a screamer of a start. In fact, they're already over halfway there.
he's a threat on the field. He's a threat off the field. He's just a perfect human being. He's a Greek god. He's 6'7", smacks it a long way, bowls wheels. If he's not at ECC for Belgium this year, I'll be in shock.
Be the first time. Hayward. Wow, swing. Missed by a lot.
How's that?
That's on the top ball. So we're still on the top ball versus 6 watch.
Do you feel like the
It's
teams
5-all.
batting first today so far just haven't been able to have the biggest scores they would have liked?
I do feel like there's a bit of an advantage batting second just because you know how risky you need to be. So if I look at today, maybe it's just the teams that played better that have been playing second. But we've only had 1 win batting first, and that was when Marlo defeated the Vikings 65-60 in match 2. The others have been on the chase.
Oh,
Sorry, that was up until the last game, which Indies defended 80. Inside edge. Yes, just the crazy run continues of only sixes.
Good ad.
Sixes and dots. I suppose you go 1 wide, 1 single on this over. Hayward, bit of an awkward one bowling to the lefty, I think, because not especially quick. You know, you'd be hoping you could straighten it down the line, maybe trap an LBW, but it's also potentially a very hittable ball. Just a bit of a top edge hanging up in the air. Fielder goes back. Ollie Nightingale can't quite get there. It's a great effort. They're going to scramble back for 2.
yeah, brilliant effort. He made good ground and in the end taps it back in, saves 2 for his team. And well, that's one thing about the Indies, Vinny. They'll never give up. We'll have a closer look. For a brief moment, I thought he was going to get there.
He actually did work pretty well to get around it. In the end, he realised he wasn't going to touch it on the full. So rather than risk knocking it across the boundary, he just kind of swiped it back. Wins. That's what I'm looking at today. 2 wins, you're safe. These 2 are on 1 win. Whoever wins this one, I think they've even got a chance to maybe push for a top 2 and a double chance. Whoever loses it, though, they'll be looking over their shoulder because the Vikings are not a bad team at all. They still have 2 games to play.
Well, with a lot of weather around as well still. I mean, tomorrow, we lost a final. Farmers won that day, and then we lost the final. So you just want to make sure you get to the top of that table. You never know what might come tomorrow.
Okay.
Like Letitia is going to come in to
Oh,
some right arm off spin.
First ball looked a bit like Bambi on ice last time we saw him, but let's see. A bit dry now from hopefully.
Oh,
First one
my
made
word.
a very special sound off the bat, and don't even bother looking for that. That's gone many a mile. Maximal for Jamshed Khan.
Oh, we've seen some biggies recently, but that's right up there.
Actually couldn't track that one. It went so far. Let's have a look at it. Special angle. Couldn't have got it any better
That was
there.
so high and so deep.
No one was in danger.
Oh, Beveren, Belgian ball is starting to click here, isn't it? Good to
German.
watch.
German twister Belgian ball here. Jamshed plays cricket in Germany. And he gets enough of this one. That's fan zone bound. Maximal says Mars. This game doesn't look like it's got a long way to go. And it's also potentially a bit of a net run rate buster for independent CC.
Oh, absolutely. They're getting a shellacking here. And, well, Beveren, they did the job with the ball, didn't they? They kept them to 57. And you imagine they're going to chase this very comfortably now. To be fair, the way Jamshed plays, you'd think he's a Belgian player, isn't he?
Yeah.
The way he's sort of-
Honorary. I mean, borders, if you want to go further back in Europe for many hundreds of years, it's complicated. Tissiat Bowled 2 balls, they both disappeared. This one looks like a false shot though, very high in the air. Triangle forms, and it couldn't have fallen more perfectly in the Bermuda Triangle. Everything seems to be running the Belgians' way.
Yeah, that's a bit of hard luck. That went miles up as well, but the Bermuda Triangle formed and landed perfectly between those 3.
Just not enough runs, I think, in the end. Wide. See what he's trying there. Tarakel, left-hander back on strike.
Yeah, Beveren want to get these runs as quickly as possible. Net run rate we spoke about is the other sort of column you need to keep an eye on today. There is a very good chance these teams end up 3-1 with another team or something like that.
Oh, hanging full toss,
no.
coming and out of here. Maximo. That was on the roof of our commentary box in case you missed it. Corey was eyeing up another catch. I'm glad that it didn't come in here, but that's 6 more, 50s up. This game is one swing of the bat away from being done.
I'm very thankful that wasn't a little bit lower because that was hit corner of commentary box area and then deflect into us. Look at me track the ball here. There's the forehead watching it. Oh no. At least I didn't shy away till the end.
I'd like to see what actually hit.
Yeah, how hard it is to...
I felt it was over us.
Jeez, you got lucky there, Vin.
And that's the end of the game. So they're going to do it with over 2 overs in hand. That's a big win for Beveren, as it's Tarakel that finishes things off. Letitia goes for a bunch, never gets to finish his over. 10-wicket win for the Belgians. Belgian ball's back, baby. It means that the Guernsey side Indies will have to do it the hard way. They've got a bit of a crunch match coming up with the Vikings in match 8. That's actually Indies' last game, so I just feel that has the feel of a must-win, although if they were to lose, it might come to net run rate, but that would mean that Vikings would have to upset Roma CC later in the day. Coming up next, we don't have a start time just yet, but it's Roma CC versus Marlo, with Roma CC winning the toss and electing to bowl. And so don't have an exact time yet, but my guess is we're probably 15 minutes away from starting. Hey, let's talk about this inning. So it didn't last very long, did it? Some big, big bombs from the Belgian champions, Beveren.
Yeah, they hit 8 sixes in their chase of 57,
Pretty much
58.
called it,
So
didn't we?
yeah, 48 runs came from over the road, and with 1-4, they hit 52 runs in boundaries. And we know it's a bit of 5-over fiesta, crazy cricket today, but that is some beautiful striking. I would have caught that one if it was only a metre lower. I had it covered. Credit to Beveren. They were shocked a bit with that loss earlier today, but they've come back and won the next 2.
Yeah, they sure have. And, well, really, I suppose that innings failed to launch. The first innings, I mean, and so Indies just didn't have enough to bowl at. Tarakel 36 and Jamshed 20, both going at very, very good strike rates. It feels like this format's kind of made for a team like Beveren, who just love to grip it and rip it, and they don't overvalue their wickets at all. They're all willing to take risks and end up cruising to victory with 13 balls to spare. Not too much to celebrate on the bowling side of things for Indies, as they will have a huge match coming up, match 8 against the Vikings. But before that, Roma CC versus Marlo. We'll take a break. I'm stepping out for the rest of the day, but I'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the group. It'll be Rico fullback in for me with Corey Ruckers when we return to the Carlton Oval for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back. The action continues at a rapid fire pace here of this Group G Day 2. The next match, match number 7, is coming up, and it's the time to see Roma CC in action again. They're taking on Marlo. This should be a good match, and well, the news from the coin toss, well, there you have it there, that Roma CC winning the toss and electing to bowl first. That seems to be the pattern of the day, that teams like to set the trend and then go out and knock the runs off. It's an interesting pattern as well. One thing that we noticed from all the groups, actually, if you look at the group finals, Group A final, Darmstadt chased 108 with the ball to go against Drua. In the Group B final, Hornchurch chased 157 with a ball to go against Northern CC. Skanderberg, they chased 105 with a ball to go against Royal Strikers. So you can see that chasing has been the thing, has been the theme of the European Cricket League. And of course, the Zurich Nomads in Group D, they chased 142 with 4 balls to go against Pakai Care. So that's been the way it's been so far. Of course, in Group B, it was the power over that settled things with Voorburg, the champions from Netherlands, going through. So chasing has been the pattern, and it's no surprise that that's what we're going to see Roma doing here against Marlo, looking to maintain their 100% record in, of course, this 5-over-a-side battle. I think you're all used to the format here now. Asad Ali and the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, will lead the teams out. And it should be a very good match indeed. Looking forward to this one. And I think we're going to see plenty of action as well. Roma, the wicketkeeper, Sajith Rilagorage. What a good player he is. Doesn't show his age, does he? And, good, I think Roma CC, good to have him in the side. He'll be captaining them in this contest as well. Big match. Really, Roma CC would know, and they'll feel that they can get the victory here. Then that should really set them up for definitely a top 2 finish. That means you get the double chance. And Marlo, well, remember they were beaten comprehensively in that match number 5, beaten by some 24 runs in the end. So they're looking to bounce back, and batting's been a little bit of the issue that they've had. They did hold on to beat the Vikings 65-60. So let's see how they're feeling this one, playing their 3rd match. Nice sunshine at the moment here. Local time coming up to 1:45 the hour. The ground looks brilliant thanks to all the efforts of the ground staff. And I know that we talk a lot about it, but if it weren't for those sort of superhero efforts, we wouldn't be having cricket here today, that's for sure. Sunshine and wind alone was not going to do it, and many hands did a wonderful job to get the cricket happening. And I hope that wherever you are around the world and wherever you're watching from, that you're appreciating those efforts and appreciating some very good cricket here as well. Bit of a change for Marlo. They've gone with Amandeep Singh, who batted pretty well in the last match. He's opening up. Looks like he is our opener. And Imran Khan is the non-striker. Bowling is Achinta Nathanadige with the ball as we get ready for the first battle off the bat versus ball resumes. Here comes Nathanadige. Down the leg side a little bit. Does come back a little. And I think that's why it's not quite the area that Amandeep was hoping for. This nips back in. Looked like it was going to continue down that wide line, but it does come back in and surprises Amandeep slightly. A very good afternoon to Monica Ramos. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Buenas tardes. ¿Qué tal? Also to Trip and Wayne, who's in the chat along with Paul. That's pitched up. Doesn't quite get the desired contact, and fielder just holds on to this. Doesn't really want to throw the ball away. That's Melinda Siriwadana. And wasn't it great to see him playing here? We saw some great players take part in the Western Shield, which seemed an age away now. Not that long ago, actually. That's not a good delivery. This one doesn't come back in and stays down the leg side. It's a wide ball. But yeah, so Melinda Siriwardana made his Sri Lankan international debut 2015-16. He has played 5 test matches, 27 one-day internationals, and 22 T20 internationals. And here he is at the Cardamom Oval. What a story that is. And that one just didn't carry. And it'd be interesting if that is bat or shoulder. Certainly is a spicy delivery. And it's one of those that sometimes looks like bat, but is the shoulder. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it was off the shoulder. Well, that's going to leave a bruise. Well, he is wearing 13, Amandeep. Unlucky for him. But yeah, so welcome to the Cardamom Oval to Melinda Siriwardana, and he's already made impact. Remember, he was the player of the match in their earlier win against the Independents. That's nicely played, and that's going to make its way across the damp, soggy outfield for Cuatro Carreras. Smooth and slick across the surface, like our mobility partner, Microlino. Beep, beep. That goes all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. Nice shot. Nicely played. And Amandeep, I think he's showing a little signs of discomfort with that shoulder, actually. Just saw as he goes back to face the next ball, he's just moving that shoulder around with a little bit of discomfort. But be pleased that he has got a boundary. Now gives himself a little bit of room, and you can see the bowler goes right for it. Well, there's Melinda. Has a shot at the stumps this time. Amandeep does get there. I think he was always home, but good bit of bowling, a good bit of cricket all round. Amandeep Singh giving himself a little bit of room, but the bowler jamming in the Yorker, and then a good pick up and throw from Siriwardana. Contrasting kits then of the two teams. Marlo with a lot of blue, bit of blue, green and red about them, and then the burst of red and yellow and blue from Roma. Talking about burst, so that's a nice shot. That will go all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Well, the batter burst into life. Imran Khan, and the man who's bursting into the commentary position right now is Corey. Corey, welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back. Another 5-over game of chaos. We have a look at some of our previous editions, 2019, before obviously the coronavirus hit. We had to wait till 2022, where Paco Cabalona won, then through, then Hornchurch, and now it's 2025. And in about a week's time, we'll be crowning another champion to that list. And I'm sure all the teams are itching to get out here for championship week.
Yeah, and the big question is, will it be a new champion? And Hornchurch, well, they've got their name up there a couple of times, runners-up, of course, in 23, winning it here last year. Could they do it again? Well, we'll have to wait and see. The Victorians, they not coming back. Farmers will be representing Jersey, and they certainly look very good indeed. So there's going to be some serious competition there for Hornchurch this time around. And, of course, we'll know tomorrow which team from this, the group of death, Group G, will join them. That's a good strike. A little bit too short, and Amandeep Singh goes boom. Shaka lagya. Arriva kinna sona. Zabardast batting from Amandeep.
Yeah, brilliant batting. Uses the crease well, gets really deep so that he can get his hands through the ball, and he got that straight out the meat of that bat. So Krishan, the leg spinner, comes on. He's a very talented bowler. He'll be feeling a bit of pressure. First one goes over the rope.
Yeah, let's see what the reply is. It's a nice looking shot. That's going to be 6 more. Manos arriba arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras más. I think this is a good move, from Marlo. I think Marlo probably knew there was going to be plenty of spin coming their way, and they decided that Amandeep Singh is the guy to go for, and he's started cracking well. Kolugamaget. This time it's shorter, but it's going to be well held. Good catch. And that's class for you. The international player, Melinda Siriwardana, holds on to the catch. No problem at all. And Amandeep Singh, after a brisk start, will go for 18 off 7.
Yeah, good ball from Krishan. He just sort of bent his back a little bit more, really fizzed it into the wicket. Got a little bit of bounce, but it was on a good length. And Amandeep Singh couldn't get the elevation he wanted this time, nor the distance. Good catch on the deep mid-off boundary rope. A nice safe catch at the end because that was 3 sixes in a row. Last ball, the first over, and the first 2 of this over. So a big wicket as Amandeep goes for 18.
Yeah, but he's done his job. He's done his job. It's something that Marlo weren't able to do in the last match. Remember, they just weren't able to get going in the early overs. So he gives them a start, and I'm liking this. Jeremy Martins, even though he hasn't had the best of starts, you know as well as I do, Corey, he is a class player.
He's class. Sometimes you can miss out. It's okay to have 2 low scores, but if he gets going for Marlo, their tournament opens up. If he really gets going, they can go on and win this group. So they're sticking with him at number 3.
And he's going to start well this time. He doesn't get a lot of room to work with here, but he still assesses he's a little bit short from Kalugamage, rocks back and gets it out in the middle. That's a good sign for him.
It's a class shot because he didn't get the room he would have liked, and he still muscled it for 6. And this is why you stick with your good players in strong positions, because if they come good, it opens up the whole tournament for you.
This time, a little bit the inside edge. Chases on from the fielder. Should keep it to just the 1, and they will. So a little bit of luck, maybe. That little bit of luck is what he needs right now.
Still feel this group has got a couple of hidden secrets for us, Rico, in the closing few games here. It's going to be very tight for that top 2 and very tight to see who gets eliminated later today.
All right, catching opportunity. Ball is spinning quite viciously, though, and it's well held. Puts a name on it, says it's mine. Don't worry about it. And Shamira Krupu holds on to the catch. Second wicket will go, and that's the end of the other opener, Imran Khan. Not the Imran Khan, but an Imran Khan will go for 7.
Yeah, he goes. He goes for that slog sweep, just gets nothing of it. Nice safe catch in the end. There was a little bit of confusion between the 2 fielders at mid-on and mid-wicket, but if you call your name loud enough, usually good things will happen. And good comeback from Krishnan. The first few balls going for 6, Rico. He picks up 2 in the over, and we always sort of talked about during the Western Shield in moments like that, when you had your first 4 balls have gone for 20 already, you have to still close good, because if it goes for 30, it can kill you.
Yep.
But if you can pull it back like Krishnan's done then, you're still in a good space.
Yeah, and we did it. He's done well. Though there were those 3 sixes, 2 wickets and a single, so does well. Doesn't go magical. 19 come from it. And Bilal Khan, so a little bit of genuine pace, but it's all about the radar as well. Now, when Bilal can get that little bit of swing coming back into play, he can be deadly, and we know that with his Yorkers.
Yeah, Billy the Kid. Always good to see him on the network.
And that's the pace that we're talking about, Bilal. I think this is a pitch that fast bowlers that have got a little bit of zip about them would enjoy bowling on, especially if you're a left armour. And Billy the Kid starts with a good one.
He's bowled well today, as Billy. Look out for his sort of cutter across the right-hander also. Jeremy Martin still trying to find his full flow.
Couple of things I think here. Probably the height, definitely, but I think may have also been pitching outside the line. Let's have a look at this, where this ball is pitching. No, pitching is fine, but he's swinging, and you can see he's going to go on to miss the stump. So that's the movement. Now, if he gets that when he pitches that ball up, Yorker length, he's unplayable.
Yeah, good to see him still getting that natural swing. Always good signs for a left arm quick.
Oh, that was sharp. A little bit of masala in the middle. It's getting hot and spicy out there. As Bilal Khan, oh, that was quick.
Yeah, well bowled. And I'm just surprised Najam Shazad is so low in this batting lineup. But in 5-over cricket, I know the Rock's got some skills and Marn's, but Najam just hits 6s for fun. So Marlo's still trying to find their best batting lineup, it feels.
Zahid probably knows what's coming. And he plays that pretty well. That's that Yorker. Just going to get a single. And that was a genuine toe buster if he doesn't get bad on this.
That's the first run off Billy so far. And you, in this 5-over format, Rico, if you bowl an over for 5 or 6, it can almost win you a game straight away as a bowler. This Roma CC team, I know it's only 5-over cricket, but boy, they've had a pretty impressive day so far.
They've got a good balance to their side, haven't they? with the spinners, the pace bowlers, and if you have a look at their aggressive batting style as well. It's very well bowled, really good delivery. There's another dot, just the one off the over. And don't forget, you've also got the likes of Dinadu Marage, who can also turn his arm around if he has to. They've just got talented players all the way around.
It's good to have options, isn't it? It seems like 9 of those 11 players could bowl.
Yeah, quite easily. That's well struck. Needed to get that one away, so they will get 6 at the end of the over, but it's been a very good over. Just goes for 8. And Marlo, at the end of that, the third over, move into the 40s. 41 for 2. Rico Full here alongside Corey. Corey, it's me and you now in all the way through to doing the night shift as well.
Yeah.
And I know that when we had a look at those standings, so Roma at the moment are looking to book that double spot. But there's some very important matches coming up, and I think the Vikings up against Independence, that's going to be crucial.
Yeah, the Vikings for me look like a team on paper very strong, but they haven't played fully together of some of these new faces and that. But if they get it right this afternoon, it could be between them and Independence to see who goes through. Big game for Marlo as well. If Marlo end up losing this, Rico, they're still on the chopping block a bit. We're going to lose a good team tonight.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just the way it is, we lost a day of action, but one very good team is going to go home early.
Yeah, that's right. We knew that about this group. As we go back to the action here. Charles Fernando, he's going to get a wicket straight away, you feel. Yeah, he does. It bangs this in short outside the off. The batter, Zaib, swings hard because he knows he has to get going or get out the way, and he's going to have to get out of the way thanks to a good catch there taken on the deep. And no mistakes from the fielder. Another wicket goes, and Charles Fernando starts with a wicket. Well held there by Rahat Ahmed.
Yeah, that extra bounce again, and that is becoming a catching spot at this end. Nice safe catch, straight to him, to be fair. Didn't have to move too much, but Roma have been good in the field along with the ball and the bat, but I believe this is going to be a blessing in disguise because Najam Shazad's going to come out. No disrespect to Zaid, but Najam's their biggest hitter. So the fact that he's batting at, I think, 5 or 6 in a 5-over game for me is crazy. He should probably be number 3.
Another thing which is pretty crazy as well, we haven't even seen Mian Shahid, the captain with the bat. Now he's another one who can just be wild. I mean, he's brutal. He's built like an ox, but we haven't seen him as yet. That's what you're talking about, Corey. It's a different breed, isn't he? He comes out there and he can hit 6s for fun. We know that about this guy. He's got some real power about him.
He's got power, but he's also got experience in T10. He's played a lot of T10. He's seen it all before him. So just think at Marlo, a misstep with their batting order today has been hurting them, but he's out there now. Him and Martins, if they have a good 10 balls, this score can easily still get to 80-85.
Fernando gets the ball back, and I think he knows there he goes a little bit too straight. Wants to try and get this ball going outside the off stump. So bowling right arm round the wicket, and that's where you want to be. Great work from the keeper. And this is where somebody like good argue, the captain comes into play. He is class behind those stumps.
Yeah, 49, I believe, and 50 soon, but he moves so well. Always asking the questions of the square leg umpire. Loves the stumping, and one of the nicest guys you'll meet on the tour as well.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy, he really is. Fernando gets a dot ball in. And now, yeah, that's not a good delivery. Straight down the leg side. It's a hit-me ball, and Najam Shazad is not going to miss out on that. He's got to try and keep to that ball going outside the off stump. And with the keeper standing up, that's going to work a treat, but he can't be putting it there.
Yeah, shocking ball. Shocking ball. I think nearly every batter in this group would have put that away for 6. So 53 for Marlo. Expected score 70. Is 70 enough here versus Roma? It definitely plays.
Yeah, I think if you get to that 70 mark, push on a little bit more, maybe they could do, and get a good start, win the power play. That's what it comes down to. This power play was worth 33. You said it earlier that you're looking to get 30-something. Well, they do get that. That's wild. I think that could be a no ball. It's been called on the field of play. Good from the fielder there. I think that's Melinda who decides that there's no point trying to catch this. And yeah, that was always too high. I suppose that could work out in their favour because it means that Martins hasn't really got going yet. Has to try and put the free hit away.
I think he's Very, very lucky that wasn't a 7-up. Very lucky. So they get the no ball. They get the one. Martin's on strike now. He's played 2 nice shots in his 13 so far.
Oh, he gets this. Has he got enough of it? And good cricket. Very good cricket. The only thing that's not so good there, I would say, is the running off the 2 batters. I think you've got to be looking for 2 there. There were a bit of ball watching, hoping the ball goes over the fielder, but excellent work from the fielder. Great awareness and a good save. Look at that. And that's your Victoria Knox precision fielding. Very well done.
Yeah, it saves 5. It could be massive. We know in these shortened fixtures it's extremely close, but he saves 5 runs. And, yeah, poor running. They didn't want to get the 2 there.
Yeah, poor running, but it does mean that the hard hitter back and strike the jam, and well, that's again just brilliant keeping. Really love that. It's one thing that we don't see a lot of, do we? A genuine quickie bowling and the keeper standing up, it just throws the batters completely because they're not used to it.
Yeah, great keeping again. Fernando gets out of that over. They're just getting out of these overs without too much damage, Rico. 56 for 3 after 4 last over time in this very fast-paced day. Now, will they go to spin or will they go to yet another seamer? This will be interesting.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I don't see Milanda taking the ball now. He did go, he was pretty expensive in the last match after taking 3 for 3 the first time we saw him. In the last game, he went for, I think, 19.
Looks like
off each one over.
They're going to go pace on. So, Zane Ali, we spoke about how many options they have.
Yeah.
I reckon compared to this morning's game, they've almost bowled 4 different bowlers. So, it just shows they're watching the opposition and choosing when to bowl spin and when not to.
Yeah, keeping everybody in the game as well. So, Zane Elliott, you know all about this guy. I remember him playing for you. Oh, that could be out. That will be out. That's out. Now, I'm not sure why the batter's complaining here. I mean, Jeremy Martins, I know things aren't going right for him, but I don't think there's any doubt here. I think this gets the glove. It's an easy take there for a keeper of the class of Really Good Argue, the captain, and it's going to be a soft dismissal. Martins ain't happy about this scoring.
Oh, well, it looked like glove from where I'm sitting from. I'm not too sure if he's saying my hand was off the bat or let's have a closer look. I mean, that from front on, that just looks out.
Yeah, I mean, he's giving some signal there. I'm not sure. I mean, looking at it, looking at the way the umpire would have looked at it and what the umpire would have said, I don't think there's any doubt at all there, if I'm honest. Martins disappointed, but we'll go for 14 of 8.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just more disappointment than anything. Because, yeah, it just looked like glove.
Yeah.
It balloons like glove, maybe. Optical illusion, but I think that was just genuinely out. Here's a closer look. Maybe we're wrong.
Yeah, there's no doubt there at all, is there?
Yeah, it's just glove. I don't know if he thought that maybe his hand was off the bat, but it hits his top hand anyway, which was always on the bat.
Good delivery. Zane Ali, let's talk about Zane Ali.
I like Zane.
Yeah,
he was close to our Team Europe select. He was very close.
I remember he's knocking Barcelona against you guys.
Oh, yeah.
When he scored that ton, and it was rapid, wasn't it?
It was scary good.
I mean,
23 years young. He's got a long career ahead of him.
Very classy player, and he's excellent in the field as well. And you can see he's pretty useful with the ball in hand as well. All right, could he get another here? No, he's chipped over the fielder. He's going to have to dive and slide here. He's too late. Oh, dear. Well, Dinadu Marage. He's, ages catching up with Dinadu. That's why he doesn't catch up with the Grizzly. But he goes about this completely wrong. And I think a younger man probably would have got there.
20 years ago, I backed Dinadu Marage to pull that one back in. But Father Time might have struck him a little bit there. Handy 4. Look, if they can get 2 boundaries, Rico, and set 70 with their bowling attack, they're definitely going to be in it.
Yeah, I think we've said this all along. 60s probably, score in the 60s about par. We've seen that a few times today. 65, we've seen 64s. But that's gone completely wrong. That's no ball. There's no doubt about this. This doesn't pitch on the pitch at all. Slower delivery attempted by Ali, but he gets it wrong.
He gets it very wrong. Very, very, very wrong. Yeah. So,
looking back at his footings there, so he obviously landed on something which didn't suit him. So he's going to have to go back to. I think you're probably better off saying, look, just try and finish the over. Go back to what you're doing. You're bowling to Adnan, who's only just got out there. Strikes it well, but will only be just a single.
Every single time in this innings so far, Roma CC have been under the pump a little bit in an over or a mistake with an over. They've just pegged it back a little.
Yeah,
so
You're right.
Every single time there's been a 6 or a 4, then they've gone dot or a 1. They've bowled well, but still 2 very important balls to come in this first innings.
Sounds like the Grand Prix in the background there.
Oh,
that's...
It's a nasty one again. Direct hit's going to be out here, but I think this will genuinely be another medical check.
Shake, rattle and roll this for big Najam Shazad.
We've seen so many people get bashed, but it's actually gone and hit him in the chin area, under the chin. So they'll just have to check to make sure there's no cut. Would have been out by a mile, but...
Yeah, have a look at it here. You'll see a good look at where this gets him. It's a... Well, this is the proper uppercut from the bowler. Almost falls onto the peg. So, yeah, you're going to have the medic come out there and just check him over. But I'll go back to what you were talking about, the way the overs are finished. Only on 2 occasions have they finished with a boundary. One of them was at Bilal Khan, but that was over number 3, which only went for 8 anyway. The first over went for 14. But you're right. At the beginning of the overs, the first part of the overs, there's been like 2 or 3 boundaries, but they've always managed to finish the overs well.
Yeah, they really have. They might be better off just pulling him off here. There's 1 ball left if he's a little bit dizzy or anything. Hopefully he's okay, because I don't think he's going to...
He's non-strikers then, isn't he?
Yeah, you could just bring out the new bat, but knowing Najam, he would be hoping there's a wide and he can face again. Seems like he's okay, but that was a proper hit. The helmet went up and boom, straight in the grill.
Yeah, that was a nasty strike. Oh, well, what we're losing there, we're losing a few bits and pieces.
Do we have a medic for the medic? What happens then?
All right, free hit now.
Must have been over, they've said over shoulder height again, so.
Yeah, must have been the second one. So free hit coming up here. Well, let's see if they can negotiate this. And it's going to be close here, but the umpire is in good position, that Charles Croucher. And the sheriff says you have to go, so no run. And, well, that means, I'll say it's still 1 to come. I still think there's 1 to come, yeah.
Yeah, 1 to come still. Najam will get the strike back, and good work again from the evergreen Sajith. And Zain Ali paying attention. And that's another example. I think there's been 4 free hits, and they've all been missed.
Yeah.
So Roma CC doing enough. I think they're going to go into the second half slightly ahead.
Yeah, but let's see how they finish here, Zain Ali. It's been a good over so far. I mean, all right, there's been the no ball in there. There's been, in fact, there's been 2 no balls, because one for off the pitch, 1 for height. But can he finish the over well? 8 of it so far. Last ball to come. A boundary would take Marlo into the 70s. Big boundary that is, looking for a maximo to finish. And Najam Shazad is a man who can do it. Remember, the last ball he received was right on the lid. So, time maybe, payback time perhaps, from Najam Shazad to Zain Ali.
It might be off the pitch as well. You're going to have a closer look. I don't think Charles Croucher, the sheriff, saw it.
Yeah, he's tried this. I'm surprised, and he's tried this again. He's tried twice, got it wrong twice.
Well, that's off the pitch again. I think
that's a no-y.
That's going to be another no-y.
Another free hit. So score moves to 65. Free hit. Can they put this free hit away? And yes, as that one will be whipped away. So it do end up in the 70s. 71 is going to be the score for 5 at the end of 5. So Marlo, with that, with Zain Ali, just those little errors there in that last over, going for something that's not working on 2 occasions. That means that over goes for 15 in the end. And Marlo, they've got something to defend.
Yeah, they've got something to defend, and 14 and over now is the requirement around about that. So good innings from Najam Shazad. He comes out, hits some late 6. I don't think Marlo at full flight just yet, Rico, but one thing's for certain, we've got an interesting game on.
We've got an interesting game, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if Roma CC, the same way they did with the bowling department, make some changes with the batting maybe. Who knows? They might feel that this is the match that they want to make a few changes in and then go for it big time in their last match later tonight. Well, they'll take on the Vikings. That's the match that'll be played under the floodlights. It started well. They were, as you said, Corey, they just found a way to win the overs.
Yeah, they did. They picked up wickets. Jeremy Martins came out, played a couple of nice shots, but I don't think we've seen Jeremy Martins at the top of his game today. Just looks like a little bit out of touch, and that can happen. This was an important moment. This is the Rock getting out. I think it was a good thing because Najam Shazad is just a good T10 power hitter.
Yeah. And in the end, him staying out there, we were saying at one point, after being hit on the head in non-strikers, then maybe you just go off. But he stayed out there, didn't he? And did the right thing. That was a great bit of fielding, by the way. Just remember that if it does come down to a few runs, that bit of fielding was exceptional. And, well, that's the one we're talking about. That was a nasty blow, wasn't it? Yeah,
it was a nasty blow. Thankfully, he was okay, and he did get one more ball on strike. This was the sacrificial run out. It's a good thing to do as a team. You've got to think about who needs to be on strike. And yeah, after that, he got the last ball for 6. That ended the innings, Rico. 71 for 5. It's game on here.
We got a game on, and you did say that at the beginning. I heard you saying when you were on with Vinny that you feel that maybe there could be a golden ball here today. And I tell you what, this sort of score gives me a tingle.
It's in that Goldilocks zone, isn't it? 18 off 7 for Amandeep Singh, who was promoted to the top. 14 off 8 for Jerry Mars. But the Najam Shazad's 19 off 8, pretty important. What's interesting there, Rico, is 4 no balls. And for Roma CC, we know they're a proud team. That'll be frustrating for them because it's the extra deliveries that they actually gave away a lot of runs.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think they'll be disappointed with that, especially I think that last over from Zayn Ali, because I think those two were what I would call avoidables. It's a bowler trying to do something that hasn't worked. If it doesn't work, you then put it away. You tried it again, and again the slow ball came out wrong. So it's an over that could have finished with the under 10, ends up going for 15. So they'll be disappointed with that. So 2 overs of 15 to finish off, 30 coming off the last 2. Which means that, well, Marlo certainly have got a score up there they can defend. And one thing we know about Marlo, I'm going to be very interested to see how the likes of Amandeep Singh bowls. I think he could be, once again, the key here. If he bowls really well and he gets some good support from maybe Hardeep Singh, who bowled with some real pace in their last match, then Marlo could cause a bit of an upset here. So join me, Rico Full and Corey, when we return in under 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match number 7.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back as Roma CC go out to try and chase 72 to keep their 100% record intact. Play 2, 1-2 at the moment. Marlo will be hoping for some good bowling performances, so maybe something like what we saw on this day back in 1979, one of the most stunning spells of bowling in Test history from Pakistan's Sarfraz Nawaz in the first Test at the MCG. Australia were cruising to victory on the final afternoon at 305 for 3, chasing 382. Then Sarfraz, armed with the second new ball, shortened his run and started swinging and cutting the ball in. He took 7 wickets for 1 run in 33 balls to end up with 9 for 86. 5 of them bowled as Australia collapsed astonishingly to 310. All out. The only other wicket was a run out. And it was Test cricket's first great reverse swing induced collapse. Australia's number 6 to 11 managed just a solitary run between them on this day back in 1979. Well, Marlo, can somebody inspire them to bowl well and get a victory here? That will certainly do them a huge favour in their campaign to finish in the top 2 and have the second chance to get into the final. Rico Full here, and Corey joins me back.
Good game on our hands, I feel. This might go right down to the wire. They're going to start with a little bit of off spin, left arm off spin, that is.
Scuffs at this and gets a little bit lucky, does the batter. That's Dinadu Marage. But we'll hand the strike now to Zain Ali, who, well, he's a powerhouse, isn't he, Zain? He was in good form earlier when he struck the ball beautifully, 17 off 6 in that victory against the Independents.
He's a nice player to watch, a really nice player to watch when he gets going. And Roma CC have a lot of batting, but 14 and over, it's never easy.
He's the man that they want to see the back off, Marlo, because you know how dangerous he can be. Dinadu goes early, but gets sent back. He's got time to get back. We saw him in the earlier match, the 10-wicket win against Beveren. Zain Ali scored 37 not out of 9. So these two often give them a good start. Well bowled and well done from the keeper, Roshan Singh.
There's that extra bounce again. It's coming up from this end. And yeah, not easy to play. Great keeping. 1 off the first 3. Plenty of pressure already.
Tries to give himself a little bit of room by stepping outside the off, but doesn't get the ball that he really wants, and no boundary as yet. So good start this from Usama Javid.
Pressure now. Big pressure now. 16 and over. That is racing up. 5 over cricket. It's a little bit different, but 1 bad over in that 5 overs makes the task a lot more difficult.
Goes for it. Pressure shot. Pressure moment. Somebody's got to put a name on this, and it's a very, very good catch. Really good. It's actually taken by the fielder that I thought was probably not in the best of positions, but Mohamed Adnan had just taken a super catch.
Oh, I didn't think it was his. I really didn't. It should have been maybe the man coming at deep square, but he still holds on to it, and this is a top first 5 deliveries for Marlo. Roma CC 2 for 1 off 5 deliveries, Rico.
Yeah, this is the pressure moment. And there's the ball up in the end. Singh was a great catch. Now watch how he lands here on his neck as well. That he rocks all the way back, and when he gets up, you can see he's like, yeah, it needs a little bit of time. Hardy's saying, "You're all right. Don't worry. You caught it." He said, "Did I?" You saw it try to escape his fingers.
It almost broke through, but in the end, Marage will go back, and this is a poor start for Roma CC. That rate required now, Rico, is almost at 17.
Yeah, Dinadu goes for just the single. New batter comes out, and it is Malinda Sriwadana. And we saw the first good look at him in the last match. 23 not out of just 6 deliveries in that player of the match performance. And again, no boundary. So what a good start this is. Well, we said that the power play could be crucial the first 2 overs, and at the moment, it looks like Marlo are going to win that quite comfortably.
Well, if they go on to win this game, that could be a man of the match over. 1 for 3 in a power play over in 5 over cricket. So dream start this for Marlo. 18 games since our last golden ball, but it's go time for Roma CC. That at the start of the innings, they required around that 14 mark, Rico, and after 1 over, they now need 17.25, and that's not easy.
It's not easy, but that makes this, for me, a massive over. It's the last one in the power play. You've got 2 good batters out there, hard hitters. They've shown that already here today, and they're going to have to go big here, and they're up against a very good bowler who bowled brilliantly well in the last contest. It's going to be Hardeep Singh to bowl. He's got some pace, and this pitch has been helping him no end.
Yeah, he's got some pace. I might have been tempted for more spin, but they're going to go to Hardeep Singh now. Zain Ali there at the non-striker's end. Big moments early in this run chase.
Good delivery. Gets this one to come back in. Beats the outside edge of Siriwardana. Dot ball.
This can happen sometimes. You go out there with the right intent, you want to get on with it, but you just miss a few. 18 and over required now. Blowing out of control here for Roma CC.
Number 2 is coming. What you hear Marlo saying. All right, it could be coming. Has he got enough of this? And the fielder.
Oh, it's 4.
Oh, he's touched it when he shouldn't have done. Oh dear, oh dear. This is not a good moment from the fielder. That's Imran Khan. Have a look at this now. The ball, I don't think, goes over the boundary, but look, watch what happens here. The fielder is going over the boundary, and then that touch there. Oh, there, we'll see a good look at it here. This is a real blunder. Oh, a real blooper from the fielder, Imran Khan.
Yeah, I think he just lost his bearings a little bit while going for the catch, Rico. Good effort, but 4 runs. Can that start to get them going a bit here, Roma CC?
And this one is just wide of the fielder, and quite amazingly, it goes all the way for 6 runs. Melinda Siriwardana is trying to get things going. I mean, it's got to be said, it's not quite where he's looking for this to go, but still, it goes all the way.
Any bat is good bat, Rico. And for me, I'm just looking at the breeze. Hard to tell from up here, but it does look like it's starting to get behind the bowler and into the batter. So anything behind them is flying a little bit.
I just looked at the flags, the Rado flags, and Andalusia flags to the right of us, and you're right, they're all blowing that way.
Okay.
Well, he's beaten them again with that same delivery as the first one up, so another dot, so he's gone dot for 6 dot.
I'm surprised to see the supercomputer calling this genuine 50-50. If I'm a bowling team right now and a team needs 59 of 20, I'm backing my bowlers. Yeah. But I guess with 9 wickets in hand, they've got a lot of punches still to throw.
That's not a good area.
Run. You've got to run. Great cricket. These are little things there. The keeper spills it. Just go. There's so many wickets in hand. He's so far back. Good awareness from Zain Ali there.
Yeah, Zain Ali, of course. We've seen him captaining the Italian side when we've seen them play those T10 internationals. Smart cricketer, but yet to get going in this one. 1 off 3, so he wants to find the middle of that bat pretty quickly. They've left the mid-wicket and long-on boundary open for him, so I'm pretty sure he'll be eyeing that up here. He's missed out on this one. And that, for me, is just trying to hit the ball too hard. The pace is on the ball. I think that's one where you just get bat on ball and guide it in a spot. But look, he's gone for power, and he's completely missed it.
It's a nothing-looking shot. It's not a cut, it's not a drive. It's sort of in between, so if he can get away with this ball, it's another effective over. Marlo ahead.
You take it. Only 12 will come from it, but they need a boundary. And Hardy just pulls up here for a moment. I'm not sure. I think because they want to make a change in the field. They're bringing, interestingly enough, bringing square leg up. So nobody on the boundary on the leg side, and long off is going back. So interesting change. And that's going to be the shot they wanted. It's a similar one to the one he missed out on, but this time he plays it on merit, gets a 6, and that means it gets the 18 that he was after from the over.
Just has to hit the pitch there and force the batsman to play a more difficult shot than getting away a full toss. So 18 off the over, leaves 51 off 18. We look at the table, this is wide open, Rico. If Marlo are to win this, you will have 3 teams on 2 wins and 1 loss. Vikings still, I think, will get a win somewhere today, surely. This competition, this group, is the group of death.
Well, you just saw there, yeah, you're right. Marlo win that, they take themselves to 7 points. Roma, they'll go up to 7 points, and we've already got a team up the top, sitting on 7. Wow.
Yeah,
that's why we knew this group would be pretty exciting. Group of death.
Yep. It was always going to be close in 10 overs, but I feel like 5 overs has made it even closer. Amandeep Singh will come into bowl, and he's been good on this wicket. He's getting a lot of bounce in this wicket at the moment.
He's getting a lot of bounce. Roshan Singh will have to be alert to the bouncer that will be fired in at some point. So will the batters. But yeah, you're right. He's had a good day so far. And here he goes. Hit down the ground and gone. No mistake from Martins. And Amandeep Singh, his day continues to get better as Melinda Siriwardana will go for 11 of 6 deliveries.
Just didn't get the height, did he? He hit it pretty flat, and Jeremy Martins was standing extremely straight. So easy catch for him as Marlo pull away again. It was a half volley. I think he'll be super disappointed to get out to that. Just didn't get the elevation he would like. Jeremy Martins was never going to drop it.
Yeah, what a lovely moment that is also for someone like Amandeep Singh. He's just taken the wicket of Melinda Siriwardana, the man who has played Test cricket, one-day internationals and T20 internationals for Sri Lanka. That's a big wicket to get, and that's something that will give the bowler a lot of pride and satisfaction.
Not easy now to come out and get going from ball one, but someone has to, otherwise this is going to get away from Roma CC. 51 of 17 required. Amandeep Singh's not easy to get away when there's a lot of bounce in the wicket. Samarage comes out at number 4.
Yeah, left-hander. This could be interesting.
Well, that doesn't help when your non-striker's dropping his batters you're about to face. That does not help.
Well, does he get distracted here by Zain Ali? Let's have a look at this. Oh, dear. That was not a good look.
That wouldn't help me if I was facing
I think they're calling. Are they calling that?
No.
No. Inside edge. And it's only going to be just a single. So Prithvi Samarage gets off the mark. Somebody who scored a lot of runs there at the Roma cricket ground. This Melinda, all he can do now is watch on and hope somebody gets going. And that somebody could be this man, Zain Ali.
It feels like one of those chases where you're waiting for it to get going, but it just ain't happening.
Yeah. Another change in the field. They somebody in there short on the offside. Oh, that's that short one. It's up in the air. It's going, gone. 6 runs. 6 Guerreras. And it was almost like Zain Ali was waiting for it. Well, we're waiting for this chase to get started. Just the same way Zain Ali was waiting for that short one, and he gets it, and he gets it right. Bangs it for 6.
There's 1. 2 more balls in this over. I think they need at least another 1 6 and maybe a 4. Get them to 34 off the last 2. They're going to have to face Jeremy Martins and Najam Shazad, though. That is not an easy pairing to get away.
Yeah, not easy. Amandeep. Gets it through. That's the one that wins them the over, you feel. Unless Amandeep bowls a filthy no ball or something here, it wins them the over. Big delivery that was. And well, he goes for the short one again. And going to finish with the dot here. Well, what a finish to the over. Just a 7 from it. And good work from the keeper, Roshan Singh. I mean, I wonder if those two have a little signal to know when it's coming, because that's an amazing stop. I thought that was going to go for 4 byes.
Well, this is what's coming up next. Huge game for the Vikings. If Vikings go 0-3, really hard to imagine them staying in this group. For the Independents, been a bit hit and miss today, but they'll go into this game confident. It's going to be interesting to see which team prevails in the 5-over match.
Yeah, big match coming up there with both those teams having lost 2 matches, but you feel the Vikings, they've got to try and get a result in that one, you feel. Huge match. And this is a huge over. Jeremy Martins bowling the start of the 4th. 44 required in 12 deliveries. That basically means they're needing 22 per over.
Can't see it happening against 12 very good balls to come. Najam Shazad, I think, will bowl last. Jeremy Martins is difficult to get away at the best of times. So I think they've left it too little too late, Rico, but maybe we're in for a shock.
Yeah, Samarage is a very classy player, plays some lovely shots. I often feel that Prithvi, when he's trying to slog and muscle it, it's when he's not at his best. This is going to be a good test of him. Well, he gets that one away quite nicely, and that one is going to go all the way over 6. Gets it over the giant European cricket ball. So that's 6 runs to start, and pace on straight away, and it's put away.
Well, he picked it enough. I think he was setting up for the slow ball, but adjusted quite well, and I think Jeremy Martins might bowl the next couple off pace. So Decent start to the over for Roma CC, but they need a big one. This has to go magical. Leave 20 off the last, and maybe you never know.
Yeah, you're right. But when you start with the boundary, then you feel that your tail's up. Oh, he's totally totally miscued it. And Martin's, that's an interesting delivery because it's very similar to the one that just got put away to the boundary. Martin sticks to that same ball again, and this time Samarage gets it completely wrong. By the sound of it, it came right off the top of the bat, and a wicket gets taken, and not only is it a dot, but new batter goes on strike.
Yeah, new batter on strike, another dot ball. He goes pace on again into the body. He was setting up for the slow ball, but didn't adjust this time, and Martins, after being hit for a 6, picks up a wicket. Nice easy catch there for Najam Shazad. And Marlo, after a disappointing loss, you'd have to say, to the Indies a bit before, have responded well, Rico.
It responded very well. Give them credit. And Pratuvi this time, just goes for that, the 7 of the 4 deliveries. This is going to be a good test also for Roman. Not just about whether they win this match, but just to see just how the batters, the likes of Krishan Kolugamage now, who comes in, how they perform, because otherwise teams will feel that if they get the first 3 wickets, then they could be into Roma CC. And that one is going to be 1 bounce for big swing. That's the danger of not having the third bat. But I suppose because of the variations that we're going to see from Martins, he often doesn't have the third bat, but that's just a wild swing, gets a little bit of luck. A poquito de suerte. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, you can't do much about that. What does it get it to? What's the match situation now? 34 off 9?
Yeah.
If you can get it to 25, maybe. Maybe a miracle at the end, but it's a long 25 to get.
Yeah, you're basically wanting 2 boundaries here off the last 3 deliveries. That's that slower ball, but he gets it. Oh, that is huge. Madre mia, que grande. Bel colpo here from Christian Kolugamage. That is humongous.
Gee willikers. Krishan has got every piece. He picked it. He just picked the bones out of it. And that is massive. Well. It takes 1 player to hit genuine fire. He's gone edge for 4, then a huge 6. 28 off 8. If you get minimum 1 more 6 this over.
Yeah. It comes back alive. And
that was big.
It was massive. Right. Martin's gone for 16. He's got to get through 2 more deliveries.
Well bowled.
It's good delivery, that, isn't it? It's one that sees sort of go to delivery. It's not pace on. It holds it back a little bit, but gets the bounce then and gets the batter to play so early.
Yeah, let's have a closer look. Should be the one for the over, I'd imagine. Yeah, close.
And will be signalled, the one for the over now. So
huge delivery this. They need, if it gets to 22, you still got a shot. 28 off the last would be a lot.
Yeah, gotta send it to the boundary rope. And he will. It will go over the boundary rope. Well, it's smashed into one of the floodlight poles. 6 runs, and this game is alive. I tell you what else is alive. My tingle. Oh, I'm tingling at the moment. It's 56 for 3. And that is the end of the over. Beg your pardon, it's 50 for 3 at the end of the 4th over. What a final over we got coming up here.
Well, just maybe. Krishnan's come out and made 16 off 4 and has opened the game back up a little bit. 1 in 5 shots, says the supercomputer. 20. Look, if they can get it to a golden ball, they'll take 21 from here.
At the start of that last over, I said it, they needed 22 off the 22 per over of the last 2. They just got 22. 22 to win. And Najam Shazad, well, who else would you give the ball to in this situation? And once again, it comes down to this first delivery. First delivery.
Don't want to put yourself under pressure. And it looks like he's got 3rd back, deep cover. It's pretty much a straight man. He's coming around the wicket. That's interesting. Not too sure the thought process is there. Got to be careful there's no wides.
Yeah, he normally goes over and goes pretty wide in his crease and angles it in. Shot. That's gone all the way. And that's a beautiful shot. It's almost though, the thing about it is, Corey, Zayn Ali will know that's the area that he's going to try and go to coming around the wicket. So he's ready for it, and he crunches.
Brilliant batting. He set up outside off stump. So he basically said, well, if you're going to bowl across me, I'm just going to hit you over the offside. So Najam now comes back over the wicket, and all of a sudden, we have a blockbuster finish. 16 off 5 here, Rico.
He comes back over. He'll go wide and into him. And it's going to be a swing and a miss. Dot ball.
Just can't be missing deliveries like that. Ali will know, but any dot ball really hurts you. Even an edge gives you that chance for a 4.
Yeah, he's got a batter at the other end. He's also scored 16 of 4 deliveries. So you don't want to give any dot balls away. That's criminal, really. Got to come back with a big shot. And it's in the air. This is catchable. And dropped it. Amandeep has dropped it, and they come back for 2. Can't believe it. Probably one of the best fielders out there. You could hear them. They were all shouting his name. Amandeep, Amandeep, and Amandeep, who's been probably the player of the day for Marlo, puts down what could be the crucial catch.
Well, it would have been 16 off 3 with a new batter on strike. Pretty much curtains. But 14 off 3 with someone that's been there for a while. They'll truly believe huge ball. If he gets this for 6, it could be 8 off 2.
Yeah, look at that stance. He's literally standing outside of off peg. And gets the wide that he was after. Remember, it doesn't look as wide as it is because of where the batter's standing, but remember, the line does not move.
I love where he's standing, because what he's doing is basically saying, if you bowl straight, I'm just going to whip you, and he's closing down the size of the hole that Najam can hit. So 13 off 3. I mean, 2 6s guarantee a golden ball. This is an interesting aim. That dropped catch, Rico. That's a really big moment in the game.
Big moment. It is a big moment.
Good game of cricket, this.
A lot of thoughts going to Najam there. A lot of people coming up to him and giving him some suggestions. Oh, madre mía, mamma mía, eso es muy grande. Qué golpe, qué guay, qué genial, eso es espectacular. 6 carreras.
Oh, he's hit the bones out of that. Under the pump too. 13 off 3 it was, is down to 7 off 2. The tingle is real. Everything is real. Wow, very, very interesting. It's a genuine 50-50.
Yeah.
Roma CC could steal this game back.
They could. You feel that they've got to run here. You got to get something, and then 6 to win it off the last. If you don't,
you can only get a golden ball. What a good game this has been, Rico. I love where he's setting up. It's such clever batting.
And he's going to get 6 more. Oh, that is clean and sweet. Out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 more, and the scores are tied with a ball to go. Well, they're giving each other high fives. It ain't done yet. You might as well bring everybody in here.
Well, it's only it's 1 run. Surely they bring a few in, but incredible ball striking from Ali late. He's clicked well. Shazad's gone for 21 off 5. It's 1 off 1. I think they're going to bring, this is clever actually, they're bringing the keeper up to the stumps.
Got to.
Smart, because he's too far back for the run out.
Yeah.
But there's got to be other players that get in the ring here and try and defend this single.
Yeah, you've got to get the mid-wicket right up there for even if the ball hits the pads, you know they're running. You've got to have them close.
Tell you what, there's a nice C next to that golden ball, Rico. Couldn't happen again, could it?
Oh, well, I think this is, very smart. Keeper going up. All right, it's a bit risky if he misses it, but big moment. Non-striker's got to be ready to go here. Kolugamage, here we go, 1 needed. And they're going for it. And the throw comes in, they've done it. It's a win for Roma CC. And they're making some noise. They're unbeaten today so far, 3 out of 3. And just remember, they were struggling. There was 3 off the first, 21 for 1 after 2, 28 for 2. After 3, but then 22 and 22. That will do. Thank you very much. It's a win for Roma CC in an extraordinary match.
Well, I hate to say it, but with 16 needed off 4, a sitter got dropped. That gave him 2 runs and still on strike, and then he clicks.
Yeah.
If it was a new batter, Rico, 16 off 3 is a new bat. Doesn't really happen. So I know Amdeet's had a good day, but he'll rue that drop. Credit to Roma CC because, well, they timed their run.
They timed it to perfection. And for those of you sitting wherever you are watching the action unfold here on European cricket, just a little reminder for you that even though it was 22s required, it's not impossible, and that shows you it there, 44 of the last 2. Remember the one also where the fielder, we just saw it there on the replay, where the ball doesn't go over the boundary, but he does, and he touches it, gives 4 away to what probably would have been at most 2. So all of those things make a difference in a tight game like this, but I think I'm with you. That catch from Amandeep, you know, I think that cost him pretty dearly. Catches either win you or lose you matches.
It's a funny one as well, that last ball, because obviously they're not looking to hit the boundary. They need 1, so it's a low-risk shot just to run it to a short point. But he wasn't close enough. It rolled quite a way to him, and if you're really tight, if it goes through you, okay. But at least he could have made a run out. So I think Marlo, they've lost that themselves. They'll be pretty disappointed. They had played a perfect game. This is the moment.
Yeah.
Dropped catch would have been out, and 16 off 3. But in the end, he drops it. And credit to this man, who didn't really bat that great until this moment, and he smoked him, Rico.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that last over, I mean, the 3 big sixes were huge. And yeah, I mean, that's what you're talking about there. I mean, we were saying at the time, they got to be a little bit closer. They weren't. They were celebrating in the middle, and they certainly were celebrating up in the dugout. So a big win, that for Roma CC. So that's 3 out of 3 for them as they go back to the top of the standings. We have a quick look at the scorecards here. So, yeah, you're right, Zayn Ali. He times it to perfection, 34 of 14. And he gets a good bit of support there from Krishnan Kalugamage at the end. And don't forget, he's 16 of 4. That was vital.
Yeah, Kalagagame, he's 16 of 4 was massive because he came out at a time where I think they needed even 38 off 10.
Yeah.
And he went edge 6-6, and all of a sudden we went, well, hold on, he's clicked game on. And it's an interesting scorecard, Rico, because Martins and Shazard, who both play for the Portuguese national team, you would have banked on them 9 times out of 10 to close the game, and they just couldn't.
Yeah, they just couldn't. And that means that Roma get that win, and they'll have a quick look at the match summary. Remember, the action just keeps on coming quick and fast. The next match coming up here is going to be a crucial match, actually. It's the Mediterranean Vikings taking on the Independents. And you just get the feeling here that if the Vikings don't get a win, that, well, maybe that they could be the team that lose out today and don't come back tomorrow to play on finals day, because their last match also is going to be against Roma CC. So they'll be desperate to get a win here against the Independents. Independents, remember, they got a good win against Marlo themselves in match number 5. So they've got their tails up at the moment going into that one. So going to leave you the teams there coming up in this match. Join myself, Rico Full and Corey in, well, under 10 minutes time for the start of the next match. Match number 8.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello everyone and welcome back. An extremely quick turnover because it's 5 over Fiesta style cricket today. We've lost a lot of games due to the weather in the previous week or so. So because of the rain, we had to squeeze in 10 5 over games today just to make sure these teams in Group G get a fair crack at it. We just watched a very good game, obviously, between Roma CC and Marlo. Looking forward to this next one. The Vikings taking on the Indies. Our team's almost ready to go. Looks like we've got a couple of moments until we get into this one. Let's have a look at the two lineups. And, well, the Indies, Tom Nightingale at the top there. Zach Damarel struggled a little bit with the bat. Matthew Stokes, I like the look of. They'll be hoping to get a good score in this one as they have won the toss and elected to have a bat. A confidence move, so get the runs on the board and try and defend it. The Vikings look like a team that haven't played together too much. They've got a couple of star names in there. Just look a little bit rusty in some spots. Still trying to figure out what their best batting lineup is. But if they do click, those individuals are very talented indeed. I've actually go into this game as slight favourites. Surprises me on the supercomputer. It should be a good game of cricket though. There's plenty of permutations still to play out for today. If the Vikings end up losing this, it'll make a little bit more difficult to see them getting through to tomorrow, because I think their final game is up against Roma CC under lights tonight, and that is a very tough team to take down by the looks of it. So the quick turnaround for us in the box means the quick turnaround for the umpires, who are doing a fantastic job, and the players who have been patiently waiting for their chance to get out there again. That is the beauty of today. If you make a mistake in game 1, game 2, game 3, you get 4 matches, 4 bites of the cherry to try and correct your wrongs and play a good game. Good game for your club team. Great to have everyone in the chat. Hope you didn't sneak away too quickly, because we are back. So the Mediterranean Vikings in purple taking on Independence of Guernsey in their red. Should be a good game. The lights have come on. Won't come into full effect for a while. That sun is still quite high in the evening sky. Out for the night game a little bit later, where the ball will zip around corners quite a bit. Looks like it's going to be Avanesh Pai with the new rock. They've used a lot of spinners today, the Vikings. Sometimes it's been positive, sometimes it's been difficult. They get another opportunity here with the ball in hand. They'll be trying to keep the score to around 65-70. In place. Nightingale facing ball number 1. Stoke at the non-striker's end. Scores have been around that 65 to 75 region. Interesting to see a deep backward point in place. Actually wants to slide it across the pair of right-handers. Big game though. Can the Vikings get a win on the board? If they don't, they're going to have to upset Roma CC tonight. Charles Croucher says play. Ball number 1 of this 5 over encounter. Nicely, just be a single to Taranjeet Singh, who's parachuted in as one of the wild cards with Musa Ahmed. Change at the top of the order this time. Damarel not opening in this one. He's had a tough old day. Stokes is opening. I think that's a positive move. because he's a very, very good player. As that deep backward point, Manav Nyack will do the mopping up, and I'll welcome back for this over. I hope he got a quick dinner in there. Rico Phil, welcome back.
Yeah, a few bites of Asani, thanks to Purple Pepper. And talking to purple, I'm liking the colours here of the Vikings. Purple, a bit of royalty about them, but well, they've got to start to show some of that in their play. They need a victory here, big match for them. And Avinash, well, he delivers a pie, doesn't he? Well, the name is Pie, and he delivers a pie, and that gets put away. It's a filthy delivery, and it gets clobbered. And, well, Tom Nightingale puts that one to bed. It's not a good delivery, and it gets punished. So 6 runs. Watch out in the fan zone. Oh, well, I think that's why you've got to keep your eye on the play. It's going to get over the top, so it just will slow up a little, but not enough for the fielder to stop it. You can see they're camouflaged pretty well with the European cricket colours, but Musa not able to make the stop. Again, yes, Musa Ahmed. I think everybody is hoping to see the best of him with the bat, apart from if you're, of course, from Guernsey and supporting the independents. There's going to be 4 more. Perfect placement and precision timing and placement there from the batter. And Nightingale gets another one through. Good effort. Kafi cautious, get the field in there, but Joka Lagia. What the mas. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. Enjoying some great action, some close matches. And it's Phil G who's joining us. It's another one that gets it over the infield, gets it over Long Burns, but good. Boundary patrol there from, looks like Louis Bruce, who makes a stop, and then looks like he's going to take his shades and his cap off and get ready to bowl the next over. So first over complete, 17 coming off it. And they're well on their way to a good score in the first 2 overs. A power play, of course, pretty important. Let's have a look at the field there briefly. And also, some of the upcoming events in Portugal, I think we've mentioned a few times, will be next on our schedule once the finals week here is completed next week, starting on the 22nd of March, not that far away. European Cricket Series action, ECRs and T20 internationals there at the SCG at Centre and Cricket Ground. We go to Madrid for the first time, Italy and Bologna. Plenty of action coming your way on the European Cricket Network, so do stay with us, as it's going to be Louis Bruce to bowl the second over.
Big game this, isn't it, Rico? If the Vikings do go down in this, you'd have to imagine with Roma CC playing a little bit later, that means that would be 2 wins for the Indies as well. They would have to win over Roma CC and improve a net run rate that hasn't been going in the right direction. So you sort of feel that this sort of hour might determine if the Vikings are playing tomorrow.
Yeah. Cutter, but it's too short, and it's easy pickings really for Tom Nightingale, who's starting to show just what he's made of. We know he's a classy player. Scored 42 of just 10 balls, player match performance in that win against Marlo. So he's found his form, he's found his rhythm, and he's got Matthew Stokes out there with him, who also has shown today what a classy player he is. We saw him score 32 of 11 in that close contest against Roma CC. Oh, wow. What a shot. I mean, yeah. It's a terrible ball from Louis Bruce. It's a no ball. But Nightingale, what a shot this is. I mean, put it right up there as the Andalusian shot of the day. This is just incredible.
What do you call that?
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it's the miner's lamp shot. It's just unbelievable. What a hit that is.
The self-preservation sweep. I think he wanted to protect himself, and then all of a sudden thought, well, hold on, might get some bonus runs. So he's 26 off 8. Free hit to come and pressure on Bruce.
Oh, what a shot. And free hit. And it's a good stop from the keeper.
Tell you what, the free hit curse is still around. Players are missing free hits left, right, and centre.
Yeah, well, Louis Bruce gets the slow ball in the gets time. This time goes a bit fuller, and it's a swing and a miss from Nightingale. But a good start from the independents, who seem to be getting better with every match. It's up in the air. Is this going to plug when it hits the ground? No. It gets enough to get past the captain, Mud of Nike. It's going to be 4 more runs. And gentle applause at the moment for Tom Nightingale, but he's got off to a cracking start once again. Strike rate of over 300. Bless you, Corey.
Oh, sorry about that in the background. A little bit of hay fever, but no. Top batting this from Nightingale. He's 30 off 10. This is a very good start for the Indies here.
Slower ball again.
No.
This one is just to our right. It's going to be 6 more. He's bowled it on 3 occasions. Twice it's been smashed for 6. On this occasion, it's 6 again. And it's just too much time. He's seen the ball so well at the moment. And one thing is that I don't think Louis Bruce is disguising that very well. You can see it coming.
It's a great shot. It's a modern day shot, isn't it? Back of the hand slower ball in the middle of the wicket, and he just flat bats it over our head. So this is a top little innings from Nightingale already.
Now he goes short, pull shot, work to be done by the fielder, and exceptional. Norm Burns, they will take on the arm and they will get there. They'll get 2 over. They'll go for 24 in the end, I believe. Oh, have a look at this. Ah, that's class, isn't it?
2 circles just pulling out the live camera at deep mid wicket. Top work. This is the table, Rico, and well, this is why it's a massive game. These 2 teams right there at the bottom. But right now, if Indies win this, they go 2-2 and will actually move up into second. Potential a double chance. For the Vikings, a loss here, and it's a long way back. It is a long way back.
Yeah, it's a long way back. Perfect power play, by the way. Probably one of the better ones that we've had. 40 off the first 2 and 38 off those to Tom Nightingale, who's going to take a bit of a breather at the other end for the moment. Norm Burns, well, I thought it was Norm Burns, but they make a change here at the last moment. Norm Burns looked like he was going to be bowling, but it's the captain, Mud of Nike, who, whether he's been convinced by Lorne that he's a better option here, or whether there was a last-minute change by him, not sure. But it will be Mud of Nike, the young man, to bowl here. And loved his introduction for the Spanish side at that beautiful Porto cricket ground to start our season. He was in very good form. So he goes here. Of course, just 20 years of age. So a young man with a very bright future. That's Lenroy, who goes across there. And I wonder if we're going to see
I'd like to see him up the order. Yeah, get him up the order. Anyway.
I want to see him have a bowl as well. I mean, they gave a spin here. Let's see how this goes.
Man, that's a pretty tricky customer. Stokes goes for the reverse Malachi first ball. And I tell you what, Rico, he got the ball in an area. He'll be disappointed he didn't get anything on that.
Yeah, he got exactly what he wanted and missed it. I think they want to make a change. Yeah, it looks like Kendall Nesto is being moved more towards the square leg umpire. He's a bit unsure where they want him, actually. He's getting instructions barked at him from all over, but he will now go on the 45. And that just, I think, easy offerings, really. It's just a loose delivery with a bit of width. And Matthew Stokes just holds his ground and puts that away with ease.
I love Stokesy. He's such a beautiful player to watch. And a flighted ball wide off stump, yeah, it's not the greatest delivery from Manap. He's still got to hit it. And I see so many other players maybe try to play a cross bat. And he just goes with the line. It's beautiful batting. And this partnership is really flying. It's probably the one thing we've missed today, Rico, is 100 runs off 5 overs. A crazy 5 overs.
Okay, there's players waiting for this one. And taken, good catch, well done. And it's a wicket to Mud of Nike, so maybe the last minute change of Mud to stay on bowl instead of Long Burns works a treat, as it will be the end of Stokes, who does this time try and take on that leg side field where 3 men were waiting, and unfortunately he finds the hands of one of them. Good catch though taken. They had to sort out who was going to take it first, and once they decided that, the rest was history.
Yeah, in the end, he does go for that leg side. I think he could have just stand and deliver again, but in the end, it is out. 7 for him. It does mean Manav Nayak picks up the wicket, the talented leg spinner. He's got a bright future ahead of himself, does young Manav. It means that Damarel will come out, and it may be a smart tactic they're putting him to 3 because he's a left-hander, and you're going to have Lorne Burns still to bowl.
Yeah.
And Manav, so you're going to get a lot of leg spin, and if this was a tactical decision, it makes a lot of sense for the Indies.
Yeah. So Zach Damarel, he was good as well, wasn't he? So they're just rotating the openers a little bit. So we've seen him open. This time it comes in at number 3.
One thing the lefty-righty partnership does just makes them adjust the field a little bit longer. Damarel hasn't had the day with the bat he would have liked, but 4 opportunities. It only takes 1 good game, and you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Yep. It's going to be worked away. Long chase for the fielder. Not going to get there. Going to be 4 runs as this one gets threaded through that gap. Sort of behind square. Once it gets past square, it was always going to be a difficult one. Goes for the fuller delivery. Just misses it slightly, but it's 4 runs.
Question for you, Rick. I know you're big on the stats. What's the highest first innings total we've had today? Have we had a score in the 85 plus or anything close?
No, I think the highest we had was the 80 that the Independent scored.
It's surprising because we've seen many teams. If it's a 10 over game, we see many teams sometimes in the 90s or 100 after 5.
Yeah. Well, he takes it on and it's not going to work. So we've seen this shot, the reverse, tried a few times, but I think it's only profitable when the field is right for it, and I don't think the field is right for that. That's why they put Ken Roy there in the first place. Lofted up. It's hardly anything on this at all, and it's just going to be a single.
That's the old moon ball. That's how I used to bowl back in the day, Rico. 3 overs down, 51 for 1 as we welcome you up into the dream box. It's fast cricket, Rico. It's 5 overs, and we've talked about how with work it's like we're going. But think about the players. Not easy. They have to smash in the lunch, warm up, cool down, 4 games in a day. It's very different, isn't it?
It's very different, and that's why I think we have to praise everybody involved here today. You know, not just the players, but of course the match officials as well. The umpires are just, you know, they're not getting a break to, of course, our media partners, 2 Circles. They're doing a great job as well. So it's it's quick, it's fast, but it's exciting and it's entertaining. And I think after some of the bad days that we've had, it's nice to see cricket on, and at a fast and furious pace like this as well.
I think the biggest thing as well is it's even. It is giving an even chance to these teams. I think it was Grange for their group. I think that was Group C. They only got the 2 T10 games in against 2 of the more stronger oppositions. Didn't get to play the weaker, and they were knocked out. So this way, it's a little bit more even for all the teams, and the best team will win.
Yeah. Oh, that's hit hard. That is being pelted, and it's an extraordinary stop there on the boundary. That's Ian Latin. Now we know he's tough as well, but this was whacked. He watches it well. It's difficult there as well because remember, the sun now is right. You can see that as Lorne is looking to his leg side field. He's having to cover his eyes because that sun is coming down. So the fielders there on the offside, they've got to contend with the sun. It's difficult. Right, this one should be straightforward. No sun for Louis Bruce. And he holds on to the catch. Burns gets the wicket, and it's a big wicket as well. And is that of Nightingale. They have to go for 38 off the unlucky ball number 13.
Well, they're just starting to find their way in this game, aren't they? Manav Nayak picked up a wicket. Lorne Burns picks up a wicket. And the Indies are losing some crucial batters at the wrong time. It was a big slog sweep against the spin again. Don't advise it, especially with the extra bounce in this wicket. A nice safe catch there from Louis Bruce. He's not going to drop that. Gets to it in quick time. Takes it in the mitt. And the Vikings just building into this nicely.
Yeah, nicely done. So Tom Nightingale will have to go. So we're going to have to now see what they've got in terms of power. So we know that Zach Zamora, of course, we know that he can hit the ball pretty well. He's going to be pretty key. But who else can come out there and take on the spin? Burns. Bowled. Good areas.
Good length. And just pegging it back nicely. Independents just need one more cameo from someone here, but not going to be easy to start against spin with bounce and turn.
think it's a difficult one. It might go all the way for 4 buys. I think, is their bat?
Oh.
No, I think this is a stumping chance. I think this is off the gloves. I wonder if we can see this again. Maybe even have a look at this side on if we can. But I think this is an opportunity. Sit one end first.
Jeez,
That's
that
the
bounced
spin.
over his head.
The spin there was vicious. It really was.
I mean, what, no keeper in the world. Adam Gilchrist, MS Dhoni, they're not stopping that.
Down the ground. It's just going to dip before Musa Ahmed could get there.
That's a very good length from Lorne Burns there. Very good length. So it's a good over. He's only gone for 2 off the bat. Just bringing it back nicely. I've seen a lot of him over the years. He's a very talented cricketer.
And that one's just going to be dragged away for just a single. So good over this from Burns. That's exceptional. It really is. And I know what you're going to say. An over like that could quite easily get you a player of the match performance, couldn't it?
Absolutely. 58 for 2. Only 3 coming off Lorne Burns there. The talented leg spinner. Plays his national cricket for Espana. 6 balls remaining. If they can get 12, it's another score in that 70s region, and we've seen them chased. Just seems like it's more a bowling day, doesn't it? We've had other days on the network where teams are smacking 90 or 100 or 5, but the bowlers have been in the game today.
Yeah, they have done, and I think you know, the pitch has helped them a little bit, especially I think early on when it is drying up now, when the sun's been on it all day long, thankfully. But I think early on there was a little bit in it. There was that extra bounce which the batters had to contend with. Now this is interesting. They're going now to Musa, who wasn't the most effective in that last match. Let's see how he goes here. He goes right across. Get just a leg by. He'll take that. Leg buys and singles. They're not going to hurt you. They want a few boundaries here. Otherwise, once again, independence. They're going to have to be chased. They're going to have to be defending. A pretty low score here. Remember, they put 80 on the board against Marlo and won by 24 runs. So, okay, Zach, just get back on strike. I think that was, well, he's got Nathan Letizia there with him. In fact, Letizia is on strike here now. We know he can crunch it pretty well, the captain. And, well, he hits it well, but that should be stopped. Then Taran makes a stop. Taranjit.
Sorry, Rico.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny? Some games spin just doesn't look great. It gets murdered. But this time, it's brought it right back, hasn't it?
Yeah. That's exactly what I was talking about in the last match. Musa just, you know, they took him on. This time, oh, that's a good shot. That's a really good shot. A little bit of sexy cricket there for you. Sunsea Sand and sexy cricket. Well, it was a full toss, but it's played beautifully. I mean, I think it would always have been a wide, but why take 1 when you can have 6? And yeah, there you go. Sexy cricket, Corey. Cricket.
It doesn't make your Andalusia shot of the day. That's pretty good, Rico. I'm not sure he can do much more.
It's pretty decent, isn't it?
How many shots of the day are you allowed? If you 5 a day?
I reckon
5 maximum?
5, yeah.
That's got to be in the top 5.
It's got to be up there, isn't it? Now he goes right the way across, and well, how about this one? Is this a contender as well as Zach Damerel? Well, he's got his dancing shoes on here as he dances this time outside the off, and he plays a delightful sweep shot for 4.
Good on him. Damerel has not been so fluent today, but just at the back end, they needed 1 more cameo, and he's the player to do it. 17 off 8, still 2 to come. If they get 1 more 6, Rico, then you're in the higher 70s, and this is definitely game on.
It's a good comeback, isn't it? It's a good comeback. Slightly quicker, but that is up, and well, where's this going to land?
Oh.
Pretty close to us. We were already up here. We were finding over who was going to get this one, but it goes for 6. And well, remember they did put 80 on against Marlo, defended that pretty handsomely. It looks like they're going to do the same again here, as this one is. Looks like it's going to be another big expensive over here.
It's gone for plenty. 1 to come. Can they get in the 80s?
This one is just going to be a single. Taran makes the stop. 18 will come from it. And not quite the 80, but they'll get to the walking sticks. 77 for 2 at the end of their 5 overs.
Well, I reckon if you offered them 77 at the start, Rico, I think they take it. And they'll back their bowling and fielding unit to stem the tide. The Vikings today with the bat haven't been at full flow. We know they've got 5 or 6 names that are really well-known names in ECN. So they'll be pretty happy as well. This is another game in the Goldilocks zone.
I'm with you. You know, I did say that I think, We keep saying that 65 is probably about the par. You get into the 70s, and then you're in for a good game. And I think this is another one. It could be very similar to that match we just saw between Marlo and Roma. Remember, that was 71-72 with Roma hitting 22 of the last to get a win off the very last ball. So we got another very good run chase coming. They needed to get wickets, though, didn't they? Because it was a good start from Independence. 17 off the first, 2 overs. They already had 40 on the board. But then they cleverly, I think, realised that pace on wasn't going to work. They didn't go to Nesta. They stuck with the 3 spinners. And Naik and Burns did particularly well. Naik went for 11. Burns just 3 off his 1 over. But Musa, that last one, 18 coming from it. And that's why you get the Independence on a pretty healthy 77 for 2.
Yeah, there was some pretty funky shots. That one was probably the shot of the lot, really. So you got the reverse Malachi for 6. Another big 6 up to us in the commentary box. There's Rico. He had it covered. Yeah, you're always catching.
There.
Good technique, Rico.
Technique, ready. Bearing in mind that that's going to come in here in a split second because we don't see it, do we? But yeah, I was ready. I don't think I was going to take it off the chair on the wall there.
I reckon we would have lost a laptop or two. 38 off 13 for Nightingale. Damarel, well done. 24 off 10 after a testing day. 6 extras take them to 77. We're in for a good game, Rico. I think the first 2 over power play will tell us a lot about it.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. We'll have a quick look once again at the bowlers there. Who, once again, there was a little bit of pain for Avinash Pai and Bruce at the beginning, but they came back pretty well. But Long Burns, what a fantastic spell from him. And just the 3 runs off his over. So good reply coming up here. And maybe, the tingle is back, everybody. Could we get the golden ball in this one? So it's all to do there for the Vikings. I think this is a big innings from them. I think they need Taranjit Singh to be at his best. And when he's at his best, anything is possible. John is back in under 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match number 8.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. The players back on the pitch for what should be another tasty run chase for us to get our teeth into. It's been a good fighting knot from the Guernsey champions, Independent CC. 77 off their 5 overs, losing just 2 wickets. Tom Nightingale once again leading the way. A fine 38 from him and Zach Damerel. Finished well with the bat as well. Now let's see how the Vikings go here. Remember, they played 2, haven't got a win under the belt so far, so this is a key match for them. You would feel they need this win. William Petefield to start things off, and it's going to be a genuine block there from Taran. I'm quite surprised he doesn't try and at least work this away. So Taranjit, the way you expect to see him start. Long Burns being given the opportunity to be the opener alongside Taran. All right, high. Now has he got the legs? Gear to Palia. Absolutely brilliant. That is a great catch. Tom Nightingale, not only is he being outstanding with the bat, but that is such a good catch. It really is. Keeps his eye on it. It goes a long way up, and Taranjit will have to go for a... Yep, it's going to be a tap from Taran. What a good catch. I know that's going to be admired by a lot of people when you see that again. It's just outstanding, and that's quality. And Independents have taken the huge wicket of Taran. I mean, we say this, don't we, that at least if you go and you go early, you don't chew up too many deliveries. It's going to be a 2-ball duck for Taranjit. Great catch though from Nightingale, absolutely brilliant. And yeah, Petefield picks up another wicket. So, Musa Ahmed comes in at number 3. I've seen Musa out there with Taran as one of the openers. So the thing is though, and if that was the plan, well, he might as well be the opener, because he's come out there with just 2 balls gone on strike. Plays all the way around this. That's gone over the stumps for me. Musa's having a look at the umpire.
I just think it might have gone over leg stump, Rico. Let's have a closer look. Umpire had a good look at it. Yeah, I think that's got to go to the bowler. You can't... Yeah, I think every now and then the bowler should get just an inch.
I think that's probably just going over that leg stump. This one, though, is not. It's even... That one will be wide. That's an easier decision to be made by the umpire. Aaron was out there with umpire Ali Assad.
They got one big fish, but there's a couple of other big fish they got to get. Musa Ahmed has not had the morning he would have liked, but he's got 2 more hits today, you'd imagine. And I think it's good that he's out there early. For me, he's an opener. If he misses out, he misses out, but he just sticks there. He'll give you a good one soon enough.
Oh, he's miscued this, and he could be going back already.
Oh,
he's dropped. Oh, he's dropped this. Oh, dear. Ollie Nightingale, well, we saw a great catch from the other Nightingale, but not from Ollie. And he sort of has this, and then it just, see, that just gets away from him. That's a huge moment.
Note that down. That is big. Musa gets a life on 0, and that can just be the thing to get you going a little bit. Paul Burns on strike. Great start this from Petefield.
And rolls the fingers on this one as well. Just hold it. And says Petefield, no need to throw it away, no need to give an extra run. It's pretty good over this so far. It's outstanding, actually. Just the leg by there, so 3 have come off the over so far.
Top over, it makes 78 all of a sudden feel like 100. It's just one big over early. It makes it a lot of hard work to go.
well bowled. Really good. Just the 3 from it. And it's not, I mean, that hurts you, but don't forget, there was one over from Lon Burns that only went just for 3. In fact, it was exactly the same 3 for 1, so they can bring it back.
Similar to the previous game, wasn't it? When Roma CC went real slow, the first, I think, went for 4, and then maybe a 10 run over, and they still got there in the end. So it's not over just yet, as you see the nice faded 19 games since the Golden Ball. You see the cricketers still in the background. I like that.
Yeah, I like that. It's good. I mean, 2 circles doing a wonderful job. And look at the long shadows there. You can see the shadows pretty well. And that tells you just what some of the fielders are having to contend with out there to the right-hander on the offside. And to Musa, the left-hander, well, he's going to be hitting probably into that area, so it's not going to be easy. Timon Burns just topping the bowler for a moment. I think there might be some activity perhaps behind the bowler's arm.
So over number 2, and it's go time for the Vikings. 19 and over basically. It's got some very good cricketers in that top 5 though. Right now, very similar to the previous game. Sometimes you just get off to flyers, and other times you're missing a few.
It is funny, but don't forget, I mean, you're quite right. I mean, Roma CC, they never got going. Zain Ali was playing these sort of shots all the way through at the beginning, and then he came good and won the match for Roma CC with a fine 34-14. So it's going to be a chase for the fielder. Should be a slide and stop here, you think. In fact, no slide required.
Genuine 2.
Genuine 2.
Just another example of that batters from this end maybe haven't found their full flight. That's another short ball that Lorne hasn't got it away. So 75 scores in the 70s today have definitely played.
Delivery gets that ball right up there.
Isn't it funny though, Rico? Because if these were T10s, there was no rain around, and teams are hitting 140, so it's getting chased down, it's game on. But 70 and 5 seems to be, with 10 wickets in hand, just seems to be tough today.
Yeah, it's been, like you said, teams batting first. We haven't seen anybody, 80's been the highest, and we have when it's 10 overs at the halfway point, seen 100 on the board already. So it is interesting. But I do feel that the pitch has been a bit lively. I think from this lake end, we see a bit more. I mean, that's another genuine swing and a miss there from Musa trying to go down the ground.
I think Musa's just having one of those days. He's come off probably with a bit of winter. Indoor nets. Indoor nets are good, but when you get outdoors, it takes time just to get into your flight. They've still got Ian Lattin, who probably, I think, could have been at 3.
Yeah.
But a lot of work to do now, Rico. A lot of work.
Edge and flies over the short third. That's going to be 4 runs. Well, it doesn't matter how you get them, and sometimes when you are scratching around to find your form, an edge or 2 to the boundary can get something started. That's what Musa will be hoping.
Yeah, you're right. Scratching around, but you just need to get through that period with a bit of luck. Keep being brave. You don't have time to knock it around. You just got to keep being brave. You get 1 or 2 out the middle, and then you remember, okay, hold on. This is how I play. Still think that drops catch. Will that be crucial?
Well, he does it again. It's not a replay you're watching, everybody. Hay suerte, montón de suerte por Musa Ahmed. 4 más. And, well, Adam Hayward is thinking, hang on, what's all this about? So it's not where he's looking to go at all. Well, he's done it once, he's done it twice. The same result, so 2 boundaries to finish the over, which goes for 11. So the score at the end of the 2 overs, it's 14-1.
This is why it's such a big game. Any win here for Independence get them to 8 points, and they'll be feeling pretty good about their job. They'll watch the last few games. But for the Vikings, that would mean the Vikings have to upset Roma tonight. And then all that does, actually, Rico, it's maybe give them a shot at net run rate. It doesn't confirm them in. So you feel like these next 18 balls is almost their tournament life. A loss here, I just don't see them getting through.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, actually, a loss here. I mean, I wonder, Roma, you see, will have the advantage, I feel. And more on that after this delivery from Stokes. And we've seen a lot of this, haven't we, from both batters, just swinging and missing this ball when they're going for the straight hit. But what I was going to say is, depending how the next match goes after this Marlo and Beveren, Roma then could actually say, well, we're going to finish top no matter what. They can make some real changes going into that last fixture against the Vikings. So it's always that to contend with. But I think Roma are a team that in a good place at the moment. Right, make sure he gets something on this, but has he got enough? Yeah, and, well, it's dropped.
Well, that's both batters dropped again. That's another easy one, Rico.
Yes, Hayward putting Burns down this time. So, yeah, they've let themselves down a little bit in the field here.
Jeez, that's frustrating for Independence. The bowlers are doing their job, but two players just struggling to take the catch at the moment. Maybe they're thinking, let's not catch them. They're not clicking just yet. They're 15 off 2.2. This has similar vibes to before. What did the rate get to in the previous? At one stage, it must have been 20 or 21.
Yeah, well, they needed 44 the last two.
Yeah, and then I think it was a wicket and a dot or something like that. So it can be done. But right now, they are just having one of those times at the crease where they aren't getting it away. Lorne Burns is retiring himself out. So there goes Lorne. Looks a little bit different, but he's going to retire himself out and get Ian Latin out there. So that's pretty selfless from him. He's just made the call and said, you know what? I'm not clicking. I'm 4 off 6. Let's get someone else out there. And that's actually very good team play.
It's strange that he's done that as a non-striker, because he could have gone for a sacrifice or run or something and gone that way instead. So it's an interesting one.
True. Good call, actually.
Oh, well, this could be another one, but this could be a straightforward dismissal. Oh, he's completely missed it. That's got to be the sun. He's got nothing on this at all. So it's another chance goes down. This time it's William Peatfield and Musa Ahmed, who, remember, was dropped earlier when he was just on, I think it was on 3. No, he was on 0, wasn't he, by Ollie? He gets dropped again, this time on 9.
Well, maybe it's a tactic to keep dropping them. I don't know, but they're still in control of this Independence. Well, a good call from Lorne to get himself out the way, because Ladden's been in form today. They might be thinking about the double retirement soon. It's 58 required off 13. This has slipped away so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what you were talking about, so it was that match when Roma were chasing 72 for victory, and they were 28 for 2 after 3 overs. So that tells you just how much they had to do in the closing stages of that match. That's going to be out. And Ian Latin, unfortunately, gets done by a good length delivery. Takes a bit of pace on this as well, but it is that extra bounce that the batters have struggled with. So Latin gets the boundary, but it's 4 and out for him. And that just makes you think that if they were thinking maybe of retiring Musa out, they probably won't do that now.
Yeah, it's the rolling off cutter, and another wicket goes. So this game's buried. I mean, this would be one of the craziest finishes if they are to do a 58 off 12 though, Rico. They just haven't got going in 3 overs, and it's almost another nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Damaral takes a nice tidy catch there, but good delivery. That I like the way that you saw that on the slow-mo replay, how the ball sort of follows Latin as well. It doesn't give him any room that he was after. So Damaral takes the catch, and Stokes, well, deserves that wicket, doesn't he? Yeah, didn't have too much of the luck, so Latin goes with just 4 of 2. And that was before, remember, we saw Lorne Burns retire himself out when he scored just 4 off 6 deliveries. So Louis Bruce, first time I think we're seeing Louis Bruce with the bat.
Yeah, he comes out in the middle order, and just a lot of these players haven't clicked today for the Vikings. Letitia with a bit of spin. Moose just looks like he hasn't played much lately. And you talk about that top order. Moose has faced 9 balls, Lorne 6, Taranjeet just the 2. But that's 17 balls between them, Rico. And that's a very good top 3 in any cricket, we know. But they've only made 15 runs. It's just an off day with the bat.
Yeah, and that one sort of sums it up. Moose says it's a bit of full toss of these pads. The Moose we know would be putting it away. And now Louis Bruce in the sun. And this time held.
Well, they finally hold one, which goes against the grain, but it doesn't really matter. They've bowled in the right areas. They're getting the extra bounce from this pitch, and Louis Bruce will go for a golden duck, and this game, this is turning out to be a bit of a shellacking, surprisingly.
Yeah, they just, you can see the sun in the eye, says, all right, it's mine, I'm in the action. And Hayward doesn't make any mistakes taking the catch, but you look at the last moment of that. I mean, it's interesting. Look at his eyes. He literally has to, the eyes are in the sun. Look at the eyes there. The eyes are closed. He closes his eyes, and, well, fortunately, the ball does land straight into the hands of Adam Hayward. So Letizia picks up the wicket, and, yeah, unfortunately, Bruce will have to go without scoring. So well held by Hayward with the sun right in his eyes. Mind you, we are not going to complain about the sun. We won it. Tissier again. And that's a good hit. Straight down the ground. More of that is what's required. And we know this man can do it. Charles Packard, everybody.
Lovely shot from Packard. What was it, 57 off 10. So the perfect 10 deliveries to win the game, I don't think so. But nice start for him. He gets one out the screws for 6. Just to going on a little bit about you mentioning the last game tonight, depending on what goes on, there is still a little bit of weather around. Hate to say that we haven't just got 7 days of sun forecast, Rico. So if I'm Roma CC, you're playing no risk. You make sure you finish top of that table. Just do what you need to do. Don't mess around too much.
Okay, has he got enough of this? Maybe just. He's got power, hasn't he, Packard? Packard, he does pack a punch, as that one will go all the way. So 2 balls, 2 sixes. Well, they've kind of dropped him down the order a little bit, and maybe now they're thinking that was probably a bit of a mistake.
Well, they got wild cards in, and they put their main players lower. And sometimes you got to question, but look, they needed the perfect 10 balls. There's 2.
This one is going to be a teaser, but it will also go all the way. No hay dos en tres. Shaka, shaka, shaka. 6 more. And, well, Charles Packard, this is what we know he can do.
Well, they needed to hit 10 sixes and 10 balls. There's 3. They could, if they did this would be the greatest finish in all cricket's formats ever.
And that's another ball. Volley. Ginna Sona, Richie Cunningham, he's liking that. 4 on the spin. And Nathan Letizia will go for 25 in the over. It ain't done yet.
Well, I'll tell you what he has done. He's just made the last bowler who thought he was going to meander in and bowl an easy over number 5. Not anymore. There's a little bit of pressure. 4 sixes in a row. They needed 57 off 10. It's now 33 off 6, but surely not, Rico. Surely not.
Well, you got Musa Ahmed, who...
Look, I'd retire him and bring Kenroy Nestor out there.
Why not? Well, I was just about to say he's faced 9 deliveries for 11.
Imagine if he clicked now.
Could he just click? Could he just click? We know what he can do. I mean, look, we're talking about a guy who has scored, before the start of this match, 1,837 runs here on the network. I mean, he's incredible. And we saw him score 104 against, when did we see him score a ton? It was in 2021. He scored 45 here against England in the ECC last year. He's a talented player. He could just click and everything could change.
Well, here's his chance. Well, that's going to be a wide. Now, I'll tell you what, if he gets the 1, Packard could go 5 sixes for a golden ball. There's unnecessary pressure here out of nowhere. Funny. 57 off 10 they needed.
You can tell that we've seen enough of this cricket to know that it's possible.
It's weird.
And all right, where's this going?
That's okay.
4 runs.
Yeah, 4's okay. 28 off 5. Just staying alive. You go 4 sixes and a 4. This would be the greatest comeback in cricket history if they did this. They needed 57 off 10, and they've kept it alive.
It is alive, and they are staying alive.
Just got a message from Rob from Guernsey, and he said, well, the Indies have choked a bit before in the past. They couldn't choke this one, could they?
It's going to go all the way, you know. It will go all the way. It's not the best of deliveries. Banging in short with Jack Brown doing the bowling. And that's going to be 6. So this game is alive. And Corey and me are getting very excited up there. Musa Ahmed is starting to turn it on. You wanted to retire him out. I said, well, just leave him out there. See if he clicks. Well, he is clicking. Remember, they dropped him twice. Dropped him on 3. No, dropped him on 0 and dropped him on 9.
So they needed 57 off 10, and they've gone 6, 6, 6, 6, wide, 4, 6. You can't. They only need to keep the ball in the park once.
I know.
I know. What a format.
This is the thing about it. It's crazy stuff. But right, here we go. And he goes for the line, and does he get it? I think he does. You got to be going for this, though. I mean, I know what Musa's thinking, but I think this is right over the line. I think it might have even been inside the line. Let's have a look at it again here. Yeah.
Great ball. It's
brilliant delivery.
It's a great delivery, and that kills the game unless he yips up now. But, geez, it did get exciting for a brief moment there.
Now they're going to just take the single. Hold is what everybody's saying. Now, Packard, remember, he hit 4 6s on the spin. He's 24 of 4. Well, he's not going to win them the game, but at least he's going to get them closer than where they look like they're going to get about 10 balls ago.
To be fair, besides that little 5 minutes, they've been very good. They've outplayed them in this one, and they're going to come home with the second win today and confirming a final spot for tomorrow.
And that is going to be, is it going to be 5 on the spin? It is going to be 5 on the spin. Well, Charles Packard is the 6th hitting maestro. And yeah, he's shaking his head because he's probably thinking to himself, why was I not here earlier? And you know what? I don't know, but he should have been.
Like, coming out so low in this order, and he's 30 off 5. I mean, he could walk off with 36 off 6 in a losing 5-over game.
He has hit 5 6s on the spin. It's outrageous, and he's come in at number 6. Well, number 6 is hitting all the 6s. That's all we can say. Now they might want another ball here.
This is where the umpire's not reading the room. There's one ball and they need about 80. Just let him bowl it. Let's go. We don't have time today.
I think Assad is probably going to say, all right then, you look a bit silly if you walk back with it now. We'll have another.
Why, when an umpire looks at a ball and they think it's not good enough, do they go show the other one? Just throw it off. We've only got 5-minute breaks today, Charles. Let's go.
All right, here we go. So, I mean, they get to the 60s, but how, you know, you have to go back to some of those moments in the field as well, don't you? And well, the man is hitting all the 6s. We're wanting to see a 6-6, and in the end he says, you know what, I'll do what nobody is expecting, and plays the perfect defensive shot. I don't think there's going to be too many defensive shots coming in the next match. Will Marlo take on Beveren? A couple of ins there. Marlo have Amir Ikram and Shamsher Singh coming in to the side, and Iftika Gankel is coming in for Beveren. That's going to be coming up pretty soon. We're more or less ready to go straight into that match once these highlights are done. Taranjeet couldn't get going, and that was the problem. Don't forget, I mean, they lose this match in the end by 14 runs. But bear in mind that they only got 3 off the first, 11 off the second, 6 off the third. They were 20 for 3 at the end of 3 overs. So it's quite a remarkable sort of comeback, really. I mean, comeback to the extent of getting close and reducing that margin to 14 runs. But of course, the thing is, net run rate may not be the issue for the Vikings. The question is, they've lost now 3 on the spin, and the last remaining match that they've got to play will be the last one tonight, and that will be against Roma CC, who have won 3 on the spin. So it's going to be difficult for them, and the only thing they can hope is maybe that Roma CC, depending on how the next match between Marlo and Beveren go, that they may feel that they can, well, make some changes, and even if they did go down, the point would still see them finishing top. If that is the case, then maybe there's an opportunity there for the Vikings. But one thing that we do know is they're going to have to play the perfect match if they are to beat Roma CC, who have shown that they can perform under pressure, especially with that last win that they had in their last match against Marlo. So that's that scorecard, and really, unfortunately, it's the top order, and Musa, he did get going a little bit towards the end, but even for him, 22 of 30 is not the strike rate that we normally talk about when we talk about Musa Ahmed. Charles Packard, though, well, what a player. And 30 of 6 deliveries, and I'm pretty sure he's gone up there into the dugout and said, hey guys, you know what I can do. You dropped me down the order. If I was up there, I could have been. We could have been celebrating our first win. But I guess you just never know how those things are going to go. There's your match summary. I think on the bowling front, William Peatfield bowled very well. I mean, that's just outstanding. First over went for 3. There was I think a buy in there as well, but 1 for 2 from him, and even Adam Hayward bowled really well. Stokes as well. You've got to remember that there were plenty of drop catches there as well. So really, I think Independence could have restricted the Vikings to a score around about in the late 40s or 50s if all of those catches were held. So next match coming up pretty rapido is going to be amongst us in under, well, just around about 8 minutes time. So join us back. Rico Full here with Corey, talking you through the action of this big day of a Group G action. Match number 9 coming up in about 8 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome to an exciting day of European cricket action. You're watching the European Cricket League, which is a Champions League of cricket, happening here in Spain in the beautiful province of Andalusia, the region of Malaga. This is the Cardamom Oval, the field of dreams, looking absolutely splendid. The floodlights are on and they're ready now for the late night action. We've got two more matches today. This is Marlo, and they are taking on Beveren. That's the first match of the two we got, and Beveren have won the toss and they elected that they will have a field first. That's the news from the coin toss. Players will shortly be going onto the field. There's the team sheets there for you. And in 1992, a World Cup record for New Zealand. The victory over England in Wellington was their 7th straight win of the 1992 tournament. As with most of the previous 6, it was based all around a new ball spinning. Deepak Patel bowled brilliantly again, taking 2 for 26, and also Kevin Larson, who bowled brilliantly. He's 10 overs, only game for 24. Then, of course, the pinch slogging of Mark, great match, 35 of 37 balls, and the classy batting of Martin Crowe, 78 and not out. But then the run came to an end 3 days later. Pakistan hammered them in a group match, and 3 days after that they were mugged again, and by the same team in an unforgettable semi-final. Smiles all around for Roma. That's a really good argue in the fan zone, everybody. Well, no sun in there at the moment, so the fires are on. They're keeping warm. Well, they're going to have to stay warm. Guess we will see them in action in the last match of the day, where they take on the Vikings. So some good cricket coming up today. And today, for those of you who are movie lovers, it's worth pointing out that today, in 1972, The Godfather, an epic drama about organised crime, premiered to universal acclaim in the Academy Award winning film. Of course, it was Joan and Marlon Brando that were the stars there on this day in 1972. Absolute classic. That's one I could watch again and again, that's for sure. I can certainly watch the action here again and again, and certainly the action is coming thick and fast as we see Marlo take it on Beveren. Beveren, of course, elected to take the field. So Marlo batting first. Two teams, different shades of blue. So a royal blue, see there from the Beveren side, and Marlo got a bit of the older, slightly lighter shade with the bit of the green and the red in there. See how we go with this one. Welcome to everybody around the world that's tuning in. Hello to John Heesom. Nice to have you with us. Monica Ramos is still there. And Ghulam Mustafa, how are you? And, hello Wayne. And he's having a little bit of fun on the chat. Great to have you all with us, and great to be bringing you some exciting cricket from a region that has been bombarded with a very freaky, unusual weather. It's a year that we'll remember for some of the thunderstorms and showers that we've had here. But the cricket does go on, and I see that the fan zone is packed in for an action-packed finish to a big day of action here. So ready to go. It's up by Aaron, who's out there. He says, come on, let's go. And it will start off with Hanisula Tarakel, who's been very, very good, the all-rounder. And he bowls this one straight into the body of of the batter, and that's Amardeep Singh, who's got a, I think he takes it into his ribs. We might get a chance to see this one again, but it's a spicy delivery from Tarakel, and Amardeep, I think he gets that right in his rib cage. He's out there with Hardeep Singh, so this is a change. I did mention that Hardeep Singh is a hard hitter of the ball, and I think they've made this change to see if they can get a little bit more momentum in the power play. Hardeep, if he gets going, he can be very, very effective. I think we saw him score a half century in Porto at the start of our season, and he came in and was elevated up the order, and he performed well when other batters did struggle. So he has what it takes, and if he does get going, he does play some remarkable shots, not the ones that you find out the textbook, that's for sure. That'll go. Swing and miss. You can see there's not going to be any, I would say, no elegance, anything out the book from him. He's just there to muscle it in the power play. Tarakel getting that one to go swiftly past him. Had a good day. There's Hadisula. And yeah, it's good bowling, I suppose. The batter doesn't change his shot. You can see he's looking to go straight down the ground. There is nobody back on the straight hit. They've got a square leg in place and third on the boundary. I'm actually interested to see how this one. Oh wow, that's picked up beautifully. Now this is a shot he can play with class. Oh, that is so close to some of the spectators, and let's just say there's some young ones over there that'll learn pretty quickly that when you're around the game of cricket, you never turn your back to it. Just have a look at this. That was not that far away from a young man sat there minding his own business. Oh, that was pretty close. And Corey comes back to talk more about that one.
Almost a nice souvenir for him there, Rico. Oh, gee, that was a scary moment. Nice shot for six, though.
And now he's going to sky this up in the air. Fielder will hold on to the catch. And, well, it's 6 and out from Hardeep Singh. It's not quite what they wanted from him out of 4 balls. But he almost does wipe out a young lad in the fan zone. But that's his lot. His head goes up in the air. He was trying to, again, work that around to the leg side. It wasn't where to go. Good catch taken there. And that's Mansoor Malangzai, who holds on to the catch. So the first wicket goes. Hardeep Singh, the change to have him elevated up the top of the order doesn't quite go to plan as Tarakel picks up his wicket. He's got 1 for 7 with the ball to go.
Yeah, Tarakel's had a really good day with the ball and with the bat. He's finding good form, and he's one of the more impressive cricketers we've seen from Belgium. And well, to be honest, when he's in form, this team Beveren just look $1 million, don't they? And that was a big wicket. He's picked up another early one. Jeremy Martins comes out at number 3 again. I love they're sticking with him. He just needs to find a little bit more touch.
That's nicely played. Well, you said it, a little bit more touch. Well, they don't go a better touch than that, does it?
Oh, what a shot. You think he's been trying to overhit it all day, and you can still time the ball. That is a beautiful cricket stroke. We've almost just transformed into a test match there, Rico. Over complete, 12 for 1. I love 5-over cricket.
Yeah, it's been an absolute feast of action, entertainment, and we've had a bit of drama as well, and I think that will continue with this and one more match still to come. 12 for 1 then at the end of the first.
Yeah, this is what sort of the tail of the tape. Darmstadt Hornchurch got the wins, then Skanderborg, and then really from Group D it started to get a bit of rain. Zurich Nomads got through, but poor old Group E and Group F, a lot of rain. Vorberg winning the power over. I was on a break and my phone was blowing up, Rico. I still haven't watched it fully.
Have you not?
What was going on?
Oh, it was just incredible stuff, as this is an incredible hit down the ground. It's going to be 6 runs. Manos arriba from the arbitro as Amardeep Singh gets his first runs after wearing one in the rib cage. Oh, it was just cricket like we've never seen it. Can you imagine being a bowler and your captain and your coach saying, now make sure they hit you for 6.
Yeah, never happened
It
before.
never happened, and that's what was happening in that power over. It was just incredible.
Why you were here, you saw it. I've only seen the scores and heard some words, but why was it so low scoring?
Very interesting. After this one, I think I'm not going to take the one here. It's too close for comfort. I just get the feeling it was just pressure. I think bowlers. Most teams had a plan, batters to walk in and batting outside the off, bowl it short, out cruncher, but it just never happened. Bowlers just bowled too well. It was one of those, it's like, oh, that could go all the way, it will. There's going to be 6 runs, gets it over the man who's on the boundary at third. So Amardeep Singh, well, he certainly gives it a big swing. If you get a swing hard, and he does, and he gets 6 here. As Shahidullah Upmanzai goes for another maximum. Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one to do because I was trying to put myself in that position. When you're used to, all your life you're bowling to try and contain, get wickets, bowl the perfect Yorker. Then all of a sudden, your teammates are saying, right, go out there and bowl short deliveries that can be hit for 6s like this, and you just can't do it. And Upmanzai at the moment, he's struggling. He's probably wishing he was bowling in the power over because he's at the moment putting some nice hit-me balls out there for the batters.
Yeah, Marlo playing Beveren, it's just 2 power-packed batting lineups going hard at it. And they could make 80, 90, 100 here, and Beveren will fancy their chances because they go just as hard. So good game of cricket this. Upmanzai, a lot of damage already, needs to get out this over.
Oh, well. He gets it to proper, the MJ swivel on this. And that's an electrifying shot. The over has gone magical. It goes and moves on to 24 with the ball still to go. 4 6s out of the 5 balls bowled.
Lovely striking, really nice striking. So another 6 after a pretty sedate first over. This one's gone for plenty. I think this might be a chance at our first hypersonic over of the day. We haven't had many over 30, have we?
No. Haven't.
Surprising.
I'm trying to think if we've had a supersonic one actually. I don't think we have.
Yeah, sorry, I get them confused. Hypersonic's 40. We definitely haven't had that.
We haven't had that, and this could be, could be the first supersonic if Amardeep can smash another 6 here. It's better delivery, get a bit wider. He'll take the single. Amardeep will stay on strike. He moves to 25. Of 7 deliveries, and Jeremy Martin, remember, has faced 1 ball which he played beautifully for 4. So a good start this and a good power play. 37 coming from it.
Yeah, 37 off the first 2. You take that, we look at the table, and well, Rico, if my numbers are correct, the winner of this game will guarantee the double chance. Yeah. So yeah, you just want to make sure you get that win, because if Marlo get to 8, it might get close to net run rate, but it would improve. It wouldn't go the other way. So this is almost the match for the double chance. And when you're going up against Roma tomorrow, you want a double chance because they could do you in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Upmanzai. We saw him play the match performance before, but his first one is going to be drilled down the ground, smashes in to the boundary marker. There's Prabha, who's turned up. He's smiling, and so he should be. Everybody associated with Italian cricket will be pretty happy the way that Roma have started. 3 out of 3. Upmanzai, first ball, hit for 6. And it could come back this time. Painted in a little bit shorter, missed out there by Amardeep, who's disappointed with himself.
That's the length and that's the line. Can't be giving those full balls to hit back over your head. Seems on a bit of a flyer here. 31 off 9.
And, well, you can see he doesn't want to pitch up again. Let's have a look at this side on. I think you can see the sheriff signalling there to umpire and saying that's the one for the over.
Yeah, fair enough. You got it. That's a good height.
Yeah,
good height for the bumper. He's used it now. Can't use another one for the next 3 deliveries, or it will be called a no-e.
And that's crunched. That's the difference. He pitches up slightly, and Singh is ready to dispatch it hits it firmly. Good hit. Another boundary for him. Moves into the 40s now.
Yeah, he's really ticking, isn't he? I think that's 37, Rico. Almost into the 40s. 37, he's improved a lot. I remember seeing him many years ago. And he'd right arm off spin that, but his batting has come along really well. 49 on the board. Maybe we're finally going to have a high scoring one.
Full toss. Have it, he says, have it. The umpires might check this. I think this is going to be borderline. I think maybe the bowler gets away with it. But Amandeep Singh, he absolutely crunches it. It's a bit of a gundy ball from Ahmadzai. And it gets smashed to the boundary. Let's have a look at the height on this.
Oh, I think that's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't want to be an umpire.
It's if they decide. I mean, it is on the way down. I'd like to use the bottom of the boundary fence there as the guide. And I think they're calling this. They have calling it. That's a.
There you go.
It's a tight one. I mean, I've seen them give them. I'm seeing them not. But that's going to be a 7-up.
Well,
Ahmadzai.
As a bowler, you got the pitch. So you bowl a fully, you always run that risk. But this over's blown out again.
Ahmadzai, remember we saw him play the match performance in match number 4 when he took 2 for 10, but it's gone a bit pear-shaped, and that's another one that's going to beat the fielder. It'll go all the way. It's going to be 6 more. Amandeep Singh lagda na chori do temporone kha gaya hai, as he is mashing it all over the place. No matter where you bowl to him, he manages to get the bat on it. He is well, he's blazing runs at the moment. Is Amandeep Singh, moves to 49 on 13. And Marlo, what a start this is from them. 62 for 1 with a ball to go in the third.
Tell you what, this could go supersonic, and he deserves to bring up a 50. He's been crunching them. Last ball of the over.
And he hits this well, and he's going to get 4. Cuatro carreras. The over goes for 29. The one before it went for 25. So 54 have come at 2 overs, and Amandeep Singh apne na prode kha ke apni half century bana li. Congratulations to Amandeep Singh. 53 of just 14 deliveries as we welcome you into the commentary box. What a good knock. What I like about what Marlo have done there, if you think of the earlier games, Amandeep came in about 4, 5, scored a few runs. They notice he's in form. They've elevated him up as the opener, and for the second time on the spin, he's performed.
He's looked good, and he hits at 360, and it's finally, it feels like the bowlers have had the say today a little bit with the ball zipping through and a lot of cutters into there. I think we're going to see a high-scoring one here, Rico, as Kaskar comes in, and he gets whacked away as well. And, well, they didn't learn the first time. I think Mum there got a little bit of a shock. You've got to keep your eyes on the game.
Well, one thing I like, first of all, I love this shot. Martins, we know his class, and he started to show it. But the good thing this time is, well, they were kind of looking, but if you're going to give them those games to play, well, put them the other side of the tents.
He's been told no more.
We're
going
enough
home.
Is enough. We're moving.
Yeah.
And Louis Bruce is probably saying, I think it might be an idea you don't sit there. 6 more. Boom. Shaka lag gaya. It's a short delivery from Hakeem Kassar, and that one's going to be smashed away as well. So the captain comes on to bowl, and he's bowling runs at the moment. He's bowling 6s.
Well, that's shot of the lot for me. That's over cover point, and he's gone over the trees. And this is the Jeremy Munns we saw for Team Europe. He would come out and go bang, bang, bang. This boy is a seriously good cricketer. Very wide stance. There's the Vikings. They've got 1 foot out the door, but they're enjoying this game. Oh, what a shot. Well, Jeremy Munns has arrived.
Oh, that is just oozing with class, and you can see how we liked it up here. Your good time crew. That was a shot and a half. And, well, smile, please. Get the camera out. Click, 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 because that was the shot of the day.
Oh,
what a shot.
The last 2 shots he's played are just beautiful. The one, the cover, over cover point, that one over cover. When he's in form, I know this morning wasn't his time, but he looks like he's pushed a 1 through backward point for 4. He's hit 3 other 6s. It's maybe the most stylish 4 balls you'll ever see.
Yeah, and you're right when he said this is what he's like. This is the way he was batting out here when we saw him earlier, the Western shirt. He comes out and he plays glorious shots. He really is. So looks like he's found his. Look at that. Oh, holds the post. Getting many a 2-3 4 wicket to the click, click, click. Beautiful. Oh, yeah, you can see he's filthy with himself for missing out on that one. Hakeem gets away with a loose delivery, really.
We're finally going to see the 100 cracked today. Finally, the batters are punching back.
He's got to get the wind. The bowler turns around and he's not too convinced. He thinks he might have caught a bit of that one. Coxar will have to bowl it again.
The old dreaded double click, Rico. It's hard to rein it back in when two platters click at the same time.
This one is going to be missed out on. You can see both batters have missed out on that full of delivery. Amandeep.
What's your thoughts on the keeper's shoes, Rico? The old blue and red combo.
Blue and red, yeah.
Wouldn't have seen that back in my day.
Wouldn't have been allowed, would it? The old, just out of the reach. It's good to see this guy on the field of play. And Sabah Zakel, it's his birthday today, and he took a nice one on his foot, and then the teammate came and almost, well, I don't know what sort of therapy he was giving him, but he looked like he made it worse. But we're going to see how much worse, because it looks like he's going to come on and have a bowl.
Yeah, it looks like Zakel will end this sort of 5-over innings. 90 for 1 after 4. It's the first time today we've really seen the batting shackles be released. And these two players have played some amazingly nice shots. Marlo, I know it's a big game, a win here. You basically book yourself in that double chance tomorrow versus a very good Roma team. And I feel like this group is still wide open. It's not going to be Sabah Zakel. They're going to go back to Kunkel, who bowled 1 over earlier today, did the youngster. It didn't go his way. I'm glad they're giving him another go.
Yeah, I wonder if that's Sabah saying, I don't feel 100%. And one short one doesn't quite get it away, so it's just going to be a single. So after a flurry of boundaries from these two, a couple of singles and dots have appeared, but I think they're still going to go big in this over. You're right, the 100 should come up here. But let's see how Idivka goes. Yeah, just interesting there by Zakel. I mean, he is on the field. I can see he seems to be moving around okay, but he just didn't fancy bowling this over. Shot. Just clips that away delightfully. Lovely shot from Amandeep Singh. As the bowler just strays onto the pads, tries to go fuller, but it's on the pads, and that's worked away delightfully.
What I've really liked about this innings, it's just playing the ball on its merit. He's cut, he's driven, he's gone over the offside, leg side. Just watching where the ball's pitched and going with the shot there. Not too much premeditation is always nice to see.
Yeah, nicely played. What's on your batting at the Amandeep Singh? 63 of 17. It's going to be 4 more here again. It's just not getting the line right, not bowling to the field. That's been set really. He's got to be keeping that ball outside the off. He's got a sweeper out there on the offside. Long off his back. He's got third back, but he's bowling on the legs, and especially when it's full on the legs, there's no protection for him at all here. This partnership, by the way, 93 of 23. That's exceptional.
It's been rapid, Rico. 110's on.
That's better areas. That's where he needs to be. That's better ball.
Come back from the youngster. Just damage control. Can they keep it to 105 or less? They've got the batting order. If there's one team that has a batting order to chase this down, it is Beveren. Very dangerous top 4, top 5.
Jamshir Singh, happy with the way things are going. Slower delivery, waits for it and gets it out of the middle. Boom! Shakalagya. Say smash. And Amandeep Singh is turning on the style here. The 100 has come up and been passed.
Well, it goes to show for Beveren, they're the only team in this group with not one spinner. It's all pace, and pace sometimes at this ground can get met basically, and that's what's happened. 107 on the board. Last ball time, Rico.
And it's high. This could be landing on top of us.
Oh, Jesus. Where was that? I thought that was coming in. That got me. What a shot.
I tell you what, Two Circles going to enjoy this one, and you'll enjoy it as well when you see the two of us huddling each other for protection. What a shot. What a finish. Amandeep Singh, 79 of 21. Dekhiya saag de naal makkiyan diyan rotiyan kha ke aaya. That's a big shot.
Honestly, Rico, I thought that was coming in, and we're blinded from up here, so I'm really thankful. That was a lovely hug, by the way. I enjoyed that.
Did you like that?
That was a good hug.
Look at that, Lorne Burns applauding Amandeep, saying great knock. Oh, it was a great knock. In fact, it was a fantastic partnership, worth 100, and that 100 came up in rapid time. So there you go, Marlo, and not so Marlo. It's muy bueno from Marlo as they bring the 100 up, 113 for 1 in their 5 overs.
They've hit 15 sixes in 30 balls. So it's quite remarkable ball striking, considering the first over didn't go for many either. Hatsidullah Tarakel only went for 11. Every other bowler went for 25, 29, 24 and 23. And it just rained sixes. Lovely ball striking. It's the first time today where it really felt like the batters were on top. And Amandeep Singh, he's been a bit of a revelation as an opener.
Yeah, he's done the job, hasn't he? And I think he's been their best player. Now, he probably needed to bounce back because he won't like us reminding us the fact that his drop catch could have lost them the last match.
True.
So that's a really good performance from him, considering that obviously will always play on your mind.
Yeah, and he's come back, and he's come back strong. He smoked it around the ground. He almost took out. This is the one I think I got blinded. No, not that one. There was one. People need to understand there's a pergola in front of us, and if it goes high, you don't see it. And I really thought that was coming
in here. I thought that was coming in. There's a lot of people that would have said, well, what happened to it? I think it's this one here. A lot of people thought, what happened to protecting the equipment? Well, we were protecting each other. There you go. Protect the equipment, everybody. Protect the equipment.
Yeah, that almost got us, Rico. Pretty funny 5 over cricket. Let's have a look at the scorecards. 1-1-3 for 1. And Jeremy Martin's found some form at number 3, 24 off 6. But it was Amandeep Singh, 79 off 21. If he had another 5 overs to bat, he's sort of pace. He was on for about a 130, 140 himself.
It's an incredible knock. It really is. Well batted to Amandeep Singh. Super hitting from him. And nice to see that Jeremy Martin too. Let's think about him for a moment. Just 6 balls and he scores 24. An extraordinary partnership from those two. Well, the bowlers, well, apart from that first over, as he said, Talakel, which 12 came off the first, but one of those was an extra, so 11 to the bowler. But then after that, well, there was just pain, 25, 29, 24 and 23. But you're right, they need the variations, and maybe there, Belgium, that's one area where they are lacking. But where they're not lacking is hitting the ball. We know the way they like to bat. They're going to go out there and give this a go. We could see a very explosive run chase here from Beveren. Join us back in just under 10 minutes' time.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello folks, well we might be under attack but we are still here and ready to talk you through some more action in what we could see quite a thrilling match. Marlo have gone past the 100 mark in the 5 overs, the only team to do so here, 113 for 1 after their 5 overs, and that means that Beveren, they've got to go big here. Got to be going at, wait for this, over 22 and over, just under 23. Not saying it's impossible, because remember, Marlo, their last 4 overs went 25, 29, 24, and 23. So you know what they've got to do. They've certainly got the power to do it as well. So big innings coming up here. And if you think that's the first time a team has scored 100 in 5 overs, I think again, remember Farmers did it against Istanbul KSK when they put 119 on the ball for 3, and that was when Julius Samaroa scored 53 or 14, and Zach Tribe scored 48 of 30. Of course, Farmers finished that 10 match day of Group F on top, and because there was no play possible on the final stage, they would go through. So Farmers showed that it can be done, and now we've seen Marlo do the same. But can Beveren put in a big run chase? Tarakel gets the first delivery. Drags this to the fielder. That's it. Singh, that Shamsa Singh makes the stop to just a single off the first. And got full in alongside me once again. Here's Corey Marcus.
Yeah, I like that they've started with spin, because I know Jamshed Khan and Hansitullah Tarakel, the big man mounted, will enjoy pace on the ball. Look, 113 in 30 balls is crazy. But if there is a team that could do it, that club level, Beveren's the team. Jamshed Khan has one of the best strikers, but it will have to be one of these two, have to play an Amandeep Singh type innings, Rico.
Yeah.
Someone has to hit 75 off 20, something like that.
Someone's going to go crazy, yeah. Got to go crazy here. It's almost like if you don't do it in 1 over, then you can forget about it. It's almost that feel about it. And it's going to just get past the fielder. It's going to make its way to the boundary. So 4 runs. Jamshed Khan does make a start. Now remember, these two, we saw them earlier, they bat very, very well. They do, and you know, when they get going, they can make things happen. And when we saw Beveren a bit earlier, these two were unbeaten for 58 when they got a win. 10-wicket victory over Independence with 7 balls to go. So, but 2 batters in good form. Just to get this through the gap there on a packed offside field, not able to do so. Just be a single.
Just a single. If they do chase this, it's the highest run rate we would have had chased on the network, because it's plus 20. So it's almost like chasing down the 200 score. This is big. This is a big total in 5 overs.
The umpires thought long and hard about this. Maybe you can have a look at this again. Wide ball has been called, and I don't think that's a good call, if I'm honest.
Tough one.
It's been a battle, this.
They need a 6 right now. Just got to get one out the screws to get going. If they can go to 6 and a 4, take the first over for 17, something like that.
Let's see if that extra ball, that has to be a ball, comes in the favour of the batting side. But yeah, and that's a good looking shot. It's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nicely played, gets all the weight into this, does Hadisula Tarakel. So that's his first boundary, nicely played.
Yeah, lovely shot. Comes down the ground, turns it into a half volley, and gets it over the offside for 4. So that gets him going with his first boundary as they search for that grizzly ball in that very thick shrubbery over there.
Yeah, well, nice time of day to do a little bit of gardening, a bit of weeding, and you never know, you may always come out with a grizzly in hand. And I think the umpires, well, he probably just called for another ball here as that one's buried itself deep in the shrubs. That's one that they'll probably fish out later.
If you had told me years ago you would have Lorne Burns, Taranjeet Singh, Musa Ahmed, Louis Bruce, Avinash Pai all sitting together on the same team. That's what it's about, isn't it?
He's going to be in trouble here, and the catch has been held, well held by Shamsher Singh, and they get the big wicket of Hadisula Tarakel. He'll go 5 of 3 and out on ball number 4. I suppose every batter who's out there has got to take and chance his arm and try and get a boundary, otherwise you fall behind. He needed another boundary at the end of the over, but instead it's a wicket that goes, and it's Osama Javid who will take the first wicket. 11 for 1 Beveren after the first over.
Yeah, just hitting very high on the bat there. Didn't get the power he would have liked, but that's T10 cricket for you. Sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't. Sabazakil comes out at number 3, who also can be very hit and miss, but they need him to be hit. Yeah. This pair, if they really get going, it could be a sight to behold, but it is a huge ask to hit 103 runs in 4 overs. It's actually a 1% shot already on the supercomputer.
Yeah. Having said that, remember that Marlo were 12 for 1 after the first, so they're just a run behind. It just goes to show what has to be done. That's it. The kids are safely inside the marquee. That's what we like to see. Yes, Hardeep Singh comes into the attack. And is he going to sneak this in? No, it will be a wide.
Well, they would have to, score 102 in 4 overs. And if I do look at the first innings, Rico, they made 78, 81, 101 in their last 4 overs. They'd have to do the exact same.
Yeah.
But would lightning strike twice? I don't know.
Well, you can see the percentages of it there. Yes. Every time there's a dot, it hurts you. And Hardeep, when he bowls this delivery and he gets it wide, it's very difficult to put away. I know that sometimes he just lacks in concentration, and the no ball, usually when he goes for the slower delivery, creeps in. But in general, he's a good tidy bowler. That's elevated. That's going to go all the way. So with pace on, you get a bit of the bat, and that will fly. So Jamshad, he does have all the shots. That's the thing about Jamshad Khan. He has all the shots, and we've seen it time and time again. He's got quick hands. He quickly gets underneath that one and whips it over the offside for 6.
Well, to match what they did in that 4 overs, they consistently hit 4 sixes in an over. They did it 4 overs in a row. So there's one. You got 4 more balls, you're going to get 3 more. It was a bonkers innings, wasn't it, Rico?
Yeah, it was a great knock from Amardeep Singh, and he was supported well there by Jeremy Martins as well. And it's not often that you see it repeated, especially in the same match. Slices off the bat, and that again, every time the ball doesn't go to the boundary. And it's as simple as that, isn't it, Corey? Every time the ball doesn't go to the boundary, it's a massive win.
It's a massive win. You've got to keep the ball in the park, you win. And that's all that Marlo have to do. They've done a lot of good work with the bat today, and they probably, if they go on to win this and get that second spot, they deserve it. You've got to remember, they could easily have beaten Roma CC. It's quite surprising that Marlo had lost that game earlier to Indy so poorly, because they've shown some good signs today.
To the deck, it's just going to be a single. Yeah, it's you see, basically, Marlo know here, they get 2 deliveries in and over that don't go to the boundary. That's it. It's simple as that, and Hardeep's done that already.
So 20 off the first 10, 94 off 20. Almost curtains already in this one.
That slower delivery, it's played well. It will be 4 runs, and that does take the tally of that over to 13, but it's well below where it needs to be. And I think Marlo will be more than happy with 13 just coming off the over. So well bowled by Hardeep Singh.
Not bad news, he's got one more.
Has he got one more?
So if you can get this one for 6 as well, you take it for 19. I feel like you're going to need a no ball 6 somewhere as well.
And gone. Martins. That's his spot, Jeremy Martins. He just never misses him from there. He makes it look so cool and so casual. Takes the catch. And Hardeep, well, I was right. He does go for 13, but he has a wicket to show for it as well. And Beveren lose their second right at the end of the second over. It'll be 24 for 2. And what's going to be interesting here is to have a look at the standings that will be coming up. And we'll see exactly where, if Marlo win, where they can get themselves to. And as we've said, it could be Marlo and Roma CC that will have the double chance tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one pans out. Jamshed Khan goes back to the shed, and it means that the new player will have to go into the non-strikers end, because that was the over complete. Abdul Rashid, that is.
Rashid is trying to get his helmet sorted out, but we'll have a quick look at this. But yeah, Marlo.
Well, their net run rate's already better than Independence CC, so a win here gives them 3 points, and that will lock up eight points for them, and that double chance. You might actually have a situation where 3 teams will be on 8 points tonight, I believe, and the net run rate does play, but Roma CC just a bit ahead of everyone.
Yeah. Tinsley comes to taking the catch, and he starts with that nice off-pace little cutter outside the off. Also, it goes back to what I was saying to you before. Well, Despra Bath, I'm not sure how much what he has to say to go with Roma. Of course, he's the president of the club there. But they could make some changes in that last match. I mean, they'll get a point whatever happens.
The hard thing is they would have submitted their team in early.
Yeah.
So you never know, because there was permutations, as that has been moosed. Wowee, that's gone a long way.
That was a kill. Remember, he says, I'm still there. That's his first boundary. He's been joined out there by Abdul Rashid, who, of course, is yet to face. But that's what they need. But they need that consistently.
They need 5 of those and over. I don't think it's going to happen, but that was bombed from man Sabah Zakil on his birthday. He's had these moments today, but yeah, the thing is sometimes, Ricky, you want to change your squad around, but because we submit lineups early, you might not get that chance. They had to wait and see this result first.
It's a bit of a full toss. That's going to get in the gap. It's going to be 1 bounce. 4 runs. I think the umpires are happy with the height of this one. It looked like it was on its way down. It goes into his crease. Yeah, that's not an issue, but not the best of deliveries there from Jeremy Martins. And slow, but hit well, and enough of it as well, as the birthday boy goes boom, shakalagia, 6 more. And well, this over at the moment, it's now gone for 16. Still 2 balls to go.
You can sell ice to the Eskimos, Rico, but not to me. This one's done. Put it, warm up the van, start the car. There's no way that they're hitting 86 off 16, now 74 off 14. Oh.
And that's 6 more. Well, that was a kill. Still wants to show that this is not done and dusted, and it's not. I suppose mathematically it is still possible, but you just feel, and this is the thing about it here, just from here on in, if 2 balls don't go to the boundary, that's it.
Selling ice to the Eskimos, you are, Rico Fool. How dare you? There's no way that they could get back. I just watched the Vikings try and trick me a little bit before. They need, what was it, 57 off 12, and they got it down to the last 5 balls.
Yeah, they did. Packard. But, oh, a bit of a misfield. Recovers well, and it will just be a single. So he'll stay and go back on strike. That's the good news. The other good news is that over, it's a better one. It goes magical. It will go for 23, but they needed at least one of the other ones to go for the same, but it didn't happen. Seeing Hardeep, that is what, just for the 13, and the first over only went for 11, and it's a power play that loses them this match.
you'd have to think so. 67 off 12. The perfect 12, it would be one of the crazier finishes ever. As Amandeep Singh, the man who made all the runs, will come on to bowl. And usually if you've made runs with the bat, you get your chance with the ball. The confidence is high. It wouldn't surprise me if he takes a couple here.
Yeah, he's you know, apart from that one catch which he puts down, which at the moment now will be forgotten about, he's had a very good day. He's stepped up and shone. And that's a crazy hit. Wow, I tell you what, the way he's wielding that bat at the moment, Sabazakil, it's like he's thinking, I don't care, I'm not giving this up. As far as I'm concerned, this match is still on.
Well, he's nicknamed Insana in Belgian cricket because he's completely locker. He swings so hard. Sometimes I feel like he doesn't know where he's hitting it, but his power is something that I think every player in Europe would want. We have a look at the final game, Rico. Roma CC 3-0 up against the Vikings 0-3. I just feel like I would love to see the Vikings change the order up, try a few different things as we watch that final game.
Yeah, a couple of changes there. We'll talk a bit about that later. But at the moment, this one is going to be the opportunity. Hardeep Singh doesn't normally miss him, and he won't. He takes the catch, Hardeep. Nicely taken, and a very entertaining little flurry there from Sabazakil comes to an end. 30 of 9 balls.
Yeah, and Amandeep Singh's bowling day continues. He slowed that one up, really clever. Foxy sort of bowling, slow, wide. He knew that he might play a loose shot, and he did. So the birthday boy goes for the last time today. Almost kicked the ground in frustration, but I think he'd be more disappointed with the bowling effort of his teammates first.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You can see that he was switched on and maybe a little bit frustrated out there with the way perhaps some of the team performed in this match. And it's a big thing to get that second chance. We know that. And they're going to have a difficult match tomorrow. And the way things are going here, looks like they'll be perhaps it could be the independents. That's that short delivery that Amandeep bowls, and it just surprises everybody. It's the one for the over, but it's a good, you know, when the team's needing practically a boundary every ball, if you can get that one through. And Roshan, by the way, makes another good stop. Now, the two umpires coming together here and having a chat about something. Now, just double checking about the one for the over. So, clarification is everything. Amandeep Singh, though, I don't think he needs to bowl that one again.
Well,
and that's nicely played. Muscled away over the leg side boundary for Mohamed Numan to get off the mark.
Interesting, Vinny Sanders jumped in the chat. With all the permutations with the teams ending up on similar points, but he's written in there, if Beveren get to 96, they will still hold second spot over Marlo. I'll have to check the table clearly to see. But there is a lot of net run rate things going on.
Well, I'm going to, while this is still happening, I'm going to see what the standings are looking like right now. So let's have a look how these tables sit at the moment.
What's Marlo on at the moment there, Rico, and what's Beveren on?
Now, let me just update this first.
It's too much cricket in a day to look at these things. 10 games.
So, well, it's a lovely time shot. What a shot that is from Numan. So, yeah, let's have a look what we've got here now at the moment. So we've got Roma CC. They are sitting top with 9. Independents are there with 8.
Yep.
And if Marlo win this one, they also go to 8. But you would imagine that their net run rate would take a boost. So you'll have them on 8, but of course Beveren by losing
get a point.
Still get a point.
So you got 3 teams on 8, but I would have to think that Marlo will still get a good enough win here, take second. But I guess if Beveren are to get 96, so that's 33 off this over, they would maybe sneak second back on net run rate. So 33.
Okay. I wonder if anybody else has.
Didn't he say he was going to the city for a comedy show tonight, Mr. Sandhu?
Well, that's the joke. That's the lie. Vinny Sandhu will always be tuning in, and there's some comedian trying to get a laugh out of him at the moment, and yet he's looking at the cricket. Good on you, Vinny. Right, Gundal. Shot. Ah, beautiful shot. Elevates this over the offside. Well, that's 6 of them from Rashid.
Well, lovely shot. Rashid's first ball of the tourney. He gets a short ball outside off and he waits on it. He's a different sort of player, Rashid, to some of the other players in the lineup. slightly more stylish player and likes to go over the offside. That's a confidence-building shot first ball. It's 45 or 5. They can't win the game, but we've been told that if they do get to 96,
96.
I mean, huge ask still. But they'll be disappointed. Even if they played an okay game here, they could have still kept second.
Well, that was close to a wide, I think. In fact, it gets called, and
Yeah, that's the right call.
I think so, yeah. I think when we have a look at this side on, I think this clearly goes over the head of the striker. Oh, the screen's just gone on the blink at the moment. Knock, knock. It's back, but we didn't see it. But I think it was clear cut.
Ooh, that's the first bouncer used for the over as well.
That's going to be gone. And gets a little snick on it. Catch is taken. And Abdul Rashid swinging hard, finds the edge. Catch gets taken. Nicely held there behind the stumps from Roshan Singh. You feel with that catch, a dot ball there, that they're not going to get what they need to get to that 96. So looks like Marlo will, even though they'll be in the same number of points of teams around them, but because of their net run rate, they will get that second chance.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine so. It's been a long day, Rico. That was a very loose shot from Rashid after I gave him some compliments about his offside game. That was a wild slog. A couple of balls left in this one. It's been Marlo, who we believe will get a double chance now versus Roma. That means tonight's game's a little bit of a dead rubber, but it doesn't matter. It's still a team that wants to fight hard. If the Vikings get a win, I just have to look again, but I don't think they can catch up to anyone, can they?
No, they can't. Not the way things are looking. Oh, that is a beautiful shot.
Still in the air.
Wow, that is sensational as Waleed. Well, this is Sabrizada comes out and he blasts for a biggie. What a hit that is.
Who's this guy?
Sabrizada comes out and absolutely crunches it. It's the way they play. This is Belgium cricket. It's about hitting sixes. We know that. Only problem is this time, unfortunately, Marlo hit a few more than them. But what a way to start. An incredible first ball.
That's the man with the funky shoes, Rico, the keeper.
Is wide, yeah, goes. I think it doesn't go over the stump, so missed out on by the batter as well. But he'll have another chance at it.
Just gets that one all wrong. So, yeah, could you check the table for me just to make sure, Rico? I know you're good at these things. Is it 100% confirmed Vikings can't catch up to anyone tonight?
Vikings are, yeah. I mean, Marlo, yeah, will go. Yeah, Vikings will be. Yeah, they can't. They've only got the 3 points, and the closest to them will be a team on 8, because apart from Roma, who will be on 9, all the other teams on 8, and then you've got the Vikings. So,
yeah, a bit of a dead rubber to end tonight then, but hopefully the Vikings can put up a good performance.
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings will know. They're not going to be playing cricket here tomorrow. They'll be part of the fan zone, and it's going to be great to have them here because they're very lively and entertaining. But they know they've got the opportunity to be the only team to beat Roma CC. Now that could, that's big. If you can do that against Roma, you'll take that. And the batter will take this as well. That's going to be 6 runs. And for a moment, I thought I was going to take the lights out there, but a nice shot. To Beveren just showing what they've got. And of course, so if what we're talking about is confirmed, then that means that Beveren will be playing the Independents in the Eliminator. And the Independents will be taking note of this Beveren side because they are dangerous.
Lovely shot. I like the look at this guy. He's played 2 beautiful shots out of the 3, and he kept well also. So a good find for Beveren. First time I've seen him play for the team. He's got one more ball to get a personal highlight.
Yeah, on another day, they've done more than enough to win a match, haven't they?
Yep.
And that will disappear for, I think, probably 6. I might have to just do a boundary check here.
I think it just carried the rope. We'll have to wait and see, but it'll be 87 or 89 to wrap it up. Let's have a look. Just for the statisticians out there, it's the old 50-metre .16.
Yep.
So 89, Rico?
Yeah, they'll finish in 89, which is very respectable. And already, we said already, other than the score that we're chasing, that would have been the second highest that we've had in the day. So On another day, it's enough to win, but the bowlers just got taken apart. So 6 runs the last ball. Manos Arriba from the Arbitro, and Beveren, they'll fall some 24 runs behind Marlo. Marlo then will get the second chance tomorrow. Well done to them. But this is the last match that we're going to see here today, day 2 of Group G, where we've seen 9 matches already. So the 10th match, Roma CC taking on the Vikings. Roma CC have got the 3 and the 0 the right way around, but not the Vikings, but they can make a change. It won't help them tomorrow, but certainly they'll take a lot of pride if they can beat Roma CC, a team who up until now have been undefeated.
Yeah, let's have a look at the batting highlights. Look, Beveren in the end made 89, and you take that, but it was their bowling that let them down in this one. A couple of early wickets really killed this chase. Once Jamshed Khan was caught there, Rico, it felt like it was just going to be too many to get. Credit to them for sticking with it as long as they did. Sabazakil came out there and he tried to whack it around the ground, and they showed that they do bat deep. I think Noman came out and so Zada came out at 5-6, Rashid came out at 4, and all hit 6s. Actually, every batter hit a 6 besides Tatsidullah.
Yeah, it's also an interesting one when you consider you can see he's very upset with himself, but he batted well. But yeah, remember they did elect to put the opposition in, so I think Beveren there probably feeling that maybe next time in a similar position, back yourself with your batting, because they quite easily, from what we've seen there, they quite easily could have done the same, batted the opposition out of the game. But it's not to be. Marlo, they hold on, and Marlo, well done to them. Remember, it was a poor show from them against the Independents in match number 5, but they've come back well, and despite losing in that close match to Roma, and again, remember Roma had to hit to 44 of the last 2, and they did it 22 and 22 to win the match. Marlo, you would have thought they would have been a little bit down with that, but they came back strong, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? When you do lose a match, it's about how you recuperate and how you come back, and Marlo have done that magnificently well there, thanks to, of course, to that great knock from Amardeep Singh. Sabir Zakil, 30 from him, and Waleed, some nice shots from him there towards the end.
They're a dangerous team, Beveren, and if any team that's playing in the final stage tomorrow, I don't think they want to run into a hot Beveren. Looking at the bowling scorecard, they did enough. They're probably disappointed they got to hit a little bit there at the end, but they did enough. Plenty of runs on the board. Game, set, match. Rico, 1 more to go on this 10-match day.
1 more to go. Join me, Rico Full and Corey. We'll be back in under 10 minutes' time for, well, a match that Roma CC will want to win and go into finals day tomorrow. Not just top of the standings and having that second chance, but with that 100% record. The one team that can put a dent on their perfect start is, of course, the Mediterranean Vikings, who have lost the 3 matches they played so far. But we do believe, and I think I feel that they are much better than that. Things just haven't gone their way. It could all come together in this final match, and they could at least have the pride of knowing they're the only team so far to have beaten Roma CC. Join us back in around about 11 minutes time for the start of match number 10. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome to the final match of Group G Day 2. It's a match that really, it's about Roma CC, who will finish top of the standings whatever happens in this match. Will be looking to maintain their unbeaten record, and on the other hand, the Mediterranean Vikings will be hoping to get their first win. It's just a matter of pride for them though, unfortunately. They cannot make it through to tomorrow's finals day, so they will be eliminated at the end of today, whatever the result. But they want to go out on a high. Some names coming in. Denim, Sinivaranarth comes into the side, and well, we can see Kenga Ushwaran coming into the side there. And for the Vikings, Matthew Whelan and the young Jamie O'Reilly. We saw him making his national team debut for Cricket España there in Porto at the beginning of the year. He's a very young, good, talented player, and good to see him in the side as well. Just himself, it's just another under-19 who's certainly got a big future ahead of him. So it's nice to see that the Vikings making a few changes there. I think they do appreciate that this is a match in which, whatever the outcome, they're not going to be here tomorrow. So an opportunity for Whelan and young O'Reilly to shine. Whereas Roma CC, they know they're coming back here tomorrow. And it's one of those, people often ask me the question, you know, would you make enough changes and change things around a little bit, knowing that even if you lose the match, you're still there? I think not. I think a team like Roma CC and most good teams, they want to keep winning. They want to keep that 100% record and see it all the way through. Whereas others will probably say, well, maybe if you're going to get a loss, get it now, and it doesn't matter. Yeah, I get that mentality, but I think when you're winning matches, there's a good feel in the camp. You're feeling good, you're feeling positive, everybody's motivated, morale is high. If you lose a match, then it does have a little knock-on effect. It also then can sometimes bring about that sense of, you can be beaten. And you can get a little bit of insecurity coming into the camp. So I think Roma CC, even though they may change things around a little bit, they still will be looking to win this match, winning the toss and decided they will bat first. So didn't do Morage, but still waiting to probably put a good score on the board for himself. There he is, didn't do, and he's out there with Zayn Ali, the non-striker, who has gone well. And they are going to start with a bit of leg spin from Ron Burns and let the battle begin here. So the mighty Roma CC, top of the table, up against the bottom of the table, and look at the turn here. I've been called a wide, it probably just misses the line there, but that is a lot of spin from Burns. He really is getting this ball to grip and turn. So wide ball to start here from Burns. Welcome back to everybody around the world, wherever you are joining us from. That one's pitched up, it's nicely hit, it's a good looking shot actually. Doesn't get tempted to go across the line and try and hit on the leg side. You can see that the two fielders are there, mid-wicket and long on, so he plays a nicely controlled shot outside the off. Beautiful shot, goes inside out, 4 runs. Corey joins me back. Nice shot, Corey.
Gorgeous shot. Really beautiful shot from Morage, inside out over extra cover. And then gets one a little bit shorter and he pulls out the slog sweep. So great batting from Morage. I was just listening to you off air, Rico, about have chances to change your team and maybe do something a little bit different and whatnot. I like that they're staying strong because of it being the nighttime game, and all these players will find some benefit of practicing under lights because every final is under lights.
That was actually my first question to you after I welcome you back, as Burns once again gets good turn here. But it's for Roma CC, I mean, Vikings are not here tomorrow, so, you know, it's good to be playing under the lights, etc. But it's really all for nothing. For Roma CC, this is a massive opportunity for them to get used to the conditions under night. This is high up in the air, and the catch will get dropped. And that's one of the things that you have to get used to. In Latin, you would put your house on the market saying he's going to take that catch. How he drops this, he don't know. He's there, he gets the solid base. You see the ball just comes back up and he's not able to wrap his fingers around it. And, well, another chance, and Burns says, well, if you're not going to catch him, leave it to me, and he will take the catch. And Zayn Ali will go for a first ball golden duck.
Well, that might help Ian Latin feel a little bit better, even though it is a different batter. Lorne Burns gets rewarded for a pretty decent first over so far, and it just goes to show catching under lights is also different, Rico. But Lorne Burns, we know he's a talented leg spinner. He gets a bit more bounce on that, and you never drop him off your own bowling, do you?
You don't, and you can see that Zayn Ali knew that the bounce had done him. There's a combination of the bounce and a lot of spin that Lorne does get. So Zayn Ali this time, well, he's going to have to depart for it. No ducks on the screen, but they're still there. So disappointment for Zayn Ali, but that means there's an opportunity for somebody else to shine. And they have made a slight change here. Charles Fernando is going to get an on.
Well, that's one thing you could start to tinker with, just the order, as Fernando is going to click that away for a one bounce for 16 for one. After one, yeah, you can change the order a little bit, Rico, and make sure people are getting a hit, but I think you're keeping your team pretty similar. Just orders and maybe a couple of changes.
Yeah, so 16 come off the first, they lose a wicket. So how big do you think is this opportunity for Roma to play this fixture under the lights in preparation for what will happen tomorrow?
Well, they're pretty big. These two teams are the only teams in the group that get the practice. That's one thing not going for Marlo and Beveren tomorrow and Independence at 2, 3, 4. None of them got the practice under lights. It's just the way the fixtures work out, the weather and whatnot. So for Roma, you take this game seriously. Your fielders get used to it because they've got a good chance tomorrow. They're not in it yet of getting to the final, as it looks like it's going to be a young fella coming on the ball, Jamie Riley. Yeah, that's good to see him in the starting 11.
Yeah, I was pleased to see him part of your setup. I know it was friendly matches that he playing in the Spanish colours, but he is a talented player. We're going to have a chance to see him with the ball. I think he only got the chance to bowl the one delivery in Porto. And oh dear, well, this one has somehow managed to go through the keeper, and he's going to start with 5 wides. It's going to be a minimum, but really that's one that the keeper has to stop there, Alexandra Hillman. I don't know what happened with him here, but he gets across but doesn't get the legs close together, gets through him. So it's going to be a wide to start from Jamie Riley. But yeah, he's a talented player. He's been playing cricket in this part of Spain for a long time, and he normally picks up a lot of wickets and scores a lot of runs. They're taking the run on. Hillman scrambles there and gets the flick back.
Yeah, he's a young seamer. He's got handy with the bat as well. Quite a good technique. He's only 17, born in Spain, so he's got time to develop. It was good to have him around the group and sort of see a little bit of what higher level cricket's got. But he's got some skills, young Jamie. He'll grow into it a bit as well.
It's an optimistic appeal because it was down the leg side, but you can see that he has got the knack of getting this ball to come back in. So if he can just start a little bit wider, going more, starting on off stump, he'll get that ball to come in nicely, especially if he bowls that length.
Yeah, he's got a lovely wrist position, gets it to swing. Just the run up sometimes gets a little bit messed up.
Oh, that's bit pretty nicely. That's going to go a long way. That's going to clear everybody, and that's going to land in a big spot of darkness. Somebody's going to have to find that. He gets a swivel on this. Good. There's Charles Fernando. And hit a 4 earlier. Now he follows it up with a big 6.
Yeah, lovely shot. Really nice shot. In the wheelhouse. Pumps it for 6. And Roma CC, they have had a good day at the office.
A good day, and just looking to seal the day with another victory here and try and put a big score on the board. Charles Fernando. To him again, and this time it's not a good delivery. That's where he started with his first ball. It just, every so often, it just ends up ending up maybe a little bit too square on. He's not able to maintain the angle that he needs to get that ball going outside the off. Of course, being supported by his father, who's out there in the fan zone. That's better. High in the air. Could go anywhere. Will it go to hand? Big moment. Oh, it does, but it doesn't get hold on to. And it's another one that goes down. That's Ian Latin again that puts down a second.
Well, I don't know if he had some sort of butter buns in the evening break, but he's got the buttery fingers at the moment. That's 2 drops, and this one more difficult, but he got there. Probably should hold on.
Good Yorker delivery. And Dinadu that one has to be dug out.
It's a good comeback ball. I agree, his line's just a little bit straight, but you can see there's pace there. He's just raw. It's raw talent.
It's a nice looking shot. It's a really good shot with the mid-off in the circle. If you get that right and you time it well, it will go to the boundary. So nice shot. It wasn't the worst of deliveries, but it was almost like Fernando read the mind of what Riley was going to bowl there. And he plays that away nicely. So at the end of the over, a 19 come off that one. And Roma CC 35 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, 35 on the board as Roma CC. On top of that table, look at that, Rico. 4 teams, 8 points. And we said at the start of the day, watch that net run rate. Marlo, they looked after it enough. They will get the double chance. And what it means for the Vikings in this one, a disappointing day for the Vikings. I think in the very first game, they should have chased it. They were in complete control versus Marlo, and they butchered their last 2 overs, and that was it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's with, I think that could have changed the whole day for them. When they restricted Marlo to 65. That's not a good delivery, is it? And this is Whelan. I suppose you can give Whelan that. It's his first ball, the first time we've seen him. But it's a Gundy ball, isn't it? It's halfway down the track and it's an easy put away. But in that match, yeah, they had Marlo 65, and they were going great guns, but Tarrant fell, and then they just lost their way and ended up 5 runs short.
Tell you what, that first ball, Rico, that's one that your nana bowls at Christmas Day. Bradmar just gives you that nice one down the leg side and you put it away.
Whelan looking for a comeback ball, but that one's short as well, but he could get a wicket here. Is anybody going to get there? No. And the little bit of extra bounce, that's Marage, and he just puts it up in the air, but nobody, I mean, long on is on the boundary, so nobody can get there. It's going to be just a single.
Well, if there's no pace on the ball, it's actually quite hard to hit. And Whelan's holding these back. Fernando back on strike.
Oh, that's brutal. Smashed. Oh, well, that's smashed. That's pretty close to getting the Rado, I think. I want to see this one. Well, what happens if you hit the Rado clock? Have a look. Oh, for a moment, I thought Rado was in danger. Where does this hit? Oh, it's pretty close.
Where is the clock?
Yeah, where is the clock? Where's the right? Well, it's a good job somebody took that down.
I think it's still there, just maybe optical illusion. Nice shot though. Roma flying along. Fernando's really going here.
Oh, this one. I thought maybe it came back in a bit.
Almost.
It did come back, you know.
Almost snuck it back in the door, but
it did come back. I mean, we ain't going to have a chance to look at it again because the bowls is over pretty quickly. All right, that's high in the air. There is a fielder out there, and it's going to be dropped. Dear, oh dear, they're not holding on to these catches. That's Charles Packard that puts it down. So Riley and Whelan both should have had a wicket.
Tell you what, Samir Nayak, the coach, is going to be taking the boys for some fielding soon because they couldn't catch a cold right now.
Fernando had dropped on 22 as well. Dinadu once again doesn't get it out in the middle.
Great to have Samir Nayak doing his job well.
I thought we might even see him in the field, but this...
yeah, I'm surprised he's not playing Samir.
Yeah. I am surprised. That's Melinda. I saw him. I wonder if we will see him next man in. Whelan. Not a bad over considering. I mean, he should have had a wicket. Started not well, and well, how will it finish? Not well either, as that one will disappear into the night sky, and well, it will go through the net, of course, and into the middle of that football pitch behind us is going to be a big 6. It's going to be the end of the over. The 50 comes up. 55. The 1 wicket at the end of 3 overs as we welcome you into the commentary box, and the lights are on. Lights, camera, action for the last match of the day.
Well, this is our final group stage game for the groups.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
because we're going into the championship week and finals day for Group G tomorrow. It's going to be sad to say goodbye to the Vikings today. Small sample size for them, but they'll come back stronger, I'm sure, in the future if they win their domestic comp. But I tell you what, this finals day tomorrow, Rico, I still think it's very open. 4 very good teams into the group stage final.
When you have a look at that, the groups, we had a look at 9 and 8, 8, 8, and unfortunately the Vikings never really got going. But that's why we said this was the group of death. We knew it was going to be close, and I think the way the standings are looking, it backs up what we thought, and I still do believe that tomorrow can go any way, because all it takes, all right, I know that Roma, CC and Marlo will have that double chance. Unfortunately, Whelan just couldn't get there. They'll have that double chance, but yeah, if you have a bad day tomorrow, and fortunes can change. We've seen that so many times. You know, you could be great one day, and the next day it just doesn't click. And I think that's what's happened with the Vikings. They just, you know, unfortunately for them, Musa coming into their side, Taranjit Singh. Taranjit sort of semi-clicked in the first match, but never really clicked again. Musa never looked apart, and that's hurt them a little bit. No pace on this at all from Bodda. And I'm liking this young man, you know. Let's talk a little bit about Samath Bodda. And the first time that I went up there and watched him, he does a lot of work with the juniors, you know, both boys and girls. And he's a talented player himself. I can see that he's put a lot of effort in his fitness. He looks fit, and is a useful player with bat and with ball. So it's good that he's getting a chance here as well as the young Jamie Riley. So I'm pleased that the Vikings have taken the opportunity to give the other guys a chance as well. Goes with that slower delivery, but gets this one a little bit wrong, so we'll have to bowl that again. Wide ball.
Yeah, it's about getting your youth a go. I wonder if they sort of, hindsight's easy to say, but sort of feel like maybe they should have given their youth more of a go. This is the whole discussion about wildcards, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it enhances your team, and yes, it gets stronger, but then you're taking away from the players that got you there.
Yeah.
Oh no, look out.
Crunched. Well, that needed the boundary fence there to stop this one going into, I think it could have been the DJ in trouble.
No, that's Andy O'Connor, and I'm telling you, he wouldn't have caught that. There's no way Andy O'Connor's ever even getting close to that. Almost took him out, actually. Poor reactions from Andy.
You did very well to know that was Andy O'Connor, because well, when you can't see his head, you never know who it is.
You can't miss him. That was smoked into the leg side. Fernando's batting beautifully. They've put him up the order in this one, and he's looking good.
It's a good play. Is Fernando, Charles Fernando. It's nice, slower delivery. You can see it's coming.
You know, that's a good topic, actually. Do you think that wildcards enhance or devalue the club scene, or it's a funny line, because I think like there's a few youngsters today for this team that haven't played.
Yeah, you're right, and they're not bad players either, as we know. But I suppose 2 ways of looking at it. When it clicks, when it works, just have a look at Horton.
Yeah, it's great when you get a player that just dominates, but is it the right message for a club competition? That's my question. Not Hornchurch specifically, all the teams, everyone's getting even championship week. Wildcards are going everywhere. Is that what club cricket should be?
Can I give you I'll give you, if you were to have asked me this question last year, and I'll finish it after the last one is over, possibly, and it will be just a single. So well bowled from Samath Bodda here, and just the 13 coming off the over. But yeah, going back to that subject with the score 68 for 1.
Yeah.
Last year I would have said to you, yeah, I like it. Because I like the fact that we get other players that we may not necessarily see on European cricket playing.
Yeah.
This year, however, with the introduction and the growth of the Western Shield, when we're seeing a lot of these star players coming together for the Western Shield, I would say no. I would say leave it to club players. Let's leave it to just the club players do battle. Then they have a chance to shine. And then when it comes to those quality icon players, let's see them at things like the ECC, the European Cricket Championship,
Or the
and the
Western
Western
Shield.
Shield.
It's been a hot topic. It's an interesting topic. I think everyone's got their own opinion, which is fair. As a young bowler, Manav Nayak comes into the action now.
That one's getting played anyway. And I think also there's also a lot of talk about big clubs, established clubs, who are financially well set up. You know, they can have a bit more sway, a lot more sway in the type of players that get played for them. Whereas the smaller clubs that we know, of course, in Europe, as we travel around the network, as this one gets put away as well. It's a lovely shot. And, well, T10 Marlo hasn't had too many sweet out the middle of the bat, but he gets that one away pretty well. But, yeah, a lot of clubs that we see, you know, you could be talking about the likes of the winners from Slovenia, from Bulgaria, you know, Romania, these sort of clubs. They haven't got to probably the same sort of what it needs to get these big fish to catch, you know, the catchment for the big fish. So I think it makes it, for me, I think now we have the Western Shield and we have the Euros of cricket as well. I think for me, just keeping it a club competition works.
Good to hear your insights, Rico. I'm not giving a wide that time. Only 4 balls left in the first innings. It's rapid fire cricket today. 10 games. It's been a long one.
Just holds that back a little bit, does the bowler. That's the captain, Manav Nayak.
Good to see a young captain. It's not something we see too often. Young Manav, he must only be about 18, 19 years old. He's got the captain's armband. Always good to see.
Yeah, good to see. I think I've got him down as 20.
Same thing.
That one is also going to just carry. Yeah, good catch taken. Finally, one is held. And it's Lon Burns that comes across and holds on to a really good catch. Had to get the dive in to do it. So catch gets taken in the 70s at the moment. Couple of balls still to come. Second wicket goes down. So I don't feel they've batted the Vikings out of this yet, you know. I don't feel they have. I've said this before, that score in the 70s for me is chaseable and we could have an interesting finish. But the last 2 deliveries here are pretty key. So Charles Fernando, 37 off 15. So good little knock from him. Good catch there from Lon Burns to see the back of him. And Manav Nayak picks up another well-deserved wicket. Good over from him so far. So 2 balls to come. It will be Prithvi Samarage, the left-hander, that comes out to, hopefully, for his side, hit a couple of boundaries. Well, that is high. Where's this going? And it's probably going to plug over there because it's very soft, that part of the ground. It does. And, well, the batters, surprisingly, only take the one. I think this is probably Dinadu saying, look, I'm established. I'm on 30 of 12. I want the last ball. And if he doesn't hit this to the boundary, I think there might be some questions about why they haven't run 2 here. No issues from Packard. Right, last ball. And that one also should be stopped, so it's only going to just be a single. 79 it will finish on, so very much chaseable is what I'm going to say here. And maybe the Vikings and their firepower will click in their final match and get the 80 they required for this win.
Yeah, 79 on the board in the first 5. That does take us to the innings break. We'll have a very quick look at the highlights. Not a bad effort from both teams. Game still open in this little bit of a dead rubber to end Group G, but it would be nice maybe for the Vikings to end with a good story.
Yeah, it would be, and the good stories there. Some other border, 13 off his over number 4, and that over there from Manav Nayak only going for 11, so they finished well, just 24 coming off the last 2, so that's a good fight back from them, and they'll just be hoping that their batters can get going. It'll be interesting to see who they use at the top of the order. Well, after one catch got put down by Ian Latin, and that was T10 Marlo was dropped. Well, the very next ball, Lon Burns got the dangerous Zayn Ali caught and bowled, but there was still plenty of firepower because it was Charles Fernando who came in at number 3, and he certainly was blazing the ball to all parts of the ground. Some big shots from him. T10, he scuffed a few early on. That's a good catch right there towards the end-to-end. Fernando's innings. Burns gets the catch, and Fernando goes for 37. High fives for the young captain, Manav Nayak, taking the wicket and getting a good over in at the end. So a good start is what the Vikings need when they have the bat. The Carter Oval looks sensational under the floodlights. Let's take a quick look at the scorecard.
Yeah, a pair of 30s, 31 off 13 for Marage, who carried his bat, 37 off 15 for Fernando. 10 extras hurts you though, Rico. 10 extras in 5 overs. It just helps that score along.
It does, and as we've always said, it's not just the extras, but in most cases, especially with the wides and the no balls, it's the extra balls that the batters get the opportunity to cash in on as well. But on the bowling front, I'm happy that they used the likes of Whelan, Jamie Riley and Samarth Bodda. And all three did okay. Riley went for 19-20 off that one from Whelan, who recovered well after the first ball was a bit of a half-tracker. And Samarth Bodda, I think he bowled very well, very intelligently, keeping the pace on and off with the variations. So should be an interesting run chase. Can the Vikings end their campaign with a win? It would be the only win of their campaign in this Group G, but it would be against Roma CC, the unbeaten side and the team that will finish top of the standings. Join me, Rico Full and Corey Rutgers, when we return in under 10 minutes time.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
And we're back for the final innings of what has been an action-packed and dramatic day. Plenty of action to talk about after, of course, the day one of Group G was another washout, but we've crammed all the matches in. 5 from what would have been the first day and 5 from what would have happened here on day 2. We crammed them all in on this day. 5 over-a-side matches, 10 of them. And they've been very entertaining. It's been great to see these players out there and showing you their talents. And we've seen plenty of talents from Roma CC, but will the Mediterranean Vikings finish on a high themselves? They've got some talented players that just haven't clicked today. Results haven't gone their way. But we know that they're a tasty side, and when we saw them first thing in the morning, we were even saying that they could even go all the way and be the surprise package, but results just haven't gone their way. But can they turn on the style here? Taranjit Singh will open, and the wicketkeeper, Alexander Hillman, gets a chance at the non-strikers end. Oh, just totally loses his run up there. This is Chinta Fandadige, who's going to start with the ball. So they're going to start with a little bit of pace here to Taran. I don't think Taran will mind that. Taranjit Singh didn't get any runs in the last match. 2 balls up. That hits this well, but straight to the fielder. No run. Stopped and a bit of a sting there. And I think that's Fernando who makes the stop. Straight into the action after doing well with the bat a bit earlier. 5:30 than his course. So Taran, can he impress with his final knock of the campaign? Struck well, but once again, no run. And you don't want to be taking on this man. Malinda Siriwadana. He's got a good arm on him. I wonder if we'll see him. Didn't see him have a bowl in the last match, and they elected not to use him batting as well. So they maybe feel that he's had enough time out there in the middle to prepare for tomorrow. If we'll see him with the ball. He's had a good time and a bad time. Took 3 for 3, and then he went for 19 in an over, so might want to use him one more time. Gets worked away. It's going to be a long chase, but I think you're chasing in vain. 4 runs, the first boundary, and the first runs on the mark for the Vikings. As Taranjit gets the swivel on this and helps it away. Chris Smith and to Bob, who's joining in. Nice the chat has been going well. Gary Wheeler in there as well, being very chirpy. And hello to Ian Smullen as well. That's a little bit high. I wonder if we'll have a look at this on the height. It just looked high. And see where Taran plays this off. I think I used the, yeah, I think you call that. I go with the bottom of the boundary fence there as my guide. And yeah, he does get called. I think that's a good call. The umpires working well together. So, free hit to come as Nathan Dige also gets a little friendly warning there from the umpire to say you can't be there. Taran will be looking to cash in. And, well, he will get this away, but I think he's going to plug. It does plug. They're taking 2, and they'll get 2. So just a couple. So once again, it's the curse of the free hits at the Carnamo Oval at the moment. There's been plenty of them, but batters just haven't been able to find the boundaries of the free hit as Corey joins me back.
Yeah, it's the last innings of the day. Another free hit gets missed out on, but can the Vikings leave with a bang, or do Roma go into finals day undefeated again?
That's a good delivery. It looks like he totally loses that one the way Taran played that. Remember, there's a sort of shot that he scooped up in the air when he was out for a duck in the last match. Normally it's very solid, hitting straight down the ground. And he get just a 7 so far with this 1 ball to go in the over. Well, a good, if it was an early pickup, a good throw would have had Taran in trouble. In fact, I think if he got there early enough, he could have even got it back to the bowler. But it's an interesting looking shot from Taran. He was all over the place. It looked a little bit like Bambi trying to get up in the Disney Classic, but He gets a single, he'll get back on strike. The first over is completed. Only the 8 coming off it, Corey.
Yeah, 21 games since our previous Golden Ball. Will there be one in Group G? I think we'll get very close indeed, especially tomorrow in finals day. Maybe even tonight. 79's doable as Billy the Kid starts to warm up at the top of his mark.
Yeah, and bowled well in the last match, and they weren't able to get him away. Bowls at a lot of pace, and Taran, I think you can see he has a quick little sneaky look there at the vacant square leg boundary. Maybe looking to pull if he gets the chance, pull and hook. And there he goes, and he gets that one beautifully out the middle, and it will go all the way. Manos, arriba from the arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Taran will like the pace on here. If Bilal doesn't get the line right, Taran will take him to town.
That's a nice shot there from Taran G. Gets that one away. Hasn't been at full flight today, but if he can go big tonight, get his team a win before they depart the Cardimer Oval back over the bridge.
Billy, back to his mark. We'll try and go just a little bit fuller, maybe a bit wider here to Taran as well. And he does, and that's the ball. That is the ball. And yeah, Taran knows he gets done by a good one. Bilal Khan, and this is what excited me about Bilal when I saw him all those years back, probably about 5 years back when I first saw him in Malta, where he started playing his cricket. And of course, after a few years in Malta, he moved to Italy, and now he's part of this Roma CC setup. But that is the delivery, and when that's coming your way and you get the movement like that, it's going to be very, very difficult to play, especially when you're looking to hit boundaries.
And that late tail, that late swing does Taranjeet. Just wasn't really Taranjeet's day with the bat. We saw mini glimpses, I'd say, Rico, but we know that he had a lot more to offer the tank. So he'll depart Cardimer Oval maybe until ECC with Romania later in the year. Well, this is a good move as well, because this man's been underbatted. Kenroy Nesta.
Yes.
He's a T10 5-over specialist.
Yeah, I must admit, a little bit disappointed we haven't seen more of him with bat and with ball, but here he is now. And he gets a similar delivery, and how this has not ripped the leg stip out of the ground, well, we'll never know. It just does too much. Bilal, when he gets it in this lot, I mean, if that's your first ball, you've got to be pretty unlucky, but it does too much.
That bowed a long way. Started on off and missed leg quite comfortably. So Vikings staying true to their form, not really getting on with it.
Nesta knows what's coming. Probably another Yorker. He's thinking, there it is. And oh, it's quick, it's fast. And at the moment, Kenroy Nesta, having his first knock, is probably thinking, hang on a minute, lad, let me get my eye in. He's too quick and fast. And that's another thing. I know I spoke to Taran briefly, but since the ECC where we saw him play for Romania, it's the first time he's played.
Yeah, it's winter, isn't it? A lot of these players coming out of the indoor nets or just no cricket at all. So not easy, of course, to come back and try and hit it a long way straight away.
That one's right into the pad there of Kenroy. So 3 full deliveries, and Kenroy Nesta just can't get anything on there. You just get the feeling here, Corey, if he starts one just a little bit wider outside off, he's going to come back and take middle stick.
Just shows the difference in levels. You're versing the Italian champions and not versing a team on the rock. And the pace is up here from Billy the Kid. This is really good left arm bowling.
Well, he does go for a bit outside the off, but that one's slightly overpitched. But it's going to be the end of a terrific over. And 6 runs came off it from the very first ball, but after that there was the wicket and not another run. So well bowled. And these are the standings. Roma CC, they know they're already going to finish top. They've got a 100% record. Will they maintain it here? Well, the way that they've started with the score only 14 off 2, with 66 required in 18, do you feel that they're going to do it?
You'd have to imagine so. 2 overs down. This has sort of been the way Vikings have been all day, just have not found rhythm with the bat at any stage. Fernando will bowl. Hillman's been out there for 2 overs, Rico. He's about to face the first ball.
Yeah.
Finally.
He's been
patient.
A bit protected from the strike. And he plays that nicely.
There you go, off the mark. Always nice, but that run rate is in the top 20s now think Hillman's allowed to have a look at one, but really every ball now they need to clear that front leg and see if they can score both sides of the wicket.
It's a wild swing, so the dots are mounting up here, and I know I don't want to sound cruel because it's the first time.
Don't do it.
It's the first time he's out there, but
don't do it, Rico.
You've got to think about.
Nah, you can't drag it. You're not in the. I think you're getting knocked out anyway. It doesn't really matter.
Right, that's up in the air. It's going, but straight to the fielder, and I don't think he holds on to this. This is.
I don't think he saw it. He sort of just didn't get off the track, did Melinda? And it went miles in the air. He was deep mid off. Sort of lost his footing a little bit, and then had to make up some ground that he could.
Yeah, well, Mr. Alisi does get off the mark. Fernando. Okay, now this one is going to probably get in the gap, and it's a great slide. That is fantastic. That is what you do in an outfield like this. That's brilliant from Krishan Kalugamage.
And he's pinged the stumps down from there as well.
Oh, this is world class. Here we go. You might as well call this your HCL software play off the night. Great pick up and slide. Here's the throw, and that's your Victorinox precision strike at the same time as well. How about that?
Top fielding. Really good fielding. Don't do it, Rico. Don't you dare say it. Leave my boy Nestor alone. I'm not going to go two on that arm as Krishan pulls it in. And yeah, do you think that when you look at that Vikings lineup and you see the names of Burns, Nyack, Ian Lattin, and look, there's a couple more, Packard, Musa Ahmed was in the lane, Team Territories. They've not performed with the bat today, have they?
No, they haven't. Do you think? Here's a question for you now, because I mean, we're looking at those names, and we sort of touched on it already. You've got good class club players there anyway. You've got your two wild cards in there as well. Do you think that it just comes down to there's so much talent there, but it's trying to pick the right 11 to go out on the field, and sometimes, you know, it's a difficult decision to make.
Their balance looks off.
Yeah.
Their balance
That's
looks
the
off.
word, yeah.
If you have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, it's going to be Beveren versus Independent CC, 3 versus 4. Eliminator, one team will have to say goodbye to after that game. And then the qualifier one, and those two teams, Roma and Marlo, they played a humdinger today. So both go into that game very confident.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a cracking match, the second edition of Roma taking on Marlo. Of course, it was 71 to 72 in favour of Roma when they got the win off the last ball, needing 44 of the last 2, and they did it, scoring 2 lots of 22. It's a good start here from Krishan Kalugamage. Well, we know he can hit the stumps. He did it from the boundary.
Oh, I think they've retired him. 2 off 8. Well, he just blocked it as well. And yeah, it's brutal, but it's the right call. I mean, 2 off 8. I know he doesn't want to, but even blocking that ball, they need 62 off 11. And Nestor's day ends, and the new batsman comes out, and they've just got it all wrong today, the Vikings. They've got all their tactics wrong, and it's been a tough old day for them. He'll get a warm round of applause, but it's not been a day for them to remember.
I really feel for Ken Roy. Of course, I was saying it myself. I knew that it possibly was going to happen when he didn't score the first 5 deliveries. But, I mean, when you haven't had a knock at all, he hasn't bowled, he hasn't had a knock. And when he does get a knock, it's in the night match, and it's against the top side.
Here's the one player that's been in a bit of form, Packard, batting too low again. And he's gone. Well, he's been sitting on the side watching. He'll go with the wrong end, and the Vikings are being smashed here. A very disappointing day from the team in purple.
Yeah, I've got to say, Packard, remember that in the last match, the 5 balls he faced, he hit 5 big 6s, and then ball number 6, he just deliberately blocked it because he knew, you know, I think it was just a bit of gamesmanship. But this time round, no 6s, no block, it's straight through him, stumps are knocked over, 18 for 3. And it's going to be a golden duck as he walks up the famous Cardamom steps. It's a little bit the old for him. Louis Bruce will be hoping it's not for him, because I think he got a duck in his last match, so he's on a pair.
Just not their day at all, the Vikings. And I think the biggest point for them they'll be disappointed with, it's 5-over cricket, and they've been walked off the park a few times in 5-over matches. 5-over matches should be a lot tighter. And that's a nice little clip around the corner from Louis Bruce. I think this game's done. They might just play some nice shots. I don't think they're going to try and do anything too crazy.
Yeah, it's Krishan Kologamagate now has a chance to bowl to Alexander Hilma. He hasn't had a lot of the strike, just 3 balls he's faced for 2 so far. We're into, of course, this. Coming up to the end of that over.
Flash-looking guy, Krishna. I like the earrings, the double earring game.
Just a single. And I wonder if they're thinking the same here as well with Hillman. Maybe not the fact that just purely he's batting too slow, that they might think it's the last time. Let's just get a few more people out there, give them a chance, give them a hit. Why not? There's nothing to lose.
Give someone a go that hasn't had a crack. Yeah. I feel like we've gone into that 50 over mode now. They know that the writing's on the wall. And yeah, back to the drawing board. I know the coaching staff will be a bit disappointed. We'll have to come back stronger next year.
It's a nice looking shot. It was a good delivery as well. Goes a bit fuller, but Louis Bruce plays that way nicely. I mean, Louis Bruce, let's just talk about him. He's a young man, but already in the network. For the start of this tournament, 1,300 runs, 43 wickets. I know he's improved on the wicket front as well. So, you know, good, talented players that they've got. I know that somebody else who we haven't seen. I mean, correct me. I mean, have we seen Evanes ever bat?
No.
And yet, normally we've seen him opening with Louis Bruce.
I think they put in a couple batting wildcards, and then that changes your whole order too much. It's a funny one. I think the other thing as well, a lot of these players make runs at the rock against bowlers that, being frank, you should hit runs against. This is a different level of cricket. You're facing guys under lights who get it through and bowl bounces and have slower balls, and just a mismatch. And a disappointing day, but it is what it is. We're going to have a look at a new bowler. I haven't seen this man before.
Yeah, this is Denham, of course. We know Denham very well. He always looks after us when we go to Roma CC. He's
the great man.
Normally drives us around. He's a lovely guy. And Denham gets a chance to have a bowl. And he starts with a boundary, as that's been hit pretty well by Louis Bruce. Good shot. Gets it in the gap between the mid-wicket and the long on, 4 runs.
Well, it's the 3rd boundary of the innings, and they needed it. Nice shot, deep in the crease. It's a ball that he can work with, and just pops it in that big gap at mid-wicket.
Denham sort of getting an opportunity, and he wants to. Yeah, I don't mind that field play. I think it's a short mid-wicket in that area to try and block that gap. Another left armour, and that's a good pickup. And it's going to go all the way. Bolle, Ginnasona. Shakala gets a slower delivery from Denham, but it's onto the pads, and Louis Bruce is onto this pretty quickly. Good shot. Nice shot. Nicely put away.
Good shot. Almost took out our ball retriever out there, who I think was in La La Land. Yeah, it's good they're giving Denham a bowl here, but obviously not too much pace about that one. It's a bit of a Gundy ball.
Wait to see if that one comes back. Yeah, it does. So, have to bowl one here.
Start the car, Rico. What a day, 10 matches. It's been a while since we've done a 10-match day.
You know, I don't know if you heard the news though, but well, the fielder, did he duck under this, or did he try and stretch and stop it? It does get stopped there on the boundary. The batters, they're running hard and will come back for a couple. That was interesting, but I was going to say to you, I don't know if you had the news flash, but it's me and you on again tomorrow, you know.
Oh no, where's Vinny? What's he up to?
Well, Vinny's in an extended time away, but Vinny will join us for the last 2 matches, of course, for the group final stage. So, just a couple there. Here comes Denham again. And that's a lovely shot. Beautifully. That is struck crisp and clean out of the middle. A lovely strike from young Louis Bruce. What a lovely shot. And here's what we were looking at before. It's, just a couple of runs. That's why the umpires were just in debate on what it was. But no doubt about that last one. Hit beautifully. 6 runs. So, well, Denham He gets given an opportunity. He's probably wishing maybe he did an 18 off the 4 ball so far. And one's going to be a slide and a stop maybe. And one-handed pick up. There's Melinda. Makes the stop, just a single this time round.
One more to the total. Well, Rico, it's been a pleasure. Start the car. This one's over. 5 over cricket. Thankfully tomorrow. Look, I have enjoyed the 5 over stuff, but tomorrow we're back to normal.
Yeah, well, there's no car either. We're in the van. Oh boy. Yeah, I didn't want to tell you early. That's going to be 4 runs. So they did put Bilal in that mid-wicket area to try and stop these, but can't. So unlike in this, thing is that it's coming a little bit late, isn't it? Coming a little bit late. And it's going to be cuatro carreras. It's the end of the proceedings. It's done, it's dusted. And the Vikings, well, that over does go for 23, but it's the overs before that there were no runs coming off it. So it's a comfortable victory for Roma CC. They will maintain that 100% record. This is what's going to happen tomorrow. So the eliminator will be Beveren, the champions of Belgium, taking on the champions of Guernsey Independence. That's going to be an interesting match to start off with. That one can go either way. Roma CC against Marlo, where we know that they provided us with a real humdinger in the match they played here today. That's going to be quarterfinal 1. Remember that whoever wins the quarterfinal 1 goes straight into the group final. The loser of that gets the second chance, and they will play the winner of the eliminator in qualifier 2. So plenty of cricket coming up for you tomorrow. 4 matches. Myself and Corey will be here, of course, in the morning. And Vinny Sandu, as we were saying, will be joining us a little bit later. Let's take a look at the highlights. And once again, just never got going. Only 8 coming off the first over. And then, of course, Bilal got the Yorkers going, and he was in great form. Remember, the first ball of that over went for 6. But that's about all they would get from it. When he gets it right, Bilal, he is so dangerous. He's quick, he's fast, and he causes trouble.
Yeah, he does. They've got a really nice attack, Roma. A bit of right arm pace, left arm pace, spinners galore, and then obviously what Krishan can do as well. Louis Bruce got some nice moments really late, but just overall feels like the Vikings will be disappointed with their day. It seemed like they couldn't get their combinations right. They had the fleeting moments. And they are the team eliminated from Group G, and in the end, they go home without a win.
Yeah, without a win. That's got real surprise, really, because when you go back to that match number 2 at the beginning of the day, I mean, you thought that they were going to beat Marlo, and in the end, Marlo, they recovered, they held on to a win, and Marlo are the team that get the second chance, and the Vikings, it just never happened for them. I mean, they were always there about in the matches. They never really got a real proper hiding. Probably you could say that they do in this match. But they were in it all the time, but I just don't think they got the combination right, which is going to be frustrating for them because, as we've said, there's plenty of talented players in their lineup.
Look at that scorecard, Ricky. Well, our boy Denham, he might be thinking, I might get an over here.
Most people would now say, well, Denham, that's why normally he's the driver. So anyway, Denham, I like the way that a little smile from him at the end of that as, he goes for a lot of overs there, 23 there at the end. So that's the scorecard. Roma CC, they are flying high at the moment, the Italian champions, and of course they have the double chance tomorrow with against Marlo. I want to say it's been a fantastic day of cricket. It's been entertaining. It's been exciting. We've seen drama. It's been a frenzy of cricket. It certainly has been 10 matches.
Yeah, 10 matches. Actually quite tired from the stop-start nature of it in a way. And before you know it, an innings is finished and you're into the next innings, into the next game. Look, credit to everyone again, and we've touched on it a lot. Obviously, the weather was crazy for the last week, and we wanted these teams to get a fair crack. They can all say they had a fair crack. 4 games each. That determines the group. And we lose our first team from Group G.
Yeah, we do. The Vikings, just didn't really get it right, which is unfortunate because they've got some good players in there. But they'll be here, and I'm sure that they'll be here supporting the action tomorrow in finals day. But you're absolutely right. I think credit to everybody. First of all, I know we've touched on this before, but we have to keep mentioning it because it's so critical to what we're doing here. I mean, the ground staff were absolutely amazing. Everybody that mucked in to make sure that today did happen. It was a tremendous effort. Even when the rain was pouring down, they were out there getting it right. And because of them, we got the cricket on today. So well done to everybody that was involved with that. But also to everybody to make today happen. I mean, when you got 10 matches, that means short breaks. That means, the umpires, I know, so the umpires, doing 2 and 2. Tournament referee, I think Tyron filling in today, did a fantastic job. Well done to the ECN crew, the scorers. A great team effort. So not just brilliant team effort from the players, because of course they've got to prepare themselves for playing a shorter format, 5 overs and 4 matches as well. So well done to all the teams and well done to everybody involved. It's been a tremendous effort.
Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. I just think Rico summed it up perfectly. Obviously, the Eliminator first up, Beveren taking on Independent CC. Good luck to those two teams. I think that's a very interesting game. 10 overs, hope it feels like a long match for the players. And then really looking forward to Roma CC taking on Marlo. The depth will be tested for these teams tomorrow. You can get away with 5 overs of losing an early wicket or 2, but tomorrow you lose early wickets, you might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, tomorrow is Sunday. No rest for us because it is Finals Day. We've got Finals Day Sunday. And, of course, then straight after that, remember, on Monday, it is the start of Championship Week. So tomorrow, we'll find out which one of our 4 teams here tomorrow will get that extended stay to stay in the Costa del Sol. So everything to play for tomorrow and a chance to represent your country and your club, of course, in Championship Week. It's been a great day. Can't wait to see the highlights of the day. And, of course, I can't wait for a little bit of back and forth. I know you love it.
I'm waiting, Rico.
Where is it? Where's the old back and forth?
I'm ready to go.
Let's get the music going. But, look, we can't go without saying a big thank you to our audience around the world. I know that people have been watching. Wherever you're watching from, it's been great. You've been brilliant. Thank you to everybody in the chat as well. But, of course, we will be here tomorrow to do it all again. So, thank you for watching. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Hasta mañana.
Move my body. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. body.